Chapter 1. In the early morning, a beam of sunlight slipped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the sleeping face of a young boy. Albert had yet to awaken, but he would soon be roused. The door to the room on the second floor, adjacent to the staircase, was gently pushed open by a girl with chestnut hair. Her large brown eyes fixated on the boy still lost in slumber as she softly called out, "Albert, it's time to get up." Noticing that the boy did not respond, the girl pouted in dissatisfaction, pushed the door open further, and stepped inside, followed closely by a British short-haired cat. "Tom, please cooperate," the girl pleaded as she lifted the short-haired cat onto the bed, gently brushing its tail against the boy's face a couple of times. Initially still in a deep slumber, Albert reached up to swat away the cat's tail resting on his face, opened his eyes to see his mischievous sister, stifled a yawn with his hand, and greeted her, "Good morning, Nia. Dad said he would take us to London today." Nia blinked, gazing at Albert, "To help you get your Eton College uniform and to buy some items from the shopping list." "All right, I understand. He'll get dressed," Albert replied, stifling another yawn. He picked up the short-haired cat, which was stretching its paws on the bedspread, placed it on the floor, stretched himself, and proceeded to change clothes before heading to the living room for breakfast. "Did you stay up late again last night?" Daisy inquired as she set a sumptuous breakfast before Albert. "Son, we should hurry. Today's agenda is quite packed," Herbert stated, laying out the correspondence from Eton College that had arrived a few days prior, his face beaming with pride. It is well known that elite individuals are cultivated within the prestigious private schools of England, with Eton College standing as a paragon among them. To gain entry into this esteemed institution, one must satisfy two criteria: talent and wealth. The Anderson family belonged to the middle class in England, with the couple running a law firm and possessing a modest savings. As for Albert, he was regarded as a prodigy, excelling academically and having participated in numerous interschool competitions, garnering awards. Whether Albert truly deserved the label of a genius was a question only he could answer. Genius? No, Albert never considered himself a genius. He harbored a little-known secret. He was a traveler from another world. As for why he was bestowed with the title of genius, it perplexed even him. A child who knew nothing of Rubik's cubes could effortlessly solve a scrambled one with ease. To most adults, this was the hallmark of genius. In truth, his ability to solve the cube stemmed from his past life experience, where he had played with it and learned its secrets. As for maintaining the fad of genius, Albert was not at all concerned about exposure, for he possessed the fabled golden finger. Travelers come equipped with golden fingers. The online novels do not deceive me. This tale began when Albert was 7 years old and discovered a panel had inexplicably appeared in his mind. The panel served two primary functions: accepting tasks and allocating skill points. Occasionally, it would present tasks, and upon completion, he would earn experience, or skill points. Experience could be used to enhance skills, while skill points directly elevated a skill by one level. Albert's first skill was proficiency in English, which he spent several years leveling up to level 3. If the average Englishman's proficiency is level 2, then a typical English teacher would be at level 3. Once he maxed out his technological skills, Albert could become a genius scientist. Of course, Albert never aspired to be a scientist. He had no such desire in his previous life. In his former existence, he enjoyed reading, ultimately becoming an ordinary online novelist. Having written a few books, he had accumulated a modest savings, leading a carefree life, indulging in activities he loved. In essence, his previous life resembled that of salted fish. As for how he transmigrated, it is rather embarrassing to recount. One day, he lounged on the sofa, watching Mr. Bean's movie, casually munching on an apple, laughing so heartily at the film that he forgot he was still chewing, ultimately choking on the apple and meeting his untimely demise at the age of 30. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn as an infant, muddling through several years in this new family, and even adopting another cat, which he also named Tom. Of course, this name was inspired by the animated series Tom and Jerry. At the age of 7, the sudden appearance of the gaming panel made Albert question his existence, even doubting whether he was an NPC in some game. Eventually, when he found no evidence of players, he regarded the panel as a blessing bestowed upon him as a traveler. linking transmigration with a golden finger equated to being a winner in life. Albert had no grand ambitions. He merely hoped to experience a few romantic encounters after reaching adulthood, secure a simple and relaxed job post-university, marry before turning 30, and amass enough wealth to live freely and without worry for the remainder of his days. To achieve such a future, Albert had already devised a plan. He intended to venture into Wall Street in America after graduation. With his economic skills maxed out, coupled with fragments of memories from his previous life, he believed he could swiftly earn a fortune in dollars. However, leveling up skills on the panel was no easy task, especially after reaching level 2, where each subsequent level required a significant amount of experience. Albert needed to complete tasks to earn experience and skill points, and gaining admission to Eton College was one such task. "Son, what are you contemplating?" Herbert asked, slicing into the steak on his plate while glancing at his son, who seemed lost in thought. "I was pondering what I want to do in the future," Albert replied, after swallowing a mouthful of fried egg. "What do you wish to pursue?" Daisy inquired with curiosity, as the couple rarely heard their child express his dreams. "Finance," Albert answered without hesitation. "We thought you might aspire to be a scientist or an astronaut." The Anderson couple exchanged glances in surprise. "What is finance?" Nia asked, feeling excluded from the conversation. "Finance is quite lucrative," Albert replied, looking up, "and could you also buy me a few books on economics? Consider it an advance on my birthday present." "Son, don't mislead your sister. Only exceptionally skilled individuals can earn money in that field," Herbert remarked, a slight twitch in his cheek as he coughed discreetly into his fist. "And besides, we are not impoverished." "All right, let's eat breakfast and stop the idle chatter," Daisy interjected. "Nia, be sure to drink all your milk." Oh, Nia was not particularly fond of milk. Life after rebirth was splendid, replete with a delightful sister, a harmonious family, a prosperous living, and the golden finger that could lead him to the pinnacle of success. If there was one aspect that dismayed Albert, it was undoubtedly British cuisine. Previously, he had seen online claims that England was a culinary wasteland, and he had been skeptical, given that the British generally favored a simple and comfortable lifestyle. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he no longer doubted the veracity of those descriptions. After finishing their meal, the Anderson family assisted in tidying up the furniture, securing doors and windows, and prepared to depart collectively. As Albert opened the door of their Ford, ready to slide into the back seat, he suddenly heard Nia exclaim in astonishment, "Look, is that an owl?" The Anderson couple turned in confusion towards the direction Nia was pointing, witnessing an owl swooping down towards them, dropping a letter at Albert's feet as it passed overhead. In that moment, the expressions on the faces of the Anderson family froze. An owl delivering a letter? Since when did owls take on the role of postal workers? No one moved. They remained frozen in place for what felt like half an hour, though in reality, it was merely 10 seconds. Albert bent down to pick up the pale yellow envelope, which bore no postage stamp. Written in emerald green ink was a line of text that he softly read aloud. 19 Tibbet Avenue, at the door for Mr. Albert Anderson. As Albert read this passage, he found that he had triggered a task. The path of the wizard. You possess the potential to become a wizard, but you are not yet qualified. Now, you have been granted a precious opportunity to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and become a student. Reward: 10,000 experience, 2 skill points, Wizard Bloodline 1. Wizard Bloodline? Albert was momentarily taken aback. What in the world is this? The 2 skill points were indeed enticing. To put it into perspective, becoming a student at Eton College only awarded 1 point, while Albert had accumulated a mere 3 skill points over the years, and he was reluctant to spend them. However, the more alarming revelation was that this was, in fact, a world from a novel. The magical realm from the Harry Potter saga? Albert turned the envelope over and, as expected, found the crest of Hogwarts emblazoned upon it, featuring the capital letter H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. "Mom, do zoos train owls to be postal workers now?" Nia asked curiously, her gaze fixed on the owl lingering nearby. "Nia, I doubt anyone would employ an owl for delivering messages. At least, not a rational person. Perhaps this is merely a prank." Daisy gazed at her husband, observing the furrowed brow of Herbert, and inquired, "What is it, dear? Shouldn't we be heading out?" "Nothing of consequence," Albert, "Let me see the letter," Herbert replied softly. "Oh, here you go." Albert handed the envelope to his father. "My dear," Daisy expressed her displeasure. Oblivious to his wife's discontent, Herbert swiftly tore open the envelope, extracting the parchment within. After a cursory glance, he announced, "Children, it appears our plans must be postponed." "Dear Herbert, what has transpired? What does the letter contain?" Daisy sensed something was amiss with her husband, her tone growing more intense. "Dad, what does the letter say?" Nia could not restrain her curiosity, while Albert, the recipient of the letter, remained largely unfazed. "Let us discuss this in the living room, Daisy." Herbert firmly closed the car door and guided his family back inside. Once the entrance door was shut, the messenger owl still lingered, refusing to depart. "Dear Herbert, you best provide me with a satisfactory explanation." Daisy appeared quite irate, her eagerness to see her son don a Eton school uniform palpable. "Dad, what does the letter say?" "Read it aloud for everyone. I too wish to know who could possibly predict my arrival." Albert's expression betrayed little emotion. He was well aware of the letter's contents. Had he not experienced the transdimensional events, he might have displayed surprise upon seeing it. However, after the initial shock of realizing he resided within a narrative, it seemed less peculiar, especially since he had read the Harry Potter series and even penned a fanfiction. He had researched extensively and possessed a modicum of understanding of the novel's universe. "Very well, I shall read it." Herbert glanced at his perpetually composed son and proceeded to recite the contents of the parchment. "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Hogwarts School." Daisy gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment, as she began to comprehend the nature of the correspondencia letter of admission. Magic, could it be that magic truly exists in this world? Nia's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. "I too wish to learn magic and attend a school of sorcery." "Let go of me, Albert." Nia glared at her brother in displeasure as she attempted to approach the letter, only to be restrained by Albert. "Nia, allow father to finish reading the letter." Albert gestured for his father to continue while gently guiding his irate mother to sit down. "My son, I absolutely refuse to permit you to attend this Hogwarts." Daisy fumed, suspecting her husband might be privy to certain details. Herbert cleared his throat and continued reading. "Dear Mr. Anderson, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 21st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Having completed the reading, Herbert passed the letter to his son. Albert glanced at it briefly before handing it to his inquisitive sister, Nia, who dashed to her mother, Daisy's side with the letter in hand. Daisy meticulously scrutinized the letter's contents, articulating each word with deliberation. "I absolutely refuse to allow Albert to attend such a school. No, someone must be playing a trick on us. Perhaps we should report this immediately and apprehend that insufferable prankster." "Mom, does the part about awaiting your owl mean we should write back to them?" Nia suddenly interjected. Daisy remained silent, fixing her husband with an imposing glare. Albert inquired, "Dad, do you know something we don't?" "Not exactly." Herbert placed a hand on his forehead, seemingly lost in fleeting memories. "When I was about your age, my father, your grandfather, was disappointed that I had not received a letter from Hogwarts. I once asked him what Hogwarts was, and he merely stated it was a school. Later, there was an occasion when my father was inebriated, and I questioned why he wished for me to attend Hogwarts. He simply referred to himself as a squib, but I was unaware of what that term meant." Herbert's tone was somber, recalling a moment when his father had wept. "I believe now I understand what Hogwarts signifies. My father would have been overjoyed to know his grandson received a letter from there." Albert certainly understood the meaning of squib, yet he had never truly contemplated any connection to the wizarding world. After all, his skill set did not encompass anything of that nature otherwise. He would have noticed by now. "Indeed, I should write him a letter. No, I shall call him. He will surely be delighted." Herbert exclaimed suddenly, seemingly intent on contacting his father. "Herbert Anderson!" Daisy shouted. "Albert ought to attend Eton, where he would achieve unimaginable success, rather than some obscure school that we've never even heard of. Do you understand? This pertains to his future." and I absolutely will not allow it. Mother, we have yet to ascertain whether magic exists, Albert interjected, gently grasping his mother, who was on the verge of a meltdown. Did the letter not suggest waiting for your owl? Perhaps we should write to each other and have someone from that Hogwarts school prove the existence of magic. If they cannot, it would simply indicate a ruse. Very well, son, I concur with your sentiment. Let that wretched school validate the authenticity of this letter. Daisy clenched her fists and swung them forcefully. Just wait. I shall report those charlatans and ensure they spend a few years behind bars. Herbert called his father. And the elder man, upon hearing the news, was quite emotional, expressing his intent to visit his grandson soon. Daisy was still fuming, and under Albert's soothing influence. She refrained from arguing with her husband. The lawyer could not understand why her usually astute husband had suddenly become so foolish as to be deceived by such a ludicrous jest, especially when it concerned their precious son's future. In truth, everyone found the matter rather amusing. After all, magic was an element of legend. Nia even begged Albert to perform magic for her. I will not, Albert replied with exasperation, hands raised in surrender. While he certainly knew a few spells, such as the simplest illumination charm, he realized that without a wand, he would likely be unable to perform any magic, and thus chose not to attempt it. At least, he would not try in front of others. How could he possibly explain? Nia, there is no such thing as magic in this world. It is merely an illusion. Daisy asserted earnestly, not wishing for her daughter to be filled with such bizarre notions. Albert, the letter states that one can bring a pet to school. Are you planning to take Tom with you? Nia inquired, disregarding her mother's concerns as she cradled the short-haired cat beside Albert. I shall not entertain that thought until we confirm the existence of magic, Albert replied solemnly, knowing that he was attempting to placate his mother, who appeared as though she might explode at any moment. An owl flew through the window, dropping a piece of parchment onto the table. The parchment read, I shall visit Professor McGonagall before 3:20. 3:20? Albert took the parchment and glanced at the clock, murmuring, just 1 minute to go. Excellent. I shall certainly expose those impostors. At precisely 3:20, the doorbell rang. The Anderson family exchanged glances, culminating in Herbert Anderson, the head of the household, rising to answer the door, followed closely by Nia. Upon opening the door, Herbert found an elderly woman standing on their doorstep. Professor McGonagall? Herbert regarded her skeptically, stating dryly, Oh, very well, please come in. Albert is in the hall, provided you can prove the existence of magic. Can you perform magic? Nia inquired, peering curiously. That is precisely why I am here. Professor McGonagall was adept at handling such inquiries, having encountered many similar situations with families from the non-magical world. Non-magical world? Herbert's expression faltered as he repeated the term he had just heard. Did you just refer to yourself as non-magical? Non-magical refers to ordinary individuals who cannot perform magic. Upon entering the living room, McGonagall's gaze fell upon the only boy in the room. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Greetings, Miss McGonagall, Albert assessed the witch before him, noting that her appearance diverged from the film portrayals, although his memories of such were rather hazy. We hope you can demonstrate the existence of magic, Daisy stated, pouring McGonagall a cup of unsweetened tea. Certainly. Observe. McGonagall drew her wand and lightly tapped the teacup, which astonishingly transformed into a small mouse. This was Albert's first encounter with magic, and he curiously grasped the little gray mouse. How remarkable. Is this truly magic? I will not allow Albert to squander his time learning such trivial tricks. Do you expect him to become some sort of magician? Daisy asserted with the authority of a lawyer, sharply voicing her concerns about Albert's future. A diploma from a magic school should hold no more value than waste paper in the mundane world, assuming you even issue diplomas. Every qualified graduate of Hogwarts can find respectable employment in the magical realm, so you need not worry about that, Professor McGonagall explained, having witnessed magic firsthand. Daisy realized she could no longer deny its existence, yet she still intended to make one final argument. Albert, I believe Eton is the superior choice. It is a position you earn through your own efforts. If you aspire to a career in finance, attending Hogwarts would likely stifle your talents. Herbert gazed at his wife, internally sighing in resignation, knowing she was vehemently opposed to Albert attending Hogwarts. Son, the choice is yours. We respect your decision. With all due respect, McGonagall cleared her throat. Hogwarts teaches young witches and wizards how to control and use magic. Moreover, uncontrolled magic can lead to undesirable consequences. Very well, it appears I have no choice. Albert raised an eyebrow, having already made his decision. However, Daisy still had more to say, but was interrupted by Nia. Madam, may I attend Hogwarts as well? Only children who are 11 years old and have received an invitation from Hogwarts may attend. McGonagall gently declined her request. Nia, you are not yet 11, Albert said, ruffling his sister's hair. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and inquired, where should I go to procure supplies? And what of the train ticket? Where is the train station? Does this imply your agreement? McGonagall felt a wave of relief wash over her as she provided Albert with directions to the leaky cauldron, assuring him that he would indeed see it, even though the surrounding non-magical people would not. The pub's proprietor is named Tom. He will be more than willing to assist you in finding your way to Diagon Alley. As for Platform 9, it lies concealed between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, Simply walk through the barrier. Taking a train to a wizard school seems rather absurd. Are all your flying carpets out of order? Daisy scoffed sharply. Daisy, Herbert cleared his throat, handing Professor McGonagall the notes he had just taken to ensure no crucial information was overlooked. Very well, we shall see you at Hogwarts on September 1st, Mr. Anderson. Professor McGonagall prepared to take her leave. Professor, could you restore it to its original form? Albert pointed to the teacup that had turned into a mouse. Oh, certainly. McGonagall waved her wand, and the mouse returned to its original teacup form. After Albert escorted the other party out, Professor McGonagall vanished in a flash of apparition. She disappeared? Herbert stared incredulously at the spot where Professor McGonagall had just stood. Dad, are we going to London tomorrow? Albert inquired. Oh yes. We are going to London to shop tomorrow, Herbert replied, somewhat dazed. I want to go too, Nia pouted, clutching her father's hand. Next time, Albert shook his head. I will first familiarize myself with the place, and then take you and Mom with me next time. I'll bring you back a gift. How annoying. Albert is so annoying. Nia huffed as she stormed off. Albert helplessly shrugged towards Herbert, then turned to enter the living room where a large and a small one needed to be soothed. Are you sure we haven't gone to the wrong place? Herbert was comparing the map in his hand, but could not find the pub mentioned by Professor McGonagall. We need to find the bookstore first. Next to it is a record shop. Albert pointed ahead to the large bookstore with the record shop adjacent to it. Is this the place? But I can't see the pub. Albert finished his thought, noting that if he had not specifically been observing, he would have completely overlooked the small pub beside the big bookstore. The hurried passers-by didn't spare at a glance, including his father Herbert. I've spotted the pub. Do you remember what Mrs. McGonagall said? Muggles can't find the pub? Herbert muttered, I detest the term muggle. Grasping his son's hand, Herbert was led forward by Albert. A few moments later, he beheld the legendary Leaky Cauldron, a dingy and cramped establishment. I loathe this place. It's too filthy. So do I. Let us go inside. Suppressing their disdainful expressions, the father and son pushed the door open and stepped into the pub. Dirty, chaotic, dark. This was their impression of the pub. Filled with individuals who appeared quite peculiar, predominantly elderly, adorned with ludicrous top hats that seemed utterly ridiculous. If this group were to walk down the street, they would undoubtedly attract countless gazes, yet here, they appeared even more outlandish, like a flicker of light in the darkness. Herbert quickly regained his composure and approached the bar. Tentatively addressing the bald old man, Mr. Tom? A young wizard from a Muggle family? Tom appraised Albert before smiling at Herbert. Are you inquiring how to get to Diagon Alley? Yes, Mr. Tom. Professor McGonagall said you could guide us to Diagon Alley. Albert scrutinized the old man before managing a polite smile. Of course, please follow me. Tom stepped out from behind the bar and beckoned them to follow. The trio arrived at the pub's backyard, which contained merely a brick wall, a trash bin, and several empty barrels. This trash bin will always be here. You need to count 3 bricks up and then 2 bricks across. That's the brick. Tom pointed to the spot he had just tapped with his hand. Then pulled out his wand and tapped the brick 3 times, turning to Albert. When you have your own wand, you can open the entrance to Diagon Alley yourself. Remember, tap 3 times with your wand. The brick that old Tom had tapped began to tremble, and the wall moved in a peculiar manner, revealing a small hole that widened until, within mere seconds, an archway large enough for them to pass through appeared before them. A cobblestone street stretched out ahead, lined with shops on either side, bustling with wizards and vendors. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Tom smiled at the duo. Mr. Tom, how do we return later? Herbert inquired. Once you've completed your purchases, you can open the door again using the method I just demonstrated. Tom patiently answered Herbert's question, adding, oh, and you'd best go to Gringotts to exchange for galleons. Muggle currency is not accepted here. Just walk forward. That white building is Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Tom. We wish you a pleasant day. Tom waved goodbye with a smile as he turned back to the pub, enjoying his work. After Tom's departure, the entrance vanished, reverting to a wall. Let us go exchange some money. Herbert took a deep breath. This place feels so different. Albert surveyed the surrounding shops and remarked with a smile, it feels as though we've stepped back a century. To be honest, I'm a bit skeptical about sending you to Hogwarts. Perhaps Daisy's insistence is the right choice, Herbert sighed. Although the magical world was enchanting, it often gave him a sense of being out of touch with the times. Dad, I don't necessarily have to live in the magical world. Albert rolled his eyes, reminding him, my main purpose in attending Hogwarts is to master this extraordinary power. Oh, you have a point. Herbert's mood lightened somewhat as they navigated through the crowd toward Gringotts. As Tom had said, it was a white building, with a small figure standing beside the bronze doors in elf. They are truly unique. Herbert's expression was somewhat stiff. This was his first encounter with a non-human humanoid. Albert was rather indifferent as he scrutinized the appearance of the fairy, short in stature, with pointed whiskers, elongated limbs, and a dark complexion. An entity devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Upon entering, Albert noticed the fairy bowing courteously to them. There was a second door behind it, silver in hue, adorned with inscriptions. As Herbert approached, he took a closer look and recited aloud, enter, strangers, but beware of the consequences of insatiable greed. Those who take without toil shall face the most severe punishment. It was utterly perplexing to him why wizards felt the need to engrave such admonitions on the door. as if they were compelled to rob banks with extraordinary diligence. After finishing the reading, Herbert couldn't help but mutter a remark. Albert chuckled softly upon hearing this and cleared his throat, inquiring, "How much do you intend to exchange?" After a moment of contemplation, Herbert replied in a hushed tone, £1,000. If that is insufficient, I shall return for more. £1,000 amounts to the monthly salary of the majority. Albert estimated that it would be around 200 galleons. He nodded and said, "I believe that should suffice." Upon entering, two fairies bowed to the two men and led them into a grand marble hall. Herbert indicated that he needed to exchange some galleons. The fairies then guided them to a counter on the right side and handed Herbert a parchment, which detailed the exchange rates between pounds and galleons, along with the monetary concepts of the magical realm. 1 galleon equaled 4.95 pounds, 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equaled 29 nuts. Herbert passed the parchment to his son and inquired, "How many pounds are needed for 200 galleons?" 990 pounds. Please assist me in exchanging 200 galleons. Herbert retrieved 990 pounds from his wallet and requested the fairies to convert it into galleons. Very well, please hold on. The fairy took the pounds and began counting. "Excuse me, Mr. Fairy, can any amount of pounds be exchanged for galleons here?" Albert curiously posed a question that had lingered in his mind from his previous life. "In theory, yes, but we do not accept excessive amounts of Muggle currency," the fairy replied, ringing a bell to summon another fairy, who brought a bag of gold coins to Herbert and led them aside to verify the quantity of galleons. To their surprise, it was indeed gold coins. Herbert toyed with the galleons between his fingers, unable to suppress an exclamation of amazement. After counting the galleons and confirming their accuracy, the two departed from Gringotts. Walking along the sunlit street, the gold coins in their pockets clinked melodiously, as if urging them to spend their newfound wealth. "Are we to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, my dear?" Upon entering the tailor's shop, a short, plump witch greeted Albert with a warm smile. "Indeed, madam," Albert responded with a nod. "Thank you for your assistance. Such a polite young man. Come, let me take your measurements," Madame Malkin said, waving her fingers, causing a tape measure, pins, and scissors to fly toward them, automatically measuring Albert's dimensions, much to Herbert's astonishment. The process of custom clothing was intricate and took a full half hour, after which Madame Malkin instructed them to return later for their package. "Madam, in addition to the school-required garments, I would also like to order a black pointed hat and a plain black cloak, tailored to my measurements, but without a name tag. Also, please package them separately," Albert requested after adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. "A black pointed hat and a plain cloak?" Madame Malkin repeated, glancing curiously at Herbert. "Yes," Herbert nodded, aware that these were gifts intended for Nia. "Very well." Madame Malkin did not dwell on the peculiar request and nodded in understanding. After prepaying a sum of galleons, they left Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and proceeded to the nearby Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where they purchased a brass scale, a brass telescope, and glass vials from their list. In truth, Albert merely handed the list to Weasley, indicating that he wished to procure the items listed. The total cost was 13 galleons, and additionally, Albert purchased an hourglass for 2 galleons. With Weasley's enthusiastic guidance, Albert effortlessly located the Patil's Cauldron shop, where he acquired a tin cauldron for 15 galleons. They then sought out the apothecary through the shopkeeper Patil to replenish the ingredients needed for their potion classes. The apothecary was certainly not a pleasant place. As they approached, they were greeted by an overwhelming, nauseating odor, seemingly designed to deter customers. The shop was filled with an array of peculiar items, shelves lined with jars of herbs, dried roots, and vividly colored powders. Bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and fluffy claws hung from the ceiling. Good heavens! How on earth do wizards manage to concoct potions from such things? Herbert dared not ponder further, especially upon spotting a jar of slugs priced at 1 galleon. It was utterly revolting. This father began to question his life choices. Perhaps sending his son to that Hogwarts was not the wisest decision after all. Besides the potions, Albert also purchased various tools necessary for potion making. After paying, he led his father, whose face was a mixture of complexity and concern, out of the apothecary. "Albert, perhaps we should reconsider," Herbert said earnestly, pulling Albert away from the shop. "Let us go to Eton College." Albert's face twitched momentarily as he shook his head. The more I pondered, the more I felt it was implausible. Perhaps Daisy was indeed correct. Herbert gazed at his son with a complex expression. We were still lacking a few books, a wand, and an owl. Albert looked at Herbert and spoke, at least, before drawing any conclusions about the magical realm. "We should refrain from hasty judgments." "Very well," Herbert replied, slightly disheartened, yet he nodded in agreement. After purchasing the books on the list at the Leaky Cauldron, Albert additionally acquired a fundamental tome on the history of the magical world. In truth, Albert had wished to linger in the bookstore for a while, but considering the constraints of time, he relinquished that desire and requested a list of books from the shopkeeper, enabling him to order the necessary volumes via OWL in the future. Next, at the stationery shop adjacent to the Quidditch Emporium, he procured a substantial quantity of parchment, quills, and ink. With the proprietor's enthusiastic assistance, he located Elop's Owl Emporium, situated on the northern side of Diagon Alley, easily identifiable by the plethora of owls adorning its exterior. An owl was a necessity, otherwise he would be unable to communicate with his family. Herbert also assisted in purchasing a bag of owl treats and owl nuts. Pushing the cart, Herbert meticulously crossed off each item acquired, leaving only the wand yet to be obtained. Ollivander's, the wand shop, lay on the southern side of Diagon Alley, and they learned of its whereabouts from the witch selling the owls. It was a small, dilapidated establishment. As Albert pushed the door open to enter the shop, the tinkling of a bell resonated within. The interior was quite small, furnished only with a long bench, devoid of any other items. When Herbert entered, maneuvering his cart, he felt as though he had filled the space to its utmost capacity. He settled onto the bench, savoring a pumpkin pie freshly acquired from a nearby stall, while his cart bore an assortment of confections, also intended as gifts for Nia. Albert held a slice of pumpkin pie in his hand, feeling hunger gnawing at him. "Is anyone there?" A gentle voice emerged as Ollivander stepped outside. "Good afternoon, sir. I wish to purchase." Albert set down the pumpkin pie. "A wand? Ah. Of course, a new student from Hogwarts." "Yes, sir. By the way, what is your name?" Ollivander, perhaps sensing the confusion in Albert's eyes, explained. "Every wizard who purchases a wand here needs to be registered with the Ministry of Magic." "Albert Anderson," he introduced himself. "Very well, Mr. Anderson." Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape from his pocket. "Which arm do you favor?" "I am accustomed to using my right hand," Albert replied, raising his arm. Ollivander began to take his measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow. The intricate process led both father and son to wonder if Ollivander was in the business of selling wands or clothing. "Every wand I craft is unique, and wizards are always able to find the most suitable one here." Ollivander spoke to himself as he measured, while Albert began to question reality. As the tape measure seemingly autonomously assessed the distance between his nostrils, Albert reached out to push aside the ruler and approached the counter. Ollivander had already retrieved a wand from the shelf, introducing it with a flourish. Crafted from holly wood and phoenix feather, measuring 7 inches, it possesses remarkable flexibility. As Albert extended his hand to receive it, Ollivander swiftly reclaimed it. "Try this one," he said, crafted from a blend of willow and unicorn hair. Measuring 8.5 inches in length. An extraordinary combination, it boasts remarkable flexibility. Albert waved it, but to no avail. It appeared unsuitable. Ollivander continued to speak to himself, attempting once more with this wand. Albert experimented with wand after wand. At times, the wands exhibited tremendous destructive power, shattering the vases upon the counter and startling Herbert. "I relish discerning patrons," Ollivander remarked with a smile as he retrieved another selection of wands. Crafted from redwood and phoenix feather, 9 inches in length, possessing commendable flexibility. Albert grasped the wand, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from its tip. With a delicate flick, the wand emitted red sparks, bursting forth like fireworks within the shop. This was the one. Ollivander cheerfully placed the wand into a box, smiling at Albert as he remarked, "Legend has it that wands crafted from redwood bestow luck upon their wielders. Do you believe in such tales?" Albert retorted. "Not really," Ollivander replied. "I think wands made of redwood attract certain specific wizards, who, when faced with peril, possess the innate ability to turn danger into safety. Thus, it is not the wood that brings fortune, but rather the wizard who cultivates its reputation for luck." One could argue that point. Albert raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Ollivander nodded. "That will be 10 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." That evening, Albert showcased his new Hogwarts uniform to his family, a simple black robe and a pointed black hat, lacking any distinctive features. If one were to be brutally honest, it appeared rather foolish, especially that wretched pointed hat, which he believed would surely attract attention should he venture out wearing it. Nia, however, was quite pleased with her gift. Draping herself in a cloak far too large for her and donning the same pointed hat, striking poses in the living room as Herbert snapped photos of the two. Daisy sat on the sofa, quietly perusing Albert's history of magic, eager to understand the world her son was about to enter. "Mother, look, a living chocolate frog," Nia exclaimed, as she unwrapped the box, watching the chocolate frog hop away, unable to contain her giggles. Herbert, now experienced, quickly reached out to catch the chocolate frog that had landed on the table, handing it to Nia. He then opened another box containing yet another chocolate frog, swiftly presenting it to Daisy, who was engrossed in her reading. "Is it truly safe to eat?" Daisy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the seemingly animated chocolate frog with skepticism. "Mother, chocolate frogs are edible and quite delightful," Nia declared, having already bitten off the head of her chocolate frog, her face adorned with melted chocolate. "All right, wipe your face clean. You look like a little kitten." Albert offered his handkerchief to Nia, turning his attention to Tom, who was engaged in a standoff with an owl. He picked Tom up and placed him beside the sofa, gently scratching his chin and advising, "Tom, do not bully it." Albert took some owl nuts from the package and poured a few onto the plate inside the cage, murmuring to himself, "What shall I name you?" "Jerry." Albert pondered for a moment before bestowing the snowy owl with the name Tom and Jerry. Despite the absence of the iconic cartoon in this world, Albert found the name delightfully amusing. The snowy owl seemed to sense its owner's mischievous intent and remained unresponsive to the name Jerry. "Albert, that name is rather unpleasant." Nia exclaimed as she tenderly cradled the owl, nuzzling her face against it. It should be called Sheila. That's a lovely name. Why not call it Sheila B? Albert thought to himself with a hint of mischief. Albert, the person in the photograph has suddenly vanished. Herbert exclaimed in astonishment upon discovering that the figure within the chocolate frog card had indeed disappeared. Photograph. Albert turned to his father, who was holding a chocolate frog card. Perhaps the wizard's photographs are meant to move? If the chocolate frogs can move, why not the figures in the photographs? Herbert accepted this explanation. Flipping the card over to read the text on the back, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of modern times. Oh, that's the old man who sent a letter to Albert, Daisy remarked, taking the chocolate frog card from her husband to discern who had sent the invitation to her son. Unfortunately, the card was empty. Daisy flipped the card over, continuing to read the remaining text. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and achieving remarkable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore had a passion for chamber music and temple bowling. Dragon's blood? Daisy gasped in disbelief. Are there really dragons in this world? Moreover, Nicholas Flamel, I recall he was a renowned alchemist of the 14th century, Albert added. He created the legendary Philosopher's Stone, said to turn lead into gold and grant immortality. If he is still alive, it implies the Philosopher's Stone has granted him eternal life. Now, Daisy, cheer up, Herbert said, wrapping his arm around his wife and gently reassuring her. The situation isn't as dire as you might think, especially since we are yet to comprehend the magical world. It is best not to draw hasty conclusions. Furthermore, you should have faith in our son. He is a genius who can shine wherever he goes. By the way, Albert, can you perform magic? Nia exclaimed as she rushed toward Albert, grasping his hand and playfully shaking it, her face brimming with anticipation. I want to see you perform magic. I need to study this first. I can't do it just yet, Albert replied, playfully tousling Nia's hair. How annoying. Nia pouted, covering her head before scampering over to Daisy to share a slice of pumpkin pie. Albert began to peruse the standard spells of Miranda Goshawk at the novice level, then retrieved his wand from the box, preparing for his inaugural attempt at spellcasting. No, Albert, do not try it here. Herbert's face twitched, recalling the earlier incident at the wand shop. You ought to have a little faith in your son. Albert raised his wand and gently tapped it, murmuring the incantation, Lumos. The tip of the wand flickered suddenly before extinguishing once more. Just now, the tip of the wand flashed, didn't it? Daisy inquired, somewhat uncertain. Indeed, it did flash. Truly my son. Herbert felt a swell of pride, unable to conceal his elation at Albert's immediate ability to wield magic. Albert, what was that just now? Nia asked eagerly. It was the Lumos spell. It should be relatively easy to master. I'm just giving it a try, Albert replied, discreetly glancing at his panel, where he indeed found that the skill list had been updated to include Lumos. The spell was still at level 0, yet he had already gained 7 experience points. One must reach level 1 to be deemed truly proficient. Transitioning from level 0 to level 1 required merely 100 experience points. But Albert had no intention of expending his precious stored experience to elevate Lumos to level 1, as even 100 points were exceedingly valuable. I shall try once more. Albert cleared his throat and recited the incantation again, as the tip of his wand radiated a pale glow once more. Albert made 5 attempts before he barely mastered the spell. With just a modicum of concentration, the light from his wand would not easily extinguish. Witnessing this scene, the other 3 could not help but applaud. Though it was merely a simple illumination charm, it was nothing short of remarkable in the eyes of the Anderson family. Albert, let me try? I want to give it a shot, Nia exclaimed, eagerly lunging toward her brother. No way. Albert swiftly tucked his wand away. At least not here. Do you understand? The last time I attempted a spell, I nearly blew up the counter of that one shop. Such a miser. This isn't a matter of stinginess. Wands are inherently dangerous, and I know nothing about them. What would happen if danger arose? Albert immediately adopted a serious expression, wielding his trump card. If you continue to act so recklessly, I shall cease teaching you magic altogether. Albert was indeed correct. Herbert quickly interjected. You should wait until he becomes more proficient before you attempt anything. Fine. Nia pouted in dissatisfaction, but ultimately conceded, though she appeared somewhat disheartened. She greatly envied Albert's ability to wield magic. Your grandfather plans to visit in the next few days. However, I believe it would be best for us to see them together, lest we have to make an additional trip. Herbert left behind some magical confections and gifts, aware that his father might not consume them, yet he would surely be delighted to see such things. In the late hours of the night, at 19 Tybee Avenue, the light in the second-floor window remained aglow. Albert perused the contents of a book on speed reading, simultaneously elevating his rapid memory to level 2, significantly enhancing his cognitive abilities. An ordinary person would lack such prowess, particularly in the realm of memory, wherein Albert undoubtedly excelled. Just moments ago, he discovered an unfamiliar skill manifesting within him, the bloodline of the sorcerer, at level 0. This particular skill could not be upgraded through conventional experience. It could only be enhanced using skill points. This was a novel encounter for Albert. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to elevate the bloodline of the sorcerer to level 1. Following this upgrade, he found that his efficiency in learning magic had notably improved, or rather, his magical power had intensified, allowing him to grasp the luminosity spell with remarkable swiftness. Within a mere 10 minutes of practice, he successfully advanced the skill to level 1, indicating that he had preliminarily mastered this incantation. Even without deliberate concentration, he could effortlessly invoke it. Should he invest all his skill points into this newfound ability? Albert hesitated, for skill points were hard to come by, and he needed to reserve some for himself. However, after much deliberation, he decided to invest the remaining 2 skill points, only to discover that he could only advance by 1 level. What a disappointment. After Albert elevated his wizard bloodline to level 2, he did not perceive any other changes. Could it possibly be a passive skill? Albert felt somewhat melancholic, yet he bore no regrets as he stepped out of the room and began to experiment with the unlocking charm. With one hand grasping his wand and the other perusing the standard spells, he followed the instructions outlined in the book. He executed 2 gentle swishes, reminiscent of an inverted S shape, though it felt rather awkward. After several attempts, Albert finally turned the handle and cast Alohomora, successfully unlocking the door. Albert twisted the lock several times, yet it remained steadfastly shut. The attempt was thwarted, as anticipated. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The panel revealed an additional unlocking spell, albeit this time devoid of any prior experience. "Albert, what are you doing?" A girl's voice echoed from behind him, and Nia, clad in her nightgown, appeared at the far end of the corridor. Albert turned his head to glance at his sister, fully aware of her current emotional state, akin to catching a thief in the act of pilfering sweets. "Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Albert inquired. "I can't sleep." Nia lamented. "How cunning of you. You are indeed practicing magic in secret." Albert felt a twinge of awkwardness, akin to being caught in the act of pilfering sweets. "I want to play," Nia exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Albert's wand. "But this is not a toy." Albert shook his head, resolute in his decision to prevent his sister from wielding the wand. Children often lack restraint, acting solely on their whims, and no one could predict the trouble she might cause. Of course, this was contingent upon Nia being a witch as well. Given that Albert himself was a wizard, it was highly probable that Nia possessed the same potential. Thus he would not allow her to experiment with the wand, at least not at this moment. "How cunning. Aren't you playing secretly?" Nia pouted, resembling a child whose toy has been snatched away. "Aren't you going to bed?" Albert redirected the conversation. "No, I can't sleep." "Then I shall tell you a story." Albert retrieved a key and reopened the door to his room. "How sly of you," Nia muttered, yet she still picked up Tom and followed Albert into his chamber. Once inside, Tom began to sniff around, seemingly in search of the owl, expressing his discontent at the birdcage by the window. "All right, Tom, Sheila has gone out to hunt." Albert cradled the short-haired cat, gently stroking its belly, before securely placing the wand in a drawer, locking it away, as if safeguarding against a thief. Albert was acutely aware of his sister's nature. "Is it really necessary to be so cautious?" Nia complained, her lips forming a pout. "Do you think I don't know you?" Albert rolled his eyes at her. "If you got your hands on the wand, wouldn't you blow up the house?" "I wouldn't," Nia retorted defiantly. "Who knows? Don't forget how you got those scratches on your arm." Albert had no desire to test the waters. He certainly did not want to witness her losing an arm, or, even worse, her life. "I wouldn't." Nia felt a twinge of guilt, recalling a similar incident when Tom had just arrived at their home. She had been rough with him and received a scolding from Albert. The first time she had seen him truly angry. "Don't forget the lesson," Albert countered. "Do you still want to hear a story?" "All right." Nia settled onto a cushion, stroking Tom's fur as she quietly listened to Albert narrate a fairy tale. He had become quite proficient at it, having previously practiced his speaking skills while enhancing his English proficiency. After all, he was not an authentically British individual. Although he had absorbed much since his arrival, he still felt somewhat lacking in this area. Notably, he had also managed to learn a foreign language, advancing his French skills as well, earning him the reputation of a prodigy for good reason. "Albert, do you think I can use magic in the future?" Nia suddenly inquired. "You should be able to." "I can use magic, so you should be able to as well," Albert reassured her. "That's because you're a genius. You learn everything so quickly." "That has nothing to do with being a genius," Albert retorted, exasperated. "We are siblings. If I can do it, you should be able to as well." "But grandfather can't." "He says his family can, but he alone cannot," Nia murmured, "and Dad can't either." Some innocent bystander took the hit. "Even if you can't use magic, you can still do other things," Albert consoled her. "You're truly cunning. You can use magic but still say such things to comfort others." "Tom, scratch him." Nia grabbed Tom's paw and placed it on Albert's face. As the night grew deeper, Nia unwittingly drifted off to sleep. The door creaked open, and Daisy, clad in her pajamas, entered with Herbert, gazing helplessly at their slumbering daughter. Finally asleep, Herbert remarked, picking up Nia to carry her back to her room. "Good night, Albert. Get some rest. Don't stay up late." "You can read tomorrow," Daisy said, planting a gentle kiss on Albert's cheek. "Your father and I will not oppose your decisions." "Good night." Albert stifled a yawn and nudged Tom, who merely rolled over, showing no intention of relocating. "Never mind. Good night, Tom." Albert pushed the cat aside, adjusted his pillows, and settled into a comfortable position, ready for rest. He too was quite fatigued. Nevertheless, it must be said, magic truly is a wondrous thing. 2 days later, the Anderson family traveled to Charles Street, where Albert's grandparents resided at number 21. The Andersons made it a yearly tradition to visit the elderly couple during the summer holidays. Albert would often stay with them for a few days. "Dad, I'm here to see you," Albert exclaimed. "Come here, let me have a look." Luke completely disregarded his son, stepping forward to scrutinize his grandson. "Herbert, you received the letter from Hogwarts. How wonderful. If there's anything you wish to buy, just let me know." "Dad, I already took Albert to Diagon Alley to purchase some things." Herbert sighed at his father, clearing his throat. "I even brought you a gift." "I'm not a child, I don't need gifts." Luke glanced up at his son, taking Albert's small hand and saying, "Come inside. Tell me what magic you've learned." Luke had been excited for several days, like a child himself. Sansa said to Herbert and his wife, "He never mentioned this to me before. I only found out a few days ago. It's been ages since I last saw Nia. Did she miss me?" "Brother 1T let me touch his wand. He guards it like a thief." Nia immediately tattled to her grandmother. "Herbert, keep an eye on Tom. Don't let him run off," Daisy instructed, grabbing the bag from the car and asking her husband to carry the cat cage so that their pet wouldn't dash away the moment the door opened. Can Albert really perform magic? Sansa found the notion intriguing, never having expected her grandson to be a legendary wizard. "Yes, he can make the wand glow and secretly practices in his room every night," Nia chimed in, taking her grandmother's hand and recounting Albert's warnings that if she had the wand, she would surely blow up the house. "Mom, you don't understand. That wand is genuinely dangerous," she insisted. Herbert followed closely behind, recounting his experiences in Diagon Alley. Albert believed that recklessly attempting magic was perilous. Daisy added, having read about the history of magic, she was somewhat knowledgeable about the happenings within the magical community. "All right, Daisy, things are not as dire as you imagine." "No, Mom. In fact, even in the wizarding world, children are not allowed to handle wands easily." Daisy firmly stood by Albert's side. Their son was always quite reliable. "How do you know?" Herbert inquired curiously. "If you had read those books thoroughly, you would understand," Daisy reproached her husband. "Can you please pay more attention to Albert? He is our precious son. Don't worry. Albert has never given us cause for concern," Herbert assured, fully aware of his son's character, as Albert had always been a source of comfort. "Even so, you should be more mindful." Daisy entered the house with a package, casually closing the door behind her. Once released from his cage, Tom dashed around excitedly, while Sansa and Daisy headed to the kitchen to prepare desserts and tea. Luke listened intently as his son and grandson recounted stories about Diagon Alley, filling in the gaps for one another. Luke was well aware that portraits of wizards could move and had some understanding of Dumbledore. He placed the chocolate frog brought by Herbert into a large glass jar, using it as a decorative piece in the living room. "Years ago, I had written to Dumbledore, inquiring why I had not received an invitation. Over time, Luke had come to terms with his situation, having been sent away at the age of 11 to be raised by a distant, ordinary relative due to his lack of magical ability, a condition derogatorily referred to as being a squib. Herbert was perplexed and angered, believing that his father's family had acted unfairly. To a wizarding family, a squib was a source of shame. Luke softly remarked that they would do their utmost to conceal this secret, even pretending that the individual did not exist. "Do not be sad," Nia comforted. "After all these years, I have let go of such matters and have completely severed ties with that side of the family." Luke lifted Nia onto his lap, smiling as he said, "However, I must admit, Albert becoming a wizard was somewhat unexpected. When Herbert did not receive his invitation, I had entirely given up hope." During their casual conversation, Albert showcased new spells he had learned, including the Lumos charm, the repairing charm, and the cleaning charm, as well as the unlocking charm. All thanks to his ascension to level 2 in wizarding bloodline, though his mastery was not yet refined. Witnessing the cracked teacup slowly mend and the spilled tea vanish without a trace was quite astonishing. "I want to learn too," Nia pleaded with her grandfather, pouting. "Albert is too clever." Luke glanced at his grandson, aware that Albert had his own opinions and would not make decisions lightly. "You must follow my instructions," Albert stated, eyeing his sister, curious whether Nia possessed any magical talent. "I will, I promise." Nia nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "Promising so quickly? Perhaps not." "As you were not truly listening to me," Albert said earnestly. I was listening carefully," Nia retorted quickly. "Repeat after me. Lumos." "Lumos," Nia echoed promptly, recognizing it as a spell. "Now say it a few more times slowly. Do not mispronounce it, for the consequences are unpredictable," Albert advised. "I will lend you my wand shortly, but do not wave it carelessly, do not aim it at anyone, and do not utter spells recklessly. Even if you cannot cast magic, do not lose your temper." "Understood," Nia replied, somewhat impatiently. "What did I just say?" Albert suddenly inquired. "Do not wave the wand carelessly." Nia mumbled, pouting in complaint. "I am not you. I cannot remember so much." "If you cannot remember, I cannot give you the wand," Albert replied seriously. "Fine. Say it again," Nia capitulated. The Anderson family chuckled at how firmly Albert had Nia under his thumb. Children often enjoyed being mischievous, and Nia was no different. However, Albert had his ways of managing her antics. Only after Nia had memorized his instructions did Albert hand her his wand. Nia excitedly accepted the wand. But after receiving a stern look from Albert, she settled down, obediently attempting to use the Lumos charm, yet she was unsuccessful. Take a deep breath, focus, and try again. Albert gently placed a hand on Nia's shoulder. The Lumos charm was among the simplest spells, and failure to cast it might indicate a lack of wizardly talent in Nia. Lumos, Nia tried several more times, but each attempt failed. Do not be anxious, do not rush. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to fail. Albert reassured her, stroking her hair before glancing at their grandfather. Luke shook his head in acknowledgement, and Albert understood what that meant. Do I lack the talent to become a wizard? Nia's face fell, sadness evident in her expression. I cannot say for certain, Albert comforted. Perhaps it is merely your young age. Ugh, Albert always likes to deceive. I must not have the talent to be a wizard, Nia exclaimed, casting aside the wand and running off. Albert, with a look of helplessness, picked up the wand and gazed in the direction where Nia had fled, preparing to chase after her. Children can be quite troublesome. I will go find Nia, Luke declared as he rose to his feet and walked towards his granddaughter. He understood Nia's current state of mind. It was uncertain how Luke would console her and help this temperamental granddaughter regain her composure. In the following days, Herb and Daisy returned to their jobs while Albert and Nia continued to spend their summer on Charles Street. Albert shared the enchanting tales of magical history and other literary works with the two elderly gentlemen, performing the spells he had mastered before their eyes. He also spent a considerable sum of galleons to commission a wizard's chess set from Wyzek, engaging Nick in the intricate strategies of the game. Initially, Nia was taken aback by the wizard's chess, yet she soon developed a fondness for this captivating pastime. Naturally, the outcome was that no one dared to challenge Albert in chess, as his prowess had far surpassed that of his peers. Wizard's chess, much like its mundane counterpart, is played with living pieces that require verbal commands for movement, akin to directing an army into battle. Should one attempt to grasp a piece with their hand, it would retaliate with its weapon, pricking one's fingers. While ordinary individuals can partake in the game, they struggle to orchestrate the pieces effectively, which seem to possess a form of self-awareness, incessantly chattering and expressing their grievances, questioning the player's skill, and lamenting assignments, such as being sent to perilous positions while suggesting that pawns be sacrificed without concern. Albert's progress in learning has been remarkably swift. During this period, he also accomplished Luke's regretful task, earning himself 500 experience points. His accumulated experience has now reached 30,000, although the experience pool appears substantial. It proves to be rather inadequate in practice. The higher one's skill level, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Ultimately, one must rely on depleting the experience pool or skill points to achieve upgrades. Are you certain that this leaf will float? Nia inquired, her gaze fixed upon the leaf, which remained unresponsive. Albert, feeling a twinge of frustration, pondered that perhaps the hand gesture was incorrect. In the art of spellcasting, the movements of the wrist hold significant importance. A single misstep or an improper incantation could result in magical failure, an error often made by novices. Left to his own devices, he could only explore gradually or utilize the experience from his pool to elevate his skill to level 1 and master it directly. Albert would opt for the former unless he truly found himself unable to master it, at which point he might consider the latter. A levitation spell did not particularly concern him, as mastering such a spell was not overly difficult. Indeed, magic was not as easily grasped as one might think. Nia held a certain admiration for Albert's patience. At the very least, she did not possess as much patience to devote to this endeavor. Of course, it was akin to learning mathematics, requiring a step-by-step approach. Albert pushed his sister on the swing, casually reassuring her not to give up until the very end. Ugh. Not again with this reassuring talk. I've grown weary of it, Nia pouted, yet she felt a sense of joy nonetheless. In truth, she had begun to suspect that she might lack the innate talent to become a witch, and after her last conversation with her grandfather, she had become less concerned about the matter. When the park was relatively empty, Albert attempted the levitation spell once more. This time, he succeeded. After uttering Wingardium Leviosa, the leaves ascended gracefully into the air. At that moment, Albert sensed someone watching them and discreetly tucked away his wand, turning to gaze at the onlooker, a slightly older boy. Is there something you need? Albert raised an eyebrow, inquiring of the boy. He harbored no fear of confrontation. His karate skills were at level 2, allowing him to easily overpower an ordinary person even without his wand. He had learned karate at the tender age of 8, primarily to deal with unruly children. After an incident in which he had reduced 3 classmates to tears, the entire school became aware of Albert Anderson's prowess in martial arts. Consequently, Daisy had been summoned to the school for a reprimand, yet she staunchly stood by Albert's side, even going so far as to summon her husband. The couple wielded their legal expertise to render everyone speechless. After all, those 3 children were older than Albert. How could they dare to cry and seek the teacher's help? Ultimately, the matter dissipated, and it was during this time that Albert fully embraced his family. You must be a first-year student at Hogwarts, right? It's unwise to practice magic in a public place. The Muggles fear the power of magic, the boy observed, his face a mixture of astonishment as he regarded the floating leaves. He had not anticipated encountering a first-year student who could successfully levitate leaves. Thank you. I will be careful, Albert replied, sensing no malice from the boy, and prepared to depart with his sister. I am Gabriel Truman, a student of Hufflepuff House. Residing nearby, he introduced himself, extending a friendly handshake to Albert. You are a first-year student, I presume? I hope you will join Hufflepuff House. Hufflepuff? Albert feigned confusion. Oh, right. You're not familiar with the 4 houses and the sorting ceremony, Truman began to explain, but was interrupted by an owl swooping down, dropping a letter at his feet. What on earth? An owl at this hour? Truman murmured, perplexed as he picked up the letter and tore it open, his expression freezing as his face turned pale. Nia sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly hid behind Albert. Is something wrong? Albert ventured, sensing the unease. I've been expelled. Why is this happening? Why? Truman's face was a tapestry of confusion and fury, appearing on the brink of madness as he struggled to comprehend why the Ministry of Magic would send a letter stating he had been expelled for using a levitation spell in front of a muggle. Wait, it was you. It must be your fault. Truman suddenly realized, lunging at the younger boy, only to feel the world spin as he was swiftly taken down by Albert. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist and could not suppress a cry of agony. Calm down, it's not as dire as you think. Albert deduced from Truman's words that the unfortunate boy had indeed been expelled. But I didn't even cast the levitation spell, Truman bellowed, his anger palpable. I didn't even bring my wand. I know, it was I who performed the spell, Albert calmly reminded him. Perhaps we should write a letter to the school to clarify the situation. If necessary, I will testify on your behalf. Do not worry. They will not expel you so easily. We should write letters immediately, one from each of us, explaining the current circumstances. Do you have an owl? No, Truman replied, somewhat dejected, realizing he was not as composed as Albert. Brother, there's Shella. Nia pointed to the owl flying toward them. It seems Shella knows we need her. Owls are truly remarkable creatures, Albert marveled. Gabriel Truman had no better course of action and accepted Albert's suggestion. Being expelled from Hogwarts was a result he could not bear to contemplate. After writing the letters, Truman watched the owl fly away and turned to Albert, asking, will this really suffice? The school must be taken aback. I doubt they would expel a student without understanding the situation. Albert reassured him, and the freckled boy began to calm, seemingly influenced by Albert's composure. May I see that letter? Albert inquired. Oh, here, what a misfortune, Truman sighed, passing the letter to Albert. During the summer of my first year, I received a warning from the Ministry of Magic for using magic in front of my family. He explained, Hogwarts students are prohibited from using magic outside of school. But why wasn't I warned after using magic? Nia questioned, puzzled. It is likely because he had not yet attended school, Truman speculated, though he was uncertain. It must be some loophole. Albert began to read the parchment aloud. Dear Mr. Truman, we have received information that at 10:40 a.m. in a Muggle residential area, you performed a levitation spell in the presence of a Muggle. This action constitutes a serious violation of the statute of secrecy regarding the reasonable regulation of underage wizards. Consequently, you have been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Ministry of Magic will soon dispatch a representative to your residence to confiscate your wand. Given that you have previously received a formal warning for breaching Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Laws, we regret to inform you that you must appear before the Ministry at 10 a.m. on August 17th for a hearing. We wish you well. Sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I suggest that once this matter is resolved, you seek compensation for emotional distress from the Ministry, Albert remarked. Having learned a thing or two about exploiting legal loopholes from his family of lawyers, Truman appeared somewhat dazed, unable to grasp the situation, bewildered by the suggestion of seeking compensation from the Ministry. I dare say the Ministry has means of monitoring this area, yet they cannot determine who cast the spell, Albert continued. My sister and I merely came here for the summer, and because you happened to encounter us, the Ministry assumed you were responsible for the levitation spell and prepared to expel you. Indeed, it was a grave misstep on their part. And this letter must have startled you greatly, correct? You were on the verge of losing your composure. It is only fair that you seek compensation for emotional distress. Absolutely. Claiming for emotional damages is entirely justified, Nia concurred. My family comprises lawyers, so I possess a more profound understanding of these matters than you do. Albert continued to instigate. Soon, someone will come by. At the very least, a letter will be written to clarify your situation. Subsequently, you can lodge a complaint against the Ministry of Magic for their blunder, demanding compensation for the fright you experienced, asking for a sum of 100 galleons. Wouldn't that be excessive? Truman was taken aback by Albert's audacious proposal. This makes for a better argument, Albert replied without hesitation. At the very least, 50 galleons would not be unreasonable. If it falls below this amount, do not pursue it, lest they perceive you as a child trying to deceive them. Adults are often treated this way. They think children are easily dismissed. If the Ministry refuses to pay, I can compose a letter for you, allowing the Daily Prophet to anonymously expose this incident. I am confident they would be inclined to grant you 50 galleons. However, you must agree to share half of the proceeds with me as a fee for drafting the letter. Albert's words left Truman astounded at the child's remarkable cunning. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore had just received notification from the Ministry of Magic regarding Gabriel Truman's expulsion for performing the levitation charm in the presence of Muggles. This was disheartening news, as Truman had a prior record. He had been warned by the Ministry for using magic in front of his family during the summer of his first year. Just as Dumbledore was preparing to visit the Ministry to ascertain the situation, a letter delivered by Owl left him particularly astonished. The letter detailed that Truman was not involved in the incident. He merely encountered a new student practicing the levitation charm in the park, and the Muggle in question was the student's sister. This did not seem to be a fabrication, for the letter also contained another note, the author of which was Albert Anderson. In a letter, Albert expressed his regret for the unwarranted misfortune he brought upon Truman, stating that he would be willing to testify on his behalf if necessary. Dumbledore recalled the name and confirmed that it belonged to a first-year student from a Muggle family. A sigh of relief escaped Dumbledore. He believed the situation was likely as he suspected. The expulsion of a student was certainly not a scenario he wished to witness as the headmaster. Dumbledore promptly made his way to the Ministry of Magic, discussing the letter and the incident with the officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The matter did not seem grave enough to warrant a trial. If it were merely an accident, the Ministry risked becoming a laughingstock. After all, both Dumbledore and the Ministry officials were well aware of the loopholes surrounding the use of magic. As anticipated, the Ministry sent representatives, and Dumbledore encountered them, observing two children conversing in the park with a smile. It appeared to be a misunderstanding. With a grin, he addressed the Ministry officials. I presume you are Headmaster Dumbledore. Albert surveyed Dumbledore, extending his hand for a handshake, exclaiming, You look just like the picture on a chocolate frog card, Mr. Albert. Dumbledore assessed Albert with a smile. We received your letter, child. May I have your wand, please? Oh, of course. Albert complied, aware of Dumbledore's intentions. The headmaster proceeded to use the wand, detecting the spells cast in recent days. He gazed at Albert in surprise, astonished that the boy had mastered 5 spells in such a short time. Truman just corrected my gesture for the levitation charm. I've just grasped it, Albert explained. And your wand? Inquired the Ministry official, glancing at Truman. I left it at home. If you need to examine it, I can fetch it, Truman replied, unabashed, unconcerned about any inspections. It seems this is a misunderstanding, Natalie, Dumbledore said with a smile. Indeed, I believe so, Natalie nodded. I suppose I must rewrite my report. Excuse me? Truman took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Are you leaving just like that? Is there an issue? Natalie looked at Truman, puzzled. So I'm fine now. Truman was displeased with the Ministry's attitude. Yes. This was entirely an oversight. Natalie's tone was rather formal. Truman cast a glance at Albert, his voice growing firmer. I require an apology, sir. Do you understand the impact this letter has had on me? You have no idea how furious I was when I discovered my inexplicable expulsion. Now you simply dismiss it, as if I am a child to be trifled with. Truman's tone became increasingly assertive, angered by the Ministry's nonchalance. Albert, who had previously been slightly tremulous, now adopted a strong demeanor. I demand an apology from the Ministry. This incident was entirely due to your error and has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, the Ministry must compensate me for my emotional distress. What? I didn't quite catch that. Natalie's expression froze. Even Dumbledore's demeanor shifted dramatically. I apologize, but I also require compensation for emotional distress, sir. Truman tightened his fists. 100 galleons. I'm sorry, child, but it is unfortunate that you've encountered this trouble. However, compensation for emotional distress has no precedent. Natalie raised an eyebrow. I do not accept your apology, sir. It lacks sincerity, Truman retorted angrily. Do you think just because I am a child, I can be bullied? Natalie exchanged glances with Dumbledore. I believe this is quite pertinent, gentlemen. I was present when Truman lunged at me after reading the letter. I even doubted his sanity. It took considerable time to calm him down and suggest he write to Headmaster Dumbledore. Albert calmly regarded the two men, showing no fear. To be honest, he had never been fond of the Ministry, and witnessing their handling of the situation only solidified this sentiment. Such a colossal blunder warranted a sincere apology. Simply leaving without acknowledgement was unacceptable. In truth, they were merely a group of individuals exploiting their authority. No wonder they fell prey to Voldemort's machinations. Additionally, I find your apology utterly insincere. Albert narrowed his eyes and remarked, I have encountered adults like you before. One of my former teachers was just like that. Natalie's expression darkened. Of course, you may continue to regard us as mere children. Albert suddenly smiled, patting Truman on the shoulder. Some individuals are simply like that. Do not take it to heart. Return home. I will contact you via Owl. Perhaps we can discuss academic matters. Natalie, his face clouded, departed, oblivious to the consequences he would soon face. Farewell, Headmaster. Albert nodded slightly to Dumbledore. I am grateful for your assistance in resolving this matter for Truman. I would feel guilty if you were expelled due to me. Goodbye, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Truman. Headmaster Dumbledore also took his leave. Those individuals are truly detestable. Truman clenched his fists. What an attitude. It's infuriating. I would love to punch him. So, shall we write to the Daily Prophet? Albert smiled at Truman after Dumbledore had left. Just moments ago, he had triggered a quest named Truman's Discontent. Yes, we must expose this matter. Remember to share half of the rewards with me. Albert was unafraid of stirring trouble. The rewards for this quest were substantial, offering 3,000 experience points and an additional 25 galleons. All right, you write it. By the way, are your parents really lawyers? Truman couldn't help but ask. Indeed. They are all lawyers, so I am quite adept in this area. Moreover, we are in the right. Society sympathizes with the weak. People will surely relish the prospect of a scandal involving the ministry in the Daily Prophet. We can arrange with the reporters to ensure our names and photos do not appear in the newspaper, and please keep the ministry's letters safe. Albert was aware of an individual particularly suited for the task at hand. In London, at the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter pondered over today's special edition. Recently, there had been a dearth of significant news, which left her somewhat perplexed. People are drawn to sensational headlines, whether based on truth or embellished content, in Rita Skeeter's eyes. A newspaper that captivates its readers is a successful one. She consulted her assistant, striving to unearth some news that could spark conversation. Shortly thereafter, several letters were placed before Rita Skeeter on her desk. She opened the envelopes, encountering a mix of vitriol and juicy gossip, but one letter successfully captured her attention. Upon reading it, Rita recognized that this was the news she had been seeking, as it was accompanied by a photograph. Days later, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures gained notoriety. In the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter depicted it as a department prone to blunders, refusing to apologize for its mistakes and exhibiting a deplorable attitude towards problem-solving. One unfortunate individual, Natalie, was singled out and became the target of widespread criticism. At the conclusion of her article, Rita Skeeter expressed the victim's doubt regarding the trustworthiness of the Ministry of Magic, revealing that he had approached the Daily Prophet seeking 50 galleons as compensation for the ministry's unwillingness to acknowledge his grievances. This sum exceeded what the ministry was originally obligated to pay, and they also owed the boy a sincere apology. Upon seeing the newspaper, Natalie suddenly realized that his earlier decision had been a grave mistake. He recalled the boy's words. Do you think a child is easy to bully, sir? Yet, the boy had proven otherwise. The newspaper's release sparked immediate uproar. Natalie was forced into a temporary suspension without pay, as the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures came under fire, inundated with letters of complaint. Rita Skeeter wielded her pen to demonstrate the lethal power of the written word. After gathering accounts from 2 individuals, she skillfully crafted the narrative she desired, all while plunging the ministry into chaos. She harbored no concerns regarding the credibility of her content, bolstered as it was by the accompanying letter from the ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, leaving no room for denial. Truman felt exceedingly pleased, having received 25 galleons as compensation, a sum he could scarcely fathom. Moreover, the journalist refrained from disclosing his name alongside Albert's. As events unfolded just as Albert had surmised, the Daily Prophet seized upon the incident as a headline story, delivering a scathing critique of the ministry and simultaneously bringing misfortune to that hapless individual. Albert was in high spirits. He had accomplished his task and gained the friendship of Truman. Throughout the summer, they frequently communicated through their owls, with Truman offering him assistance in matters of magic. As for the sum of galleons he received, Albert utilized it to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. Summers always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before long, it was the end of August, signaling that the start of term at Hogwarts was just around the corner. To claim that he was not looking forward to returning to Hogwarts would be disingenuous, even though Albert would have preferred to linger at home a little longer, indulging in leisure. However, time waits for no one. It is certainly not wise to navigate the realm of magic through reckless experimentation. Akin to a blind person groping with a cane, none can foresee what lies ahead. Albert remained somewhat bewildered by the intricacies of magic. Despite having perused every book available to him, he maintained a correspondence with Truman, exchanging letters every 3 days. This Hufflepuff student's academic performance could be deemed average, as the little knowledge he possessed was quickly exhausted by Albert. Truman speculated that Albert might be sorted into Ravenclaw due to his profound interest in magical knowledge, a notion that filled him with a touch of regret. Albert, however, was indifferent to the prospect of being placed in that house. As long as he was not assigned to Slytherin, which was notoriously unwelcoming to Muggle-born wizards, he would be content. Nevertheless, given Albert's Muggle heritage, it was unlikely he would find himself in Slytherin anyway. After a long day, Albert patted the head of his owl, placing some food in its cage. He was quite pleased with this owl. After his repeated requests, Shella had ceased bringing home prey. He was certain Daisy would not appreciate discovering dead mice while tidying up the room. Shella hooted tiredly, entering the cage to eat, completely unfazed by Tom's baring of teeth nearby. No mischief, Tom, Albert admonished, lifting the short-haired cat as he descended the stairs for breakfast. Today, Herbert was home. Having recently developed an interest in the Daily Prophet, displaying great curiosity towards the animated newspaper, Daisy joined him, eager to glean more insights into the magical world. This morning, she had prepared corn chowder, filling a large bowl for her son with a smile, well aware that Albert relished this dish. Does that mean I can skip the milk? Nia inquired brightly, having a distaste for her daily milk intake. Of course, you still must drink it, Daisy replied, placing a glass of milk before her daughter. Has Albert learned any new spells? Nia asked, casting a sidelong glance at the milk and subtly shifting the topic. This spell was one she had learned from Albert. She intended to pour the milk into Tom's bowl when her mother was paying attention. Nia, Daisy said, appearing behind her daughter with hands on her hips, watching intently. Mom, I'm preparing breakfast for Tom. He loves milk. Nia hastily defended herself. It's all right, Nia, I have more, Daisy assured. Pouring another glass of milk for her daughter while reminding her to finish it all. I despise drinking milk every day, Nia complained. Doesn't he Albert drink it daily as well? Daisy pointed out. He has never complained. That's different. I've never seen Albert dislike anything, Nia retorted. Feeling somewhat downcast as her family frequently compared her to Albert, whom they considered a special case. Oh, your brother didn't he always like cheese? Daisy raised an eyebrow. But he eats it now. That's a lie, Nia dismissed, having seen the generous portions of cheese and ham on Albert's potato pancakes. It's true. There are certain cheeses that Albert refuses to eat, especially those with a strong odor. Herbert found it amusing, reflecting on how his son was indeed not picky with food, consuming even those dishes that children typically loathed. Picky eaters grow tall, Albert remarked without hesitation. What is the point of being tall? Nia countered. Being taller makes one more attractive, Albert suggested. Just look at Mom. Daisy beamed at this compliment, her smile widening. Flatterer, Nia muttered, reluctantly finishing her milk under Daisy's affectionate gaze. Nonetheless, she poured half a cup for Albert, reasoning it would help him grow taller and resemble their father. Both Daisy and Herbert were tall individuals, and due to their professions, they paid considerable attention to their appearance, maintaining their figures remarkably well, and more importantly, they were still quite young. Originally, Herbert intended to take the family to the zoo today, as Albert would soon return to Hogwarts. And they likely wouldn't have another opportunity for an outing together this year. However, upon expressing his disinterest, Nia echoed that the zoo was dull, leading the family to alter their plans and instead nestle in the living room to chat and watch television. Nia desired to ride her toy broomstick but was firmly denied by Herbert, recalling the last time she nearly crashed it into the television. The living room offered insufficient space, and riding outside was inappropriate, making it difficult to explain to onlookers. Thus, the toy broomstick that Luke had just bought for Nia was locked away in a cupboard. In truth, Albert had once ridden a toy broomstick himself, experiencing an odd sensation that he might be entering a phase of youthful folly. The toy broom did not fly high, and he found it lacking in excitement, never trying again. However, for Nia, who had no understanding of what youthful folly entailed, the allure of soaring freely on a broomstick was undeniably captivating. After a while of watching television, Daisy ventured into the kitchen to prepare tea and cake. The family of four, along with a cat, settled in the living room, immersing themselves in the stories from Beetle the Bard. This collection of tales featured magical folklore, distinct from the stories they had heard before, such as Sleeping Beauty. This rendition told of a medieval hag who, envious of the beauty of the local king's daughter, coated a spinning wheel with a potion of eternal slumber, luring the young princess to touch it, thus rendering her in a deep sleep. Eventually, a male sorcerer, having applied a reviving potion to his lips, kissed the princess, awakening her. Admittedly, this magical version of Sleeping Beauty lacked a touch of romance. Nevertheless, the family listened raptly, even though they had no clue what the potion of eternal slumber or the reviving potion entailed. At that moment, the Anderson family was engrossed in the tale of the three brothers, taking turns reading segments, which proved to be quite entertaining. Is there really a stone that can bring people back to life? Nia asked curiously. The world of magic brimmed with infinite possibilities. If the alchemist Nicholas Flamel could use the legendary philosopher's stone to live for hundreds of years, then a stone capable of resurrection seemed plausible. Nia, there is no such thing in reality, Herbert cautioned, and as you've heard, the second brother's beloved did not truly return. It's a fairy tale. There is a saying that fairy tales are all lies, Albert remarked with a smile. Albert, you're so annoying. Can't you leave me with a bit of hope? Nia couldn't help but complain, fully aware that the events in fairy tales were fictitious. On September 1st, Albert awoke early, rising from bed, donning his clothes, and stretching a bit to fully awaken himself. Today, he was finally to head to Hogwarts, a thought that filled him with a sense of excitement. After completing his morning routine, Albert began to check his luggage. Are you awake? Then come down for breakfast, called Daisy, entering the room in her apron. By the way, place your robe and pointed hat on top of your luggage. It will be easier to find when you change on the way. Albert, are you really not taking Tom to school? Nia, clad in her pajamas and cradling the short-haired cat, hurried into the room. Let Tom stay here with you, Albert suggested. What about Shella? Nia inquired once more. It will fly to Hogwarts to find me. I have confirmed that the school has an owlery where it will reside. Albert was reluctant to bring an owl to King's Cross Station, as it would attract considerable attention. Breakfast was, as usual, quite simple. Daisy had prepared a ham sandwich and a can of drink for him to enjoy when hunger struck. Naturally, Food would be available on the train. And Daisy was unconcerned about Albert going hungry. Herbert generously provided him with the remaining galleons, a substantial amount, and they were not worried about Albert spending frivolously, as there were no precedents for such behavior. The heavy suitcase was effortlessly levitated by Albert's levitation charm and lifted into the car with ease. "Did you bring your camera?" Herbert asked, referring to the one gifted to him by his grandfather Luke. "I did. I ride home every week and send back photographs," Albert replied, assuring that he had not overlooked this detail, planning to capture some moments from Hogwarts to share with his family. "That's splendid," Herbert nodded. "Let us depart." The family arrived at King's Cross Station before 10 o'clock, with Herbert assisting Albert in placing the suitcase onto the trolley. Albert pushed his luggage to the wall between platforms 9 and 10. He made a subtle gesture, casually extending his hand to probe the wall, and indeed, he was able to pass through. Albert let out a sigh of relief and returned to Herbert's side, saying, "All right, I shall venture in alone. Remember to write." Herbert replied, "And send pictures." "Understood." Albert glanced at his sister. "Nia? How clever. I wish to join as well." Nia reached out and embraced Albert. "Don't cause any trouble at home. Don't inconvenience anyone," Albert admonished. "I won't." Nia turned her head away, feigning annoyance. "Son, see you during winter break," Daisy said, giving Albert a farewell hug and kissing his cheek. "I will. See you then." Albert pushed the cart, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then jogged towards the barrier, vanishing from sight. Nia pointed to the spot where Albert had disappeared and remarked, "Magic is always so wondrous. Let us return." Herbert wrapped his arms around his wife and daughter, assuring them, "Do not worry. Albert will take care of himself." On the other side of the brick wall, Albert found himself at another station, where a deep crimson steam locomotive was stationed at the platform, its sign reading, Hogwarts Express. There were not many passengers beside the platform. The train was scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, and it was still shy of 10, meaning he had arrived an hour early. Upon entering the platform, a new prompt appeared, indicating he had discovered platform 9 3/4, earning a reward of 100 experience points. Exploring the map also yielded experience, albeit minimal. But Albert paid little heed. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly stepped aside to avoid being jostled by those coming behind him. The area that had once been a ticket gate had transformed into an archway, adorned with a sign proclaiming, Platform 9 3/4. Indeed, it resembled the descriptions found in the books. By the way, this was Albert's first experience aboard such an antiquated train. It truly was a relic. Strolling through the station with his luggage, he casually selected an empty compartment, used the levitation charm to move his trunk inside, found a suitable spot to place it, and gently closed the door. He then began to change into his wizarding robes. Albert had hardly opened the window when Sheila swooped in, landing gracefully on the table. It seemed she had no intention of flying to Hogwarts on her own. Rather, she was looking to hitch a ride. What a clever little creature. Albert gently stroked the owl's head and retrieved some owl nuts from the box, pouring a few for Sheila. Ah, the photographs. He almost forgot about that. Albert took his camera and returned to the platform, eager to capture a few close-up shots of the Hogwarts Express. Unfortunately, his photographic skills left much to be desired, and the resulting images could only be deemed average. Fortunately, Luke had anticipated this predicament and had prepared an ample supply of film for him. "This one is quite good." Albert selected a photo featuring the engine of the train, nodding in satisfaction before making his way back to his compartment. He settled by the window, peering out with a veiled gaze at the platform. As time passed, the number of passengers on the platform began to swell, and, to his surprise, a light rain started to fall from the sky. It seemed that rain was a constant companion on his journeys to Hogwarts. Albert couldn't help but mutter his agreement. Arriving early had indeed been a wise decision. The witches and wizards on the platform, umbrellas in hand, hurriedly bid farewell to their families amidst the curtain of rain. Appearing somewhat flustered, he wondered how many familiar faces he might encounter. Albert did not expect to encounter the protagonist at this moment. He had entered Hogwarts even earlier than Harry Potter, belonging to the same year as the Weasley twins and Cedric Diggory. Fortunately, he was not in the same cohort as the Chosen One, as Albert had no desire to be entangled with Potter. After all, he was the savior, inherently endowed with both the hero's aura and the propensity for recklessness. Ordinary individuals caught in his orbit, devoid of a protective charm of fortune, could find themselves in dire straits. Cedric Diggory was a testament to that. As the rain outside intensified, Albert slightly narrowed the gap of the window. After Snola had her fill, she began to doze off. After all, owls are nocturnal creatures. He retrieved a chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and savored it while listening to the soothing sound of the rain. His spirits were buoyed. As long as he remained sheltered from the downpour, he held no disdain for rainy weather. The corridor of the carriage grew increasingly lively. Yet Albert remained undisturbed by the commotion outside, having closed the door to his compartment. He opened Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, and perused its pages, using the book to pass the time. This tome was one he had read multiple times, and he had experimented with several of the spells inscribed within. Indeed, throughout the summer, Albert had diligently practiced every known spell except for the unforgivable curses, even attempting the Patronus charm, though with little success. "Hurry, Hurry. The train is about to depart. On the platform, a family caught Albert's attention as they hurriedly bid farewell. Among them were a pair of red-haired twin brothers. Could this be the Weasley family? Albert observed these familiar figures with amusement, particularly Ron Weasley, who appeared a bit foolish at the moment. Beside Ron stood a girl, presumably Ginny, who was closely following Mrs. Weasley, seemingly distressed at the prospect of not being able to attend Hogwarts. Albert compared Ginny to his sister, and indeed, found his sister to be more endearing. The Weasley family appeared somewhat hurried, likely delayed by unforeseen circumstances before arriving at the station. Albert averted his gaze as a knock echoed at the door. Standing outside was a young black man. Is anyone here? He inquired, gesturing towards the seat opposite Albert. No one. Please, take a seat, Albert replied with a smile. I am Albert Anderson. Lee Jordan, the young man responded. The boy revealed a bright smile, glancing curiously at the books on the table. I have a feeling you'll be sorted into Ravenclaw. I've heard that those who enjoy reading often end up there. As long as I don't get placed in Slytherin, I'm indifferent to the rest, Albert said, retrieving a few chocolate-flavored candies from his pocket. Would you like some sweets? Thank you. They taste delightful, Lee Jordan replied, taking one, unwrapping it, and popping it into his mouth. I do enjoy chocolate flavors. That's splendid. Feel free to take whatever you desire, Albert encouraged, arranging various flavors of hard candies on the table. Sharing food is an effective way to forge connections, a tactic he had successfully employed in school. I believe I should be sorted into Gryffindor. I've heard it's the best, and Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of all time, hails from there. Lee Jordan continued to chatter amiably, his mouth occupied with candy. However, his conversation was soon interrupted by a pair of red-haired twins knocking on the door. I hope you don't mind us squeezing in. One twin feigned shyness. We arrived late. The other compartments are all packed, and the girls do not welcome us. Before Albert could respond, the other twin chimed in. I'm George Weasley. If I were you, I would try to dry off those water stains, Lee Jordan kindly advised. I'm Lee Jordan. Albert Anderson. Albert closed his book and returned it to his bag, gesturing to the seat beside Lee. See you shortly, George. The other twin turned to leave. In fact, he quickly returned, bringing along his own suitcase. The compartment could indeed accommodate 4 individuals, as it was originally designed for 6. However, some students preferred to occupy a compartment with friends, so even if there were spare seats, they were often not welcoming to others. This was the reason the late-arriving Weasley twins struggled to find a compartment. This is Fred, my twin brother, George introduced. Even without your words, we can tell, Lee Jordan remarked. I can hardly distinguish which of you is which. Perhaps you should consider labeling yourselves for clarity. Would you like some candy? Albert inquired once more. Oh, thank you. Mother never approves of us consuming too much of this. Each twin took a piece, unwrapped it, and popped it into their mouths. They taste exquisite. Is this your owl? She is quite beautiful, one twin remarked, attempting to reach out to pet her but was deterred by a fierce glare from Sheila. Opting to withdraw his hand to avoid being pecked. She isn't fond of strangers, Albert casually explained. However, you might try offering her some nuts. Perhaps she will allow you to pet her. Lee Jordan made an attempt but was unsuccessful. Sheila simply ignored him, continuing to rest with her eyes closed. The train began to move, gradually accelerating away from the platform. What is the magical world like? Albert casually posed. You all come from the magical realm, right? How did you know? Lee Jordan asked, astonished. Your attire clearly indicates otherwise, Albert replied, gesturing to their clothing. Ordinary people wouldn't dress this way. Only wizards would be oblivious to such attire, much like we are unfamiliar with the wizards of the magical world. Impressive, Lee Jordan remarked, giving a thumbs up. By the way, it seems there is something outside the window. Albert turned his head and spotted an owl by the window. He quickly opened the window, allowing it to enter. The gray owl shook its body, splattering raindrops everywhere. Sheila let out an annoyed squawk, hopping onto Albert's shoulder and glaring at the uninvited guest with displeasure over her stolen nuts. Do not be upset. It is merely a handful of nuts. I shall procure more for you after it has finished, Albert consoled, stroking Sheila's head as he watched the owl fly away. I can't help but feel that you don't resemble a muggle-born wizard at all, muttered Lee Jordan, who was unaware that muggle wizards did not possess such knowledge. May I take a look? By all means, Albert replied, gently placing Sheila down from his shoulder, as he was not fond of having the little creature perched there due to its weight. Any news? Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold has announced her retirement after 1990. Lee Jordan remarked, laying the newspaper on the table. Rumor has it that Headmaster Dumbledore is likely to become the next minister. My father says that if Dumbledore wished, he could have been minister long ago, Fred scoffed. Who do you think has a better chance? George countered. Oh, it appears the Daily Prophet is holding a betting contest. I don't know, but I find the betting quite intriguing. Albert was well aware of who would become the next minister. If I wish to participate in the betting, how should I proceed? Someone is offering galleons. Why not take the chance? Gambling is not a wise endeavor, Albert, Lee Jordan cautioned earnestly. A small wager is harmless. Albert retorted, retrieving his wand and placing it upright on the table, tilting it to one side as he casually explained, Ollivander said my wand would bring me luck. So I think I shall choose Cornelius Fudge. I wager he will be the next minister for magic. Thus, This bet seems credible. The three individuals in the compartment stared at him, utterly astonished by this audacious maneuver. You truly wish to partake in the betting? Fred gulped, finding the notion absurd. I have yet to decide, as I am not well versed in the magical world, Albert replied, reluctant to squander his pocket money. Nevertheless, the betting by the Daily Prophet is quite reliable. Many have won in the past. However, there are at least 15 wizards favored. Are you certain? George pointed out, noting that Fudge's odds were 4-1, making him not the most favored candidate. Of course, the most favored rarely succeed. They are often merely sacrificial lambs. Unfortunate souls designed to attract attention. Albert took the newspaper, scrutinizing the method of participation in the betting. He then retrieved a quill from his suitcase. Inscribing his name on a piece of parchment, selecting his candidate and the amount to wager. He subsequently pulled out galleons, counting 25 of them into a pouch. As Albert counted out the 25 galleons, the three others could not help but gulp. It was a substantial sum. Speaking of which, this fellow is quite wealthy, they thought. Envious, pondering when they had last handled such a fortune. If only their pockets could hold even a single galleon, they would be smiling for days. It was not until Sheila vanished into the rain with the pouch and envelope that the trio regained their senses. Did you really place a bet? George Weasley asked. Swallowing hard, that is 25 galleons. What if? He hesitated, afraid to voice the possibility of being wrong. I trust my luck and intuition, Albert calmly replied. Why not give it a try? If you guess correctly, you could make a tidy profit. We don't have any money. The twins shook their heads in unison. The Weasley family was rather impoverished, and even if the twins had some savings, they would not squander it on betting. Don't look at me. I wish to save some money for other purchases. Lee Jordan shook his head repeatedly. He found Albert's actions utterly mad. If he truly possessed such wealth, he would never use it in this manner. As the four conversed, the train had already departed from London, speeding along fields and meadows. Albert was perusing the newspaper while listening to the three engage in light-hearted chatter about Quidditch. In this regard, he found himself utterly unable to interject. Despite possessing knowledge of the rules, he was compelled to feign ignorance. After all, Albert hailed from the Muggle world, and it stood to reason that he could not possibly be well-versed in matters concerning Quidditch. By the way, have you heard about Gabriel Dumbledore? George suddenly broached a recent incident. Natalie was nearly expelled by the Ministry of Magic, Fred whispered, adding that he personally apologized to Gabriel Dumbledore, which brought the matter to a close. I've heard about it too. However, my mother insists that Rita Skeeter's articles are unreliable, Lee Jordan remarked, noting that the woman has a penchant for embellishing the truth. Most newspapers are like that, yet their content must retain a semblance of authenticity, Albert replied, closing the newspaper. As one of the principal culprits behind it all, he was certainly aware of the unfolding events. I previously visited Dumbledore's office and overheard him discussing the matter, mentioning that during the summer holidays, he encountered a new Hogwarts student practicing magic, and subsequently received a perplexing letter stating that he had been expelled from Hogwarts. Fred interjected suddenly. At that time, Dumbledore and a representative from the Ministry of Magic came to his door. The ministry official was quite rude and offered no apology, which led him to. Upon hearing this, Albert raised an eyebrow. It can only be said that Westerners tend to be rather ostentatious. He had previously advised Truman to maintain discretion, yet it was evident that he had forgotten. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing his own matters. Albert's soul ultimately reflects his Eastern heritage. His inherent humility and reserve remain intact, and he harbors a distaste for ostentation. By the way, do you know how the school sorts its houses? Albert interjected. I have no idea. My family hasn't told me, Jordan replied, shaking his head. Percy mentioned something about a test, George said, a hint of irritation in his voice. They always seem reluctant to divulge this, thinking it's amusing. What is life like for wizards? Is it truly exciting? Albert pondered before continuing. When I received my letter, everyone was astonished. My mother was particularly unwelcoming towards Professor McGonagall. She feared I would struggle to find employment after graduation. That won't be an issue. Our elder brother has already graduated, the twins chimed in unison. Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa. And your father? Albert inquired, feigning ignorance. He works at the Ministry of Magic, the twins replied simultaneously, exchanging glances. I suspect I will remain in the Muggle world after graduation. Why? The trio asked in confusion, as they found this notion rather perplexing. I came to Hogwarts primarily to learn magic and acquire the skills to wield it. Professor McGonagall warned that neglecting this could lead to uncontrollable magic in the future. However, in the Muggle realm, we cannot use magic freely, nor can we reveal its existence to Muggles, lest we invite trouble. So, what do you aspire to do in the future? I have no desire to work at the Ministry of Magic. Neither do I, the twins exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Being a Quidditch player would be splendid. Charlie has become the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team this year, but alas, one must wait until their second year to join. George lamented. I haven't quite decided yet, Jordan admitted. And you? They all turned to Albert. As for me, I seek a simple, stress-free job that pays well. Does such a position exist? The trio exchanged incredulous looks, clearly intrigued by the prospect. There must be. I am currently searching, Albert replied with a smile. curious about when the twins had conceived the idea of opening a joke shop. If you find one, do let me know, Jordan said earnestly, giving Albert's shoulder a playful pat before bursting into laughter. Would you mind if I took a photograph of you? Albert asked, pulling out his camera. A photograph? Indeed, my family wishes to learn about the wizarding world. Albert positioned the three of them together and snapped several pictures. Why doesn't the picture move? Jordan asked, poking the image in an attempt to animate it. Muggle photographs do not move, Albert explained, inspecting the photo with satisfaction, noting that his skills had indeed improved. What is the point of a non-moving picture? The trio quickly lost interest in the photograph. As noon approached, a commotion erupted in the train's aisle. Moments later, a witch pushed open the compartment door and inquired, Dear ones, would you care to purchase some snacks? I would like a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Jordan said, having brought his own provisions. The twins had sandwiches as well, but were short on funds, thus refraining from buying anything. I'll take one of everything, Albert announced to the kindly witch. Having witnessed Albert's extravagant spending, the trio had grown numb to his lavishness. Consequently, Albert spent a galleon on an assortment of treats. I dare say your family must be quite wealthy, Jordan murmured. Not excessively so, Albert replied, opening a box of Bertie Bott's and tasting a bean that turned out to be sprout-flavored. What is that? The trio inquired, unfamiliar with the Muggle concept. Lawyers, those who represent others in court. You might consider them legal loophole exploiters, Albert mused. Legal loophole exploiters? The trio looked puzzled. How could exploiting loopholes be legal? What a curious notion. Please, enlighten me about these foods. Albert gestured, eager to avoid any peculiar delicacies, for wizarding tastes could be rather eccentric. This is Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Jordan said, shaking his box and presenting it to the trio. It comes in all sorts of flavors. Give it a try. Be cautious when eating these, George warned. The term every flavor means just that. Everything from chocolate, peppermint, and orange to spinach, liver, and tripe. And beware of the earwax flavor. Fred seized a bean and tossed it into his mouth, discovering it to be pumpkin-flavored. What flavor is this? Albert inquired, picking up a gray bean. Pepper-flavored. If I were you, I would steer clear of it, George advised kindly. This one is chicken-flavored. And this? Albert held up a bubblegum-like confection. That is super bubblegum. I know that one, chocolate frogs. I had one last time. Albert pointed to the chocolate frogs. Pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands. George continued to elaborate on other peculiar delicacies, some of which would change the color of one's tongue, while others would produce various sounds. Animal sound candy can mimic a range of animal noises. After Albert dismantled it, he extracted a small orb and inquired, What is that sound? I am uncertain, came the response. How long will it last? Perhaps just a few seconds. Albert tossed a piece of candy into his mouth and suddenly let out a roar akin to that of a lion, eliciting laughter from those around him. Want to give it a try? George had bitten into one that was a baboon, while Fred had encountered a kitten. Unfortunately for Lee Jordan, he had the misfortune of biting into one that resembled an elephant, causing his cheeks to flush crimson and smoke to billow from his ears, prompting a chorus of laughter. Alas, I should have bought more. Amused by the candy's peculiar effects, Albert ventured to another compartment to procure another batch from the witch, explaining, It's for my sister. Noticing the puzzled gazes directed at him, he chuckled as he clarified that he had no intention of using the sweets to satiate his hunger. Instead, he retrieved the sandwich Daisy had prepared for him, much to the bewilderment of his companions. Did you bring food? Why buy so much? Lee Jordan inquired, perplexed. Because it's intriguing. If I come across something interesting, I'll send a portion back to my family. Albert held up a bottle of peach-flavored soda and asked, Would you care to try? What is this? One of them asked. It's a drink, something you might not have tasted before. Albert had also purchased pumpkin juice, which had a rather unique flavor, reminiscent of soy milk. The twins curiously examined the canned soda. How do you open it? There's a pull tab on top. Don't shake it. Be careful not to let the drink spray out, Albert cautioned, but it was too late. When Fred opened the soda, it sprayed all over his face. I warned you not to shake it, Albert chuckled, casually taking the half-empty can of peach soda from Fred. After using his wand to clean the water stains off the table and the newspaper, he asked, Would you like to sample the flavor? With a flick of his wand, he transformed the candy bag into plastic cups. Well, the twins exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment. What happened? Albert inquired, confused, before reciting another incantation, duplicate in pairs. He used the duplication spell to create 3 cups. You just used magic, didn't you? One of them asked. Oh, just a little trick I learned from the spellbook. Quite handy, Albert replied nonchalantly. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Lee Jordan said weakly. Of course there is. I remember you're a wizard from the Muggle world. So what? Albert raised an eyebrow. I dare say there aren't any first years who can use magic as proficiently as you. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Albert changed the subject. Would you like a drink? He poured a small amount into each of their cups. The taste was somewhat peculiar, but not unpleasant, resembling beer yet distinctly different. Have you ever had beer? Albert asked curiously. George admitted to having stolen a sip before, and Fred chimed in. Haven't you? After all, they weren't muggles. It was only natural they would find it unusual. Albert understood, likening it to his own experience with pumpkin juice. That's not the point. How did you manage it? I heard transfiguration is exceedingly difficult to master, Lee Jordan exclaimed dramatically. Exceedingly difficult? Albert pondered. It didn't seem as hard as Lee suggested. After inquiring about the trick to turning a match into a needle, he practiced for a week, and once he mastered level 1 transfiguration, he found it relatively easy to change small objects. It was indeed somewhat challenging. It took me half a day to transform a matchstick into a needle. But once I got the hang of it, it became simpler. The trio exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious and reluctant to engage in conversation. Acting like that will cost you friends. Is it really that easy? George timidly asked. Well, how many spells have you mastered? I've tried all the ones in the textbook. Haven't you all experimented with magic during the summer? Albert looked at them skeptically. My family wouldn't allow us to touch wands. You could always sneak a try. Besides, didn't you purchase wands? Albert expressed his disbelief. Wait, you managed to succeed? Fred asked weakly. I succeeded with most of them. During the summer, I also met a Hogwarts student, and we've been corresponding. He has helped me quite a bit with magic. Suddenly, a thunderclap interrupted Albert's words, and the rain outside the carriage intensified. Is the sky disapproving of this? Lee Jordan stood to close the window to prevent the rain from splashing in. Let us hope the rain stops by the time we reach school. Albert tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth and began to chew slowly, finding the lengthy train journey rather dull. What is wrong with you all? Albert asked, observing the three who had fallen into silence. Nothing. Fred managed to squeeze out a response, adding, I just feel you're going to become quite an impressive individual. I think so too, Albert suddenly remarked, catching the trio off guard. Haha, just joking. Who knows what the future holds? For the remainder of their journey, they munched on snacks and discussed matters of the magical world, with the majority of the conversation led by the three while Albert listened intently. When the topic of Quidditch arose, Albert found it amusing as the trio passionately explained the 4 balls and how 7 players conducted a match. It was clear the twins aspired to possess a fine broomstick for an exhilarating game. I would love to experience flying high in the sky, Albert mused. Though he admitted riding a broomstick felt rather odd. In truth, children living in the magical realm often found life quite mundane. The Weasley family's humble abode lay nestled among the hills and trees south of Ottery St. Catchpole Village, where most muggles were completely unaware of its existence. There were only 4 wizarding families in the vicinity. The Diggories lived the closest, yet they were still several miles apart. Visiting each other required broomstick rides or other means of transportation. In reality, the children from these 4 families rarely interacted. The Weasley children seldom ventured into Ottery St. Catchpole Village, let alone mingling with ordinary muggles. However, the twins mentioned that their brother had a muggle friend, a rather lovely girl. Generally, muggles can be challenging to get along with. They often see us as oddities, so we don't usually play together, and my house is quite far from the village. Lee Jordan's situation was worse. He was the only child in his family, so sometimes he had no one to play with. Albert is considerably better than them. He has a sister and a plethora of books, and occasionally engages in games with others. However, he typically refrains from playing with a group of immature children, as it tends to be rather tedious. Although he lacks genuine close friends, Albert is quite popular at school. After all, he excels academically, demonstrates remarkable abilities in various areas, and possesses an amiable demeanor, adept at cultivating interpersonal relationships. Albert inquired of the 3 individuals whether children from the magical realm attended Muggle schools. It is indeed difficult to fathom that families like the Malfoys would permit their offspring to enroll in such institutions. Clearly, that would be out of the question. Of course, there are exceptions among some wizards. However, the twins had never attended. Their foundational knowledge was imparted by their family. By the way, is there a wizarding family named Smith? Albert asked, revealing that his grandfather originally hailed from the Smith lineage. Subsequently, he followed his Muggle relatives and casually altered his name, highlighting the extent of his disdain for his previous family. I have never heard of them. How about you, George? Fred glanced at his twin brother. Neither have I. Lee Jordan replied, shaking his head. Is there something amiss? Not really. I just can't recall where I might have heard that surname before. Albert shifted his gaze towards the window, where visibility was poor and dusk was steadily encroaching. Speaking of which, he had not previously realized that Lee Jordan was quite the chatterbox. This fellow relished in incessant conversation. The trio did not find it bothersome, as listening to his rambling in their otherwise dull compartment felt almost hypnotic. Albert reopened his eyes, sensing that the train seemed to be slowing down. 5 minutes later, an announcement echoed through the train, informing them that they would soon arrive at Hogwarts and that their luggage would be taken to the school. By Merlin's beard. We have finally arrived, Fred yawned, stretching lazily after the long journey. George busily gathered the snacks from their table and placed them into Albert's suitcase. The train finally came to a halt, and the 4 of them exited their compartment, jostling through the throngs of people in the aisle towards the door. The scene outside was chaotic as they disembarked onto a dark, cramped platform, where the cold rain poured down, sending shivers through Albert. I detest the rain, he muttered, pulling out his wand and casting a charm on his pointed hat to make it impervious to water. First year students, over here. A booming voice called out from the platform, waving an oil lamp above the crowd to attract their attention. What are you doing? Hurry up, Fred urged, pulling him along. Wait a moment, Albert said, casting the same water-repelling charm on his robes. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it was better to have some protection than none at all. Hurry up, Albert, Lee Jordan prompted. I'm coming, he replied as the glow of his wand flickered. He walked towards Hagrid, a towering figure with a long beard who appeared rather intimidating from a distance. To the uninformed, he might seem like a dangerous character. Indeed, quite alarming in appearance. Are there any more first years? Once everyone is here, we shall proceed, Hagrid declared, leading them away from the platform. Exposed to the elements. The frigid raindrops pelting down sent chills across the newcomers' bodies. Watch your step, Hagrid cautioned. But his warning proved futile as the muddy path caused many to stumble several times along the way. Albert adjusted his pointed hat and long robe, wrapping himself more securely against the elements. Fortunately, the water-fire repellent charm proved effective, sparing him from the fate of becoming a drenched wretch like others. Why had he not learned to conjure an umbrella with his wand? No, he suddenly recalled that a folding umbrella lay within his suitcase. Frustration welled up within him as he scolded himself. Albert decided to take the time to learn that useful spell, so he would no longer have to worry about the inconvenience of being caught in the rain without an umbrella. Are you all right? He inquired, as another unfortunate soul stumbled before him. Thank you. It has been quite a struggle on this journey, the girl said gratefully as she was helped to her feet. Let us move on. Albert released her hand and, with his wand guiding the way, he cautiously made his way forward. This truly was the most unfortunate cohort of newcomers. Many had fallen, covered in mud. He could even hear the unwelcome mutterings of Lee Jordan nearby, who had just been led astray by those around him. Albert suddenly felt that his decision to remain behind was indeed wise, as it spared him from being toppled over. Be cautious, we are about to descend, Hagrid called out ahead. Once he reached the bottom, he positioned himself to the side, ensuring that no students would slip while traversing the steep slope. This proved to be a prudent choice, as 3 unfortunate souls nearly lost their balance, fortunately saved by Hagrid's timely intervention. Watch your step. We shall soon arrive at the lakeside. After everyone descended, Hagrid took the lead once more, and they navigated a winding path until they finally arrived at a dark, expansive lake. On the opposite slope, a castle loomed majestically. It was Hogwarts Castle. The lights flickered in the windows, standing out vividly against the backdrop of the night rain. Each boat must not exceed 4 passengers. Remember, no more than 4. Hagrid shouted to the newcomers, gesturing towards the small boats at the shore. Albert, over here. One of the twins waved at him, and Lee Jordan was also present, both appearing quite disheveled and covered in mud. Are you all right? Albert couldn't help but chuckle as he boarded the small boat. Not at all. I fell once and was knocked down twice. Get on board, Hagrid commanded, ensuring that no boat was overloaded as he carried a lantern. He then boarded a boat himself, declaring, very well, let us proceed. The small, oarless boats glided effortlessly across the lake's surface. Albert lifted his gaze towards the castle ahead, a peculiar thrill coursing through him. Hogwarts, I have arrived. Unfortunately, most of the young wizards aboard the boat were too preoccupied to appreciate the grandeur of Hogwarts shrouded in the rain. The icy droplets left them shivering uncontrollably. Why must the first-year students traverse the river by boat? Albert diverted his attention to the 3 companions beside him, their teeth chattering from the chill. No. I have no desire to know, he mused. Neither do I. It is unbearably cold, echoed the twins, their voices tinged with discomfort as they lamented their plight. Hardly able to focus on anything else amidst the frigid air, Albert shook his head, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the ritual of crossing the river by boat. This ceremony was intended for the new students arriving at Hogwarts, retracing the path taken by the 4 founders when they first approached the castle. The fact that the boats were grouped for 4 mirrored the founders themselves, serving as a kind of legacy ritual, allowing the students to experience the excitement and joy of the founders while also recalling the arduous journey they undertook to establish the school. Yet, how many truly grasped this significance today? Even Hagrid, who guided them across the lake, seemed oblivious. Nevertheless, few students appeared to care about such matters. Watch your heads, Hagrid bellowed. The newcomers hastily ducked. The little boats carried them beneath the cliffs, heading toward the dock beneath the castle. What a nuisance. I detest the rain. One of the twins grumbled, clasping his arms and sneezing. The group was thoroughly drenched, trembling like leaves in a storm. How did you manage that? Lee Jordan inquired with astonishment, noticing that Albert's robe and pointed hat remained untouched by the rain. A simple charm, Albert responded softly, noticing the curious gazes directed his way. Now, everyone follow me, Hagrid instructed, holding up an oil lamp as he led the freshmen along a gravel path leading up to the castle grounds. Before them lay a flight of stone steps ascending to the oak doors of the castle. A witch clad in a verdant robe stood at the entrance, and Albert recognized her as Professor McGonagall, who had once visited his home. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take charge of the new students, she said, surveying the disheveled newcomers. And Albert noted a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This was hardly surprising. The state of the freshmen was beyond mere disarray, as nearly everyone appeared as drenched as drowned rats, their clothes muddied. First years, follow me, Professor McGonagall commanded, ushering the students into the castle. Albert trailed at the back of the line, casting his gaze about the ancient edifice that had stood for a millennium. That's Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. Percy mentioned she is quite strict, George whispered. Oh, I've seen her once. My sister adores the trick where she turns a teacup into a mouse, Albert mused, his attention captivated by the stone walls. He had long pondered whether the blazing torches were indeed flames of eternity. It was said that a certain type of magical fire could burn indefinitely, which seemed fitting for the scene before him. What are you staring at? Fred gently nudged Albert, softly urging him along. I was contemplating what sort of magical fire that might be. It surely isn't ordinary flames. The absence of smoke suggests it is not common fire, Albert replied. Fred opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Albert resolved to clarify these matters in the future, for this castle harbored numerous secrets worthy of his exploration. Upon the emergence of his curiosity to investigate the castle, a quest unexpectedly materialized: millennia-old academy, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, an ancient and enigmatic school of magic, has endured for over 1,000 years, concealing countless unknown mysteries within its venerable walls. As an inquisitive seeker of secrets, one should not overlook such an opportunity. Explore the Hogwarts castle before graduation and uncover the hidden truths. Current progress: 1. Reward: 1,000. 000 experience points, 1 to 10 skill points. Albert could not restrain himself from exclaiming in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the most prestigious task he had ever encountered. Was he being compelled to become a nocturnal wanderer? It seemed imperative that he prioritize mastering the disillusionment charm. Albert began to contemplate how to procure the incantation for this spell. The first-year students were ushered into the sorting hat waiting room by Professor McGonagall. The space was rather confined, with everyone squeezed together. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began, adhering to the annual tradition of delivering her opening remarks. The feast was about to commence, but before you proceed to the dining hall, you must first ascertain which house you will be sorted into. Much like a leader's speech from a previous life, she spoke briefly, yet it extended for over half an hour. While Professor McGonagall was not quite as exaggerated, she certainly spoke for a good 10 minutes. Albert succinctly summarized Professor McGonagall's lengthy discourse into 3 key points: accommodation, house sorting, and the house cup. After delivering the customary Hogwarts guidelines, Professor McGonagall instructed all the first-year students to queue up, keen to rid them of the water and mud clinging to their attire. As the deputy headmistress, she could not possibly allow the newcomers to enter the Great Hall in such a disheveled state, which would undoubtedly tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. The first years jostled in line, eager for their damp garments to dry, the chill and dampness causing them considerable discomfort. Were they packed like sardines? Albert observed this throng of freshmen with interest, stepping back to remain at the end of the line, as the rain had not significantly affected him. Professor McGonagall worked swiftly, adeptly employing the Scourgify and drying charms, and within mere minutes, it was Albert's turn. She regarded him with a hint of surprise before casting the charm on him as well, rendering his clothes instantly dry and warm, while the mud splattered on his boots and trousers vanished without a trace. Now, please maintain silence, Professor McGonagall announced loudly. Once preparations are complete, I shall return for you. After she exited the room, the students began to murmur among themselves, discussing the sorting process. How would they be sorted? How could they accurately assign each individual to their appropriate house? Perhaps a test would be administered. The mere mention of a test heightened their anxiety. Observing this scene, Albert couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly understanding why others were reluctant to reveal the sorting method to the first years. Indeed, they were a rather mischievous bunch. Aren't you nervous at all? A girl approached him, introducing herself as Aaliyah Spinette. Albert had previously offered her a hand, and her conversation with him seemed prompted by his calm demeanor, which suggested he possessed knowledge of the sorting secrets. In fact, she was correct. As long as I don't end up in Slytherin, I'm fine, Albert shrugged, revealing nothing of the sorting ceremony's true nature, finding the anxious expressions of the newcomers rather amusing. Admittedly, he acknowledged a certain penchant for mischief. Before the first years had to wait long, Professor McGonagall returned, directing them to form a single file line before leading them into the Great Hall. The hall was vast, adorned with 4 long tables filled with students. Above them floated hundreds of candles, their flickering light illuminating the entire hall. The flames were a form of magical fire, otherwise. The sight of wax dripping from the candles overhead would be nothing short of enchanting. As peculiar thoughts cascaded through Albert's mind, the line reached a stool upon which rested a tattered and filthy hat. It was said to belong to Gryffindor. Albert wished they would take the time to clean the sorting hat. He found it rather off-putting due to its grimy condition, possibly from having not been washed in a millennium. It was quite intolerable indeed. As Albert regained his senses, the sorting hat had concluded its customary opening song amidst the applause of the crowd. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, commenced the roll call for the sorting. Naturally, Albert was the first to be called, given that the initial letter of his surname was A. Under the watchful eyes of all, Albert stepped forward, seated himself upon the chair, and allowed Professor McGonagall to place the hat upon his head. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, he murmured softly, aware that the likelihood of being sorted into Slytherin was slim. Yet he sought to avoid any inadvertent misstep. Quite challenging, I see. You possess considerable courage, a kind heart, talent, and a fair share of wisdom. The sorting hat pondered quietly. Aside from Slytherin, where else might you wish to go? Albert was momentarily rendered speechless. Did the Sorting Hat imply that he was suitable for any house aside from Slytherin? Oh, I suppose you have made your choice. Then Gryffindor. When the Sorting Hat proclaimed Gryffindor, Albert understood precisely what its so-called choice entailed. Had he encountered different students from other houses in the carriage instead of the twins and Lee Jordan, he might have found himself in another house altogether. Ultimately, the Sorting Hat guided him toward this decision. After all, Albert was destined to spend 7 years within the confines of a house, and he certainly did not wish to be akin to the initial Hermione. Utterly friendless, a truly tragic fate. Moreover, there were the nocturnal escapades. The twins were undoubtedly the finest companions for such adventures. As the Sorting Hat announced Gryffindor, an eruption of cheers erupted from the furthest table on the left. However, the twins and Lee Jordan in the line could scarcely believe their eyes. Utterly astonished that Albert had been sorted into Gryffindor. What had happened to Ravenclaw? Once Professor McGonagall retrieved the hat, Albert made his way toward the direction of the cheers. The front row of the long table had been vacated, clearly reserved for the new students. When Albert arrived, several individuals stood to greet him, each adorned with badges, presumably indicating their positions as head students or student council presidents. He shook hands with them one by one, responding with a polite nod and a smile. The sorting ceremony continued, and upon the Sorting Hat declaring Slytherin, Albert redirected his attention back to the hat. When Professor McGonagall announced Cedric Diggory, he curiously scrutinized this minor character from the story. The young man was quite handsome. No wonder he was referred to as a charming lad. However, Albert pondered whether he would meet a tragic fate. After all, this time it was his little butterfly effect that might stir the winds. As anticipated, the Weasley twins were indeed sorted into Gryffindor. One red-haired gentleman appeared quite pleased, waving at the twins. Albert observed closely and deduced that he must be the legendary Percy Weasley. Incidentally, the twins were the last to be sorted, and once they were placed in Gryffindor, the sorting ceremony concluded. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her, along with the bench that had been used. Wow, we thought you would be sorted into Ravenclaw. Both the twins and Lee Jordan gazed at Albert with exaggerated expressions, as if he were some rare creature. The fact that he had not been placed in Ravenclaw raised their eyebrows. Is it really that strange? Albert shrugged it off, then recalled a secret regarding the sorting hat. What secret? Lee Jordan inquired with curiosity. Once I reveal it, it ceases to be a secret, Albert replied, unwilling to divulge further, adding that this was also the reason for his placement in Gryffindor. Albert's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Despite his clear statements, no one had managed to guess. One might say it truly reflected the essence of Gryffindor. However, the intrigue surrounding this so-called secret dissipated, for it was now time for Dumbledore to deliver his address, after which a grand feast awaited. With a beaming smile, Dumbledore extended his arms to welcome the students, proclaiming their arrival at Hogwarts as the new term commenced. Before we embark upon the feast, I wish to utter a few words. Fool, crybaby, waste, twist. Thank you all. Indeed, it was but a handful of words. The disparity was palpable. Unlike those who prattled on endlessly, Dumbledore grasped the sentiments of the newcomers, understanding their impatience for verbosity. Do you comprehend the meaning of those words? Albert inquired of the prefect beside him. The prefect's expression stiffened, clearly at a loss for how to respond. In that moment, he suddenly deemed the earlier observation by the Weasley student as accurate. This fellow ought to belong to Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor. It seemed that no one possessed the answer, leaving only the option to inquire directly of Dumbledore. Albert murmured to himself, recognizing these few words as an unsolved mystery within the Harry Potter narrative. The nearby students twitched at his remark, uncertain of how to respond. Was he genuinely considering approaching Dumbledore? Ravenclaw students surely did not exhibit such fervent curiosity. This was undoubtedly a hawk hidden among lions. Someone quickly tossed this fellow over to the next table. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of others, Albert fell into contemplation. In his previous life, various interpretations circulated regarding these phrases online. It was rumored that the Latin meanings of those words conveyed, "May Merlin bless you." Of course, others posited that they reflected the differing attitudes of the four houses. Ravenclaw students believed that those not in their house were fools. Gryffindor students thought others lacked their courage. Slytherin students regarded half-bloods or muggleborns as mere useless scraps. Hufflepuff students hoped their peers from other houses might adjust their ways. As for the truth, Albert remained in ignorance. Perhaps he would one day uncover it through Dumbledore himself. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the castle's roof, causing the weather enchantment to fail abruptly. This spectacle startled all present. Dumbledore drew his wand, casting a spell to dispel the thunder and lightning, restoring the starry night sky above. Very well, let the feast begin. Dumbledore lifted his spoon and gently tapped his glass. And upon declaring the feast's commencement, the plates before them magically filled with an abundance of food. The newcomers marveled at Dumbledore's enchanting magic. Yet their ravenous appetites drew their focus to the delectable feast before them, rather than pondering the secrets of the headmaster's prowess. Albert indeed understood how this was accomplished. Dumbledore transported it from the kitchens beneath the Great Hall using the magic left by Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff cup, which served as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, was the first vessel in Hogwarts to assist house elves in the magical transport of food. Albert naturally did not forget to quiz the class leader beside him on this matter. However, the latter's mouth was stuffed with food, clearly indicating an unwillingness to respond to the inquiry. The banquet was abundant, while it may not have been exquisite. It undoubtedly sufficed to satiate everyone's hunger. Albert prepared himself a steak and began to cut it leisurely. He was not particularly hungry, having consumed various snacks throughout the journey. The others, however, indulged heartily, while Lee Jordan, seated across from him, amusingly gnawed on a chicken leg. As the feast commenced, ghosts emerged from various corners of the castle, greeting the newcomers and causing quite a stir. The ghost of Gryffindor was a nobleman, presumably the legendary nearly headless Nick. "Hello," Albert said after swallowing a piece of beef. Addressing the ghost, "I prefer you call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," the ghost replied. Albert managed to remember the lengthy name, admiring his momentary recall. "Can you be photographed? I mean, can you appear in pictures?" "What? Child, I cannot comprehend what you are saying," Sir Nicholas replied. "Please someone could pronounce his name correctly," as he detested being referred to as nearly headless Nick. "Photographed," Albert reiterated. "I would love to take a picture with you one day." "Very well, child, if you wish to engage in that." "Oh, photographing, you may seek me out then," Sir Nicholas agreed, finding the polite young man quite endearing. "May I ask another question?" "Go ahead, child. What is a ghost? Is it a soul after death?" "Wizards can leave their mark on the living world, drifting along the paths they once trod. Yet few choose this path." Sir Nicholas did not directly answer Albert's inquiry. "A fragment of memory? Not quite like that. So it is indeed a soul?" Albert pondered aloud, aware that the magical realm acknowledged the existence of souls. After all, Voldemort had split his own soul into pieces. As he ruminated, he noticed that those nearby were staring at him. "What is the matter?" Albert inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," the others quickly averted their gazes. "I still think you should have been sorted into Ravenclaw," Fred mumbled. "Swallow before you speak," Albert retorted with irritation. "Why are you so curious about ghosts?" a newcomer asked. "In the Muggle world, there is no such magical existence," Albert replied calmly. "Now that I have the chance to learn about them, I certainly do not wish to miss out. By the way, it feels quite cold to be passed through by a ghost, so be cautious in the future." He had just surreptitiously poked Nick, feeling the chill of his finger. Passing through them was akin to being drenched in icy water. In winter, that would be far from pleasant. "Indeed, there are no ghosts in the Muggle world," a girl seated 2 chairs away remarked. Her name was Shauna Wilson. "To be honest, when I received the letter, my family initially thought it was a prank. When Professor McGonagall visited, they nearly shooed her away." Shauna found it quite amusing, noting that her family was rather reluctant to let her attend. "My situation was similar. My mother nearly called the police on Professor McGonagall," Albert chuckled. "Those living on the scientific side typically struggle to accept the extraordinary. They had hoped I would go to Eton." "Eton? The Eton?" Shauna exclaimed in surprise. "What is that?" Lee Jordan asked, confused. "One of the top schools in England," Shauna explained. "Hogwarts is the best," George interjected, raising an eyebrow. "Of course, I know that. As there is only one magical school in England, Hogwarts is naturally the best," Shauna retorted disdainfully. "Ordinary people, or muggles as you call them, have thousands of schools. And Eton ranks among the top 3. What does that signify? Need I spell it out?" "It sounds impressive," George replied nonchalantly, genuinely not understanding. "Let us not only speak of us, share your stories as well," Albert suggested, turning to another girl. "I am half-blood, my mother is a witch. And my father is a muggle," Angelina Johnson said. They were quite open with each other early on. "However, we have always lived in the muggle world. I have encountered magic from a young age, so when I received my invitation, my family was not particularly surprised." Next to her, Aaliyah Spinett chimed in. "I was born into a wizarding family and have been familiar with magic since childhood. Nothing particularly new, and my family was quite delighted when I received my letter. They even bought me an owl." Once everyone had eaten their fill, the remnants of their meals vanished, replaced by an array of desserts. Albert took a pudding, listening to the first-year students recount intriguing tales. After the feast concluded, the plates on the table were cleared once again, resembling those licked clean by Tom. Professor Dumbledore rose once more to address the assembly, expressing his delight in welcoming a new faculty member. "Professor Badbrode will assume the role of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor." Sparse applause echoed through the hall. Professor Badbrode was an elderly gentleman. There were a few additional announcements to convey. Dumbledore glanced down at the students and declared, "First-year students, please take heed. Entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, the tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the 2nd week of this term. Any students aspiring to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch." "Why is entry to the Forbidden Forest forbidden?" "It is likely due to the dangers that lurk within," Albert mused, casting a glance at the eager twins. "If you dare venture into the Forbidden Forest, I shall write to Mother." Percy Weasley glared sternly at his younger brothers, fully aware of their mischievous natures. "We want tea," the twins hastily assured him. "Now, before we retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together." Dumbledore raised his wand, and with a gentle flick, a phrase formed from shimmering golden ribbons floated before everyone. The members of the Hogwarts choir made their entrance, including the head boy beside Albert, and several choir members in the front row cradled large toads, as Dumbledore waved his wand. The entire faculty and student body began to sing the school song in harmonious rhythm. Albert mingled among the crowd, feigning participation in the song. The tune was rather juvenile, and even the professors seated at the front wore expressions of reluctance, clearly uncomfortable with the performance. It was one thing for children to engage in such antics, but witnessing a group of adults singing the school anthem was quite embarrassing. Beside Albert, the mischievous Weasley twins sang in jest to the tune of a funeral march, completely out of sync with the others, causing the nearby first-year students to glance over in disbelief. "We shall study diligently until we are reduced to dust." Even after the song concluded, the two continued their off-key rendition, prompting Albert to suppress the urge to cover his face in shame and pretend not to know them. Once the final notes faded, Dumbledore dismissed everyone to return to their quarters. The welcoming feast had finally come to an end, and the throng surged forward, creating a chaotic bottleneck. Albert began to understand why newcomers were placed at the forefront. Following older students could easily lead to getting lost. He imagined a Gryffindor student accidentally joining the wrong line and ending up in the Hufflepuff common room, only to realize their mistake too late. A hilariously awkward scenario. First years, follow me. The head boy, who had just performed on stage, led the newcomers through the bustling crowd, exiting the dining hall. After ascending the marble staircase, they parted ways with students from other houses. The first years navigated the corridors, circling the castle, avoiding the legendary moving stairs. Numerous portraits adorned the walls, and the figures whispered amongst themselves as the newcomers passed, some even greeting them. The head boy guided the first years through the castle, teasingly stating, "You can never guess where the entrance lies." Although a wooden door stood ahead, they passed through a stone archway instead. Some doors required a precise touch to open, while others were concealed behind curtains or portraits. However, the most treacherous of all was the trapdoor staircase that appeared no different from a regular one. Yet at a certain step, one must leap over it, lest their foot become ensnared. For newcomers, this is nothing short of a calamity. "Are you all right?" Albert reached out to pull Lee Jordan from the trap. "Not good," Lee replied irritably. "I just got startled. I can't fathom why the school has so many bizarre contraptions. I find it intriguing, don't you, George?" "I think so too. These are remnants of ancient defenses. Now a hallmark of Hogwarts," Albert explained. "Come on, let us not get lost." After what felt like an eternity, Albert, feeling the strain in his legs, finally arrived on the 8th floor. They traversed a long corridor until reaching its end, where a portrait of a plump woman hung. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Fat Lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor Tower. "Password?" she inquired. "Flibbertigibbet," the head boy replied, and the portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular entrance. He paused before entering, turning to the newcomers. "You must remember the password. Only by speaking it to the Fat Lady may you enter the common room. The current password is Flibbertigibbet." With that, the head boy led them through the opening into the Gryffindor common room. It was an old, circular chamber filled with numerous sofas. A roaring fire blazed in the fireplace, surrounded by stacks of firewood. A few individuals seated on the sofas turned to greet the newcomers, waving cheerfully. "You're in luck. Tomorrow is Saturday, meaning no classes. This is a rare opportunity. I recommend you take these 2 days to familiarize yourselves with the castle. Its layout is more complex than you might imagine, so it's best to locate your classrooms quickly to avoid getting lost." After his speech, the head boy pointed to 2 doors. "Ladies, head that way. Boys, follow me." After exchanging greetings with another female prefect, he led Albert and the others through another door, descending a narrow spiral staircase. Along the way, he introduced them to their dormitory rooms, washrooms, and bathrooms. Thankfully, the bathrooms had stalls for privacy. As for their individual rooms, they would need to find them on their own, each marked with a designated name. Albert, the twins, and Lee Jordan reside in the same room, which accommodates only 4 individuals. The chamber is rather modest in size, furnished with 4 curtained beds, each accompanied by its respective luggage positioned beside them. Albert effortlessly located his suitcase and, stifling a yawn, extracted his pajamas to change into. "I look forward to your guidance," he smiled as he greeted the other 3. "I look forward to your guidance," they echoed, exchanging amused glances that prompted laughter among them. "Tomorrow, I plan to explore the castle. Will you join me?" Albert retrieved his camera from the suitcase and stepped back to capture a photograph of his dormitory. "Certainly. Just remember to wake me in the morning." The twins chimed in unison. "What about you?" The 3 turned their gaze towards Lee Jordan. "Of course, I will join as well." The young man of African descent clearly did not wish to be left out. "Good night." As he lay in bed, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, sleep eluded Albert. He always found it difficult to rest in unfamiliar surroundings. The others, however, seemed unaffected by such troubles, having satisfied their appetites. They quickly succumbed to a deep slumber shortly after lying down. Albert turned slightly to the side and opened his task panel. Noting that his exploration progress had already reached 3, he wondered how much it would increase after traversing the castle tomorrow. He then perused his list of skills, which spanned several pages. Most of the spells were only at level 1, while a few remained unmastered. Gazing at those skills still languishing at level 0, Albert was suddenly struck by an urge to expend experience points to elevate them to level 1. This was merely a relic of his past gaming habits, as he had always been inclined to fully allocate skill points. Albert took a deep breath and turned off the panel, lest he inadvertently squander all the hard-earned experiences that would shape his future. In a state of drowsiness, he drifted into slumber, where he dreamt of his past self. Perusing a book, he distinctly remembered that it was the first time he had encountered Harry Potter. Was it all merely a dream? No, it was not a dream. From the moment he reopened his eyes after death, he had confirmed this truth time and again. This was no illusion. He felt as if he were the author of a fan fiction, crafting yet another narrative within the realm of Harry Potter. Yet this time, he could not indulge in the reckless abandon of an author penning his desired fantasies. Ah, the affliction of being a literary soul. When Albert awoke, the dormitory was shrouded in darkness, and the faint sound of rain could be heard from outside the window. The downpour from the previous night had yet to cease. Albert sat up in bed, covering a yawn with his hand, attributing his weariness to the peculiar dream he had experienced the previous night. Awakening far too early, he noticed that the 3 others in his dormitory were still in slumber. Albert reached out to the bedside, grasping the wand nestled in the corner. In a hushed tone, he uttered the incantation, Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a pale glow as he brought the illuminated wand closer to the mechanical pocket watch. Glancing at the time, 5:40. Indeed, it was still too early to awaken. Albert extinguished the glow of his wand and reclined back onto his bed, the mechanical pocket watch slipping from his grasp and landing upon the sheets. This was a gift he had bestowed upon himself to celebrate the arrival of his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Now that he was awake, Albert had no intention of returning to slumber. He propped himself up, stretched lazily, and stepped out from beneath the covers, making his way to the window. He unlatched the wooden bolt and pulled open the wooden window, gazing out into the tower's abyss. A brisk wind greeted him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, jolting his mind into clarity. The rain was not particularly heavy, yet the outside world remained cloaked in darkness, the entire castle shrouded beneath a misty veil of rain. A grand adventure awaited. Albert gently slapped his cheek, murmuring quietly to himself. After closing the window, he returned to the bedside, retrieved his robe from the trunk, and slipped it on. He then picked up the watch and wand, tucking them into his pockets. Before stepping out of the dormitory, he paused to toss his discarded clothing into the bathroom basket, knowing that the house elf would magically clean them and return them to his bed. Indeed, Hogwarts students led rather comfortable lives. Many concerns were alleviated, allowing them to focus solely on the pursuit of magical studies. The common room was tranquil, with only a female ghost seated on the sofa, engrossed in her book. Upon hearing his footsteps, she glanced up at Albert momentarily before returning her attention to the pages before her. Albert refrained from disturbing the lady ghost, despite his desire to engage in conversation with her. Ultimately, he relinquished the thought, as he himself detested being interrupted while immersed in a book. Albert did not linger in the common room. He resolved to explore the castle before anyone else awoke, in search of the legendary room of requirement. As he pushed open the door to the common room, he bent down to pass through the circular entrance, where the fat lady, still clad in her nightgown, gazed sleepily at the departing student. She inquired, "Where are you off to?" "A stroll," Albert replied, casting a glance down the dimly lit corridor before raising his wand and continuing onward. This time, he intended to venture along a different path than the one he had traversed the previous evening. Perhaps it was the rain outside that contributed to the chill and dampness permeating the corridor, evoking the eerie ambience of a haunted castle, where phantoms might emerge from the walls to instill terror. In truth, Hogwarts Castle was inhabited by numerous ghosts, and the appearance of one from the walls would hardly be deemed extraordinary. Upon rounding a corner, Albert beheld the stone staircase he had descended the night before. However, he chose not to descend, but to press onward. After turning down another corridor, he discovered a large vase ahead, and upon glancing left and right, he was indeed fortunate to spot the tapestry depicting a giant clad in a ballet tutu. It appeared that luck was on his side. Albert quickened his pace. Approaching the tapestry before him, he raised his wand, utilizing the glow emanating from it to scrutinize the bizarre artwork, which could only be described as difficult to behold. The tapestry depicted a group of colossal creatures clad in ballet costumes, brandishing wooden or bone staffs, striking various flamboyant poses. One ballet instructor was attempting to teach the giants the art of dance, only to be met with a painful blow from one of the creatures wielding a bone staff. As Albert observed the tapestry, the giants ceased their assault on the ballet teacher and turned their gaze towards him, seemingly inquiring, "What are you staring at?" Had he possessed a camera, Albert would have undoubtedly captured this comical scene. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on the room of requirement, situated within the white wall directly opposite the tapestry. Albert stepped aside, turned to gaze at the white wall, then twisted his head to observe the tapestry. He raised his right hand and made a gesture as if to strike the colossal creature. The tooth-decayed giant indeed mimicked him, lifting a bone club and bringing it down upon the unfortunate ballet instructor. This scene was truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow and tears. Albert chuckled joyfully as he approached the white wall, extending his hand to touch its surface. It was an exceedingly solid stone wall, devoid of any so-called wish-granting rooms. The conditions for entering the wish-granting room required one to traverse this wall 3 times while concentrating on their desires. Traverse? Albert lifted his wand. The pale light illuminating one end of the white wall, where a window was situated. Turning around, he noticed a vase as tall as himself. So, it is indeed about passing through 3 times? A place to practice magic, a place to hone his skills. Albert focused intently, moving to the window at one end of the white wall, then turning back towards the vase at the other end. He murmured softly to himself. And upon his third turn, the wall began to transform. Countless patterns emerged from the white surface, gradually revealing a sleek door. Albert was in high spirits, for he was aware of his success. He grasped the brass handle, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The room was spacious, its walls illuminated by torches, reminiscent of a classroom. Lining the walls were numerous wooden shelves, upon which rested hundreds of books. Albert suspected these volumes had been relocated from the library. On the opposite side, there were several mannequins intended for the practice of magic. Splendid, Albert murmured. With these books at his disposal, he no longer needed to venture to the library in search of literature. However, he recognized the necessity of exercising caution to avoid detection, as the sudden emergence of a door within the walls could easily attract unwarranted attention. Albert did not linger any longer. He turned away from the request fulfillment room, preparing to contemplate how to discreetly utilize this place, to keep its existence a secret. He needed to ensure that he encountered no one upon entering and similarly avoided any encounters upon leaving. Only then could he safeguard the mysteries concealed within. He required the disillusionment charm and a living map. The charm could likely be found among the recent collection of books, yet acquiring the living map from Felch would prove to be a daunting task. Creating one himself? He currently lacked the capability. Nevertheless, he decided to take his time. After all, he would be residing here for the next 7 years. After Albert turned away, the door to the room of requirement slowly vanished once more, reverting to an ordinary white wall. Few at the school were aware of the existence of this magical chamber. That said, he couldn't help but wonder if his panel was a stripped-down version, as it lacked a map function. Despite this, Albert found himself in good spirits after locating the room of requirement. There was no denying that in the web novels he had previously read, the protagonists often possessed impressive systems that rendered everything visible once the scanning function was activated. Upon reflection, his own panel's capabilities seemed rather meager. Nevertheless, the mere existence of such a panel was a source of joy for Albert. I recall the headmaster's office is also on the 8th floor. Though I am uncertain which 8th floor that might be, he murmured. Of course, he had no intention of wandering to the headmaster's office. Should that old man Dumbledore take notice of him, his life at school would become quite difficult. After all, within the halls of Hogwarts Castle, portraits adorned the walls, making it rather easy for Dumbledore to ascertain what a student was up to. Albert turned another 2 corners and discovered a staircase leading downwards. Descending the stairs, he began to wander aimlessly within the castle, only to realize, with a touch of exasperation, that he was lost. Well, perhaps it was not entirely accurate to call it being lost. Rather, he had simply never been in this part of the castle before. Albert paused before a wall, the light from his wand gliding across the intricate carvings. He gently tapped on it, confirming its solidity. However, he harbored suspicions that a hidden passage lay concealed behind it. The griffin carving was too enigmatic to ignore. Such places often hid secret doors and concealed pathways. "Child, what are you doing here?" Nick emerged from the adjacent wall, peering curiously at Albert as he examined the carving. The sudden voice startled Albert, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. Albert quickly took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, and could not help but complain to Nick. "Do not appear so suddenly. You might frighten someone to death." "My apologies, I did not expect to startle you," Nick replied, raising an eyebrow. He then inquired anew, "What brings you here?" "Taking a stroll," Albert answered candidly. "A stroll? At this hour?" Nick looked at the corridor with a hint of confusion. "It is still quite early." "Indeed, a stroll. Sir Nicholas, I wonder if you might spare some time to introduce me to Hogwarts. This place resembles a labyrinth, and I inadvertently lost my way during my walk." Albert smiled at Nick, hoping he would be willing to assist, thus saving him a considerable amount of time. "Oh, I believe exploring the castle is one of the great joys for a newcomer," Nick politely declined. "You are right," Albert responded, unperturbed by Nick's refusal. He smiled and resumed studying the griffin sculpture before him. Nick, observing Albert's retreating figure, shook his head and advised, "If you wish to open that door, the switch is located on the claws of the griffin." "Thank you," Albert replied, extending his hand towards the griffin's claws and gently tapping them. The stone door gradually creaked open, revealing a narrow secret passageway within. "Until we meet again, Sir Nicholas," Albert nodded slightly in gratitude towards the ghost, raising his wand as he stepped into the passage. The space was confined, allowing only one person to pass through, making it an unsuitable place for those with claustrophobia. Albert could feel himself descending, uncertain of where the secret passage would lead, yet the mere discovery of its existence was, for him, a stroke of good fortune. Indeed, the ghosts and portraits residing within the castle possessed a deeper understanding of Hogwarts. The exit lay concealed behind a painting, and upon Albert's removal of it, An irritable old man clad in pajamas glared at him, grumbling about the disturbance to his rest. "My apologies for the interruption," Albert said to the elderly figure in the portrait as he pressed onward, sensing that he might soon lose his way once more. Nevertheless, this time he encountered the moving staircase. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the spectacle of the shifting stairs never failed to impress him. It was said that the moving staircase and the room of requirement were both creations of Rowena Ravenclaw. He wondered if he would ever reach such heights of ingenuity. By the way, could Rowena Ravenclaw have hidden any secrets within the room of requirement? After all, did not Slytherin harbor a basilisk in his own hidden chamber? Upon reflection, this notion seemed quite plausible. During his next visit, he might very well attempt to uncover some hidden truths. Albert took 10 minutes to descend the staircase, during which he encountered a change in the stairs that compelled him to pause and await their restoration. Fortunately, he was not left waiting for long. Indeed, he felt a sense of gratitude, not to fate, but rather to Merlin. Upon entering the foyer, Albert's attention was captured by a slender cat. Its coat a dark gray that paled in comparison to his own Tom. He bent down, eager to coax the creature, yet it darted away with remarkable swiftness, disappearing in an instant. Albert recognized that the cat was likely Mrs. Norris, the pet of the caretaker, Filch. Although he had perused the pages of the Harry Potter series and watched its cinematic adaptations, the passage of time had rendered certain details rather hazy, particularly the names of minor characters. Had it not been for his previous forays into fan fiction and the extensive research he had conducted, he might have forgotten them altogether. The cat had dashed away, presumably to summon assistance, but Albert felt no apprehension about Filch seeking him out for trouble. After all, it was already past 6 o'clock, and the sky had yet to brighten fully, a consequence of the persistent rain outside. As Albert prepared to enter the hall, he heard the sound of labored breathing, and the elderly Filch approached, carrying an oil lamp. Albert observed that Filch was still clad in his night attire, a mere cloak draped over his shoulders, and a gleeful smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a hunter relishing the capture of his prey. "Good morning, Mr. Filch," Albert greeted him with a wave, as though encountering an old friend. "Good morning?" Filch reached out, attempting to seize Albert, only to be effortlessly evaded. "Of course, it is now 6:15, Mr. Filch," Albert replied, retrieving his pocket watch to check the time, presenting it before Filch. "When does the dining hall commence serving meals?" Filch paused, taken aback as Albert deliberately nudged his wand towards the watch, allowing him to discern the time more clearly. Initially believing he had caught a nocturnal student, Filch's expression soured, akin to a child who has just learned of the cancellation of a Halloween feast. In truth, morning had indeed arrived, though the sky remained shrouded in darkness and no other students had yet risen. 7 o'clock, Filch grumbled, turning to leave while muttering a parting remark. "I'd better not catch you." The final words were lost to Albert, deemed inconsequential. Yet, it was evident that Filch harbored a palpable disdain for students, wishing to confine them all. Pushing open the door to the great hall, he was met with an atmosphere of dimness. The floating candles had all extinguished, and the lively scenes of the previous night had vanished entirely. Albert turned away, preparing to seize the moment to explore the castle's kitchen. Near the entrance hall on the ground floor of the castle, there was a door leading to the Hufflepuff common room and the kitchen. Albert took some time to wander around the foyer and discovered 2 doors beside the marble staircase, as well as Filch's office. Filch's cat was perched nearby, its eyes fixed intently upon him. "What is its name?" Albert inquired. Filch offered no response and simply carried his cat into the office. Jealousy, perhaps, Albert murmured to himself, recalling that Filch was rather taciturn. He pondered that since Filch was silent, he ought to abandon the magical realm and seamlessly integrate into the Muggle world, avoiding unnecessary troubles and discomfort. With the annoying fellow gone, which door should he choose? Where might the kitchen be? Albert retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. It landed heads up, prompting him to proceed left towards the staircase. Behind the door lay another stone step leading to a spacious stone corridor. As Albert traversed it, torches ignited along the walls, illuminating his surroundings. He noticed various depictions of food adorning the walls. Fortune favored him, as he soon encountered a grand painting depicting a colossal silver bowl brimming with fruit. It was said that the kitchen was concealed behind that very painting. The secret to entering the kitchen lay within the pear. Albert gently touched the vibrant green pear, which astonishingly began to wriggle and giggle, suddenly transforming into a large green doorknob. Indeed, fortune seemed to favor him in this place. In high spirits, Albert, having already discovered the wish-granting room, successfully located the kitchen. He reached for the doorknob and pulled it open, revealing a kitchen as spacious as the hall above. Surrounding cabinets were adorned with an array of utensils, and 4 long wooden tables, positioned identically to those in the hall above, were set up. Some food had already been laid out on the tables, likely breakfast for the students, and when mealtime arrived, the house elves would magically transport the food to the corresponding tables above. "Sir, do you need assistance?" a house elf inquired as it spotted Albert and hurried over. "The dining hall isn't open yet, so I thought I would explore the kitchen," Albert replied with a polite smile. "Please follow me, sir." The house elf took hold of Albert's hand and led him to a seat at the table. Soon, 6 house elves rushed in, carrying a large silver tray laden with a pot of milk, ham, fried eggs, toast, salad, and pumpkin porridge. Thank you, little ones, Albert said, pouring himself half a cup of milk. Although he had not been accustomed to drinking milk in his past life, he had developed the habit over the years, and it had significantly strengthened him compared to his previous existence. It is our honor, sir. Perhaps it was the expression of gratitude that prompted the house elves to beam with smiles and bow deeply to him. Albert indulged in a meal of ham, fried eggs, and 2 slices of toast, accompanied by a small bowl of pumpkin porridge, which rapidly filled his stomach. As he finished the last morsel of fruit salad, he surveyed the house elves, each of whom was wrapped in a tea towel adorned with the Hogwarts insignia. I suppose I should take my leave. Thank you for the breakfast, he remarked. Albert noted that his exploration progress had reached 7.3. This is what we must do, sir, the house elf replied in a high-pitched voice. Before departing, a cluster of little elves gathered around him, offering numerous treats for him to take along. That's quite enough. Farewell, little ones. Albert packed 4 pies into a brown paper bag and tucked it into his robe, intended for George and the others. The house elves congregated at the door. Bidding farewell to Albert, they cherished his gratitude, as it made them feel respected and valued. Retracing his steps from the previous day, Albert returned to the common room in just a few minutes. However, it remained empty, and the ghostly lady had already departed. When Albert returned to the room, the twins were still slumbering, while Lee Jordan had already awakened. He gazed at Albert's figure in the doorway with a look of astonishment and couldn't help but inquire, "Where have you been?" "Taking a stroll and grabbing some breakfast," Albert replied with a broad grin. "I've brought back gifts for you." "What kind of gifts?" Wesley, on the right, crawled out of bed, ruffling his hair with his right hand, appearing still half asleep. "I thought you all were still in dreamland," Lee Jordan said as he lazily stretched and asked, "What gifts?" "Pies," Albert declared, pulling a brown paper bag from his pocket. He took a bite of one pie and handed the bag to Lee Jordan, saying, "One for each of you." "Where did you get these?" Fred asked curiously. "From the kitchen." "Wow, you actually found the kitchen. By the way, you slipped out without inviting us," Fred remarked, now fully awake. If it weren't for their shared bed, Albert would hardly be able to distinguish between the twins. "Aren't you going to brush your teeth first?" "Oh, I almost forgot about that," George said, placing his pie down. He then curiously queried, "How did you find the kitchen?" "Just wandered around and happened to discover it." Albert recounted his encounter with Filch, noting that his cat was quite clever and could alert its owner. "However, I suspect Filch is likely looking to cause me some trouble. I bet he is feeling quite frustrated." Fred couldn't help but chuckle, getting up to explore the intriguing Hogwarts castle. The 3 of them dressed, washed up, and made their way to Gryffindor's common room, which was still empty. Albert lit the fire and settled on the adjacent sofa, as the rain outside had ceased. "Bill and Charlie mentioned that there are numerous secret passages within the castle," Fred said while munching on his pie. "Yet, they never disclosed their locations to us," George lamented, a hint of reproach in his tone towards his older brothers. "Perhaps they wish for you to uncover the castle's secrets on your own. That would be far more exhilarating." Albert recalled Nick's words and casually consoled the two. "I think so too," Lee Jordan agreed. "Oh, I almost forgot about this." Albert approached the entrance and, taking advantage of the absence of others in the common room, snapped a few photos, including one of the fat lady. "Are you taking pictures again?" "I plan to send a letter home. Everything in the magical world is quite wondrous to muggles," Albert replied as he inspected the photos. He had recently discovered he possessed a newfound skill related to photography. "I heard Charlie say that Filch enjoys causing trouble for students, always wanting to hang them up and whip them if they misbehave," George continued after finishing his pie. "Filch is also well acquainted with many of the school's secret passages and tends to appear without a sound. Most students out at night get caught by him," Fred added. "And then they face severe point deductions and detention." They spoke of Filch as if he were a formidable Dark Lord. Albert found the twins' assessment of Filch amusing, reminiscent of how former students regarded their strict dorm matron as a wicked witch. "No, everyone despises him," Fred said earnestly. "Even Percy, of all people, says so. I can hardly think of any other reason to doubt it." "What do you mean by even Percy? Isn't he your brother? Is it really appropriate to speak of your family like that?" Albert suppressed an urge to scoff as he pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, then turned to the 3 of them and said, "All right, it's about time. Let us head to the Great Hall for breakfast, and afterwards, we can explore various parts of the castle." They retraced Albert's morning route, and the twins exhibited immense curiosity about the secret passages. Upon passing the moving staircase, they arrived at the entrance hall without delay. Upon entering the Great Hall for breakfast, they found the 4 long tables nearly empty, the enchanted ceiling shrouded in gray, hinting at possible rain. "I suppose we are among the earliest risers," George Weasley remarked, slicing through the potatoes on his plate as he surveyed the desolate hall with a tone tinged with resignation. "I can hardly recall the last time I rose this early." 3 years ago, Fred suddenly chimed in. "You actually remember?" George gazed incredulously at his brother, wondering if he had simply guessed. "Of course it was a guess," Fred laughed. "Did you actually take that seriously?" "It seems to be the case," George replied. "What are you sketching?" Lee asked. "Documenting the places we've just traversed." "I'm preparing to draw a map of Hogwarts," Albert replied, flipping the parchment to show them. "I'm more curious about what you have in your hand," Fred remarked, eyeing Albert's pen. He noticed Albert had been drawing without ever dipping the pen in ink, which appeared rather unusual. This? It's a pen, something muggles use for writing. Quills aren't very portable or convenient, Albert explained, offering his pen to Fred. It was a birthday gift from Herb, not particularly valuable. But he had used it for many years. It feels somewhat like a quill, Fred noted, inspecting the nib. Indeed, the principle of a pen is quite similar to that of a quill, but its advantage lies in its ability to store ink for prolonged use. Albert presented the parchment to the three of them, stating, "We are currently in the Great Hall. Exiting leads to the entrance hall. Ascending the marble staircase will bring us to the moving staircase, and Philip's office is nearby. There are also 2 doors leading to the basement. The left one leads to the kitchen from the left of the staircase, while I have yet to explore the right one. The kitchen should be around here." With its entrance depicted as a large silver bowl brimming with fruit, and touching the large pear will reveal the doorknob. "Your notes are incredibly detailed," Lee remarked. Examining the parchment for the kitchen's location, he felt confident he could find it based on his previous knowledge, and handed the parchment to one of the twins, asking, "Where do we go from here?" "I plan to seek out the specific location of our classrooms first, to avoid getting lost next time," Albert replied. Stowing away the parchment, George returned. "Then, I will look for secret passages along the way. These passages are typically concealed behind tapestries, stone carvings, or even portraits. If that's the case, discovering them shouldn't be too challenging," Fred said, finishing the roasted potatoes on his plate and displaying eagerness. "No. The key point is that some secret passages require specific incantations or the activation of certain hidden spots." Albert shook his head. "I was able to find the kitchen simply because I touched that portrait, which led me to the entrance." "Why did you think that portrait held a secret?" A girl's voice interjected nearby. Albert turned his head to see Angelina, a fellow first-year student, whom he had conversed with the previous night. It was simply too suspicious. The size of that fruit portrait is nearly identical to that of the fat lady's painting, almost as if it were blatantly indicating the presence of a secret passage. Albert replied with a tone of certainty. Oh, the 4 of them found it quite difficult to comprehend Albert's line of reasoning. However, the truth would soon reveal that Albert's intuition was indeed accurate. "By the way, are you alone, Johnson?" Albert inquired, puzzled. "Where's your roommate?" "You actually remembered my last name," Angelina exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing her face. In truth, even her roommate struggled to recall her name. After all, they had only recently become acquainted, and their conversations had been few. It seemed quite natural to forget. "My memory has always been commendable." Albert smiled as he introduced, "This is Lee. And these twin brothers are George and Fred. Of course, don't ask me who is who. I cannot distinguish between them either. I am George Weasley." No, I am George. He is Fred," one of the twins countered. Many twins relish in such playful antics, adorning identical outfits and appearances, leaving others bewildered as to their identities. Suddenly, Albert gazed at an owl soaring towards them. "You forgot to introduce yourself, Albert," Lee Jordan reminded him. "Oh, I apologize. I spotted my owl." Albert picked up a piece of bread, tearing it to feed the owl that had settled on the table, named Sheila. "I am Albert Anderson." "Anderson? Aren't you going to eat?" Angelina inquired, perplexed, as she prepared a sandwich for herself. "I just had a meal in the kitchen. You can call me Albert." Albert gently stroked his owl, mentioning, "I have something to send home this weekend, so remember to stop by the hall in the morning." Sheila hooted in acknowledgement. Another owl swooped into the hall, dropping a copy of the Daily Prophet onto Albert's table. However, its aim was rather poor, nearly splattering George's pumpkin porridge. Had Fred not been quick, it would have landed right in the soup, and if jam were added, it might have been consumed. "May I take a look?" Angelina asked. Picking up the newspaper, "I want to read the Quidditch column." Albert replied, "Oh, certainly. Do you enjoy Quidditch as well?" The twins chimed in unison, "Of course we do. But unfortunately, first years cannot participate in the Quidditch tryouts." Angelina expressed her disappointment regarding this matter. "Well, it is possible if they are short on players, and you can persuade Professor McGonagall," Albert noted, observing that the others were staring at him. He shrugged helplessly and added, "They say first years cannot participate, but there are always exceptions, are there not? Rules are made to be broken." "Ah, never mind," Angelina sighed. "I doubt I could convince Professor McGonagall to change her mind. I've heard that next semester, a seeker from Gryffindor will graduate. And I plan to sign up and give it a try then. What about you?" The twins spoke in unison again. "Beaters are more suited for us." "I suppose so." Albert chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at a passing ghost, raising his hand in greeting. "Good morning, Sir Nicholas." "Good morning, children. What brings you here?" Sir Nicholas inquired. "Would you mind if I took a photograph with you?" Albert asked while lifting his camera. "Oh, very well." Nick pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you want me to pose?" "No need, just look this way," Albert instructed, adjusting his angle before clicking the shutter. "Is that sufficient?" "Quite so. Thank you, Sir Nicholas." "You're welcome. I shall take my leave now." Nick floated away swiftly. Angelina leaned closer, eager to see what Albert had captured, only to find nothing in the photograph. It seems that a muggle camera cannot capture ghosts. Perhaps a wizarding camera could achieve that, Albert mused, inscribing Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington on the back of the photo. "I'm impressed you could remember his name," Angelina remarked, admiring Albert's memory. "I certainly wouldn't be able to recall such a lengthy name." It is not a matter of the camera, a voice interjected. Albert turned his head and beheld a striking red-haired girl entering the hall. Noticing the gazes directed towards her, she explained that photographs require the proper developing solution for the subjects within to come to life. Furthermore, she mentioned that ghosts belong to the realm of spirits and cannot be captured by a camera. Having said that, the young lady proceeded towards the Ravenclaw table. Well, truly a Ravenclaw student, so knowledgeable, George exaggeratedly remarked. Indeed impressive, Albert mused, glancing at Angelina with an invitation. Would you care to join us in exploring other parts of the school after you finish? After a moment's hesitation, Angelina declined, saying, I have plans with others. What a pity, Albert replied, plucking a piece of fruit to nibble on while contemplating how to acquire the developing solution. The hall gradually filled with students, most of whom were newcomers. Perhaps due to the weekend, the older students were still asleep while the first years were eager to explore the school. After bidding farewell to Angelina, the four friends casually exited the hall, and as they passed through the foyer, they all noticed Filch, clutching a cat, intently observing them. Albert came to a halt, noticing an additional task prompt on his panel, malicious intent from the administrator. You have caught the attention of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts administrator, and it is time to retaliate. During your nocturnal escapades, evade Filch's pursuit and make him comprehend that despite his vigilance, he will find no trace of you. Reward, 1,000 experience points. After reading the task, a smirk involuntarily crept across Albert's face as he realized that since arriving at Hogwarts, the frequency of task prompts had increased rather noticeably. What is the matter? Fred inquired, glancing back in confusion. Nothing, Albert replied quickly, hastening his pace to catch up with the group. As the four traversed the damp, elevated bridge, he suddenly asked, Do you know the incantation for the disillusionment charm? What is that? George asked, puzzled. It is said to be a form of invisibility magic, Albert explained. I read about it in a book. This charm can render the person or object disguised as elusive as a chameleon. That sounds amazing, George remarked with enthusiasm. If we could master it, we wouldn't have to worry about getting caught during our nighttime wanderings. I thought the same, Albert nodded. At least we wouldn't need to be concerned about Filch. He resolved to master the disillusionment charm before embarking on any more nocturnal adventures. But how are we supposed to acquire the incantation? Fred asked, looking somewhat despondent. Perhaps Dad knows, but he certainly wouldn't share it with us, he sighed. How about asking a professor? Lee suggested. For now, we can only search the library, Albert replied. Of course, if we can't find it there. We could inquire with the charm's professor, but I have my doubts as to whether he would be inclined to teach us that particular spell, considering it might lead him to suspect our nighttime activities. The group exchanged glances, each one letting out a resigned sigh. Mastering this magic would certainly facilitate many future endeavors. Albert paused at the edge of the overpass, resting his hands on the railing as he gazed downward. He recalled the conclusion of the novel, where Harry Potter had shattered the Elder Wand here and cast it into the abyss below. What a waste. The Elder Wand was a remarkable artifact. Even if one had no intention of using it, it could easily be concealed in an undisclosed location. It was indeed a genuine relic from the Harry Potter saga. Alongside the Philosopher's Stone, and now both treasures lay in ruin. In any case, the immediate task was to locate the library. Even if we find it, we probably won't be able to master it right away, Lee expressed with a hint of despondency, remembering his struggles with even the simplest of spells. Do not speak such pessimistic words, Albert retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Lee. Do you think I acquired my other spells effortlessly? How did you manage that? The twins inquired, curiosity piqued. Naturally, it requires a considerable amount of practice. Do you expect to learn it all in one go? Albert replied curtly. As the four of them strolled and conversed about the disillusionment charm, they wandered through the first floor of the castle for a considerable time, discovering several empty classrooms cluttered with debris, as well as a likely concealed passage, yet none could be opened, leaving them all rather frustrated. Most secret passages necessitated specific incantations or a unique rhythm of knocks to gain entry. Albert explained to the trio, finding one is largely a matter of luck. We're seeking out someone knowledgeable about these passages. However, I dare say they won't divulge their secrets easily. The Transfiguration classroom, George reminded them. I recall Professor McGonagall teaches Transfiguration. Lee Jordan whispered, I've heard that this class is exceedingly difficult. It does pose a certain challenge, Albert acknowledged. Having discovered this during his self-study, he had spent the most time transforming a matchstick into a needle, yet once he mastered it, most Transfiguration spells became significantly less daunting. Of course, this might also be attributed to his innate skills. The quartet eventually located the History of Magic classroom on the second floor, relieved to find the classrooms marked. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss as to where to search. There's a wooden door. I believe it may conceal a secret passage. Lee Jordan excitedly pointed to the entrance hidden behind a statue. It seems to be locked, Albert remarked, drawing his wand and casting Alohomora at the wooden door. Your spell has failed, Fred noted, twisting the handle in vain. It likely requires a specific incantation to unlock, Albert muttered. What do you think the incantation might be? Lee Jordan countered. How could I possibly know? Albert shot Lee a glance, then pondered aloud. The most famous incantation for secret doors in the Muggle world is Open Sesame, derived from the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. At that moment, Albert's wand inadvertently struck the wooden door. In the next instant, the wooden planks were astonishingly wrenched from their hinges, seemingly on the verge of splintering into a pile of firewood. The four friends gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Immobulous, Albert gazed at the dilapidated wooden door, nearly torn apart, and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What should we do now? The Weasley trio stared at the damaged door, gulping in unison, stepping back, still oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Did Fred just make a sneaky gesture? It would be troublesome if we were caught. Don't be foolish. Formidable wizards often employ tracking spells to ascertain who has recently visited this place, Albert cautioned as he placed a hand on Fred's shoulder, advising him against fleeing. What do we do now? George asked anxiously, glancing at Albert. I should be able to mend it. I remember the incantation is reparo. Albert quickly regained his composure, raising his wand toward the shattered door, concentrating as he recited the restoration spell. The wood, which had been ripped from its hinges, flew back into place, the crack slowly mending, soon to be restored to its former state. However, before the door could fully recover, it suddenly swung open from within. The four of them froze in place, as Professor McGonagall emerged from behind the door, observing the door's gradual restoration before turning her gaze toward the four of them, the atmosphere around them becoming palpably awkward. What on earth are you doing? Professor McGonagall's face twitched, her stern gaze fixed upon them. Moments earlier, she had heard a commotion from the hidden door of her office and came to investigate, only to find that her office door had been dismantled. This sight left her utterly astounded. Forgive us, Professor. We were unaware that Open Sesame was a spell. Albert promptly corrected himself, offering an apology. I believe it was merely an accident. Enough said, Mr. Anderson. Please come in, along with the rest of you, Professor McGonagall said, her expression unyielding as she gestured for them to enter her office. It was just an accident, Professor, Albert reiterated softly. The twins and Lee Jordan behind him held their breath, rendered speechless by the tension. A commendable restoration spell, however, Mr. Anderson. I must remind you that Open Sesame is a lock-opening charm from hundreds of years ago. Contemporary wizards do not employ such crude magic, Professor McGonagall advised, her gaze steady upon Albert. If you have perused the standard spellbook, you would have learned that most now favor the more elegant Alohomora. I am aware. However, Alohomora is ineffective on this door, as it has been warded against it, Professor McGonagall explained. Thus, your incantation failed to take effect. This is basic knowledge of enchantments. I believe Professor Flitwick would be pleased were you to consult him on such matters. I shall do so. Let this be a warning, gentlemen, otherwise you shall find yourselves confined. Professor McGonagall, seemingly unwilling to place blame upon them, turned and retrieved a piece of parchment from her desk, handing it to Albert with instructions. This is the first-year class schedule. Please affix it to the Gryffindor notice board. There won't be a next time, I assure you, Albert replied, clearing his throat as he accepted the first-year class schedule from Professor McGonagall, nudging the twins and Lee Jordan forward before hastily exiting her office. That was terrifying. Once they were a safe distance from Professor McGonagall's office, they dared to speak. Did we really dismantle Professor McGonagall's door? Lee Jordan exclaimed, still in disbelief. Quite fortunate we weren't penalized or confined, Albert remarked as he glanced at the schedule Professor McGonagall had given him, noting that the first class next Monday was charms. Remarkable, Albert, your door-opening spell actually disassembled the door, Fred said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It was merely an accident. I was unaware it was a spell, Albert replied, tapping his wand against the parchment, splitting the original schedule into 2, and then into 4. He distributed the fragments to the others. Why is there no flying class listed? George asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice after examining the schedule. He had been looking forward to soaring through the skies on a broomstick. Do you not think the number of classes is rather scant? Albert remarked, frowning after reviewing the week's schedule. Hogwarts felt more akin to a laissez-faire approach to education. Scant? Are you mad? Lee gazed at Albert incredulously, as if he had succumbed to some peculiar enchantment. In a Muggle school, the curriculum would at least be half again as extensive. Albert pondered the reasoning behind this. With the limited number of professors in the school, if each year had 2 classes, a single professor would be required to teach 24 sessions, considering the combined attendance of the 4 houses in the 6th and 7th years. With weekends off, this meant their entire week schedule was filled. Reflecting on it now, it was somewhat understandable. What are you thinking about? George inquired. Nothing of consequence. Let us continue to find our classrooms, Albert said, tucking the schedule into his pocket as he led the way toward the marble staircase. By now, the 4 had located the Transfiguration classroom and the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor, along with an abandoned lavatory, which Albert recalled as the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, home to a perilous basilisk. As it was a girls' lavatory, the 4 merely passed by, having no intention of entering to avoid any misunderstandings. Their exploration of the castle proved fruitful. Near the corridor of the charms classroom on the 4th floor, they discovered a hidden passage behind a tapestry, which led to the vicinity of the armory corridor and the trophy room. I believe the tapestries of Hogwarts conceal hidden passages, Lee Jordan quipped as he emerged from the passage. It is no wonder. All the secret passages they've discovered today were concealed behind tapestries, leading to such misconceptions. I dare say most people could uncover these few passages, George expressed with a slight sense of disappointment, hoping to find more obscure routes unknown to others. We shall find them, Albert encouraged. Let us explore the trophy room. He was curious to see if the medals and trophies were crafted from gold and silver. George, Fred. Lee Jordan pointed to a cabinet. Look at this. I recall Charlie is your brother, right? He once secured the Quidditch Cup for the house. That was shortly after Charlie joined the team. He has always hoped to win the Quidditch Cup once more before graduation, George replied, glancing at the array of Slytherin trophies with a hint of discontent, knowing Gryffindor and Slytherin had never been on amicable terms. The Slytherins can be unscrupulous in achieving their objectives, Fred muttered, adding, Percy told me so. Indeed, those Slytherin fellows are the most detestable, Fred concurred. Recalling Percy's words that whenever Slytherin fell behind in points, they would resort to unscrupulous tactics against the leading house, with Snape favoring his students, never deducting points from them. Many students in the school harbored disdain for him, often referring to him as Old Bat. Albert felt a sudden twitch at the twins' words. Although it was meant as a jest, it was unjust to place all the blame on Percy. After all, he was still your brother, not a scapegoat. Hogwarts had indeed accumulated numerous trophies, and Albert had even discovered the Triwizard Tournament Trophy, the trophy from the International Wizarding Chess Championship, the Golden Cauldron from the Magical School's Potion Championship, and the Creative Medal from the Cairo International Alchemy Competition. Of course, there was also the Special Contribution Award belonging to Voldemort, or rather, Tom Riddle. If only I could earn a trophy to display here, Lee Jordan remarked, gazing at the trophies with envy and admiration. I believe Albert might have a chance. As for you, perhaps not. The twins appeared behind Lee, each placing a hand on his shoulder in cheerful consolation. The future is uncertain, Albert casually replied. You might also earn a trophy to place here. That Special Contribution Award is quite simple. Just discuss with Dumbledore about donating 5 or 10,000 galleons to the school, and he would surely assist you in obtaining one. The trio winced at his words. What do you mean, donate 5 or 10,000 galleons? How can you casually speak of such amounts? Neither of the twins had a single galleon in their pockets. They even doubted whether their combined family wealth amounted to such a sum. Lee Jordan retorted, don't you wish for it? Actually, I'm more curious about how much prize money one could receive. Everything else is merely superficial to me, Albert interjected, shaking his head. He valued gold over glory. After all, wealth was the most tangible asset. Especially in his previous life, there was a saying, money makes the world go round. And another, money breeds confidence. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a realist. Albert coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Let us head to the 5th floor. I have a feeling the library might be there. You're right. Money is indeed a good thing. I despise poverty. The twins exchanged glances, not disputing Albert's statement. In truth, no one relished being impoverished, especially the Weasley brothers, who understood this sentiment all too well. The 4 of them jostled their way to the 5th floor and indeed found the library. However, it was still closed at this hour. Let us explore elsewhere, Albert suggested. This was a rather prudent choice, for they soon stumbled upon what appeared to be a secret passage concealed behind a suspiciously tall mirror. What are you doing here? As they inspected the entrance, Snape appeared silently behind them. We are searching for shortcuts, Professor, Albert replied, undeterred by Snape's gloomy demeanor, well aware of who stood before him. Shortcuts? Snape fixed his gaze on Albert's eyes, but Albert turned away, avoiding direct eye contact. We believe there's a shortcut to other floors here. It was common knowledge that the simplest way to avoid being legitimized was to refrain from direct eye contact. Oh, it opened. Suddenly, the mirror slid aside, revealing a gap. Snape frowned at this sight, seemingly about to say something, but was interrupted by Albert. By the way, Professor, could I take a photograph? Albert raised his camera and asked earnestly. Not only Snape, but even George and the others wore expressions of surprise, their faces contorting in an odd manner. Snape stared impassively at Albert, who maintained a smile, completely disregarding Snape's menacing glare. Sir, is that not permissible? Albert inquired again. If you have time to loiter. No, sir, we are not loitering, Albert replied with utmost seriousness. We are merely making the most of our spare time to familiarize ourselves with the castle's classroom layout. This is essential for any new student. After all, Hogwarts does not provide us with maps, does it? The shortcuts could also prevent first years from inadvertently arriving late. At this, Snape could not articulate his previous intention, and the others stood frozen in astonishment. Why can you speak so confidently? However, it did seem somewhat reasonable. Hogwarts Castle was indeed like a labyrinth. Without maps, how could they be expected to navigate the layout? Snape's lips twitched slightly as he coldly regarded Albert. If you have so much time, why not review your potions and elixirs a few more times? In the next class, I will question you first. Now, disappear from my sight, immediately. See you Friday, Professor. Albert cheerfully waved, nudging the others as they rounded a corner and vanished down the corridor. Well, you actually wanted to take a photo of Snape. You even dared to confront him directly. The twins gave Albert a thumbs up, unable to contain their laughter. Did you not know? He is infamous for his. I did not confront him. I merely stated facts, Albert insisted, denying any confrontation. merely expressing the truth. Indeed. It is a fact. George nodded repeatedly. Even the others had to concede that it was indeed true. Thus, Snape could hardly hold anything against him. By the way, what did you say Snape is infamous for? Albert shifted the topic, asking, infamous for what? Infamous for being unreasonable, George chuckled, recalling Snape's earlier expression, which had indeed been quite comical. Where do you think that passage leads? Lee Jordan posed his curiosity. I have no idea. Perhaps we shall explore it later this afternoon. Albert noticed a new task appearing on his panel, Master of Provocation. Snape is one of the least popular professors at Hogwarts. You have successfully provoked him once. Why not continue this audacious feat? Task completion, 15. Reward, 2,000 experience points. Indeed, a Master of Provocation. By the way, what do you plan to do about that? Fred suddenly asked. That? Albert queried, perplexed. The questioning. Lee Jordan reminded him. Didn't Snape say he would question you in the first class? No worries, it's just a question. As long as it doesn't exceed my knowledge of potions and elixirs, there shouldn't be any major issues, Albert confidently asserted about his memory. Dismissing the idea of questioning as trivial. I almost forgot about that. I suddenly feel a bit excited for next Friday's potions class. The three exchanged glances, recalling that Albert possessed an exceptional memory and intellect, making him well equipped to handle Snape's inquiries. If you answer everything correctly, will Snape award you points? George suddenly asked. Certainly not, Albert replied with confidence. I think so too. Then everyone will see what kind of professor he truly is. As noon approached, the once silent Hogwarts castle began to rejuvenate with new life. Albert occasionally encountered other students in the corridors or hallways. It can be said that laziness is an inherent trait for most, especially on weekends when the necessity to rise early is absent. Most individuals prefer to indulge in a few extra moments of slumber. A light drizzle fell outside the castle, leading the majority of students to linger in the Great Hall, engaged in conversation, while a few unfortunate souls, unable to complete their assignments in time, busied themselves hastily copying their summer homework. During his exploration of the castle, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan succumbed to fatigue and were the first to make their escape. Nevertheless, Albert dedicated an entire morning to traversing the vast castle, capturing numerous intriguing photographs with his camera. Upon returning to the Great Hall, he felt a dull ache in his calves. The outcome of his expedition was quite fruitful. Albert had sketched a rough map of the castle from memory, although he had heard others mention that certain staircases in Hogwarts would shift every Friday. He thought little of it, knowing that solutions would present themselves when the time came. Notably, his progress in exploring Hogwarts Castle had reached 26.7%. Where are your friends? Angelina and another girl approached, taking a seat across from Albert and greeting him. They had left midway through the castle tour. Albert picked up a slice of bread from the platter, intending to make himself a sandwich. Those three must have stumbled upon something interesting. Could you pass me that blueberry jam over there? Thank you. How is your castle map coming along? May I take a look? Angelina nudged the jar of blueberry jam closer with her right hand and pointed to the parchment on Albert's left. I still believe one should explore the castle personally. It is one of the joys of being a first year. Albert casually handed the parchment across to the girl while retrieving the blueberry jam. What is that? Elia leaned in, scrutinizing the simple sketch, her brow slightly furrowed. Though she found it somewhat challenging to decipher, she could discern markings indicating secret passages and classrooms, as well as which staircases required a few steps to traverse. By the way, this is our class schedule. Albert had copied 2 additional copies of the schedule and handed them to the 2 girls across from him. What kind of magic is that? Angelina inquired with curiosity. It's a duplication charm. It allows one object to become 2. Elia, hailing from a family of wizards, immediately recognized the incantation employed by Albert. Not all wizarding families, like the Weasleys, adopted a free-range approach. Elia had received a solid education in wizardry from a young age, giving her a head start over many students. Quite a handy little trick, isn't it? Albert winked at the 2, continuing, with this, there is no need to take notes. One need only borrow a copy from someone else. Elia regarded Albert with an odd gaze, sensing that his thought processes diverged significantly from those of others. Could you provide me with a copy? That way, I needn't fret about locating the classroom, she requested. Aren't you concerned that the map might be inaccurate? Albert retorted. Of course, I will verify it myself, Elia replied with a sense of assurance. Do you want one? Albert inquired, glancing at Angelina. Thank you, she responded with a smile. The Hogwarts castle was indeed vast, and it was all too easy for newcomers to lose their way. With Albert's map, they would at least have a sense of direction. Arriving late on the first day was certainly not an auspicious sign. By the way, I recall that you hail from a Muggle family, correct? Elia folded the map and asked, how is it that you possess such an extensive knowledge of spells? I dare say most freshmen are not as well versed as you. I learned most of the spells during my practice before school. The majority are rather straightforward, Albert said as he spread blueberry jam on a slice of bread and took a hearty bite. While the flavor was pleasant, consuming such fare all day was rather tiresome. Straightforward? The 2 locked eyes, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure. After receiving their own wands, most freshmen attempt to wield the magic contained within their textbooks. Naturally, Angelina and Elio were no exceptions. They had both mastered some simple spells, yet none found it as effortless as Albert implied. As if learning magic was as simple as eating a piece of bread. Upon finishing the slice of bread smeared with blueberry jam, Albert prepared himself a sandwich. The British lunch was often underwhelming, and Hogwarts was no exception. Bread and potatoes were perennial staples. This meal consisted of slices of bread, boiled potatoes, a fresh vegetable salad, and cured ham, accompanied by a generous pot of milk tea or pumpkin juice. After Albert finished his ham sandwich, he placed 2 jacket potatoes onto his plate. Having meandered around the castle for the better part of the morning, his stomach was in dire need of sustenance. Curiously, during mealtime, the whereabouts of the 3 individuals remained a mystery, leaving him to ponder their whimsical escapades. He found himself longing for rice and pasta. How I missed them, Albert murmured softly, as he continued to devour the jacket potatoes on his plate. Potatoes, being a staple of British cuisine, had been a constant in his diet for years. The people of this country could concoct 100 distinct dishes without repeating a single one. While potatoes were not unpalatable, the monotony of consuming them at every meal was rather tiresome. Pasta is delightful, Angelina chimed in. I've had it several times. Its flavor is quite nostalgic. British cuisine often left much to be desired, and the variety was overwhelming, as the chefs here seldom took the time to earnestly explore the art of cooking. Pouring himself a cup of milk tea, Albert took a sip and remarked, I recall having a dish of whole fish baked in sea salt and herb bread crust not too long ago. The two exchanged glances, intrigued as they listened to Albert lament the peculiarities of British food, such as his father's fondness for chip sandwiches and the sole admiration for Marmite among the family, which belonged to his grandmother. Albert vividly recalls his first encounter with Marmite, a taste reminiscent of hell itself, forever etched in his memory. If one were to describe it, it would be a pungent blend of soy sauce intermingled with an array of bodily odors. Consequently, Albert has maintained a respectful distance from Marmite ever since. Should anyone be interested, I could send a bottle as a Christmas gift during the festive season. Ahem. Ilya immediately lost her appetite, saying, No, thank you. I would prefer to indulge in something more palatable, lest I feel queasy at the mere sight of jam in the future. After finishing her milk tea, she concluded her lunch. Albert sat at the dining table, perusing the photographs he had previously taken, featuring knightly armor, picturesque castle views, a certain portrait, and an exaggerated sculpture, all unveiling a glimpse of Hogwarts. However, as he sifted through the images, Angelina couldn't help but think to herself that he resembled more of a tourist visiting the grand Hogwarts castle than a student attending classes. The Gryffindor common room was bustling with students, all seated on the limited sofas, engaged in lively conversation. With the seating being scarce and the atmosphere crowded and noisy, Albert felt little inclination to linger. He posted the first-year course schedule on the bulletin board, stowed away his camera and photographs back in his dormitory, and made his way to the library on the 5th floor of the castle. The library was devoid of other students, which was hardly surprising. Even the Ravenclaw students rarely ventured into the library before the official start of term. Only Madame Irma Pants, the librarian, occupied the space, quietly engrossed in her reading behind the counter. As Albert approached, she lifted her gaze, seemingly taken aback by the presence of a visitor at such an hour. Excuse me, madam, he inquired softly, I am in search of some books on spells. Could you kindly direct me to the appropriate shelf? Though Albert could have sought them out himself, the extensive collection would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort to navigate, making a direct inquiry to the librarian the most expedient option. Madame Pants glanced at Albert and gestured toward a row of wooden shelves. Section C, the 5th shelf, she replied. Albert followed the direction of the other person's finger, expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, and then proceeded towards the bookshelf in Area C. His gaze paused momentarily on the rope leading to the restricted section before he continued deeper inside. Among the 5th shelf, he discovered a plethora of books concerning spells. As Albert's fingers glided over the spines of the books, they hesitated momentarily, for 2 tasks unexpectedly emerged on his interface. Reading enthusiast. As an avid reader, how could you possibly overlook the largest magical library in all of Britain? Accumulate the reading of 100 tomes, each an inch thick, and be rewarded with the random mastery of 3 spells, each elevated to level 3. Current progress, 0-100. Forbidden Zone of Magic. The restricted section of Hogwarts conceals numerous secrets. As someone who cherishes the art of magic, how could you allow this opportunity to pass? If you could borrow a few tomes for thorough study, it would significantly enhance your magical prowess. Successfully persuade 5 professors to grant you permission to borrow 5 books from the restricted section. Reward, an increase of 1 skill level. Current progress, 0-5. Both tasks appeared daunting. Completing the reading of 100 tomes is no simple feat, particularly when each must be an inch thick. Are they expecting him to peruse 100 hefty volumes? Such books could indeed be lethal if one were to be struck by them. This task would not be accomplished in a matter of moments. Completing it within 3 years would require the favor of Merlin himself. The second task is even more formidable. Obtaining a borrowing slip from the professors is no easy task. Moreover, he must acquire a signed slip from each of the 5 professors, a far more challenging endeavor. In Albert's recollections, perhaps the most amenable could be Gilderoy Lockhart. Nevertheless, despite the elevated difficulty, the rewards are substantial, an increase of one skill level, which surpasses mere skill points in potency. But now was not the time to dwell on these tasks. Albert dismissed his distractions and casually pulled out a spellbook titled Selections of 18th Century Charms. He perused the table of contents, which detailed 33 spells, each meticulously chronicled with information regarding the inventor, proper application, and the significance of their creation. After examining the contents, Albert lost interest in this tome, as he found no mention of the disillusionment charm. While the other spells were indeed commendable, they held little immediate relevance for him. Mastering them would demand an extensive investment of time and effort, or the utilization of his reserved experience pool. Despite having a substantial amount of experience left, Albert was reluctant to expend it. After returning the selections of 18th century charms to the shelf, Albert withdrew another volume entitled Achievements of Charms, which provided insights into various spells. Within its pages, he discovered mention of the disillusionment charm. Regrettably, the book lacked details on its incantation, offering merely a collection of attempts at spells. However, from the information provided, Albert was able to locate pertinent references to the disillusionment charm in the 19th century charms. This was undoubtedly promising news. Albert sat at a library desk, perusing a tome on 19th century enchantments. The inspiration for the disillusionment charm derived from the chameleon, enabling one to blend seamlessly into their surroundings and achieve invisibility. Skilled wizards wield the disillusionment charm with finesse, making them difficult to detect. However, the inept struggle to remain unnoticed as their bodies fail to merge with the environment, provoking an inexplicable sense of incongruity. As Albert immersed himself in the intricacies of the disillusionment charm, he felt a chair being pulled out. He looked up to find it was the Ravenclaw girl he had encountered in the hall earlier that morning. Sensing Albert's gaze, she met his eyes momentarily, offering a slight nod before redirecting her attention to her own reading. Truly, she embodied the essence of Ravenclaw, Albert murmured softly to himself, returning to the nuances of the disillusionment charm as he contemplated a suitable location for practice. Next, he needed to uncover the countercharm. Although the disillusionment charm's duration is not excessively long, lacking knowledge of the countercharm could necessitate waiting for the spell's effect to wear off before reappearing, which was hardly an advisable course of action. The text did not provide any pertinent information on the countercharm. Yet Albert discovered the revealment charm within the records of spell achievements. Albert held the spellbook from the 19th century as he approached Mrs. Pants to complete the borrowing procedures. Outside the castle, he picked up a stone to serve as a target for practice. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to cast an unmastered spell upon himself. Just as Albert pondered where to practice his incantations, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan appeared in the entrance hall, breathless. "Where did you go at noon?" Albert inquired, eyeing the trio. "Fifth floor, the mirror," George gasped, struggling to catch his breath, his words barely coherent. "And where does that passage lead?" Albert asked. "Outside the castle. We discovered a secret tunnel to Hogsmeade," Fred exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. On their very first day at Hogwarts, they had stumbled upon a hidden passageway leading beyond the school grounds. Albert raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, you spent several hours in Hogsmeade before returning?" "No. The secret passage is quite lengthy. We must have walked for nearly an hour." "You are truly remarkable," Albert managed to utter, though the thought of traversing such a distance felt like a torment to him. After all, as someone who relished a sedentary lifestyle, preferring to lounge on the sofa with a book, why would he subject himself to the arduous task of crawling through a hidden passage, especially when it entailed a 2-hour round trip? What was the point of such toil? "This is my achievement," Albert declared, lifting the book he had borrowed from the library. "You found that spell?" Fred realized what Albert was referring to. "Well, I did," Albert admitted, feeling a twinge of admiration for Fred's cleverness. However, mastering that spell would pose a certain challenge. If they wished to learn it, they would need to mentally prepare themselves. "So, do you intend to embark on a nocturnal adventure tonight?" At 9 in the evening, Albert was busily penning a letter to his family when he overheard the twins' conversation, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. It seemed he had an unfinished task concerning nighttime escapades, didn't he? "No, absolutely not. I cannot take such risks. Not now." Albert gently patted his cheek, realizing that a nocturnal adventure would undoubtedly lead to being caught by Filch. "Albert, would you care to join us?" the twins inquired in unison. He set down his quill, turning to face them. "The caretaker, Filch, is well versed in the castle's myriad secret passages. This grants him an effortless advantage in capturing you, who are unfamiliar with Hogwarts. If you wish to avoid being confined before the school year even commences, it would be prudent to refrain from reckless escapades." "I concur," Lee Jordan quickly added. "Venturing out at this hour will most certainly result in being apprehended by the caretaker." No, Albert interjected. "I believe the crux of the matter lies not in the risk of capture, but in your preparation. Should you desire to embark on a nighttime escapade, you must be adequately equipped. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits. The bravery of Gryffindor is not synonymous with recklessness. At the very least, you ought to master the Lumos spell. Don't you think carrying an oil lamp is rather cumbersome?" "It would be quite difficult to flee in such a scenario," he remarked. placing his wand down and gesturing toward the 19th century spell book borrowed from the library, which contained the incantation for the disillusionment charm. Once you have mastered this magic, Filch will find it exceedingly challenging to catch you. So, does that imply you would be willing to join us on our nocturnal adventure? The twins clapped their hands together, seemingly celebrating some joyous occasion. You wouldn't be suggesting. Albert quickly discerned their intentions and shook his head. While I wouldn't oppose joining you on a nighttime excursion, it cannot be at this moment, for I have no desire to be caught by Filch. I recommend you first acquire some useful spells. Only then shall we be able to wander the school without fear of capture. Fantastic. With your involvement, our confidence in the nocturnal plan has surged. George exclaimed as he linked arms with Fred, and the two began to perform an eccentric tap dance. In the eyes of the Weasley twins, their roommate was indeed quite reliable. Tomorrow, George, Lee, and I plan to make another trip to Hogsmeade. Would you care to join us? Fred brought up their plans for the following day, adding, only third-year students are permitted to go to Hogsmeade. However, we can sneak through the secret passage. It is the only wizarding village in all of Britain. I wish to purchase some items from Zonko's joke shop. I forgot to bring money the last time. George said eagerly. That is the most. Lee Jordan began to agree, but was abruptly interrupted by Albert. I have little interest in those prank items, but experiencing a wizarding village would certainly be intriguing. By the way, today's task panel is rather extensive. He glanced over and froze. The adventure begins. This marks the commencement of a grand adventure, traversing through secret passages to Hogsmeade, relishing the thrill and joy that adventure brings. Rewards include 100 experience points. George Weasley 5 Affinity, Fred Weasley 5 Affinity, Lee Jordan 5 Affinity. Affinity? What on earth is this? Why does it evoke the sensation of a real-time strategy game? Is it possible that upon achieving an affinity of 100, one could become the legendary best of friends? Albert swiftly discarded the chilling thoughts that had clouded his mind. The notion of deviance was best kept at a distance. He decided to finish his breakfast before heading out. Albert resumed writing his letter, meticulously detailing various aspects of Hogwarts, a subject in which he was quite proficient, despite having not written for quite some time. Fred and George refrained from interrupting him, as the trio pored over standard spells, seeking incantations suitable for their use. Albert was correct. The oil lamp was too cumbersome, and mastering a few spells would indeed be prudent. Minutes later, a whiff of burning paper caught Albert's attention. He turned to find the Daily Prophet aflame, with the twins leaping about in a frantic attempt to extinguish the fire. What on earth are you doing? Albert exclaimed, placing the unfinished letter back into its box and rushing to open the window to let the smoke dissipate. George had just attempted the fire-making spell, and Fred coughed, acknowledging the success of the ignited newspaper. You nearly set the carpet ablaze. No fire casting in here, Albert admonished. You still lack the ability to control your magic perfectly. What would happen if you set the room on fire? I believe I might have a knack for spells. George replied with curiosity, eager to try his hand at incantations. Not here. Head to the common room and aim at the fireplace. Albert dismissed them with exasperation. Truly a troublesome bunch. If you wish to visit Hogsmeade tomorrow, you'd best learn the Lumos charm. I refuse to carry the oil lamp through the secret passage. And don't expect me to help with that either. All right, you make a valid point. We should practice the Lumos charm. It's quite useful, both George and Fred conceded. Much like Albert's initial attempts, their light was not yet stable, and Lee Jordan had yet to illuminate his wand. You're not focused enough. Concentrate on your wand, Albert instructed, placing the box back at his bedside and guiding the trio as they practiced the Lumos charm. When casting, do not hesitate. Articulate the incantation clearly and accurately. Beginners must concentrate their willpower. You sound rather like a professor. Perhaps you should consider a career in teaching, Fred jested. I think not, Albert retorted. Why not? George inquired, puzzled. Because being a professor is exhausting, especially when faced with a group of unruly children. My patience isn't particularly robust, especially with strangers beyond family and friends. Albert sat on his bed, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. What is that? Fred asked, instantly captivated. It's a Rubik's Cube, a muggle toy designed to enhance spatial reasoning, memory, and reaction skills, Albert casually explained, playing with it out of sheer boredom. Of course, it also helps improve quick recall and reflexes, though my experience is limited. It is better than nothing, and it helps pass the time. The trio spent the evening mastering the Lumos charm. With diligence, they were able to quickly grasp this fundamental spell, albeit their execution was still somewhat clumsy. Sunday dawned with dreary weather, the rain continuing to fall outside the castle. At 7 in the morning, as dawn broke, Albert, stifling a yawn, was ushered by his excited roommates toward the great hall for breakfast. I truly don't understand what all the excitement is about, Albert remarked as he wriggled free from the twins' grasp, adjusting his robes. That is Hogsmeade, the most enjoyable place in all of Britain, Lee Jordan exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. The most enjoyable in all of Britain? Albert sighed, feeling distinctly out of sync with the trio's exuberance. As they made their way to the great hall, the twins practiced their Lumos charm, only to collide with Filch. Unfortunately, George was caught and dragged to the caretaker's office. Filch, delighting in his authority, retrieved a large roll of parchment from his desk drawer, unfurling it before him. Name, George Weasley. Offense, recklessly casting spells in the corridor. Recommended punishment. I only used the Lumos charm because the corridor was dimly lit, you know. It was still early, and there were a few torches. George spoke hastily, trying to justify himself. Clean the hospital wing's bedpans, Filch suggested with a malicious smirk, noting that the hospital's bedpans hadn't been cleaned in quite some time. George's expression turned to one of horror. You may leave. But do not let me catch you using magic in the corridors again, Filch declared triumphantly, dismissing George from his office. Pfft. Albert burst into laughter upon hearing George's predicament, patting him on the shoulder in consolation. Don't worry, I can teach you a simple Scourgify spell to clean bedpans. It'll be a quick fix. Besides, Filch can only recommend punishment. He cannot directly penalize you. That guy is insufferable. George scowled at the door of Filch's office, clearly in a foul mood. No one wished to clean bedpans. Cheer up. I'll buy you a butterbeer later, Albert said, stifling another laugh, eager to change the subject. By the way, what did you see in Filch's office? What did I see? There were numerous drawers, and the wall behind the desk was adorned with handcuffs and shackles, George recalled, his expression darkening. That old coot, no, that old creep, must have some peculiar quirks. Albert mused that old coot might be a more fitting moniker for Filch, for he was as useless as a bucket with a hole in it. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as it was unkind to assign such derogatory nicknames to others. Anything else? Albert inquired, certain Filch had confiscated a plethora of items. Indeed. I saw a drawer labeled, confiscated items, highly dangerous. I suspect all his seized items are stored within. Fred's eyes gleamed with intrigue at the thought of the forbidden contents. If they were truly dangerous, they wouldn't be kept in such a place, Albert considered, recalling the Marauder's map might be among those treasures. Exactly what we thought. The twins exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. You wouldn't want to get caught in the act, would you? Albert warned. Otherwise, you'll surely find yourselves in trouble. The twins protested in unison. That's slander. How could we possibly do such a thing? English breakfasts are always the most sumptuous. Albert prepared himself a bowl of milk oatmeal, accompanied by a fried egg, 2 slices of bacon, 2 pieces of toast, a sausage, and a small serving of vegetable salad. Good morning. A boy greeted the twins as he passed by. I believe you're Lee Jordan from Hufflepuff, Albert said, glancing at the boy, seeking assistance. Cedric Diggory. The boy introduced himself. Hello, Cedric, the twins responded, surprised to see him in Hufflepuff. I don't think Hufflepuff is bad at all. Cedric harbored a profound aversion to disparaging remarks about Hufflepuff. We did not claim it to be inferior. We merely asserted that Gryffindor was indeed superior. The Weasley twins chimed in, each taking turns to speak. Long time no see, Albert, one of them greeted. Another approached, extending a salutation to Albert. I never anticipated you would join Gryffindor. It genuinely took me by surprise. It's been ages, Gabriel, Albert replied with a smile, acknowledging his pen pal. You know each other? Cedric Diggory inquired, his curiosity piqued as he maintained a cordial relationship with his upperclassmen. Of course, we met during the summer, Gabriel replied, flashing a mysterious smile at Diggory. The one I mentioned to you. Cedric Diggory regarded Albert with astonishment. He had heard Gabriel mention the matter, yet had never learned the individual's name. Once Gabriel departed, the twins exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Could it be? Lee Jordan remained momentarily perplexed. The twins continued to look at each other. That incident. What incident? Lee still failed to grasp the situation. Ahem. Just know it, and keep it confidential. Albert interjected with a light cough. Otherwise, I shall refrain from gifting you a Christmas present this winter. We shall keep it secret, the twins replied knowingly, placing their index fingers against their lips to signify their commitment to discretion. Hey, don't exclude me, you 3 rascals. Lee Jordan grumbled, feeling marginalized from their little circle. Ahem, the newspaper. Do you remember that conversation we had on the train when we first arrived at Hogwarts? Fred reminded. 50 galleons, George added. Oh, that incident. Lee suddenly comprehended the situation. How did you manage that? I wouldn't till you want the entire school to learn about it. Albert raised a finger to his lips, urging the trio to maintain silence. All right, but you truly are impressive. The Weasley brothers expressed their admiration for Albert's ingenuity, wishing they could effortlessly earn 25 galleons as well. No wonder you were willing to wager all the galleons you acquired, Lee Jordan remarked with a hint of envy. Not necessarily a loss, Albert scoffed. Do you know why wands made of sequoia wood are favored by wizards? Because they bring good fortune? George speculated uncertainly. Exactly, Albert continued. At that moment, I had a premonition that gambling might yield substantial gains, so I took the risk. Who shall go first? The group stood before the entrance of the mirror passage on the 5th floor, having finished breakfast. Need you even ask? One of you 3, of course. Albert stated matter-of-factly. You've already ventured through once. Naturally, you possess the experience. Very well, I shall go first, Fred said cautiously as he descended the stairs, with the other 3 promptly following. The mirror returned to its original position after the quartet entered the passage. This corridor felt somewhat cramped, steeply sloping, and enveloped in darkness as they descended slowly down the staircase. Albert raised his wand and murmured, Lumos. I detest this narrow and dark place, Lee Jordan whispered in complaint. Do not grumble, just keep up, Fred replied, concentrating on maintaining the illumination spell as he cautiously descended the staircase. The passage was so constricted that it was difficult for two people to pass each other, enveloped in darkness as they traversed the stairs for quite some time. Halfway down, Fred's wand extinguished several times. I believe it would benefit you to practice the Lumos spell. It is a fundamental incantation, Albert advised, probing ahead with his wand. I loathe this sensation, Fred muttered softly, attempting to reignite his wand's glow. Once we reach the bottom of these stairs, it will widen a bit ahead. Albert, you should lead the way, George suggested, having grown weary of pausing every few minutes. Very well. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, they found themselves in a foreboding corridor, the ground damp and composed of hard earth. Water occasionally dripped from above, and one drop landed on Albert's face, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he quickly wiped the moisture away and pressed onward. Albert advanced slowly, careful to avoid stumbling, while the others remained silent, focusing entirely on navigating the uneven terrain. The four of them staggered forward, the corridor winding and twisting, leaving them to wonder who might have excavated it. On a side note, it was indeed peculiar that they had not suffocated in the oppressive atmosphere. Albert raised his wand above his head to examine the area above the passage. What are you looking at? Fred inquired. Oh, there's a vent up there? Where? The trio gazed upwards, but found no trace of the vent Albert mentioned. It's just where we passed. After an hour and 20 minutes of walking, the passage began to ascend, indicating that the exit was near. Breathing heavily, the four companions quickened their pace. Within 5 minutes, they could feel the cold wind blowing in from outside. The entrance to the secret passage was concealed beneath a large boulder, and the exit was quite narrow, which might cause difficulties for the heavier members of the group. It was still raining outside, though the downpour was not particularly heavy. After Albert emerged from the corridor, he unfurled his umbrella to shield himself from the rain pouring above. Wesley and the other two quickly squeezed in beside him. You didn't bring an umbrella? Albert inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. No, the three replied in unison, shaking their heads. Albert employed a duplication spell to conjure 3 umbrellas. As ever, you remain steadfastly reliable, the trio praised him unabashedly. This umbrella is rather peculiar, Lee Jordan remarked, inspecting the one in his possession, marveling at its ability to expand and retract. This is a novel invention by the Germans from a few years ago, designed for convenience and portability. Albert cast a water-repellent charm upon himself to ensure that as he traversed the lush meadows, his clothing and boots would remain unsoiled. Be careful. Upon hearing George's startled exclamation, he turned to see Lee Jordan had fallen to the ground, thoroughly drenched. Are you all right? Fred quickly extended a hand to help him up. What bad luck. My clothes are soaked, Lee Jordan muttered in discontent. The twins then directed their gaze toward Albert. Why are you looking at me? It's not as if I caused him to fall, Albert replied, somewhat perplexed. Do you have a drying spell? One of them inquired. What makes you think I possess such domestic magic? Albert retorted with irritation. Ahem, we were merely asking. It seems you are proficient in all forms of sorcery. Fred coughed lightly to ease the awkward tension. I suggest the 3 of you leave this place. Lee Jordan snapped, his patience worn thin. I absolutely despise rain. They meandered through the underbrush towards the village of Hogsmeade. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, the streets of Hogsmeade appeared desolate. Shivering, Lee Jordan proposed they first visit the 3 broomsticks, yearning for a warm butterbeer to rejuvenate himself. The others had no objections. After a brief stroll along the road, they effortlessly located the tavern they sought. The establishment featured a sign adorned with 3 broomsticks arranged in a triangular formation. Albert couldn't help but note the crooked apex of the triangular roof, a testament to its wizardly construction, utterly disregarding the laws of physics and common aesthetic principles. Of course, a sign hung outside, proclaiming the 3 broomsticks. Inside, the tavern was sparsely populated. Upon entering, Albert observed a solitary wizard engaged in conversation with the barmaid. A roaring fire blazed in the hearth, prompting Lee Jordan to hasten over and remove his robe to dry by the flames. I'll go order drinks, Albert announced as he made his way to the counter, while the twins exchanged glances before seating themselves opposite Lee Jordan. For bottles of butterbeer, please, warmed. Albert requested of the barmaid. The wizard, seemingly displeased at being interrupted, turned and shot Albert a glare. Albert cast a stoic glance at him, subsequently ignoring the other entirely and taking a seat beside the male witch. Where did this little imp come from? The male witch muttered softly, but fell silent under the stern glare of Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the 3 broomsticks. Are you students from Hogwarts? Madame Rosmerta inquired, her expression one of surprise as she regarded the 4 young wizards who had entered the establishment, unable to fathom how these youngsters had managed to slip away from Hogwarts. How much? Albert asked expressionlessly. 8 sickles, Madame Rosmerta replied, retreating to the back room to prepare their butterbeer. Albert surveyed the pub during his leisure time. To be frank, it was far superior to the Broken Cauldron. The main hall of the establishment was bright, with several tables arranged neatly, and the cleanliness was commendable. There was no overwhelming scent of beer, and the decor somewhat resembled the medieval taverns from his memories of games. After a brief wait of about 5 minutes, 4 mugs of butterbeer were placed before Albert, prompting him to call for assistance. 8 sickles, he stated. producing the coins and placing them on the table before lifting a mug and making his way to a table by the fireplace. The butterbeer exuded a rich buttery aroma. And upon taking a sip, Albert detected a flavor reminiscent of a less cloying butter toffee. It slid down smoothly with little alcohol content, resembling more of a beverage than a traditional drink. How does it taste? The trio inquired in unison, their gazes fixed on Albert. Quite ordinary, really. It's merely a drink, he replied, blinking at them. It's akin to your mobile sodas, not unpleasant, yet not quite to my taste. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter, clearly amused by his assessment. Once the four finished their butterbeer and emerged from the brew shed, the rain outside had lightened. Let us head to Zoko's joke shop, Fred suggested, concerned that their meager coins would dwindle after a visit to the Duke of B's candy shop. All right, Albert said, diverting his gaze from the candy store, though he was indeed curious about what treasures lay within the joke shop that captivated the trio so. Zoko's joke shop was adjacent to the Duke of B's candy shop, separated only by a modest house. The shop bore similarities to the candy store next door, featuring large glass windows displaying an assortment of prank items. As the four entered, the bell above the door jingled. Welcome, Zoko greeted, setting down his newspaper and rising from behind the counter to warmly welcome his young patrons. He was a wizard in his 40s, adorned with a friendly smile. The joke shop was stocked with a variety of intriguing items. Albert stowed his umbrella and approached the window to examine the wares. An automatic answering quill. He softly pronounced the name of a particular quill. This quill is designed to assist you in tackling those vexatious subjects. It can help you write most answers. Zoko explained with the flair of a seasoned salesman, his tone laced with humor. Indeed, it seems quite useful, Albert replied nonchalantly, internally dismissing the notion. As promoting such an item to him was akin to offering a cheat sheet to a top student, he had no need for it. Nearby, he noticed a broomstick with an intriguing description, rampaging broomstick. It boasted a rather mischievous nature when a wizard attempted to soar through the air on it. The broom would flip, sending the rider headfirst and offering 5 modes of chaos, including wild spins and sudden stops that would eject the rider. The broom could reach a height of 3 meters, but ultimately, it was merely a toy broom, priced at 15 galleons. Albert's face twitched as he turned to glance at Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were busily selecting props at another counter. He approached them and noticed a row of shelves displaying bars of soap, each embedded with dark specks. Frog's Pond soap, as it was humorously called, was designed to become increasingly dirty with use. Beside the soaps were a collection of teacups, which Albert refrained from touching due to a label that read nose-biting teacup. Should someone be foolish enough to drink from it, the cup would unexpectedly clamp onto their nose and spill the hot tea. One careless moment could ensnare even a wizard. What are you planning to buy? Albert inquired. Dung bombs, the twins replied in unison. Burp candy and squeaky gummy mice, Albert, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not purchasing anything, casually picked up a few candies. The burp candy was a hard throat lozenge that induced hiccups for 5 minutes, while the squeaky gummy mice resembled little rodents. Fred eagerly sampled one, only to emit a scream akin to that of a frightened mouse upon biting into it, causing him to drop the gummy onto the floor in shock. How does it taste? Albert asked with curiosity. Not bad. It's just ordinary gummy candy. What are you buying? Albert turned his gaze to Lee Jordan. I'm interested in this. He pointed to a frisbee adorned with sharp teeth. That's a wolf tooth frisbee, Zako announced, tossing one into the air. The four of them heard a roaring sound as the frisbee whizzed past. A reminder that one must be cautious while playing with it to avoid being bitten. He placed a note into the frisbee's mouth, which was promptly shredded into confetti in the blink of an eye. That's quite destructive, Lee remarked. Let me see if there's anything else. He glanced at the price tag, a touch disheartened that it cost 3 galleons, a steep price indeed. Before departing, Albert purchased 2 inflatable screaming skeletons, each the size of his fist. When thrown, they would rapidly expand to human height and emit a terrifying scream, scattering white powder upon bursting, leaving a messy trail. Lee Jordan opted for a sticky, extendable hand, which could stretch at will. When tossed, it would latch onto the nearest person's ear, while it wouldn't cause pain. The snap upon retraction would undoubtedly startle them. As the four left, they each clutched large paper bags filled with their whimsical acquisitions from Zako's joke shop. Lee Jordan had also procured a bag of dung bombs. The trio was curious as to why Albert hadn't purchased any of those items, which were practically a staple at Zako's. No, I have no interest in such things, Albert replied curtly. Just touching those would make one filthy. And throwing them would unleash a disgusting mess of muck, accompanied by a revolting stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. It's akin to a biological weapon. You'd best not make your dormitory reek. Don't worry, we'll be careful. We're buying these to deal with filch, George said, still brooding over his punishment of washing the chamber pots. It's a splendid place, isn't it? Fred inquired with a grin. Indeed, quite delightful, Albert acknowledged, suddenly struck by an idea. You all seem to have a fondness for these prank items. Perhaps, in the future, you could open a similar joke shop. He recalled that the twins had indeed established a joke shop after graduation, and it had flourished. That's a brilliant idea. The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Albert, they had never considered what they might pursue in the future. I believe you ought to master some spells, as these items also involve aspects of alchemy, Albert advised, picking up a candy for inspection. And you? I have yet to decide, Albert mused. He had no intention of abandoning his aspirations in the New York financial sector. After all, it was a rather effortless pursuit. With the experience and task completion he had amassed, he could significantly boost his knowledge in economics and finance by graduation, allowing him to earn money effortlessly. By the way, it seemed that divination might also be a promising avenue, particularly for predicting lottery outcomes and winning substantial sums. In time, turners appeared advantageous too, as they could enable one to win the lottery anytime, anywhere. Indeed, it appeared that financial studies held the greatest potential for lucrative returns. Albert discovered that using magic to earn a reasonable income was indeed a commendable notion, however. The sole predicament lay in the potential trouble that might ensue if the Ministry of Magic were to uncover his endeavors. Prophecies might prove to be a more advantageous avenue. For as long as no one was aware of his identity as a seer, he would face no issues, just as Albert contemplated his future plans. For individuals entered the Duke of B's candy shop. Although the twins had already emptied their pockets at Zoko's joke shop, it did not deter them from exploring the wares within, hoping to return for sweets when they were better funded. Upon stepping into the Duke of B's candy shop, a delightful aroma of fudge wafted towards them. As they surveyed the shop, they beheld an array of shelves adorned with a plethora of confections and treats. Albert immediately recognized several types of confections contained within the large jars ahead: creamy peanut brittle, toffee, and nougat. Next to the shelves hung an array of green lollipops. And as Albert picked one up, preparing to read the accompanying description, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. If I were you, I would refrain from touching that. It's sour popping candy, extremely tangy. George placed a hand on Albert's shoulder, gesturing toward the product description as he recounted. Fred once bought one for Ron, our younger brother, and it ended up burning a hole in his tongue. Mother subsequently gave Fred a good thrashing with her flying broom. Fred glared at his twin brother with indignation, protesting that sour popping candy was certainly purchased by you. I never intended for you to give it to Ron. George feigned innocence. Observing the unrepentant twins, Albert discreetly returned the sour popping candy to its place on the shelf. The notion that it could burn a hole through someone's tongue made him suspect it was concocted with sulfuric acid. What was this? In a corner to the left upon entering, variously colored little mice were suspended, scampering across a plastic panel on the wall, resembling live mice. These are ice mice, Lee Jordan introduced to Albert. If consumed, you will experience an intense chill, so much so that your teeth will chatter. After finishing the candy, you'll hear a crunching sound in your stomach. It's somewhat akin to Zoko's squeaky gummies. Quite the intriguing confection. Albert diverted his gaze from the ice mice and proceeded to the right shelf, where a large tub filled with jelly beans of assorted colors awaited. Adjacent to it, another plastic container brimmed with various flavors of gummy candies, while further along, shelves were neatly stocked with a variety of chocolates. Albert acquired 2 boxes of chocolate frogs and then set his sights on a large bar of chocolate, recalling that he had purchased it once on the train and found it more delectable than the chocolate frogs. And he also desired some chocolate beans. Albert approached the counter, clutching an assortment of chocolate confections. Behind the counter, a woman with a warm and inviting smile greeted him, stating, "That will be 4 sika and 10 nat." "Oh, my dear lady, what a pleasant surprise to see you again," Albert exclaimed, astonished to recognize the train vendor as the proprietress of the Duke of B's. "Is it truly you? Would you care for any other sweets?" the woman inquired, equally recognizing Albert. After all, patrons who indulged in purchasing every item from the cart were a rarity. "Do you have any recommendations?" Albert mused, realizing the abundance of confections available on the train. The explosive-filled gummy candy, a favorite among students, was particularly popular, as biting into it produced a delightful, albeit harmless, explosion. The woman eagerly poured a piece of the explosive gummy from a jar and offered it to Albert. "Care to give it a try?" she asked, her smile and attentive service never faltering in the presence of potential clientele, undoubtedly influenced by the contents of their pockets. Albert took a bite of the explosive-filled gummy candy, and the strawberry-flavored filling oozed out. In the next moment, a faint explosion erupted at the corner of his mouth, likely startling any unsuspecting bystander. This confectionery seems to belong to the realm of practical jokes, yet the gummy itself possesses a delightful texture. After Albert purchased some of the explosive-filled gummies, the shopkeeper became noticeably more enthusiastic. She assisted him in placing the gummies into a paper bag and began to introduce the various candies and desserts available in her shop. The jelly worm candy, which you may have encountered before, is one of our best-selling products. Albert glanced at the elongated gummy worm, slightly raising an eyebrow. It would be more appropriate to refer to it as a jelly snake rather than a jelly worm. However, he was not fond of gummy candies and had no intention of purchasing such a thing, as the mere thought of worms was somewhat repulsive. The candy shop boasted an array of confections and desserts, including the renowned pot-shaped cakes, chocolate balls, sizzling bee candies, and lollipop quills, which dazzled the eyes of the 4 visitors. "What is that, a cockroach?" Albert inquired, observing the black insects crawling within a glass jar, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Beside the jar lay a collection of cockroach skewers, their legs still twitching. "This is a pile of cockroaches," the woman explained. "One of the candies frequently purchased by Professor Dumbledore. Of course, not everyone can appreciate such a peculiar confection. I suspect only Dumbledore would have a taste for this. Have you ever tried them? Albert tilted his head in inquiry, to which the three companions shook their heads in unison. The woman winked at Albert and added, "We also have creamy soft candy flies that burst in your mouth, and lollipops with a bloody flavor, quite popular among most vampires. If you're looking to play a prank on someone, I recommend the peppery little rascal. It will set your mouth ablaze." They lingered in the Duke of B's candy shop for at least half an hour, and before departing, the proprietress cheerfully handed Albert a shopping list, winking as she advised, "If you wish to purchase candy, you can use Al Post. It's best not to sneak out yourself." As they left the candy shop, Albert found himself with a paper bag containing the jackfruit preserves he had purchased, for which he had paid 10 sickles. "This is quite delightful," he remarked, taking a bite of the preserves. "I can't help but feel that the proprietress is particularly warm towards you," Lee Jordan said with a touch of jealousy. Throughout their visit, the Duchess of B's had been exceedingly cordial to Albert. The twins nodded in agreement with Lee Jordan's observation, their mouths full of jackfruit preserves. "She is merely friendly towards Garen, not particularly to me," Albert chuckled, amused by the expression on Lee Jordan's face. In addition to the bag of candy jackfruit, Albert purchased many items in the shop. The considerate proprietress kindly offered to assist Albert by sending the items to Hogwarts, alleviating the burden of carrying so many things. By the time the four returned to the castle, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After spending several hours wandering through Hogsmeade, they were all quite fatigued, yet unanimously agreed that it had been an enjoyable excursion. "Where have you been?" Percy Weasley inquired as he took a seat beside them, scrutinizing the paper bag before them with a slight furrow of his brow. "That's a secret." The twins exchanged knowing glances, sharing a mysterious smile. They certainly would not divulge their visit to Hogsmeade, lest Percy write home about it. The proprietress of the Honeydukes was remarkably efficient. Shortly after, Albert returned to the Great Hall, and Al arrived to deliver the package. "I think it would be best if we returned to the common room," Albert suggested. Noticing that the package had attracted the attention of others, he beckoned to the trio to assist him in carrying the package back to the Gryffindor common room. As they departed, Percy observed their retreating figures, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. On September 3rd, the first day of the Hogwarts school year, the previously dreary rain-soaked day suddenly brightened. Albert had just opened his eyes, awakening from a deep slumber. He sluggishly crawled out of bed, padding barefoot to the window, where he drew back the curtains to welcome the cool morning breeze into the room. His 3 roommates were still fast asleep. They had spent the previous night engrossed in discussions about the Quidditch match while perusing the Daily Prophet, and had retired late. Thus, Albert had no intention of rousing them just yet. After all, classes did not commence until 9 o'clock, making it rather cruel to disturb those night owls at this early hour. After a brief wash-up, Albert glanced at his timetable, checked the contents of his satchel, books, quill, ink, and parchment, before slinging it over his shoulder and making his way to the Gryffindor common room. There were already some students present, all from the same year. "Good morning, Wilson." Albert greeted a fellow student who was engrossed in perusing Miranda Goshawk's standard book of spells, grade 1, likely preparing for the first lesson of the day in charms. "Good morning," Shauna Wilson replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she realized she did not know the name of the boy who had greeted her, despite being aware that they were both first-year students. "Albert Anderson. You may call me Albert," he offered, sensing her discomfort and introducing himself. "Shall we head to the Great Hall for breakfast?" "Oh, yes, that sounds lovely, Albert," Shauna replied, her words slightly hesitant. She quickly gathered her books and hurried to follow Albert out of the common room. Along the way, Shauna remained silent, closely trailing behind Albert, her gaze flitting about as she endeavored to memorize the path they traversed. Albert observed Shauna's actions and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she was lost? There was indeed a possibility. In the past, during his first class at university, he had nearly gone astray as well. Hogwarts, without a doubt, was far more intricate. It was quite normal for someone with a slight sense of direction to struggle. As Albert had anticipated, Shauna truly did not know how to reach the Great Hall, so she waited in the common room for others to accompany her. To be frank, the students of Gryffindor were not particularly eager to guide others. Many upperclassmen found amusement in watching the first years flounder. This unfortunate habit stemmed from their own similar experiences in the past, which over time cultivated a rather morbid delight in witnessing others' misfortunes. Just yesterday, upon returning from the kitchen, Albert had seen several upperclassmen watch with glee as a first-year tumbled into a stair trap, laughing heartily as they walked away, completely devoid of any intention to assist. Of course, such behavior could only be deemed exceptional. The vast majority of students were willing to lend a helping hand, at the very least. The Hufflepuff students would certainly do so. Upon successfully reaching the Great Hall, Shauna Wilson appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Albert sat beside the Gryffindor table, pouring himself a glass of milk, which he promptly drank in one go. As he looked up, he noticed Shauna staring at him, her mouth slightly agape as if she wished to articulate something. He inquired, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Do you enjoy drinking milk?" Shauna was attempting to engage the boy before her. After all, no one desires to be without friends, and Albert appeared to be quite approachable. "Enjoy?" Albert shook his head. "It's not about enjoyment. It's merely a habit. I've been drinking it since I was 7, a glass every morning, and over time, it became second nature. Shauna opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She genuinely admired Albert, recognizing that she herself would likely struggle to do the same. Albert spread jam generously over a slice of bread and took a hearty bite, while Shauna across from him indulged in a fried egg, specifically the English variety that is boiled, shelled, coated in flour, and deep-fried to a golden hue. Albert mused that golden fried egg might be a more fitting name for it. He personally found no allure in this unique British delicacy, believing that a simple poached egg was far superior. After finishing his slice of bread, Albert prepared 2 more, layering them with a medley of vegetable salad, bacon, and sausage to craft a sandwich. Accompanying his meal was a small bowl of corn porridge, which was essentially corn chowder, made by boiling ground corn with water and a dash of milk. In comparison to Daisy's corn chowder, the school's version was rather mediocre. This was hardly surprising, as Daisy's corn chowder was one of her signature dishes. Once breakfast concluded, Shauna broached the subject of spells with Albert. I heard from Angelina that you have mastered many spells. Is that true? How did you learn all that magic in such a short time? Shauna spoke slowly, seemingly weighing her words with care. It primarily requires a genuine interest, Albert pondered before adding, and it also demands time for research and practice. He believed that interest was indeed crucial. Only with enthusiasm would one invest the necessary time and effort to truly excel in a subject. Interest, you say? Shauna contemplated. Students like her, hailing from Muggle families, had never envisioned themselves as witches or wizards and were still grappling with the myriad of complexities they needed to learn. Undoubtedly, students from wizarding families were ahead of the curve. You need not worry excessively. The difference is merely a matter of 50 steps versus 100. Devote more time to your studies, and you will soon catch up, Albert reassured her, though he found his own words somewhat amusing. Was he really encouraging a Gryffindor student to embrace their studies? Not every student is a Hermione Granger, and even she had nearly been sorted into Ravenclaw. You too? Shauna inquired. Of course, what did you expect? Albert replied with a hint of nonchalance. Yet, for some reason, he felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke. After all, he was different from others. He possessed a panel that enabled him to learn and upgrade his skills. If he were to fully tap into his wizarding heritage, his pace in mastering magic would far exceed that of his peers. However, he chose not to pursue this path, even neglecting to undertake the tasks associated with his wizarding journey. Albert was still contemplating whether to postpone claiming the quest rewards until he could elevate the level of his wizarding lineage, which undoubtedly seemed the most advantageous approach. However, the dilemma lay in his uncertainties regarding his future career. He was not particularly inclined to pursue a path within the magical realm. Should he ultimately choose to forge a career in the Muggle world, he would need to reserve a substantial amount of experience and skill points for the advancement of various economic skills. Perhaps it would be best to set aside these concerns for the time being. Albert cast aside his distractions, holding the tome of 19th century spells as he perused its pages. He found himself rather content with his current situation, and the accumulated experiences and skill points could be employed when the need arose in the future. Around 8:30, his 3 roommates, still bleary-eyed, ambled into the hall. Good morning, Lee Jordan exclaimed as he sat beside Albert, stuffing a hefty piece of sausage into his mouth. I feel like my legs are about to give out. It's not as exaggerated as you claim, Albert replied, closing the tome and returning it to his backpack. He gently patted Lee's shoulder. You've merely overexerted yourself. How about I take you to the school infirmary for some medicine? Let us not. Lee Jordan deflated at the mention of the infirmary, fearing Albert might actually drag him there. Seated next to Lee, the twin brothers couldn't help but chuckle. Fred, savoring a golden fried egg, suggested, I tell you, a few firm slaps on your legs will significantly alleviate the soreness. George added, I can assist you, free of charge. You two are inhuman. Lee Jordan shot an indignant glare at the twins, returning to his breakfast in silence. Quit fooling around and eat up. The first class is about to start, and I certainly don't want to be late on the first day of school, Albert reminded them. As they dined, a burly redhead approached and settled beside the twins, grinning as he asked, How are you adjusting to school life? Charlie, isn't the Quidditch team starting practice this early? George remarked incredulously at Charlie's attire. It's merely a warm-up. After all, we haven't touched a ball all summer, Charlie replied nonchalantly. This year, we must secure the Quidditch Cup. Upon hearing this, Albert shook his head, reflecting, youth. The folly of making grand declarations only hastens one's downfall. By the way, Charlie, is the team still short on players? Could we possibly join the Quidditch team? George and I could be beaters. You know our skill level. Not a chance. You just enrolled. You can only join in your second year, Charlie stated firmly. If you pass the assessments next semester, I'll allow you to join. But not this term. There are exceptions, aren't there? The twins exchanged sly glances. First years can join as long as they perform exceptionally well in Quidditch. Who said that? Charlie Weasley retorted, slightly irritated. Even as the Quidditch captain, I can't be too lenient. After all, the captain is responsible for all of Gryffindor's students. Losing a match is one thing, but if it's due to personal bias, that would be utterly humiliating. The twins suddenly turned their gaze towards Albert. Why are you looking at me? Albert asked, bewildered. Charlie followed the twins' gaze to Albert, becoming even more perplexed. utterly unaware of the mischief these two were plotting. The player selection concluded yesterday. You'll have to wait until next year to try out for the team. However, this year, you can serve as substitute beaters. But don't expect to play in any matches. Charlie Weasley cleared his throat, indicating he wouldn't show favoritism towards his friends. In truth, the beaters on the team would graduate next year, and nurturing new talent was indeed a wise strategy. Charlie recognized that George and Fred possessed more potential than most. Can we attend the training then? The twins' eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. You should be free this afternoon, right? Charlie pondered. Let us meet at the Quidditch pitch at 4:30 for an initial assessment, and no shenanigans. We understand, the twins chorused, nodding in agreement. Before the class bell rang, the group hastily departed the hall, making their way to the fourth-floor Charms classroom. Having visited once before, they easily located the room this time. Gryffindor's Charms class was held alongside Hufflepuff students, and as they entered, many students were already present. Sana and Angelina were among those who arrived early, chatting at a front row table. With the prime seats already occupied, the four friends settled for a back row table, with Albert and Lee Jordan side by side, and the Weasley twins adjacent to them. Professor Flitwick entered the classroom as the second bell tolled. The diminutive Charms professor indeed appeared remarkably small, seemingly possessing some degree of goblin heritage as rumored. Due to his height, he had to stand on a stack of books to reach the lectern. Yet no one paid him any mind or mocked his stature. Naturally, the students harbored a slight curiosity about their professor's height. Before commencing the lesson, Professor Flitwick produced a roll call, evoking a nostalgic sense of college days for Albert. In the first session of Charms, the petite professor showcased the wonders of spells. He made several books on the desk leap into a lively tap dance, escalating into a vibrant display before the students, who were captivated, almost wishing to begin spellcasting immediately. To achieve such feats, much study lies ahead, Professor Flitwick remarked as the applause subsided. Now, please open your textbooks to page 3. You must first grasp some theoretical foundations of spells. This will assist you in mastering and utilizing them effectively in the future. For most of the class, Professor Flitwick elaborated on the theory of spells, prompting students to take extensive notes filled with intricate complexities. He repeatedly emphasized the significance of wand movement and the precise pronunciation of incantations. As Albert diligently took notes, he felt Lee Jordan nudging him with his elbow. What is the matter? Albert inquired, turning his head in resignation to whisper. Lee Jordan pointed at the twins' table, where they were gesturing towards Albert's quill. Without needing further clarification, Albert understood their meaning. Those two had the audacity to attend class without their quills. Albert placed his quill on the desk and softly recited the duplication spell. By the way, could you lend me one? Lee Jordan scratched the back of his head. You didn't bring one? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lee Jordan chuckled. I didn't want to disturb you while taking notes. Once you finish, I can borrow your copy. Not only did Albert's lips twitch, but even Angelina and Alia, seated in front of them, regarded them with perplexed expressions. Of course, Professor Flitwick at the podium noticed as well, yet he refrained from commenting further, continuing to expound on aspects of spell theory not covered in the textbook. With his wealth of teaching experience, Professor Flitwick understood that most students had limited patience. After a time devoted to theoretical instruction, he began to teach them practical magic. Starting with the Lumos spell. The Lumos spell, one of the greatest magical inventions of the 18th century, is among the simplest and most practical spells available. Now, repeat after me. Lumos. Professor Flitwick instructed, akin to teaching kindergarten children. Lumos, the class echoed. Excellent. Just raise your wand and give it a gentle tap. Then recite the incantation, Lumos. He demonstrated the spell for the class again, reiterating the importance of wand movement and correct pronunciation. Well then, why not give it a try? The classroom was immediately filled with the sound of incantations. Albert, of course, pretended to practice the Lumos spell, although he had already mastered it. It would be rather unseemly to simply observe while everyone else was engaged in practice. Look, Mr. Anderson has succeeded. He has successfully cast the spell, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Excellent. 5 points for Gryffindor. Everyone turned to look, and under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Albert felt somewhat uncomfortable, glancing sideways at Lee Jordan, who was enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. In truth, many students had managed to illuminate their wands, but they could not maintain the light for long. It would soon extinguish. The twins and Lee Jordan had yet to fully master the spell before class ended, while Diggory managed to light his wand, only for it to flicker out shortly thereafter. Naturally, a minor mishap occurred in the Charms classroom when a Hufflepuff student waved his wand too vigorously, resulting in flames erupting from the tip and igniting the unfortunate soul's robe in front of him. He was subsequently punished by Professor Flitwick to write out the sentence, I am a wizard, not a baboon waving a stick. The situation was equally dire for Shauna, who had conversed with Albert that morning. After several attempts, her wand emitted acrid black smoke, which Professor Flitwick magically dispelled from the classroom. I simply can't learn this. Shauna appeared despondent. Don't fret. Everyone still has time to master this magic. Professor Flitwick reassured the students struggling to light their wands. You must maintain a calm mind and concentrate. Before the class concluded, Professor Flitwick assigned homework. Your assignment is to practice the Lumos spell. In our next session, we will continue with this spell and its counterspell. For Albert, however, His homework was already complete. After class, he intentionally lingered at the end of the line, intending to consult Professor Flitwick about some inquiries. Regarding the magic to conjure an umbrella from a wand. Mr. Anderson, your duplication spell was quite proficient. Professor Flitwick remarked with a smile, assessing the student before him. You possess a natural talent for charms. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Albert gratefully accepted the praise. I would like to inquire about a specific spell. What spell? How can I conjure an umbrella from my wand? Albert articulated his question, eager to seize the opportunity to learn the magic. Conjure an umbrella? Professor Flitwick seemed perplexed. Why do you wish to conjure an umbrella from your wand? Well, it has been raining quite a bit lately, and I thought to myself, if I could conjure an umbrella, I wouldn't have to worry about getting wet. Albert replied earnestly. Professor Flitwick could not help but laugh, finding it amusing that some individuals pursued the study of spells merely for convenience, and Mr. Anderson was undoubtedly one of them. Mr. Anderson, do you know what a charm is? Professor Flitwick inquired with a smile. A charm is an incantation that imparts specific attributes to an object or being. Albert recited the charm theory learned in class, which means that conjuring an umbrella from a wand does not fall under the study of charms. It appears you have grasped the concept. Professor Flitwick nodded. What you refer to as conjuring an umbrella actually belongs to a branch of transfiguration known as conjuration. Conjuration? Albert had only heard of the summoning charm. Professor Flitwick raised his wand and effortlessly conjured a flower from thin air. This is conjuration. No one can create something out of nothing. He handed the unfamiliar flower to Albert, continuing, I merely summoned the flower from somewhere. I think I understand. It's akin to the vanishing charm. It doesn't truly make something disappear, but rather removes it from our sight. Indeed, it seems you have reviewed your text well. Professor Flitwick expressed his delight at Albert's comprehension. Conjuration is part of O.W.L. level knowledge, and its counterpart is the vanishing spell, which is somewhat simpler. If you wish to delve further into this subject, I recommend consulting Professor McGonagall. She would be more than pleased to share her knowledge with you. Of course, if you have any questions regarding charms, you may also ask me. Professor Flitwick gestured toward the 3 students waiting by the door. You have another class soon. Do not be late. Professor, I have one more question. Professor Flitwick remained silent, waiting for Albert to continue. Can we store the light from the Lumos spell? Can we use it without magic? Albert posed his query, believing it might relate to Dumbledore's Deluminator. An intriguing notion. As far as I know, it should be possible. But it may prove somewhat challenging for you, as it involves a great deal of complexity. Professor Flitwick was impressed by Albert's question. I am curious. What led you to this idea? In the Muggle world, there is an object called a flashlight, which functions similarly to the Lumos spell, allowing one to turn the light on or off at will. At this point, Albert paused, having noticed a new task appearing on his panel. Inventor of the magical lantern. Young one, it seems you have inadvertently touched upon a certain field. Why not expand upon your ideas? Research and create a magical lantern. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Lumos level 1, vanishing spell level 1, title, inventor of the magical lantern. Once Albert exited the classroom, George hurried over, curious to inquire. What question did you ask Professor Flitwick? What question? Naturally, how to conjure an umbrella from a wand. And what was the outcome? Professor Flitwick remarked that it pertained to the knowledge of O.W.L. transfiguration, which left Albert somewhat despondent. He pondered whether he might devise a means to master the art of summoning. It appeared that conjuring an umbrella within a short span was beyond his current capabilities. Fred could not suppress his laughter. The 4 of them proceeded towards the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor. The second lesson for the Gryffindor first years was History of Magic, undoubtedly the most tedious of all the courses at Hogwarts. The History of Magic classroom was situated on the 2nd floor of the Hogwarts castle, and after their first lesson, the Gryffindor newcomers had a mere 20 minutes of leisure time. However, owing to Albert's prolonged conversation with Professor Flitwick, the 4 friends found themselves with little time to spare and hastened their pace to reach the History of Magic classroom. Upon their hurried arrival, they discovered that Argus Filch, the caretaker, had already arrived to open the door. After all, the ghostly Professor Binns was unable to assist with such tasks. The Gryffindors shared the History of Magic class with Ravenclaw, and before the lesson commenced, everyone settled into their respective seats, engaging in light conversation. Albert paid no heed to the raucous antics of the twin brothers beside him. He retrieved a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket, selected a blue bean, and tossed it into his mouth. Upon chewing, he discovered it possessed a delightful blueberry flavor. Lucky me, Albert mumbled, as he extracted his History of Magic textbook from his backpack, simultaneously pulling out his 19th century spellbook. Utilizing the guise of studying, he perused his skill list. After attending the spellcasting class, Albert realized he had acquired a new skill, spell theory. In the recesses of Albert's memory, this fundamental skill held considerable utility, prompting him to promptly elevate his spell theory to level 1. He carefully recalled the fragments of knowledge that had emerged regarding spell theory, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the seemingly modest benefits of a mere level increase. How to articulate it? His understanding of spell theory had indeed improved. Yet Albert felt a sense of underwhelming familiarity. Most knowledge, once illuminated, proved not particularly challenging to grasp. fostering a deceptive sense of simplicity. While musing on the intricacies of the Lumos spell, Albert absent-mindedly popped another every-flavor bean into his mouth, akin to indulging in chocolate. In the next instant, he clamped a hand over his mouth as a fiery sensation erupted within. Damn it, the bean he had just consumed was of the chili flavor. And Albert was left reeling from the heat, vowing never to partake in such treats while lost in thought again. What is wrong with you? Fred noticed Albert's abrupt change. Bertie Bott's chili flavor. Albert gestured towards the small box on the table, explaining that he had yet to finish the beans he purchased on the train. Each mouthful is a grand adventure. Fred chuckled with schadenfreude, not missing the chance to mock Albert with the product's advertising slogan. Albert shot a fierce glare at the individual before him, then retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket to alleviate the spiciness, casually offering a jelly bean to Fred. Caution was advised when consuming jelly beans. Fred pinched one and popped it into his mouth, discovering a spinach flavor. Mine is strawberry, George joyfully announced. I eat this. Lee Jordan chimed in, selecting one for himself. Jelly beans, would you like some? Albert inquired, shaking the box at the others. No sooner had he spoken than Lee Jordan's voice rang out. Rotten egg flavor. How revolting. The expression on the face of the young black man contorted in disgust as he promptly expelled the chewed jelly bean onto the ground. A Ravenclaw girl nearby cast a disapproving glance at Lee Jordan. Noticing her gaze, Lee Jordan's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head. All cleared up, Albert said, raising his wand and gesturing toward Lee Jordan's mess, tossing him a fruit candy. I shall never eat jelly beans again, Lee Jordan vowed. You've claimed that more than once, George teased, having just sampled another, this time an orange marmalade flavor. Following the incident with Lee Jordan, everyone kept their distance from Albert's small box of jelly beans, unwilling to risk tasting anything peculiar. What spell did you just use? The Ravenclaw girl introduced herself as Katrina McDougal. Hello, Katrina. I am Albert Anderson. Albert stuffed another piece of chocolate into his mouth, the fiery sensation gradually subsiding. That was a cleaning charm, quite a handy spell. Most first years aren't as adept at magic as you, even with family guidance, Katrina remarked, glancing at the book on 19th century spells that Albert was perusing. I dare say the sorting hat must have placed you in the wrong house. Gryffindor isn't so bad, Albert replied nonchalantly, and I come from a Muggle family. That is impossible. Only those from wizarding families receive prior instruction in magic. Katrina's expression revealed her astonishment. I heard that to enter the Ravenclaw common room, one must answer a question. Albert stiffly changed the subject, unwilling to debate his lineage. Yes, one must answer the riddle posed by the bronze eagle door knocker to gain entry to the Ravenclaw common room. Katrina scrutinized Albert with a questioning gaze. But I am curious, how do you know this? Many are unaware of how to access other houses' common rooms. I happened to overhear a Ravenclaw student lamenting about being unable to answer the question and being left outside. Albert fabricated casually. Oh, Katrina remained somewhat skeptical of Albert, as such encounters were rare. Don't you think it's remarkable how Albert can strike up a conversation with anyone? George murmured from beside them. Fred nodded vigorously in agreement. While Lee Jordan, who actually enjoyed jelly beans, reached into the box for another, Albert cast a stern glance at the three individuals and cleared his throat, inquiring, pray tell. What intriguing questions have you encountered? Which came first, the phoenix or the fire? Katrina selected a question to which she happened to know the answer. What do you all think? Albert turned his gaze toward the twin brothers. I believe the phoenix must have come first, Fred asserted. I concur, George immediately echoed. Why is that? Lee Jordan asked, perplexed. Well, it's simply a guess. The twins replied in unison, their expressions of absolute certainty eliciting laughter from everyone present. Albert couldn't help but chuckle. What about you? Katrina inquired again. In the realm of Muggles, there exists a similar conundrum. Albert did not respond directly, but continued. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? What is the answer? Katrina asked, her curiosity piqued, as she believed she had already deduced the solution. The chicken came first. Albert replied, and indeed, his answer diverged from Katrina's expectations. Why? Albert explained, how can an egg appear in this world without reason? Katrina shook her head, declaring, that explanation is insufficient. Well, there exists another interpretation, Albert said, his expression peculiar. Among Muggles, a group of professional scientists has discovered a substance, a protein that catalyzes the formation of eggshells, which is found exclusively in the ovaries of chickens. In essence, without chickens, this protein cannot exist, and therefore, an eggshell cannot form. The formation of an eggshell is crucial for the successful hatching of a chick, leading them to conclude that the chicken came before the egg. With this statement, the group fell silent. Even the young wizards from the Muggle world were taken aback. I know you may not comprehend, but the notion that the chicken precedes the egg has been validated, Albert elaborated. Katrina tentatively inquired. Do you believe the phoenix comes before the fire? No, the magical world differs from the Muggle realm, Albert replied, shaking his head. The phoenix and the fire exist in a cyclical relationship. The phoenix is reborn from the flames, and its life perpetually circulates. I find it pointless to investigate the origin of the phoenix. Katrina raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Albert's answer was not lacking in merit. Impressive, even among Ravenclaw students. If you can respond so readily, a Ravenclaw boy behind Albert remarked. By the way, I am Roger Davis. Pleased to meet you. One could not help but admire him. Roger Davis had faced the inquiries of the eagle-shaped bronze door, but had answered them all incorrectly. Most Ravenclaw freshmen struggle to answer the bronze door's questions, thus requiring the assistance of upperclassmen to access their common room, which is rather inconvenient. I am curious, why were you sorted into Gryffindor? Roger Davis asked what everyone was pondering. Who knows? The conversation ended there, as Professor Binns passed through the blackboard into the History of Magic classroom, a rather astonishing entrance. 10 minutes later, all the students in the classroom appeared drowsy. The reputation of the history of magic as the most tedious subject is not without foundation. Professor Binns always drones on monotonously, reciting the textbook content, and students barely jot down important names and dates. Even Ravenclaw students cannot resist such hypnotic delivery. The only one still alert in the classroom was Albert, who was diligently reading with a piece of candy in his mouth, occasionally taking notes in another book. It is hard to imagine how you can withstand Professor Binns' hypnosis. After class, the Weasley twins looked at Albert with admiration, each placing a hand on his shoulder. Please lend us your notes on History of Magic. Lee Jordan had already cheerfully taken the History of Magic book from Albert's hands. What do you say? Albert rolled his eyes. During the History of Magic lesson, he was multitasking, ensuring that he neither missed reading nor note-taking. To this end, Albert had even leveled up his multitasking skill to level 2. However, it indeed proved helpful to endure History of Magic, considering they still had 5 years of lessons ahead. Do you know the rumors about Professor Cuthbert Binns? Albert asked. What rumors? The three were immediately intrigued. According to records from Hogwarts history, Albert whispered. Professor Binns did not realize he had passed away, at least not initially. One day, he stood up to teach, but accidentally left his body behind in an armchair by the fire in the staff lounge. Of course, he was quite elderly at that time. Well, the three were astonished, never expecting that this History of Magic professor would remain at Hogwarts forever. Before dinner, the trio had already copied down the notes for History of Magic. Do we have class this afternoon? George inquired, eager to take a ride on Charlie's Comet. We have one more class, Transfiguration, Lee Jordan lamented. Albert murmured, I dare say this is undoubtedly the most leisurely course. 3 classes in a single day. How could it not be easy? Speaking of which, the English, who do not place much emphasis on lunch, tend to casually munch on something at this hour. Albert relinquished his intention to prepare a sandwich for himself, as he despised consuming sandwiches all day long. After sipping on some pumpkin juice and nibbling a few pieces of stewed potatoes, he hastily concluded his lunch. The twins planned to venture out during this interval. Yet Albert believed it prudent to wait until after their Transfiguration class, for that would be the moment when they would possess ample time and energy. As for the period between lunch and class, Albert intended to rest in the castle's courtyard, taking the opportunity to peruse a book. The courtyard was teeming with students, who clustered together in groups, chatting animatedly, while some had brought their lunches to enjoy there. September at Hogwarts had shed the oppressive heat of summer, especially after a recent rain, as a gentle breeze ushered in the crispness of autumn. If only he could conjure a cushion, Albert mused while seated on the lawn, suddenly realizing the significance of mastering Transfiguration. No, that is certainly not a valid reason for excelling in Transfiguration, Lee Jordan interjected with a touch of sarcasm. What do you suppose resides in that forest? Fred suddenly inquired, gazing into the distance towards the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore mentioned it harbors werewolves and centaurs. Perhaps other magical creatures as well, Albert continued. It's possible that the gamekeeper raises some peculiar beast within, such as night steeds, acromantulas, or giants. By the way, how is your mastery of the disillusionment charm coming along? George diverted the conversation, as he had no immediate intention of exploring the Forbidden Forest. They relished adventure and thrills, not courting danger, especially given the notorious reputation of werewolves within the magical realm. One bite could spell doom. At present, their foremost concern was when they could commence their nocturnal escapades. It's still quite early. Mastering the disillusionment charm is no easy feat, Albert remarked, retrieving his wand and casting a spell, gently tapping a fallen leaf. The color of the leaf began to shift, seemingly merging with his palm. It feels different from what I imagined, Lee Jordan remarked, scratching his head. From a distance, one might not discern the change, yet Albert shook his head in resignation, stating, up close, it becomes immediately apparent. It resembles a chameleon, he added. Albert chose not to rely on the experience pool to upgrade his disillusionment charm. He preferred to invest time in gradual exploration, seeking the sense of accomplishment that would accompany complete mastery. The learning process held great importance, for it was this journey that imbued his time at Hogwarts with meaning, and he was determined not to miss such an experience. Albert has resolved to dedicate 2 months to mastering the art of Transfiguration. In the afternoon, the first-year Gryffindors attended their Transfiguration class alongside the Ravenclaws. Prior to the commencement of the lesson, Professor McGonagall donned a stern expression and delivered a chilling warning. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of spells you will encounter during your time at Hogwarts. Should anyone dare to disrupt my class, I shall expel them without the possibility of return. This intimidating proclamation, coupled with Professor McGonagall's formidable countenance, instantly silenced the group of 11-year-olds, plunging the classroom into an eerie stillness. In truth, Professor McGonagall's teaching style mirrored that of Professor Flitwick. She transformed her desk into a pig and then reverted it back. This captivating display swiftly captured everyone's attention, igniting a fervent desire to delve into the realm of transfiguration. The Gryffindor students, fresh from their charms lesson, understood that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time and effort. Indeed, as the lesson progressed, Professor McGonagall began elucidating the theoretical aspects of transfiguration, and they diligently jotted down an array of intricate notes. Albert opened his skill list and, to his delight, discovered that the theory of transfiguration had indeed appeared. He expended 98 experience points to elevate the theory to level 1. Since the beginning, he had been intently gazing at the contents of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, feigning an earnest study while actually perusing the knowledge of transfiguration that had spontaneously emerged in his mind. Following the theoretical explanation, Professor McGonagall began distributing a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming the matchstick into a needle. Mr. Anderson? Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon the boy, who seemed lost in thought, her brow slightly furrowing. She recalled him well. After all, anyone who witnessed the dismantling of their office door would retain a vivid memory, particularly considering the brevity of time since the incident. Professor, is there something wrong? Albert snapped back to reality, his expression one of confusion as he looked towards Professor McGonagall. Everyone is practicing their transfiguration spells. Why aren't you giving it a try? Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted past Albert to Fred Weasley. If I were you, I would concentrate before casting the spell. Fred wore an innocent expression, feeling the considerable pressure of Professor McGonagall standing beside him. Albert cast a glance at Fred and began to fabricate a story, asserting that it was essential to remember certain important matters before waving his wand. However, Professor McGonagall had no intention of departing immediately. Instead, she redirected her gaze towards Albert, eager to observe his spell casting. Ahem. Albert cleared his throat and raised his wand, pointing it at the matchstick on the table while intoning the incantation, Vera Verdo. The matchstick swiftly transformed into a slender silver needle. Splendid. Everyone, look. Mr. Anderson has succeeded, Professor McGonagall announced, encouraging the entire class to witness the metamorphosis of the matchstick into a silver needle. She even bestowed a rare smile upon Albert before departing, ensuring to award Gryffindor an additional 5 points. I knew this wouldn't be a challenge for you. Fred took the silver needle, examined it, and inquired, how did you accomplish that? Is there a secret? Several students nearby perked up, eager to eavesdrop, seemingly intrigued to uncover the secret behind Albert's immediate success. Albert whispered, Professor McGonagall previously instructed us to take notes. Therein lies the key. A group of students immediately began rifling through their books, searching for the recently recorded notes. Do you think I would believe that? Fred shot a disdainful glare at Albert, evidently skeptical of such nonsense. Nonetheless, he refrained from further inquiries, as Professor McGonagall turned her gaze in their direction once more. Minutes later, she announced, Look, Miss McDougal's matchstick has also undergone a transformation. Transfiguration is so challenging. How did you manage to succeed on your first attempt? Katrina could not help but ask, inexplicably seated beside Albert. First attempt? Ahem, in truth, I practiced beforehand. Which is why I succeeded. Albert coughed lightly, wishing to avoid being labeled a prodigy. Failure is a common occurrence. I cannot recall how many times I failed before I successfully transformed the matchstick into a needle. However, the notes Professor McGonagall asked us to take also contain valuable insights for success. This last remark was directed at those eavesdropping nearby. Katrina, naturally, could deduce the truth. After all, no one succeeds on their first try. Her matchstick's transformation surely stemmed from prior practice in transfiguration. During the remaining time in class, everyone focused on perfecting the transformation of matchsticks into needles while Professor McGonagall walked around the classroom, guiding other students. However, for Albert, who had already accomplished the transformation, the remaining time felt tedious. To avoid being caught by Professor McGonagall for idling, he sought to occupy himself. Return to original form. The silver needle reverted back to a matchstick. Professor McGonagall had already covered this incantation, and relevant records were available in their texts. Incomplete transformations are difficult to rectify. Reciting return to original form would restore an object or being to its original state. Albert rested his chin on one hand while holding his wand in the other, commencing a transformation of the matches laid out on the table, morphing them into various peculiar objects. The incantation he employed was simply Vera Verdo. Yet the difficulty of transformation diminished as the resultant object bore a closer resemblance to the original. After completing each transformation, he reverted the objects back to their initial state, using this method to enhance his experience in restoration. How do you accomplish that? Fred, seated beside him, gazed in astonishment. Albert's proficiency in transfiguration had clearly surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. It's simple, Albert exclaimed, raising his wand slightly, turning a button into a toy mouse. As Professor McGonagall advised, he maintained a clean and precise motion with his wand, carefully contemplating the desired form before casting the spell, ensuring clarity and accuracy in his utterance. The twins exchanged glances. Despite Albert's assertions, their attempts yielded no success in transforming the matches before class concluded. In truth, apart from Albert and Katrina, none of the others managed to effect any changes. To Albert, this was a matter of course. After all, he was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in transfiguration. One could not expect to succeed in transformation without diligent practice over several days, nor could one presume their talent was extraordinary. The initial transformation of an object is the most arduous, yet with the first success, subsequent practices become significantly easier. The homework for transfiguration mirrored that of charms, requiring students to practice transforming matches into needles at home. However, it remained uncertain how many students would possess the patience to practice. According to the Introductory Guide to Transfiguration, first-year students were limited to learning this singular form of magic, with distinctions only in the size and type of objects to be transformed. Do you wish to learn how to conjure an umbrella with your wand? Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Albert's words, allowed a slight tremor to pass through her features as she intently regarded him. That is part of the O.W.L. examination content. I am aware. Professor Flitwick has informed me. Albert nodded in acknowledgement. However, I believe this does not preclude me from mastering it. Ambition without foundation is an unwise habit, particularly in transfiguration, which demands greater rigor than other disciplines. Professor McGonagall was evidently reluctant to divulge any information about conjuration, especially following the incident with the door. You still have much to learn before you can truly engage with that subject. Oh, very well. Albert pondered for a moment before inquiring, may I ask, in which year is the knowledge of conjuration introduced? 5th year, Professor McGonagall replied casually. Understood, Professor. Albert nodded and turned to leave. Since Professor McGonagall would not instruct him, he could easily borrow a book or purchase one from the leaky cauldron to study independently. What do you mean by you understand? Professor McGonagall felt a headache coming on, her intuition warning her that Albert might attempt to master conjuration on his own, which would undoubtedly lead to troublesome consequences. Mr. Anderson, she called out hastily, halting Albert in his tracks. What is it, Professor McGonagall? Albert turned, puzzled. He certainly did not believe she had changed her mind. Be honest with me, what level have you reached in your transfiguration studies? Professor McGonagall beckoned him back and inquired. What level? Albert stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a furtive glance at his first-level transfiguration. Frankly, he was uncertain of his exact proficiency. I suppose I've nearly mastered this book. Nearly mastered it? Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. I practiced transfiguration and charms before the term began, Albert mumbled, with ample practice. Magic is not as daunting as one might think. Not as daunting? Professor McGonagall felt a tremor run through her body. She took a deep breath and quickly composed herself before addressing Albert. Mr. Anderson, if you can transform a match into a mouse, I will permit you to join my Transfiguration Club. Transfiguration Club? Albert inquired, a look of confusion on his face. He admitted that his memory of Harry Potter was somewhat hazy, yet he was fairly certain such a club had never been mentioned. Only the Slug Club had been referenced. That is a club I established, meeting twice a week to discuss and study topics related to transfiguration, Professor McGonagall clarified. Albert cast a fleeting glance at the matchstick, then turned his attention to Professor McGonagall, nodding in acknowledgement of his understanding. He raised his wand, concentrating intently as he uttered the incantation. The matchstick visibly expanded in size, transforming into a mouse. However, the transfiguration was not entirely successful, for one of the mouse's legs was limping. Indeed, it was a limping mouse, yet it undeniably resembled a mouse. Albert scrutinized the limping mouse and, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked, I have never attempted to transform an object into a living being. This task is far more challenging than mere object transmutation. Perhaps after a few more attempts, I shall succeed. Although this was Albert's inaugural endeavor in the metamorphosis of objects into creatures, the theory of transfiguration provided him with substantial theoretical support. To expect success on the first attempt was indeed ambitious. Nevertheless, Albert was quite pleased with his results, confident that with additional practice, the probability of complete success would increase. In the realm of transfiguration, only a flawless transformation is deemed successful. That's unnecessary. You have passed, Professor McGonagall declared, withdrawing her wand and tapping the unfortunate little creature, restoring it to the form of a matchstick. Passed? Albert felt no surprise. This indicated his acceptance into Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. As for why he was so certain, it was undoubtedly due to the panel's notification. Just a moment ago, the task to join the Transfiguration Club had shifted to a completed status. I recommend you read more books, Professor McGonagall advised, enthusiastically suggesting several titles to Albert, clearly wishing to prevent him from recklessly experimenting with transfiguration, as it could indeed be quite perilous. All right, I understand, Albert nodded, knowing he had to read 100 books anyway, hoping merely that those volumes would not be overly thin. What were you discussing with Professor McGonagall? Fred inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon reuniting with his roommates. We talked about summoning spells, Albert explained, but she believes it's too early for me to learn. He continued, by the way. She also invited me to join her Transfiguration Club. The Transfiguration Club? The trio echoed in unison. What is that? I hear it is a club established by Professor McGonagall herself. Albert pondered, where members discuss and research all matters related to transfiguration. Are you joking? The twins were momentarily rendered speechless by Albert's revelation. You're truly impressive. How enviable. Lee Jordan expressed a hint of jealousy, recognizing this as a special favor from the headmistress towards Albert. Ahem. George cleared his throat, steering the conversation in a different direction. By the way, do you two want to join us at the Quidditch pitch later? It would be delightful to experience flying before our lesson, Fred chimed in. Charlie wouldn't mind having 2 more for the practice. Shall we go, Albert? Lee Jordan asked. Testing the flying would indeed be splendid, Albert agreed. The thrill of soaring freely. I am rather looking forward to it. Although he had ridden a toy broomstick once, it had proven to be rather dull. The agreed meeting time was set for 4:30 in the afternoon, and there was still ample time until 4 o'clock. Albert prepared to visit the library, having arranged a meeting time with 3 others in the auditorium, and thus set off alone to the library. What shall we do now? Jordan inquired, gazing at Albert's departing figure. Shall we take a stroll outside? George suggested, pointing towards the castle's exterior, a notion that garnered agreement from the other 2. When Albert arrived at the library, he noticed that only a few kittens were present. He chose a spot to sit down and, under the pretense of reading, opened the task panel to join the Shape-Shifting Club's mission, which granted him 2,000 points of experience. A level 2 skill? He murmured to himself, realizing that ascending from level 1 to level 2 required precisely 2,000 experience points. Albert casually upgraded his shape-shifting theory to level 2. A level 2 shape-shifting theory should suffice for him until graduation, as for level 3, that belonged to the realm of professors. Had he arrived too early? Albert scanned the auditorium but found no sign of George and the others. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, for 10 p.m. Just right, perfectly on time. Well, that was to be expected. Albert suddenly had a thought and let out a soft sigh. George and the others were merely 11 years old, and he did not expect them to possess much of a sense of time. Moreover, none of them had a pocket watch. I hope I won't have to wait too long, he murmured. With nothing to occupy his time, Albert took out his wand and wiped away the fingerprints with a handkerchief. While recalling the relevant knowledge of summoning from transfiguration theory, chrysanthemum in full bloom, he whispered, Nothing happened. Albert promptly examined his list of skills, only to suddenly notice someone seated beside him. It was not one of the twins, one might say. If the 3 of them were present, the atmosphere would not be so hushed. Albert glanced at his skills, unable to find the summoning spell. Indeed, he would need to peruse a 5th grade textbook. Is there something you need? Albert inquired, turning to Shauna. Well, could you? Shauna hesitated, but was interrupted before she could finish. Albert, the twins are beckoning you from the entrance of the hall. I must take my leave, Albert said, then asked Shauna, what were you about to say? Oh, it's nothing. Shauna replied, appearing somewhat disheartened. If you wish for me to teach you transfiguration, I'm afraid that cannot be arranged at the moment. I have an appointment shortly. Albert recalled the challenges he initially faced while learning magic and reassured her, do not be too anxious. The beginning is the most difficult part. I, too, spent considerable time mastering transfiguration. Oh, thank you, Shauna pondered, then asked, could you spare some time this evening? If I have time, it is not out of the question. Albert responded. Then I shall see you tonight, he exclaimed, hastening towards the hall's exit. See you tonight, Shauna murmured softly, watching Albert's departing figure, pondering the vast chasm that seemed to separate them. What were you discussing just now? Fred inquired with curiosity. We were talking about your whereabouts, Albert retorted, somewhat irked. Your appointed time with Charlie is fast approaching. You know we don't have a pocket watch, the 3 of them admitted, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. Fully aware they were running late. No blame lies with you. I anticipated your tardiness, Albert remarked, glancing upward at the sky, which still bore the remnants of a sultry afternoon. By the way, does your brother really intend for us to ride his broomstick for a test flight? Lee Jordan awkwardly shifted the topic. The thought of flying on a broomstick made him a touch anxious. After all, he had never truly experienced it. Though his family had purchased him a toy broom, it could hardly soar high or fast, and certainly could not be used in the presence of muggles. Certainly, if he is a competent captain, he wouldn't mind taking the time to scout for promising newcomers among the first years, even if first years cannot join the team. They may serve as reserve players for the following semester, Albert casually reassured him. Albert is correct, George chimed in, playfully patting Lee Jordan's shoulder. I believe your greatest concern should be to avoid falling off the broom. You're the one likely to tumble from the air, Lee Jordan retorted, shooting George a disgruntled glare. Albert, have you ever ridden a broom before? Fred suddenly asked. I was born into a muggle family. What do you think? Albert replied, rolling his eyes as he bent down to pick up a small stone from the ground. What do you intend to do with that broken stone? George queried, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. Albert tossed the small stone in the air, evading George's question. The 4 of them frolicked to the Quidditch pitch, where, as expected, Charlie had yet to arrive. Their agreed time was set for 4:30 in the afternoon. I suspect your brother may show up a bit later, Albert stated as they reached the entrance to the Quidditch pitch, only to find the door locked. However, that would not deter them. Albert effortlessly unlocked the iron gate with the Alohomora charm. Beneath the Quidditch pitch lay a soft lawn, while the central area was composed of sand. designed to mitigate injuries from players falling during the match. Surrounding the arena were hundreds of seats, and at each end stood 3 tall poles, each reaching 50 feet high, crowned with large hoops resembling the plastic wands children use to blow soap bubbles. Charlie is definitely late, Fred expressed his mild annoyance. What should we do now? Had I known, I would have arrived later, George lamented, regretting their early arrival, especially since they lacked their own broomsticks, a rather unfortunate predicament. You could practice spells, Albert suggested kindly, taking a seat in the shade of the lawn. Why not practice the Lumos spell, since we have nothing else to do? It would be wise to keep ourselves occupied. All right, you make a fair point, the three admitted, albeit reluctantly, recognizing the truth in Albert's words. With nothing else at hand, they might as well find something to engage in, thus making the passage of time seem swifter. Albert also drew his wand and began practicing the disillusionment charm with a stone he had just picked up. Now I understand how you mastered the spell so quickly, Lee Jordan remarked, gazing at his flickering wand with a hint of frustration. Anyone who practiced so diligently, barring the truly inept, would have no reason to fail. Of course, had they known about the external aid Albert possessed, their thoughts might have diverged. Around 5 o'clock, Charlie Weasley hurried in, bringing with him a sweeping broom known as the Clean Sweep 5. It was the twins who had introduced this particular broom to Albert, revealing its rather antiquated name. How did you get in? I thought this place was locked, Charlie questioned, eyeing the four approaching him with curiosity. By using the unlocking charm, the twins replied nonchalantly. Cough. Don't speak as though you were proficient in the unlocking charm, Lee Jordan interjected with a smirk. Well, you didn't unlock it, George shot back with an exasperated glance. All right, the upcoming test is quite simple. You just need to ride my broom and fly around the Quidditch pitch, Charlie said, turning to Albert and Lee Jordan. Have you ever ridden a flying broom? Never, Albert answered succinctly. I've only ridden a toy broom, Lee Jordan mumbled under his breath. Once they finish flying, you both can give it a try. Charlie welcomed the twins' friends without hesitation, then turned to the twins who were jostling for the broom, warning them, you too. Just fly a lap around the Quidditch pitch. If I catch you up to any mischief, humph. Got it, I'll go first. One of the twins exclaimed as he quickly mounted the broom, pushing off the ground and soaring into the air, beginning to circle the Quidditch pitch. Not bad. Just about acceptable, Charlie commented, observing his brother's flight. His beaming smile revealed his satisfaction. After all, not every first year could fly with such steadiness. Once the twins had completed their trial flight, it was finally Albert and Lee Jordan's turn, since neither had previously engaged with a flying broom. Charlie took it upon himself to instruct them on its use. He demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off. We never received such treatment before. The twins teased from the sidelines. Are we truly his brothers? Shut it. Stop the nonsense, Charlie snapped at them, then focused on correcting Lee Jordan's grip. You just need to push off with your legs to lift off. You'll get the hang of controlling your strength once you try. Charlie, like a professor, earnestly imparted his knowledge on broom riding. Hold the broom steadily, lean slightly upward, and it will ascend. Similarly, lean slightly downward, and it will descend vertically. Lean forward, and it will move ahead. After about 5 minutes of explanation, Charlie allowed Lee Jordan to attempt flying while he readied his wand to catch any potential falls from the broom. Lee Jordan flew relatively smoothly, albeit at a slow pace around the Quidditch pitch. It took him about 5 minutes to complete his flight, and upon landing, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. His previous experience with a toy broom had undoubtedly aided him. That was impressive. Charlie offered a token word of encouragement as he handed the broom to Albert. Albert extended his hand to touch the broomstick. It was remarkably smooth, devoid of any cushioning. He recalled that the flying broom had been enchanted with a spell known as the cushioning charm or the shock absorption charm. However, upon touching it, he felt no trace of magic, leaving him to wonder if sitting on it would evoke a sense of discomfort. Alas, the toy broom had a conspicuous seat. What are you doing? Charlie inquired, perplexed by Albert's gentle caress of the broomstick, unable to comprehend the latter's actions. Nothing much. I was just pondering the whereabouts of the cushion, Albert replied, and before Charlie could grasp the meaning of his words, he had already mounted the broom and propelled himself into the air with a vigorous push from his feet. Indeed, the shock absorption charm was real. Perched atop the flying broom, he felt no pain. A soft layer separated Albert from the broomstick, akin to sitting on a plush cushion. If one were to draw a comparison, it bore a slight resemblance to riding a bicycle. As the broom soared through the air, the wind whipped around Albert's long robe, making it billow behind him. He felt an unprecedented joy, even forgetting the awkwardness of his position. Following Charlie's guidance, he gradually tilted the broomstick upward, ascending to greater heights. Albert cast a glance downwards, noting he was approximately 10 feet above the ground. Thank heavens. Fortunately, he did not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, he might have lost his grip and plummeted from midair. Albert grasped the broomstick with one hand, gently inclining his body forward as the broom began to glide ahead, reminiscent of his inaugural ride on a toy broom. However, Albert soared at a leisurely pace, even slower than Lee Jordan, yet he commenced to circle the Quidditch pitch, relishing the exhilaration of flight. Below, Charlie gazed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Albert would adapt to flying so swiftly. Many novices, encountering a flying broom for the first time, often succumb to panic upon ascending into the air. Yet, this newcomer, having only a few minutes of experience, exhibited commendable flying proficiency. Nevertheless, as Albert acclimated to his current speed, he found himself disinclined to continue at such a sluggish pace. He accessed his skill list and elevated his flying technique, broom, to level 1. Albert seemed to possess an innate understanding, leaning forward as if activating an acceleration switch, causing the broom to surge forward with newfound speed. The previously languid movements transformed into a remarkable agility as he maneuvered between the goalposts, the wind rushing against him, forcing him to squint. Go faster. His body instinctively complied with his thoughts, quickening his pace further, the scenery ahead rapidly receding. Albert felt as though his heart might leap from his chest at any moment. The sensation of flight was simply exhilarating. In this instant, Albert began to grasp the allure of this game for wizards. It was thrilling. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly thrilling, akin to the exhilaration some derive from racing. Albert soared around the Quidditch pitch on his broomstick, completing several laps at an increasingly rapid pace, nearly reaching the limits of the Nimbus 2000 speed. Below, the 4 spectators gaped in astonishment, nearly rendered speechless. You fly remarkably well, Charlie stammered a few minutes later, gazing at the landing Albert. He found it hard to believe that he was witnessing the remarkable progress of this first-year student, evolving from sluggishness to swiftness, gradually adapting to the craft. Such a transformation occurred in such a brief span of time. This innate talent was truly astounding. Albert swiftly adapted to the use of a broomstick and overcame the challenges of high-speed flight within mere minutes. Lee Jordan, standing beside the twins, observed Albert with a complex expression, having initially believed his own flying skills to be commendable, only to realize there was a prodigious talent present. Could it be that the legendary genius truly existed? Of course. Had he been aware that Albert had elevated his flying proficiency with the broomstick to level 1 purely for the thrill of speed, his thoughts might have differed. Apologies for the momentary lapse in restraint. Upon dismounting from the broom, Albert immediately extended his apologies to Charlie. Speaking of which, the exhilaration of soaring on a broomstick was indeed delightful. You possess a remarkable talent in this regard, Charlie asserted, patting Albert's shoulder with enthusiasm. You all have considerable potential. You might consider joining the team as reserve players, and when time permits, we could train together. Charlie was thoroughly pleased with the day's discoveries. Both Fred and George, along with their 2 friends, exhibited significant flying aptitude. The twins beamed at the compliment. We don't have our own brooms, Albert reminded them. Not to worry. You can borrow the school's brooms, Charlie reassured him, suggesting they learn some techniques and find their positions. However, I must state one thing clearly, Charlie cleared his throat. If you aspire to become true Quidditch players, you will need to rely on your own abilities to pass next year's player selection. I shall not show leniency in this regard. We understand, Fred replied with a wink. Well, that's good to hear, Charlie said, satisfied, as he prepared to nurture their talents and position them as the team's secret weapons. That evening, during dinner, Charlie sat beside Albert, discussing the rules of Quidditch while suggesting that Albert explore the origins of the sport when he had the chance. What is the longest Quidditch match ever played at Hogwarts? Albert inquired curiously. If the match only concludes once the golden snitch is caught, what happens if the snitch is lost? It is said to last 3 days, Charlie mused. Ultimately, if the snitch cannot be found, the match is concluded early, with the team leading on points declared the victor. As they chatted about Quidditch, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden female voice. Albert, Professor McGonagall asked me to give this to you. Angelina handed Albert a folded piece of parchment. Thank you. Angelina, Albert said as he accepted the parchment, which revealed the following message. Thursday evening at 7 p.m., 6th floor of the castle, room 21. Remember Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. What is this? Fred asked, dropping his fork and leaning closer while chewing on a jacket potato. A notice from Professor McGonagall regarding the next meeting of the Transfiguration Club, Albert replied, not intending to conceal the information as he passed the parchment to Fred. The twins and Lee Jordan eagerly crowded around to examine the contents. The Transfiguration Club? What is that? Charlie suddenly halted, looking quizzically at Albert. It's a club formed by Professor McGonagall, Albert explained. What does Remember Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration mean? George inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. It is likely the password for entering the classroom, Albert speculated after some thought. My apologies, Charlie, but if the Quidditch training conflicts with the Transfiguration Club meeting, I fear I must prioritize the latter, Albert stated. Oh, I nearly forgot. That's in the afternoon, right? Lee Jordan recalled. The twins exchanged glances, both aware of this arrangement. It was evident to the 4 of them that Charlie hoped to cultivate Albert into a chaser or seeker. Yet before the endeavor had even begun, it appeared to be concluding. Little did they know, Albert had no intention of joining the Quidditch team. For him, flying on a broomstick was a source of pure enjoyment. Although Quidditch might be entertaining, Albert was not inclined to endure rigorous training, nor did he aspire to become a Quidditch player. As for joining a Quidditch team upon graduation, he would rather not entertain that notion. Charlie found himself momentarily stunned. Where had his secret weapon vanished to before he could even warm it up in his hands? Determined to comprehend the situation, he resolved to inquire further. Charlie was singularly focused on winning another Quidditch trophy for Gryffindor before departing. Fred watched Charlie's retreating figure and shook his head. After dinner, the quartet returned to the Gryffindor common room, which was filled with noise and commotions, overwhelming Albert to the point where he felt his head might explode. It seemed that with the school year just beginning, the young Gryffindors had yet to shake off the remnants of summer, and a few more days of this ruckus would likely ensue until they were weighed down by a mountain of homework, leaving them little energy to frolic. Let us head to the Great Hall, Albert decided, opting to take a book to the hall to read and practice some spells in his spare moments. The Great Hall was significantly less crowded, allowing Albert to find a quiet corner. Noticing him, Shauna, seated at the entrance of the hall, approached and began practicing the Lumos charm beside him. Albert observed the repeated attempts of his companion, who, despite several efforts, was unable to successfully cast the Lumos spell. He gently reminded her, "You must possess confidence in yourself and focus intently. As you cast the spell, envision your wand radiating light." Shauna's face flushed slightly, yet she still could not succeed. "Your mindset is not conducive. It will adversely affect your likelihood of success. If you continue to doubt your abilities, the probability of failure could increase significantly." Albert gestured towards a small box nearby. "Would you care for a treat?" "Rest assured, these are chocolate beans." "How do you know?" Shauna inquired, having consumed a few beans, her curiosity piqued. "I suppose it's a guess. Do you believe me?" Albert replied with a smile. "I do not." "Well, truthfully, it stems from numerous failures and transfiguration, leading to this conclusion." Albert was not entirely deceitful. Indeed, half of his statement held truth. Wizards' emotions do influence their spell casting. "I shall attempt again." Shauna felt the sweetness of the chocolate beans linger in her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she tried several more times and at last succeeded in illuminating her wand, her previously tense expression transforming into one of exhilaration. However, the glow from her wand quickly extinguished. "You need to concentrate and practice more. Success is assured," Albert reassured her. "I thought you would be at the library." Lee Jordan seated himself beside Albert, casting a skeptical glance at Shauna, who was diligently practicing her spell. "Am I interrupting? What of the other two?" Uncertain. Noting Shauna's efforts with the Lumos spell, George also retrieved his wand to practice, though his attempts still hovered at a rudimentary level. "What is happening to me? Perhaps your focus is lacking." "What do you mean?" "Perhaps?" Lee Jordan replied, somewhat disheartened, yet he resolved to concentrate on his practice. Although there was still time before the next charms class, mastering spells early was advantageous. How can one determine if they have truly mastered it? If you can maintain the illumination of your wand without fixating solely on it, I believe that signifies success. Albert paused his reading to reflect before responding. By around 8 o'clock, Lee Jordan's Lumos spell became increasingly enduring. Of course, this was under the condition that he concentrated on his wand, while Shauna, albeit at a slower pace, was also making commendable progress. It became evident that with diligent practice, most spells were not insurmountably difficult to master. "Where have you two been?" At approximately 8:30, the twins finally emerged into the Great Hall, their expressions rather grim. "Filch confiscated the majority of our dung bombs," Fred seethed. "What transpired?" Albert inquired, his gaze scrutinizing the duo. "You weren't caught while throwing dung bombs, were you?" The situation unfolded thus. George, maintaining a semblance of composure, recounted the events. Not long ago, they had been pranked by Peeves and returned to their dormitory to retrieve dung bombs, intending to launch an assault on the poltergeist. However, just as they were about to execute their plan, Filch apprehended them and seized most of their ammunition. Filch deemed them contraband and confiscated our dung bombs meant for Peeves. The twins' expressions were nearly contorted with frustration. Albert listened to the tales recounted by the two, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. What nonsense was this? The saying "frozen 3 feet deep" is not the result of a single day's cold rang true. The fraught relationship between the Weasley twins and Filch was indeed not without its reasons. Just the previous night, George and Fred had huddled together, plotting ways to exact a thorough revenge on Filch, aiming to teach the old man a lesson, with Lee Jordan eventually joining their discussions. The outcome? The three stayed up late and struggled to rise in the morning. Ultimately, it was Albert who, after finishing his breakfast, returned to the dormitory to rouse each of them, ensuring they would not be tardy for their morning herbology class. "I'm so tired," George yawned, covering his mouth with one hand, a slice of bread in the other as he ambled along. "Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged in such trivial matters with you lot." Lee Jordan polished off the last of his bread and eyed Fred's untouched slice, inquiring, "If you're not going to eat that, may I have it? I'm still hungry." "Who says I'm not eating?" Fred replied, quickly stuffing the slice into his mouth and taking a bite, then cheekily asked, "Want some?" Lee Jordan shot him a disdainful glance before turning away, no longer wishing to engage. "By the way, after all that chatter last night, what plan did you concoct?" Albert casually inquired. "We intend to launch a few dung bombs at Filch's office door," Fred declared, his excitement palpable. "Is that all?" Albert felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "You spent an entire night discussing this, and that's the result?" As they made their way to Greenhouse 1, a sudden scream echoed down the corridor. The group exchanged glances, and upon approaching the source of the commotion, they discovered Peeves the poltergeist floating in midair, a bottle of ink in hand, gleefully shooting ink pellets at passing students. Some students, incensed, hurled paper wads at Peeves, attempting to drive him away. Peeves nimbly dodged the projectiles, cackling in amusement, and retaliated by spraying ink all over one unfortunate soul, leaving him fuming. That individual's face contorted in anger. Yet there was nothing he could do to quell Peeves' mischief. Eventually, everyone resorted to shielding their heads with their books as they hurried past the corridor. Peeves, are you a ghost? Albert scrutinized the mischievous figure before him. This was his first encounter with Peeves, who sported malevolent black eyes, a wide grin, and a small stature, topped with a hat adorned with jingling bells. Their eyes met. He was undoubtedly a creature of wicked humor. What do you think? Peeves leered at Albert and his friends, a sinister smile creeping across his face, sending shivers down their spines. Clearly not. Ghosts cannot wield ink bottles. Albert brandished his wand, casting armored protection. A torrent of ink aimed at the four was deflected by Albert's spell, much to Peeves' astonishment, who had not anticipated his own blunder. You pesky little imp, Peeves sneered, making a crude gesture at Albert as he flew away after his ink bottle was repelled. No wonder everyone detests Peeves, Lee Jordan grumbled, surveying the ink splatters adorning his clothes, nearly driven to madness. Clear it all away. Albert raised his wand, pointing at the ink on the floor. The Scourgify spell caused most of the stains to vanish. In truth, it may not be necessary to clean it up. Perhaps we should leave more footprints in the corridor. The twins exchanged glances, joyfully halting Albert, reasoning that Filch would be the one to clean the corridor, while Peeves was the true instigator of the chaos, leaving them unaccountable. Very well, let us proceed. Albert shook his head, urging them to be cautious not to be late. How did you manage that just now? George inquired curiously as they reached the entrance to Greenhouse 1. You mean the armored protection spell? Albert glanced around at the students crowded at the entrance, many bearing marks of Peeves' antics, their clothes stained with ink. Armored protection? Fred murmured, deep in thought. I feel as though I've heard of it somewhere. It is a rather practical defensive charm, capable of warding off most physical and magical attacks, Albert explained casually, spotting Professor Pomona Sprout approaching. The students parted to allow the head of Hufflepuff to enter Greenhouse 1. Where did you learn that? Lee Jordan asked, intrigued. You seem to know an impressive number of spells. I found it in an additional book I purchased. It seemed quite useful, so I took the time to learn it. Albert fabricated a small lie, knowing the spell was acquired through experience. After all, mastering a charm that could protect oneself was certainly advantageous. For us, it should be quite challenging, George remarked as he entered the greenhouse, his face alight with admiration. Once you learn it, you need to worry about others casting malevolent spells upon you. Albert could not help but roll his eyes. The level of Hogwarts students was merely that of novices squabbling. What is the matter with you all? Cedric Diggory, standing opposite Albert, stared in astonishment at his ink-splattered classmate. It was Peeves. He just scattered ink in the corridor. You were fortunate, as he has just left, Fred replied irritably, his trousers also speckled with ink. Today's lesson, as we delve into magical herbs and fungi, is to provide you with a general understanding of the subject matter covered in herbology and what you ought to learn from this class. Pomona Sprout, a short and plump witch, always wore a warm smile on her face. During the first herbology lesson, she introduced them to various herbs from the textbook and their respective uses. Albert perceived that herbalism bore a resemblance to Muggle botany, as students were required to learn how to nurture and utilize plants, while also understanding their magical properties and applications. Numerous plants served as ingredients for potions and remedies, while others possessed unique magical effects. A notable example was the white ash, a plant imbued with magical attributes, utilized in potion making and renowned for its potent healing properties. Professor Pomona introduced the class to the significance of white ash, emphasizing that not all wounds could be healed through magic alone, and thus, white ash played a crucial role in healing. Long ago, wizards understood the therapeutic potential of white ash, often mashing it and applying it directly to their wounds. Contemporary wizards, however, preferred to use the essence of white ash, where just a small amount can effectively treat injuries, leaving no scars behind. Regrettably, the wild population of white ash has dwindled, necessitating cultivation, and learning how to care for this plant became one of their primary subjects this semester, as well as a crucial examination topic. During the herbology lesson, Professor Pomona presented various plants, including some fungi, simply put, mushrooms. Among them were intriguing specimens such as the protective tree, a magical mountain pear tree that shields those who touch its trunk from dark creatures. Wizards often crafted protective amulets from it. Additionally, Professor Pomona discussed hazardous plants, such as the highly toxic venomous tentacles, the deadly mandrake, and the small pot of devil's snare she held. This was a young specimen of devil's snare. Pomona touched its tender shoots with her wand, causing them to immediately entwine around it. As you can see, once approached, devil's snare ensnares any creature nearby. When it matures, it can easily inflict harm or even death. When ensnared, it is best not to struggle, as the tendrils will only tighten their grip. Pomona waved her wand to illustrate the characteristics of devil's snare. Preferring dark, damp environments, it is naturally vulnerable to light and warmth. With a flick of her wand, flames erupted, repelling the devil's snare. As you can see, fire poses a threat to it. Igniting it is an effective means of defense against its attacks. The students eagerly took up quills to jot down notes, and Pomona patiently waited until everyone had finished before continuing. Those unfamiliar with devil's snare might confuse it with crabapple, a detail that required particular attention. Herbology was quite practical, with Pomona briefly introducing various magical plants, providing invaluable insights to all. The course quickly captivated everyone's interest, though the only inconvenience was that it lasted 2 consecutive periods, leaving students standing for an extended time, resulting in numb legs. At last, the bell rang, and most students exhaled in relief. Professor Pomona assigned no homework, which was welcome news for everyone. The afternoon brought the class on defense against the dark arts. Lee Jordan appeared somewhat exhilarated, as this subject was among the most anticipated by many first years. Have you heard? George suddenly exclaimed to the others upon leaving Greenhouse 1. The defense against the dark arts class is cursed. Every professor teaching it encounters various misfortunes, resigning each year without exception. Albert was well aware of the origins of this curse. It stemmed from Voldemort, yes, the very Dark Lord who shared a name with their cat, Tom. It was said that after failing to secure the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Tom bore a grudge and cursed the role, intending to deter numerous candidates and compel Dumbledore to relent. Indeed, that is the rumor, Albert replied. It is said that a powerful wizard cast this curse on the position. Otherwise, with Professor Dumbledore's capabilities, he should have lifted it by now. A curse lasting decades speaks volumes of the caster's might. Now, all they could do was hope that their new defense against the dark arts professor would prove to be competent. As Albert spoke, they turned a corner and were met with a foul stench, just in time to see Filch apprehending a third-year Gryffindor student for launching dung bombs in the corridor. What is going on? Albert asked, covering his nose and mouth. That guy lost a bet and had to launch dung bombs in front of Filch, replied an older student, shaking his head as he walked away. The odor was unbearable, akin to a biological gas bomb. What a reckless act. Albert shook his head in disbelief, suddenly feeling a tinge of sympathy for Filch. He imagined he would feel equally exhausted in such a situation. This is absolutely thrilling. The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement, as they could see that Filch was quite incensed by the students' antics. Albert raised his hand to his lips and cleared his throat, reminding them, ahem. Do you wish to assist the infirmary in washing bedpans? The initially exuberant Weasley twins instantly deflated at the mention of such a task, deciding it was best to abstain. Lee Jordan interjected, in truth, as long as we don't get caught, what is the harm? Albert retorted, given your current capabilities, evading capture would indeed pose quite a challenge. He continued to douse their enthusiasm with cold reality. Unless, of course, you wish to emulate that deranged individual over there. During the return journey to the dining hall, the twins fell into a contemplative silence, lost in their thoughts. We have made a decision, they announced in unison, exchanging knowing glances. A decision about what? Albert inquired, lifting his gaze in curiosity. We have resolved to proceed with that plan, the twins replied in perfect harmony. What plan? To launch dung bombs at Filch's office, they declared with a gravity that belied the absurdity of their intent. Upon hearing this, Albert nearly spewed the pumpkin juice in his mouth all over the 2 individuals across from him. He coughed discreetly, covering his mouth. Beside him, Jordan stood agape, at a loss for words. These 2 must be courting disaster. If you truly wish to proceed in that manner, I could offer a few small suggestions, Albert pondered, though I have yet to formulate my thoughts. Hey, even you? Jordan shook his head in disbelief, finally grasping why Albert had been sorted into Gryffindor. This fellow certainly possessed some audacity. By the way, I am quite curious how you managed to consume such a substantial meal at noon. Jordan awkwardly shifted the topic. Of course, I had breakfast at 7. Can you compare that to your lot who eat after 8:30? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jordan. Due to the lightness of the morning fare, the English breakfast is typically hearty, leaving one less hungry by noon. Often, they dine lightly or skip lunch altogether. So, how shall we prank Filch? The twins were more concerned with the current matter. We shouldn't go too far, but we need to incite Filch's ire, right? Albert cast a glance towards one end of the long table, where a certain reckless individual had already been released and was now surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Just finished with their meal, Lee also gravitated towards the gathering to glean information. Indeed, an excessive curiosity can be quite a malady. Yes, the twins nodded in unison, returning their gaze. Have you prepared for the possibility of being confined? Albert inquired. Absolutely, they affirmed, nodding vigorously once more. What about using that individual's method? Albert gestured towards the crowd. What sort of method is that? Fred muttered, having hoped Albert would present a reliable proposal. Such an action would surely land them in Filch's office. Albert shot Fred a glance, leaving his thought unfinished. Are you referring to the drawer? George recalled the last time Filch had brought him into his office, the confiscated items, the highly hazardous drawer. But who would draw the fire? He pondered aloud. What are you talking about? Fred appeared confused, struggling to comprehend the duo's discourse. The drawer, the confiscated items. Highly dangerous, George reminded him. That's a splendid idea. Fred's eyes lit up. He had been somewhat curious about its contents previously. You'll need to learn the unlocking charm first, Albert cautioned. Why don't you go? And we'll help divert Filch's attention? The twins suggested in unison, turning their gaze towards Albert. Albert glanced at the 2 individuals and inquired. Are you still interested in learning the unlocking charm? Yes. When shall we begin? Back at the dormitory, there are drawers available for your practice. Shortly thereafter, Lee Jordan returned. bringing along news. William, the boy who had a knack for crafting a splendid demise, had indeed not escaped confinement, which involved cleaning the night pots. Well, it seems you won't have the opportunity to clean the night pots after all, Albert remarked, shrugging as he retrieved his backpack and made his way back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, he observed the Weasley twins eagerly thumbing through their spellbook, leaving Lee Jordan somewhat perplexed. Is this truly the pair of twins I know? Alohomora, George exclaimed as he was the first to draw his wand, attempting to unlock his own secured drawer but to no avail. Concentrate, focus on your hand movements, Albert advised. Seated comfortably on a chair while observing the two practice their incantations, his gaze shifting momentarily to Lee Jordan beside him. What has spurred them on? Lee Jordan whispered. They require this charm, thus they have commenced their practice. Albert's response was somewhat vague. After all, the charm would eventually be part of their curriculum, and practice was inevitable. Why not challenge them to see who can master the unlocking charm more swiftly? You are impressive, Lee Jordan said, pulling out his own wand, ready to join in the practice of the unlocking charm and vie with the twins to see who could grasp the incantation first. Albert shared with them the challenges he encountered while practicing the unlocking spell, along with some important considerations. However, given the current proficiency of the trio, it is unlikely that they will succeed in unlocking it for the time being. Albert continued to peruse the sections of the Dark Arts, a self-defense guide that he had yet to explore. Have you given up? He inquired without lifting his gaze. Temporarily, replied Lee Jordan, a hint of frustration in his voice. It's utterly impossible to succeed. After half an hour of practice, the lock remained unyielding, which was undeniably exasperating. I remember it took me quite a while to master it, Albert reminded him. The incantation, the gestures, and maintaining focus. Do not hesitate when casting. Perhaps I should just prepare for this afternoon's class, Lee Jordan sighed, feeling a bit weary. The twins also contemplated abandoning the endeavor, but considering their plans, they persevered, continuing their diligent practice. Albert was indeed correct. After all, they would need to learn it eventually, and neglecting practice now would only prolong the learning process. Have you finished this book? Albert questioned. Not yet, Lee Jordan responded. I've skimmed through some parts. It's all about dark creatures and how to defend against them. As Albert flipped through the pages, he elaborated, for a muggle novice like me, it's essentially an introduction to the myriad dangers that inhabit the magical realm and how to protect oneself. In simpler terms, it explains how to escape a mugging, prevent it, or seek help, rather than teaching you how to subdue the mugger. Thus, the knowledge imparted by this book is rather commonplace, yet one must admit its practicality. Hence, Albert referred to it as a foundational text. If they were to study this throughout the semester, it was no wonder the twins' protective gear was selling so well. After completing this book, they would likely struggle even with the shield charm, as thus far, Albert had not encountered any mention of it. After an entire afternoon of practice, the twins had still not succeeded in mastering the unlocking charm. Quite normal, was the conclusion. Albert was not surprised. When will we master this spell? Fred appeared somewhat frustrated. Let us practice for a day or two. Albert replied without hesitation. Every spell requires a foundation of magical power, and given your limited understanding of spells, you are not as adept as I am in this regard, making the learning process rather challenging. When I first encountered magic, I faced similar difficulties. However, as I acquired more spells, my pace of learning accelerated. The three of them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Albert's assertions seemed to carry weight. Yet they couldn't shake the feeling that he might be leading them astray. Perhaps the unlocking charm is still a bit beyond your grasp, especially since you haven't fully mastered the illumination spell. Albert murmured, inadvertently delivering a piercing remark to the hearts of the trio. Alas, who would have thought that mastering magic could be so arduous? George sighed softly, reclining on the plush bed. Consider this, the book standard spells. Beginner contains only a handful of spells, and we are expected to study it for an entire year. This alone reveals the formidable challenge of learning a single incantation. Unable to suppress a smirk, Albert acknowledged the truth in George's words. By your logic, you must have already mastered all the spells in standard spells. Beginner, correct? Fred suddenly interjected, realizing the disparity between their respective progress. Close enough. Albert pondered before replying. However, we are merely scratching the surface of magical application. What do you mean by scratching the surface? The three were somewhat perplexed. It means exploring variations of the incantations. Albert illuminated his wand and waved it before them, explaining, this is the most basic application of our Lumos spell. But have you ever considered making the light brighter? Or detaching it from the wand to float freely according to your will? Is that truly possible? I believe Professor Flitwick could certainly accomplish it. Albert extinguished the light from his wand and sighed gently. To conjure a magical lamp, he would need to elevate the Lumos spell to level 3 or 4. Advancing from level 2 to 3 requires 10,000 experience points, and advancing to level 4 demands 5 times the experience of level 3. Albert dismissed the thought, feeling disheartened by the meager experience points in his pool, insufficient for elevating a skill to level 4. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson, unsurprisingly, did not disappoint. Professor Badblood was a witty and humorous elder, who, on the first day of class, proclaimed, you may not be aware, But the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed. No one has managed to hold this position for a year, and I suspect I shall be no exception. Before I depart, I shall impart the knowledge you need to grasp. Such a statement was truly shocking. Professor, even you can't break this curse? Roger Davis raised his hand to inquire. I'm afraid not. Professor Blood shook his head. Over the decades, many defense against the dark arts professors have attempted to lift this curse, all to no avail. Even Dumbledore could not achieve what I do not believe I can either. Self-awareness is paramount. Now, turn to page 5 of Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, for class is about to commence. As Professor Blood continued, he digressed into tales of his adventures, such as how he once subdued a ravenous vampire with a bloody lollipop. He explained that vampires do not actually need to drink blood, rather, they crave the taste of it. Ladies, when encountering vampires, exercise caution, for most vampires prefer preying on young maidens, he joked. Of course, currently, most vampires and werewolves are registered with the Ministry of Magic, but that does not mean there are no exceptions. When discussing werewolves, Professor Blood advised maintaining a respectful distance, as being bitten by a transformed werewolf would result in becoming one. Werewolves face rejection from wizards and struggle to find respectable employment, often leading them down a dark path. If you encounter a transformed werewolf outdoors, my first instinct would be to disapparate immediately, he asserted, emphasizing the importance of avoiding entanglements with transformed werewolves, as it could result in the risk of being bitten. What should we do if we encounter a werewolf? Someone asked. Given your current circumstances, it is unlikely you will encounter one. However, should misfortune strike, self-preservation is key. In densely populated areas, you can use the locking charm to secure doors. As magical creatures, wizards or muggles turned werewolves typically lose their reason, so lock the doors and signal for help by shooting red sparks, he advised. But what if we find ourselves in the wilderness or open plains, with no hiding spots? In such cases, I believe you can only pray to Merlin. Professor Blood replied with resignation. Is it impossible to subdue a transformed werewolf with a wand? Another student inquired. It is possible. A powerful wizard could manage it. Professor Blood nodded. However, I would never encourage you to challenge a transformed werewolf. That would be an exceedingly foolish endeavor, akin to courting death. Being bitten by a transformed werewolf, without timely treatment, would likely lead to death. Even if one survives, they must face a fate worse than death. It means you shall become a werewolf, he reiterated. What if we are bitten by a non-transformed werewolf? Albert suddenly queried. That is an excellent question, Professor Blood acknowledged, nodding at Albert. Being bitten by a non-transformed werewolf does not fully convert a human into a werewolf, but the person will exhibit some werewolf traits, and the bite will be difficult to heal. Treating werewolf bites requires a mixture of silver powder and wolfsbane. Professor Blood clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the entire class. Why not record these notes? Always remain vigilant, keep your distance from werewolves, and avoid being bitten. This is the best way to protect yourself. Before the conclusion of the defense against the dark arts lesson, Professor Blood taught the class 2 spells, how to cast red and green sparks into the sky with their wands. Red sparks typically symbolize danger and a call for help, while green sparks indicate a gathering, locating a target, or other mutually agreed upon signals. As Professor Blood spoke, the students diligently noted them down. As for the homework for defense against the dark arts, it naturally involved practicing the 2 spark spells. Professor Blood is a reliable instructor, Albert mused, finding him both amusing and insightful. Instead of strictly adhering to Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, he shared practical experiences. I truly hope Professor Blood can teach us some useful spells. Albert had heard others express similar sentiments, their eagerness to confront werewolves apparent. Little did they realize the good intentions behind Professor Blood's careful teachings. Do not be overly greedy. You have yet to fully master Lumos, not to mention Transfiguration and the Unlocking Charm, Albert candidly reminded George, and you still need to practice casting red and green sparks. The trio instantly deflated, as if struck by frost. Indeed, they had yet to fully grasp many spells, and even if Professor Blood were to teach them useful incantations, it would be a challenge to learn them in a short time. This reality was harsh for the 3 of them, or rather, for most of the first-year students. If you wish to learn magic, I have a practical guide on defensive spells and their countermeasures against dark magic that I can lend you, Albert said with a smile as he turned the corner. I found it earlier this morning. It's a very useful book. Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes immediately sparkled with enthusiasm, as if they could hardly wait to embark on their studies, completely disregarding the previous conversation. Practical Defensive Magic and Its Countermeasures Against Dark Arts is a tome that introduces defensive spells, featuring colorful animated illustrations for every counter curse and poison spell. As Albert aptly remarked, it is indeed a practical book, though its price is rather steep. The 3 could scarcely divert their gaze. Have you mastered it all? Not only Lee Jordan, but also the twin brothers gazed at Albert with eager anticipation, seemingly intent on requesting him to impart his knowledge of spells. Teach ourselves. Given Albert's remarkable abilities, they believed they could learn other spells from him. As for self-study, that proved to be somewhat challenging. How is that possible? I haven't even mastered a few myself, Albert retorted with exasperation. And you too, weren't you planning to first grasp the unlocking charm? Many individuals do not easily relinquish their pursuits until they have met with failure. Albert's roommate was certainly no exception. After gazing intently at the first volume on practical defensive magic and its countermeasures against dark arts for quite some time, he could no longer resist the urge to attempt a spell. Armurus. Fred raised his wand and traced it downward, reciting the incantation as instructed in the book. Yet nothing transpired. The shield charm doesn't emit light. George reminded him, comparing their gestures. Come on, give it another shot. Lee Jordan tossed the book Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection at Fred. Are you trying to crush me? Fred jumped aside, glaring at Lee Jordan. Facing danger can enhance your potential, and a book certainly won't kill you. Lee Jordan countered immediately. Use this. Albert irritably hurled Fred's pillow to Lee Jordan. Feeling that Fred was unlikely to succeed, throwing books seemed rather reckless. In truth, Albert was correct. After being hit by his own pillow multiple times, Fred temporarily gave up. Of course, neither George nor Lee Jordan achieved success either. All right, you two should stick to practicing those simpler spells. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. What should one call this? Overconfidence? Greed? Perhaps that was how Professor McGonagall viewed herself back then. However, Albert was different from the trio. He possessed a panel and an experience pool, allowing him to consume experience points to cheat whenever he grasped a skill. Is there a quick way to learn the shield charm? Fred couldn't help but inquire. A trick? Albert pondered before responding. Practicing diligently is probably the fastest method. But how did you master those spells so quickly? The summer break was hardly long. George expressed his frustration, realizing that Albert had quite an understanding of magic. This made him question who truly hailed from a wizarding family. I believe I can guess part of the reason. Albert thought for a moment and said, What reason? Fred quickly pressed for details. Have you ever played a game that allows for leveling up? Albert glanced at the expressions on their faces. I assume you haven't. Let me rephrase. Isn't it true that playing chess requires practice to improve? What does that have to do with chess? The twins couldn't help but retort. Chess requires not only talent, but also improvement through practice. The higher your skill, the more formidable you become. Albert casually provided an example that was not entirely fitting. Magic is quite similar. Casting spells requires talent. Are you implying that your talent exceeds ours? Lee Jordan interrupted with a retort. No. I'm suggesting that you need to practice to enhance your magical power and control over spells, Albert explained, somewhat exasperated. Are you saying your magical power is stronger than ours and your control is superior? The twins asked skeptically. Yes, at least I believe so for the time being. Albert nodded. As I master more spells, I find that learning new ones becomes increasingly simpler. I still remember Professor McGonagall once saying, Hogwarts can teach underage wizards how to control and use magic. Why do I feel like you're trying to fool us? Fred raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't do such a thing, and I've already stated that this is merely my conjecture. Albert shook his head repeatedly. He was not deceiving the trio. As his self-study of magic increased, so did his accumulated experiences from failures in learning spells, which were lacking in the direct skill upgrades from his experience pool. After numerous failures, the Weasley twins had temporarily abandoned their attempts to master the shield charm and focused their attention on the unlocking charm. After an afternoon of practice, Fred succeeded first, successfully using the unlocking charm to open the drawer's lock. Fantastic. How did you manage that? George looked at Fred with envy, as his own drawer remained untouched. Look. Fred learned the unlocking charm first. I win. Albert, who was reading nearby, winked at Lee Jordan, innocently extending a Pepper Imp's candy in his direction. Eat up. A wager is a wager. What are you betting on? Fred asked, puzzled. On who would master the unlocking charm first, Albert said with a smile. Loser has to eat this. He gestured toward the Pepper Imps purchased from the Honeyduke's candy store. Albert was right. A wager is a wager. George patted his friend on the shoulder, eagerly watching him. Indeed, he was looking forward to seeing Lee Jordan eat the candy and then spew flames from his nose. It's all your fault, Lee Jordan said with a resentful expression, unwrapping the candy and popping it into his mouth, his cheeks instantly flushing red. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The next moment, so spicy. As Lee Jordan opened his mouth, fiery heat erupted from his nostrils, instantly coating George's face. You jerk, you must have done this on purpose. George's face darkened, still filled with the pungent aroma of pepper. Cough, cough. Lee Jordan expelled more flames. However, witnessing George's predicament, Albert and Fred immediately ducked far away, fearing an unwarranted disaster. That guy definitely did it on purpose, no doubt about it. Minutes later, Lee, having just rinsed his mouth in the bathroom, glared resentfully at Albert. The taste of pepper still lingered, and his nostrils remained red from the fiery expulsion. Next time. I'm never betting with you on this, Lee Jordan said irritably. Next time, let us wager on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Albert suggested, winking and randomly picking 3 with his eyes closed. That sounds like a good idea. Aren't you going to continue practicing? Just because you succeeded once doesn't mean you'll succeed every time. Albert tossed a chocolate bean into his mouth and resumed perusing the standard book of spells. Grade 1, having already read 2/3 of it. How is your disillusionment charm coming along? Fred changed the subject. Not fully mastered yet. That charm is much more challenging than the unlocking charm. Albert glanced at his panel information, noting that he had only accumulated 35 experience points for the disillusionment charm, still needing 100 points to reach level 1. Is that charm really that difficult? George asked, his expression skeptical. Of course, it's quite challenging. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. I've heard it's one of the essential spells for Aurors. By the way, what exactly is an Auror? Albert was certainly aware of what a dung bomb was, but as a muggle, he should not have been overly immersed in the trials of the magical realm. It's over. What do you mean it's over? Albert queried, perplexed. We definitely won to learn the disillusionment charm this year, the twins lamented, unable to contain their despair. For it was an essential spell for night escapades. Are we really going to leave it here? In a secluded corner of the second-floor corridor, the Weasley twins were whispering conspiratorially. After a productive day yesterday, Fred had successfully mastered the unlocking charm. The following morning, the two were eager to create mischief with Filch, leading to the current scene. Yes, leave it here. George looked towards the end of the corridor and nodded. Yesterday, a third year named William threw a dung bomb here, and I heard it took Filch quite some time to clean it up. All right, just remember to cover for me. Fred wore a valiant expression, having noticed Filch approaching. Quietly, he slipped his hand into the paper bag, retrieving a dung bomb. Just as he was about to converse further with George, he suddenly realized his twin had vanished. Brilliant. He really ran off quickly. Fred inhaled deeply, and as Filch passed by, he let the dung bomb fall to the ground. With a splat, a putrid odor spread through the corridor, filling the air. Filch looked down, his expression contorting with rage as he suddenly glanced up, frantically searching, his gaze landing on Fred, who still clutched the paper bag. You little brat, do you have any idea how long it took me to clean up that dung bomb yesterday? Filch's face turned crimson, his muscles twitching in anger, looking as if he might burst. He grasped Fred's wrist, lifting it high. Given the recent activities with the dung bomb, Fred's hands were filthy. There's irrefutable evidence. Come with me. This time, you are definitely going to detention, Filch declared, seizing Fred and preparing to drag him to his office. I should have persuaded Dumbledore to reinstate the old-fashioned punishments. You lot should hang from the ceiling for a few days or receive a good thrashing to remember your manners. After Fred was taken away by Filch, George emerged from another passage, watching his brother being led away. He swallowed hard, glancing down at his own paper bag, and hurriedly followed behind. Fred caught sight of George trailing him and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his brother had not backed down, or else his capture would have been in vain. Meanwhile, the stench of rotten eggs wafted from Filch's feet as he continued to rant, venting his frustration. Before long, Filch had brought Fred to his office. Don't even think about escaping. If you attempt to flee, the consequences will be dire, Filch warned ominously, pointing to the chains hanging behind his desk. I occasionally oil them, you never know when I might need them. You lot need a harsh lesson so that next time you think twice about breaking school rules, understand? Fred paid no heed to Filch's tirade, instead surveying the room most students avoided at all costs. He began to search for his target, the drawer. Filch withdrew a scroll of parchment from his desk drawer, laid it out before him, and dipped a long black quill into the inkwell, asking, Name? When he received no response, he glared up, demanding, Your name? Fred Weasley. Fred replied nonchalantly, having pinpointed the exact location of the drawer. Offense, using joke products in the corridor. That is defiling the castle. Punishment, detention, Filch continued. But before he could finish, a dung bomb was hurled into the office, filling the space with a nauseating stench of rotten eggs. Filch's face registered shock for a moment before he dropped his quill and dashed toward the door, intent on catching the audacious culprit. Hope George buys me some time, Fred thought as Filch chased after him. He quickly strode to the filing cabinet, pointing his wand at a drawer labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous, and softly uttered, Alohomora. He had practiced this spell numerous times the previous night. The drawer flew open, and he snatched an envelope without a second glance, stuffing it into his pocket before closing the drawer and returning to his original position. Outside the office, Filch's footsteps grew louder. He had caught George, dragging him by the ear into the office. Ah, another little brat, Filch huffed, pointing at the remnants of the dung bomb. I'll make you clean up the mess you made. I'll be watching you. No one gets to escape. Now, come with me to see Professor McGonagall. Minutes later, Filch knocked on McGonagall's office door, recounting the mischief of the Weasley twins. The expression on the Gryffindor head's face fell instantly. The incident with William yesterday had already put her in a foul mood, and now this. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley, and detention. I truly don't understand what you lot are thinking. McGonagall nodded at Filch. You can arrange their detention. I will ensure they learn their lesson. Filch grinned triumphantly as he escorted the twins out of McGonagall's office. I think we should clean up your little prank before detention. Filch's eyes glinted maliciously as he looked at the twins. Fred and George exchanged glances, one of them murmuring, We have classes this morning. Then I suppose you'll need to request a leave. Follow me, Filch commanded, striding towards the first floor of the castle. The twins had no choice but to follow him, attracting curious gazes and whispers from onlookers. Fred winked at George, signaling that he had successfully completed his task. George sighed in relief. Their escapade had not been in vain, or else they would have truly landed themselves in trouble. Indeed, when creating mischief for Filch, it was crucial to remain undetected. The two were led by Filch to a broom cupboard beneath a spiral staircase on the first floor of Hogwarts Castle. where he handed them a bucket, mop, and broom. All right, start mopping, Filch sneered, revealing his malicious intent. Let everyone see what mischief makers deserve. What are you two doing here? Albert feigned surprise as he observed his housemates mopping the floor. Mopping, Fred replied flatly. By the way, how come I didn't know you had become such diligent workers? Lee Jordan remarked, relishing the scene. The dung bomb was notoriously difficult to clean, especially since Filch refused to provide them with any cleaning supplies. Mops and rags alone would hardly suffice. This is the consequence of throwing dung bombs in the corridor, Filch proclaimed to the onlookers who had paused to watch. Don't think you can do bad things without facing the repercussions. Do not fret. I shall excuse you from the dark arts defense class. Albert consoled as he patted the twins' shoulders. Why do I always sense a hint of schadenfreude in your demeanor? Is that so? Albert tilted his head towards Lee Jordan. Surely not. After all, who could blame them for tossing dung bombs in the corridor and getting caught by Filch? I had assumed they would discreetly launch the bombs into the hallway, Lee Jordan replied, perplexed. Isn't that simply inviting trouble? Albert was undoubtedly aware of the reason. Had Filch not been present, he would have readily employed the scouring charm to alleviate their troubles. Alas, with Filch watching intently, he refrained from doing so. Fred and George spent several arduous hours erasing the remnants of the dung bombs that had besmirched the corridor and office, resulting in their unfortunate omission of lunch. With aching backs and weary limbs, they managed to procure a solitary sandwich from the kitchen, now seated beneath a tree to partake in their modest meal. What did you bring? Don't tell me you Haven Tea brought anything, George inquired, stuffing the entirety of his sandwich into his mouth, while eyeing Fred. Awaiting the latter's reveal of the contraband procured from the drawer. Got it. Look, here it is, Fred declared, producing an envelope from his pocket and handing it to George. What is this? George scrutinized the aged envelope, flipping it over to discover it bore no return address. Inscribed upon it were two phrases. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Mischief managed. Let us see what's inside. George hastily opened the envelope and uncovered a large, square piece of ancient parchment. Well, it's just a rather old piece of parchment, he remarked, noting the absence of any writing thereupon. What is this supposed to be? George cast a puzzled glance at his brother. Both sensed that the parchment concealed a secret. For why else would Filch have stashed it in the confiscated items, deemed highly dangerous? Perhaps a password is required? Fred suddenly recalled the words inscribed on the envelope. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Dunce. Use your wand, George replied, retrieving his wand and placing it against the parchment, declaring, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. To their astonishment, ink began to emerge from where the wand had touched, forming lines that intertwined like a spider's web across the parchment, extending to every corner. Indeed, a password is necessary. The twins' faces illuminated with uncontainable excitement, for they understood that this parchment harbored a secret. Quick, look at this, Fred exclaimed as he observed a line of text materializing at the top of the parchment. Suppliers of wizarding mischief makers, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauder's map. Marauder's map? The twins echoed in unison, astonished that this seemingly insignificant piece of parchment was, in fact, a map. George, look. The ink spots on the parchment are moving, Fred exclaimed, eager to share his discovery with his twin. Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be called the Marauder's map, George retorted. The two leaned in to unravel the mysteries of the map, soon realizing it detailed the intricate layout of Hogwarts Castle along with the locations of various secret passages and their corresponding incantations to access them. At last, they need not fret about locating the hidden passages only to be thwarted by locked entrances. Most crucially, the map indicated the whereabouts of every individual within the castle. Albert emerged from the library, seemingly ready to return to the common room, while Filch was on the 4th floor, and the mischievous Ghost Peeves was on the 6th. George. Fred, the two called out in unison, unable to suppress their laughter after exchanging glances. Let us say it together, nighttime adventures. They locked eyes again, bursting into laughter once more. When we go on our nighttime escapades, we need not fear being caught by Filch, even without the disillusionment charm. Indeed, splendid. There are still many secret passages we have yet to discover. Quick, let us try another password, Fred suggested, gently pressing his wand against the map and whispering, mischief managed. In the next moment, the markings on the parchment gradually faded, reverting to an aged, blank sheet. The marks were actually erased, George exclaimed, amazed. The creators really thought of everything. If everyone knew about this, it would surely become common knowledge. Fred pondered. It must be to prevent others from discovering the secrets of the parchment. Do you think Filch has figured out how to use this map? He seems to know more about the secret passages than any student, George voiced his doubt. And why would he keep the parchment in a drawer? I would carry it everywhere. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The Marauder-S map is ours now. Should we tell the others? George referred to Albert and Lee Jordan. Not yet, Fred responded after some thought. The fewer people who know, the better. Let us not forget. Albert is aware of this matter, George suddenly said. He must know what we took from Filch. But if we don't say anything, he won't know about this. Fred raised an eyebrow. In truth, both were inclined to share the Marauder-S map with others, but feared that a loose tongue might cost them this treasure. Don't overthink it. Let us go explore the other passages. The twins exchanged glances and left, arms draped over each other's shoulders. What do you think of the creators of this map? Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I believe they must have been former students of Hogwarts, George suggested, lightly tapping the statue's head, which soon revealed a hidden passage. Hurry, someone is coming this way, Fred warned, keeping an eye on the map. After hastily slipping into the passage, the statue returned to its original form. Where does this passage lead? George illuminated his wand, though regrettably. His Lumos charm was not yet fully mastered, flickering out after a brief time. The 5th floor, Fred could not help but tease. You still haven't mastered the Lumos charm. As if you've mastered it, George retorted. This way, this way. Lee Jordan waved at the twins as they entered the hall. You finally deigned to show yourselves. How come you're all here? George asked as he settled beside Lee, greeting the others. Isn't that obvious? Lee rolled his eyes at the twins. Dinner time. Where else would we be? Fair point. Please pass the jam. Thank you. Fred slathered a generous amount of jam on his toast and took a large bite before inquiring. What did you cover in the defense against the dark arts class this morning? We spent half the lesson on dark creatures, and the rest was practice on how to cast red and green sparks, answered not Lee, but Angelina, who was scrutinizing the twins with a discerning gaze. I heard you two cost Gryffindor 30 points this morning, wiping out all the points Albert had accrued recently. Fred, spearing a piece of potato with his fork, muttered. We only deducted 20 points. 10 were from history of magic. Albert looked up at the twins and asked, where did you two wander off to this afternoon? A secret. Fred and George exchanged a knowing smile. Oh, right. There is something else. Lee seemed to recall something, turning to the Weasley brothers. Filch asked me to inform you that your detention is tomorrow night, in the trophy room. It seems you won't be cleaning chamber pots this time. Instead, you'll be polishing trophies. After finishing dinner, Albert, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, suddenly added, by the way, I ran into William not long ago. He seemed to have just finished cleaning the chamber pots in the hospital wing. Please don't talk about such things during mealtime. Shauna shot a disapproving glance at Albert. Complaining, it ruins everyone's appetite. I remember we have an astronomy class tonight. Elia awkwardly shifted the topic. Has anyone been to the astronomy tower? Don't look at me. I haven't been. Lee was the first to shake his head. By the way, what time does the astronomy class start? It begins at 9:30. Albert glanced at the timetable. So late. Angelina pulled out her timetable from her bag and confirmed, it really is at that time. Just so you know, Hogwarts has a curfew at 11. Don't worry, we went to the top of the astronomy tower during lunchtime. That is wonderful. Albert nodded at the twins. You'll be responsible for leading everyone there later. Don't forget the telescope. And the notes for defense against the dark arts and history of magic. With that, Albert retrieved 2 books from his bag and placed them on the table. Let me go first. Lee reached for the books. We can each copy one subject and take turns. The twins were quicker in their movements than Lee. Compared to borrowing notes from others, Albert's history of magic notes were undoubtedly more reliable. How are you two mastering the Lumos charm? It seems we have Transfiguration and Charms class tomorrow, Elia remarked, eyeing the twins with a hint of reproach. My matchstick hasn't changed at all. Shauna, how are your 2 charms coming along? Oh, I almost forgot the 2 spells from defense against the dark arts. Angelina expressed her frustration. Her matchstick had shown no progress, though she hadn't devoted much time or energy to practicing magic recently. I've only mastered the Lumos charm. Shauna exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing everyone's progress, as she had been practicing the Lumos charm and had managed to grasp it, albeit barely. Don't worry, Albert reassured her. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will leave us time during class. Of course, you can practice over the weekend. Albert's lack of concern for homework was rather enviable, Fred exaggeratedly remarked. Upon hearing this, Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly thinking, what is there to envy? One merely needs to practice diligently. And you? George inquired of his roommate beside him. Well, I have nearly mastered the Lumos charm. However, Transfiguration is indeed quite challenging. Lee Jordan reflected on the complexities of Transfiguration, letting out a soft sigh. Lee, when did you manage to master the Lumos charm? Fred and George gazed at their roommate in astonishment. Hadn't it been agreed that everyone was on the same level? How did he manage to get ahead alone? I was practicing the Lumos charm all night too, you know, Lee Jordan retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Indeed. It seems that Transfiguration is the more formidable challenge, Elia remarked, lifting her gaze towards Albert. The others similarly turned their attention to Albert. Albert was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you expect me to do? Teach everyone? Fred interjected, draping an arm around Albert's neck, inquiring if there were any tips. There are no shortcuts. It simply requires practice, Albert replied with a resigned expression. Professor McGonagall has mentioned the important points as well. Essentially, during practice, one must concentrate intently while transforming, wield the wand with precision, and pronounce the incantations correctly, among other things. Of course, mastering Transfiguration necessitates personal effort. In truth, there were unspoken thoughts lingering in Albert's mind. Unless you possess a panel like mine. At 7 in the evening, everyone reconvened in the hall, prepared to practice their spells together. However, they soon realized that none of them had matches, and ultimately, it was George who ventured outside to procure a small twig to serve as a substitute. Technically you could transform the twig into a match, Elia pointed out. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the others. Vera Verdo. The corners of Albert's mouth twitched as he sighed softly, then lifted his wand and gently tapped the twig, instantly transforming it into a match. Duplicated in pairs. Albert distributed several replicated matches to others for practice. Professor McGonagall remarked that transfiguration is indeed a challenging subject, and it was not until they were about to attend astronomy class that anyone had successfully transformed a match. This is unscientific. Why is it so difficult? Shauna couldn't help but complain. Of course, it is unscientific. After all, this is magic. Albert wished to retort but ultimately restrained himself. As a girl walked by, she overheard their grievances and lingered briefly beside Albert, saying, transfiguration is inherently difficult. Without dedicating several days to practice, achieving success in one attempt is quite a formidable task, especially for newcomers to magic. Good evening, Katrina. Katrina merely nodded at Albert before moving on. I hope our astronomy class ISNT with Ravenclaw, Angelina muttered, expressing her dislike for a certain individual. Some of Ravenclaw's members have rather peculiar temperaments, and our astronomy class is shared with Hufflepuff students. Albert pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, and then said to everyone, all right, we should be on our way. Let us be cautious not to be late. The astronomy tower is the highest tower at Hogwarts, and the class is held at its peak. That said, astronomy is quite an unusual subject. There is no standard textbook, and students are required to bring telescopes, quills, and parchment to class. The height of the astronomy tower became evident as the group ascended the spiraling staircase, each step inducing a sense of vertigo and causing their breaths to quicken from the exertion. What level are we on? Elia gasped. The 8th level, George replied, pointing to a portrait of a drunken knight beside them and chuckling. Last time Fred and I were here, we saw this fellow tumble into a river while inebriated and nearly drowned. How could a portrait be drowned? Angelina interjected, unable to restrain her sarcasm. Who says it can't? Look closely. Fred mischievously winked and cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting at the drunken knight's portrait. To everyone's astonishment, the drunken knight appeared startled by the shout, becoming flustered and running amok before ultimately plunging into a river depicted in an adjacent portrait. The knight flailed in the water for a moment before sinking, prompting the woman in the neighboring portrait to call for help in an attempt to rescue him. The group stood, wide-eyed, in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Soon, they hastened their pace as Fred's shout had riled several nearby portraits, which glared discontentedly at Albert and his companions. We're almost there, George panted. After what felt like an eternity, they finally neared the tower's summit. It had indeed been a long journey, but thankfully they had ample time. Albert glanced at his watch. Class was about to commence. By the way, if it rains tonight, will we still have class? George suddenly recalled rain would obstruct their view of the sky. Who knows? I suspect we may end up with a mountain of homework. Angelina pushed open the wooden door of the astronomy tower. Professor Sinistra awaited them at the top, having just concluded another class. Once night fell, the wind at the tower's peak was brisk, and they huddled together in a corner to chat. Hufflepuff students had yet to arrive. They were running late. They must be lost, George remarked, somewhat gleeful, hoping Professor Sinistra would deduct points from Hufflepuff. However, George's hopes were dashed as Cedric and other Hufflepuff students arrived just in time for class. This place is truly hard to find. We nearly arrived late, Cedric Diggory said, breathing heavily while greeting the group. All right, everyone come over here. Class is about to begin. Professor Sinistra beckoned the newcomers. Beside her stood an object covered with a canvas. I know that astronomy is unfamiliar to you. This course will teach you about it. As she spoke, she pulled back the canvas to reveal a small solar system model encased in a glass dome. The model was exquisite, featuring a radiant sun at the center, surrounded by 9 planets and their satellites, all suspended within the spherical glass, shimmering in their respective positions. This is the solar system. We reside here. Professor Sinistra pointed to Earth and continued, this semester, you will learn to utilize telescopes to observe the night sky and locate the specific positions of the 9 planets above us. Students from wizarding families appeared bewildered by celestial bodies, and Albert questioned whether they even knew their home planet was called Earth. Professor Sinistra, wielding her wand, pointed to the moving celestial bodies, providing a brief introduction to their motions, the solar system they inhabited, and other basic astronomical knowledge, instructing them on how to chart star maps and label the names and positions of the 9 planets. For Albert, this was not particularly challenging. However, for the others, memorizing this information in a short time was indeed a daunting task. No, this position is Mars, not Jupiter, Albert corrected Fred's mistake with a sigh, while George was equally lost. Once everyone had completed their solar system charts, Professor Sinistra commenced teaching them how to locate the necessary planetary positions in the starry expanse above. The effectiveness of wizarding telescopes was remarkable, likely due to their magical nature, allowing clearer views than ordinary Muggle telescopes. Have you found Mars yet? Shauna squinted an eye and leaned into Albert's telescope. They had no idea which was Mars, and for a newcomer unfamiliar with telescopes, adjusting the focus was a time-consuming endeavor. I haven't found it, Albert replied helplessly, as he had indeed gazed in the direction indicated by Professor Sinistra. Yet locating Mars amidst the vast sea of stars proved to be a challenge. Professor Sinistra occasionally glanced at the students' telescopes, correcting their missteps. Is it truly possible to venture into the cosmos solely through magic? A peculiar thought crossed Albert's mind. It seems unlikely. After all, the number of wizards in the Harry Potter universe is inherently scarce, and such scarcity implies fewer geniuses. Perhaps the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic had conducted research on this topic, but that remained merely theoretical. Shaking off these thoughts, Albert redirected his attention to the telescope, beginning to admire the myriad stars adorning the night sky. Had he ever witnessed such a celestial spectacle before? Until the end of the class, Albert had yet to find the 9 planets of the solar system, but he was unconcerned. The primary objective of the lesson was to impart some astronomical knowledge, and to familiarize everyone with the use of telescopes. Professor Sinistra's homework was quite simple: to remember the general locations and names of the 9 planets. Curfew is approaching. We should head back, reminded Lee Jordan. I'm a bit hungry. I'm planning to grab a bite in the kitchen, Albert said, checking his pocket watch. There are still 20 minutes left. That should suffice. Wait. We'll accompany you. The twins quickly handed their backpacks to Lee Jordan. Don't worry. We'll remember to bring you some food. Lee Jordan glared at the retreating figures of the trio, his body trembling with irritation. You 3 rascals, wait up. Don't leave me behind. By the time the 4 departed from the kitchen, their stomachs were filled with cream cakes and milk tea, and their robes concealed the treats gifted to them by the house elves, custard biscuits and pastries. With only 10 minutes until curfew, we better hurry back to the common room. As they approached the entrance hall, they were spotted by the caretaker's cat. Mrs. Norris had just scurried away when Filch appeared before them. For some inexplicable reason, Fred and George felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as Filch approached. Fred instinctively shoved his hand into the right pocket of his robe, where they had stashed the stolen Marauder's map from Filch's office. You too, Filch called out, his grin sinister. You're grounded until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, tasked with polishing all the trophies in the trophy room. Hopefully, this lesson instills some sense of house pride in you, especially since Gryffindor has fallen to last place again. The 4 remained silent, listening intently as Filch delivered his reprimand. Of course, one of them had a pie stuffed in his mouth, seemingly affecting the atmosphere. Now, return to your common room. Do not let me catch you wandering the castle after curfew, or it won't be merely a grounding, Filch warned before turning away. What a detestable old coot, George remarked, making a rude gesture at Filch's departing figure. I recall you were going to teach us the Scourgify spell, Fred said, glancing at Albert and winking. We're out of time. You can't possibly learn it in a day, Albert replied, checking his watch again as he headed toward the moving staircase. Don't fret. You're only polishing trophies, which is certainly preferable to cleaning chamber pots, right? Just think of that unfortunate William. Besides, with the 2 of you, it won't take long, Lee Jordan said, patting George on the shoulder in consolation. However, his tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Get lost, you insidious fiend. Fred shot a glare at Lee Jordan, then turned to Albert. Can you help us with the Scourgify spell? The Transfiguration Club, Albert interjected suddenly. What? Fred was momentarily confused. He means the Transfiguration Club meets tomorrow night at 7 as well, Lee Jordan comforted Fred. So give up your futile struggle. While they spoke, the 4 navigated the moving staircase to the 3rd floor, then wound through several secret passages, finally arriving at the 8th floor of the castle. As they turned a corner, they nearly collided with Professor Baddock of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Good evening, Professor Baddock, Albert greeted first. Good evening, Mr. Anderson, Professor Baddock replied, scanning the 4 of them before his gaze lingered on Albert. After a moment of scrutiny, he continued, curfew is approaching. I suggest you return to your common room promptly. Professor Baddock actually knows you, Fred exclaimed in astonishment after the professor departed. Given Professor Baddock's age, it was remarkable that he had remembered Albert so soon, considering they had only met a handful of times. I'm not quite sure, Albert mused, casting a dubious glance towards the room of requirement, as he thought he had noticed something peculiar about the wall. Moreover, Professor Baddock's gaze had felt oddly scrutinizing. Speaking of which, there was no hidden passage behind that tapestry. Lee Jordan pointed to the tapestry depicting the giant clobbering the foolish Barnaby, saying, I even checked behind it around noon, and found nothing. It wasn't surprising that Lee Jordan would think this way. After all, most tapestries in Hogwarts concealed secret passages. In fact, his assumption was not entirely incorrect. The tapestry indeed hid a secret, but it was not behind it. It was on the wall opposite, where the room of requirement resided. However, most students were oblivious to its existence. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady at the end of the 8th floor corridor, they were astonished to find her softly humming a tune. Password, George uttered. The fat lady did not open the door, but continued to hum, seemingly expecting the 4 to enjoy her impromptu concert. Password, Fred insisted. The fat lady glared at them, clearly displeased at being interrupted, but reluctantly opened the entrance to the common room. I dare say she has no talent for singing, Albert remarked as he entered the common room, unable to suppress his critique. Inside, a few students were still busily working on their assignments. Where have you all been? Charlie, clad in pajamas, approached the group. There's Quidditch practice tomorrow afternoon. You can head to the pitch after 6:30. I'll leave you half an hour for extra training. Sorry, Charlie. But we probably can't make it, George replied, looking exasperated. Why not? We have detention with Filch, Fred added, his expression one of despair. And you? Charlie turned to Lee Jordan, who sighed, contemplating the situation. Forget it. You can all join us next time. If you want to officially join the Quidditch team next year, you need to practice diligently to gain an edge over the competition. Not long after Charlie departed, Percy arrived, having just finished his homework. Don't nag, Percy. We've already heard it from Charlie, George retorted brusquely at his brother. We're leaving, Albert called to Lee Jordan as they headed for the staircase. Don't provoke Filch. It won't end well for you. Percy glared at Fred and George. You caused our score to drop to last place. If you continue your mischief and wander the castle during curfew, I'll write to Mum. George mimicked Percy's voice, teasing his roommates, as far as I know. Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup in years. It's as if losing points is entirely our fault. Isn't it perfectly normal for Gryffindor not to win the House Cup? Albert replied earnestly. Wow, you really think that way too? George chuckled, looking at Albert with a knowing expression. Don't look at me like that. It's the truth. Albert could not help but roll his eyes and remarked. Unless we triumph in 3 Quidditch matches, the House Cup remains but a distant dream. You make a valid point, George nodded in agreement. Percy undoubtedly knows this. He merely seeks an opportunity to reprimand us. Fred let out a dismissive huff, clearly unimpressed. Albert cast a sidelong glance at the newly appeared task prompt, the glory of Gryffindor. It has been 5 years since Gryffindor House last claimed the House Cup. It is time to demonstrate your true prowess and assist Gryffindor in securing a victory. Reward, 1 skill point. After reviewing the task, Albert couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this truly a task meant for someone else to complete? Indeed, it seems there is no time constraint. Albert could certainly wait for the arrival of the savior, Porter, to lie low for a while. It was a sound idea. Initially, Fred and George had contemplated making a final desperate attempt to master the disarming charm in a single night. But ultimately they were deterred by Albert's remark, Filch may not even permit you to use magic. The following day in Charms class, Professor Flitwick assessed the students' progress. Compared to Gryffindor, only a handful of Hufflepuff students had successfully mastered the Lumos charm. Professor Flitwick took 5 minutes to review the previous lesson before introducing the counter charm, Nox. The Nox charm not only extinguishes the light from a wand, but can also extinguish ordinary light sources. Pointing at a candle on the desk, he gently tapped it with his wand, uttering Nox. The flame was snuffed out as if someone had reached out to extinguish it. As you can see, the incantation for the extinguishing charm is Nox, which is equally effective at quenching a blazing fire. After reciting the spell, the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand glowed with a pale light, and upon casting the spell again, the light vanished once more. After concluding his discussion on the extinguishing charm, he allotted the remaining time for practice. Albert, after several attempts, succeeded in casting the spell. To further test its efficacy, he transformed a candle for himself, lit it, and then attempted to extinguish the flame. I succeeded too, exclaimed Lee Jordan, feeling quite pleased after numerous attempts, managing to extinguish the light from his wand before mimicking Albert to extinguish the candle's flame. According to Professor Flitwick, extinguishing a roaring fire is more challenging than quenching the light from a wand. Frustratingly, Fred was still struggling with the Lumos charm, applied shared by several classmates. Ultimately, only 3 students managed to extinguish the light from their wands, one of whom was Hufflepuff's Diggory. Before the end of class, Professor Flitwick assigned new homework, to write a report on the Lumos and Nox charms, requiring at least 2 feet in length, to the following Monday. George muttered under his breath, 2 feet long? Professor Flitwick must be mad. For young wizards who had scarcely written papers, let alone handled quills. Composing a 2-foot-long parchment was a daunting challenge. Even finding enough words to fill such a length was no small feat in truth. The assignment was quite simple. Albert shot George a knowing glance, as if to say it was hardly a challenge. You just need to copy the origins of the Lumos and Nox charms. Write about the challenges you faced while learning the Lumos charm, and then gather some information from the library to add to your report, and finally, conclude with a summary. 2 feet should be a breeze. Albert understood well that Professor Flitwick did not expect the first-year students' inaugural assignment to be of high quality. Essentially, the paper aimed to deepen their understanding of the Lumos and Nox charms and enhance their grasp of spellwork. In his previous life, Albert had penned numerous similar essays during his university days, and although time had passed, he still had a grasp of the task. Is it really that simple? Lee Jordan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. That simple? Elita shot him a glare, retorting, when you start writing, you'll realize it's not so easy. Nonetheless, Albert's insights had provided her with guidance on what to include in her 2-foot parchment. Midway through their discussion of the charm's homework, an unharmonious voice interjected. Are you certain what he said is correct? A Hufflepuff student queried in a peculiar tone. At least it sounds much more credible. Fred and George exchanged glances before approaching the Hufflepuff student, each wrapping an arm around him, saying, perhaps Albert has received a little hint from Professor Flitwick. Let go of me. The Hufflepuff student struggled vigorously, but could not escape the grip of the Weasley twins, who held him firmly. Oh, come on. Don't be so tense. Fred released him, giving his shoulder a light pat as the student darted back to the Hufflepuff group, prompting Fred to chuckle triumphantly. Stop it. Diggory warned, glaring at the twins. We haven't done anything, Diggory. We were merely engaging in friendly conversation, the twins chimed in unison. Right? We haven't done a thing. Who knows why he suddenly got so nervous? All right, let go of me. Diggory sighed, fully aware that the twins meant no malice in their friendly banter. But others might not share the same sentiment. He looked utterly terrified of you. Lee Jordan couldn't help but remark. Don't be ridiculous. We didn't scare him. Be careful not to slander us. Fred and George wore expressions that clearly conveyed their innocence. In truth, they had done nothing at all. Albert was amused and suddenly felt an urge to laugh. However, he believed that the twins' actions were not entirely wrong, for they had done nothing. It was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the other. By the way, when will we have flying lessons? Angelina suddenly inquired. I'm not quite sure. It is said that the first-year Gryffindors have theirs on Thursday afternoons, and the announcement will be posted on the common room bulletin board when the time comes. Fred pondered for a moment before adding, Charlie is currently recruiting reserve players. If you have an interest in Quidditch, you might want to give it a try. Reserve players have the chance to handle flying broomsticks, but becoming a full-fledged player relies solely on one's own efforts. When? Angelina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation. George replied, this afternoon, you can head to the Quidditch pitch and have a chat with Charlie. You're not seriously thinking of joining the Quidditch team, are you? Aaliyah gazed at her roommate in astonishment. Well, I think I'll give it a shot. We still have a transfiguration class later, though, Shauna murmured, hoping that Professor McGonagall wouldn't assign us any homework. However, everyone was destined for disappointment. Even if Professor McGonagall did not leave them with homework, they would still need to continue practicing transfiguration. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall indicated that she would assess their progress in turning matches into needles next week. If they still could not manage the transformation, it seemed someone would indeed be in trouble. 6th floor, room 21? Albert wandered through the corridors of the 6th floor of the castle, clutching the parchment given to him by Professor McGonagall, in search of classroom 21 used by the Transfiguration Club. Thus far, he had traversed nearly the entirety of the 6th floor. Yet he had found no trace of classroom 21. In truth, it seemed there was no such classroom at all. To seek further clarity, he consulted the portraits lining the corridor, but they too offered no mention of this elusive room. Was he being deceived? That seemed highly improbable, after all. Professor McGonagall would not engage in such frivolous antics. This left only one possibility. The final line of the parchment read, remember the basic principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Classroom 21 must be concealed in some hidden nook of the 6th floor. And the key to uncovering its entrance lay in the understanding of Gamp's fundamental principles. However, after an extensive search, Albert found no painting, statue, or tapestry that bore any relation to Gamp's law. The only potential connection lay with the portrait before him. While wizards cannot conjure delectable dishes out of thin air, the wizard in the painting had achieved precisely that. Albert moved aside the portrait, only to find that there was no secret passage behind it. Now, he could only wait for Professor McGonagall to send someone to escort him inside or abandon his desire to join the Transfiguration Club. He believed the former option held greater promise. Is it you, the new member Professor McGonagall mentioned? A few minutes later, a red-haired girl approached, assessing Albert from head to toe, and uttered the expected words. Professor McGonagall thought you might get lost, so she sent me to fetch you. I can't find classroom 21. Nor have I seen anything related to the fundamental laws of transfiguration, Albert replied with a resigned shrug. Have you not already found it? The red-haired girl pointed to the portrait behind Albert. Magic cannot conjure delectable dishes from thin air. I thought this was food summoned by magic, Albert said, glancing at the witch who was using her wand to create an extravagant feast on the table. In truth, he had initially thought the same. The pressing question remained. Where was the entrance to classroom 21? You do have a point. The red-haired girl turned to the witch and said, we need to enter classroom 21. The witch nodded at them, and the portrait suddenly shifted aside, revealing a half-height opening in the wall behind it. Go ahead, the red-haired girl instructed. To enter classroom 21, you must inform that witch. She will open the door for you. It was somewhat akin to the fat lady, except that it did not require various passwords. Albert mused to himself as he stepped through the opening. Inside, he found a staircase leading upward. After a short ascent, he arrived at a wooden door, which bore a brass plaque inscribed with classroom 21. However, upon entering, he discovered that it resembled anything but a classroom. It was more akin to an office. Albert surveyed the classroom, which was adorned with 12 sofas of various styles. It was said to have once been the office of a professor, but after being vacated, it was repurposed by McGonagall's class as a venue for the Transfiguration Club's activities. The red-haired girl who entered behind him casually explained this. Albert had a nagging feeling that he had encountered her somewhere before. The original club had only 10 members? 11, actually. There's no seat for you here. You'll need to conjure one yourself, as per the club's rules, the girl said with a cheerful smile. That sounds quite reasonable, Albert muttered, retrieving the parchment that McGonagall had given him from his pocket. He brandished his wand and uttered, Vera Verdo. The parchment expanded, and soon a plain wooden chair materialized before him. He placed the chair on the ground, pondered for a moment, then pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket. After consuming it, he placed the wrapper on the chair and performed a second transformation. The wrapper morphed into a soft cushion, and Albert pressed down on it, feeling satisfied. I can finally understand why Professor McGonagall would invite you to join the Transfiguration Club, the girl said. I'm Isabel McDougal. Albert Anderson. He introduced himself in return. After a moment's thought, he asked, if I may be so bold, is Katrina McDougal my sister? She yes in your year. Indeed, she is, Isabel replied. No wonder I find you both so similar. Good evening, Isabel. A senior boy entered the classroom, curiously eyeing Albert and his chair. Hello. I heard the club has gained a new member. That would be you, right? By the way, your chair looks great. Thank you. I dare say you didn't fare as well in your first year. Came a lazy voice from another direction. The members of the Transfiguration Club gradually gathered. Their first order of business being astonishment at Albert's age, followed by admiration for his chair, with repeated compliments of your chair looks good. Come sit over here. A senior girl beckoned to Albert. You're from Gryffindor, right? So am I, and these two fellows beside me are as well. The pair smiled warmly at him and made room for him. Albert took his chair and settled into the newly vacated spot, ready to engage in conversation when Professor McGonagall entered. The Transfiguration professor, upon her arrival, similarly assessed Albert's chair and remarked, your chair looks good. Perhaps a subtle acknowledgement of his transfiguration skills. Today, our topic is the article regarding the most promising newcomer award in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall announced. Handing a copy of today's Transfiguration to Albert. I recommend you spend some galleons to subscribe to this magazine. I will, Albert replied, as the senior beside him whispered. Professor McGonagall occasionally assists with editing articles for today's Transfiguration. First, let us congratulate Mr. Selwyn on receiving the most promising newcomer award, Professor McGonagall declared, raising her hands to applaud. Everyone stood and clapped for a rather frail boy seated a couple of tables away from Isabel. Next, we welcome a new member, Mr. Albert Anderson. As you can see, Mr. Anderson's talent is indeed remarkable, which is why I have made an exception and allowed him to join the club early. Applause erupted once more, though a few claps came from a particularly muted corner, likely the Slytherin students, given the well-known rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. All right, open the magazine. Our subject is Animagus. Albert appeared utterly speechless, for he suddenly realized that he could barely comprehend the content before him. Fortunately, he had elevated his transfiguration theory to level 2. Otherwise, he would have been left utterly bewildered. As Albert listened to Professor McGonagall's exposition, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Selwyn, hailing from Ravenclaw, did not possess the mastery of Animagus transformation that Professor McGonagall exhibited. However, his supplementary explanations based on the theory of human transformation earned him the accolade of today's most promising newcomer in Transfiguration. In conclusion, to encapsulate Albert's sentiments, Animagus is an intricate form of transfiguration magic, and to successfully master it, one must possess profound knowledge of potion making and sophisticated transfiguration skills, as well as an ample measure of courage and luck to achieve the Animagus transformation. Albert furrowed his brow as he recalled the prerequisites for mastering the art of Animagus transformation. Typically, a wizard's Animagus form is akin to that of their Patronus, and the process itself is intricate and demanding, which explains the rarity of animagi. Nevertheless, Albert found himself perplexed by how Harry Potter's father and his companions managed to attain such mastery. It is worth noting that the potion required to become an Animagus is exceedingly complex, and one might spend years without success. Could it be that all of this is attributable to the protagonist's aura? As Albert grappled with his thoughts, a task notification unexpectedly appeared on his task panel. Animagus. You have inadvertently come into contact with a profound transformation magic. Mastering Animagus will elevate your transformation skills. Complete the ritual to become an Animagus. Reward, Animagus skill level 1. 10,000 experience. Upon witnessing this sudden task, Albert could not help but swallow hard. The reward for a task often reflects its difficulty. And this one did not seem overly challenging, did it? What are you pondering? Interrupted Field, who was observing Albert with curiosity. This girl from Gryffindor seemed intrigued about how much Albert truly understood, considering he was merely a freshman and should be bewildered by such matters. Yet, Albert appeared to be deep in thought, indicating that he must have grasped some concepts. It is indeed challenging. Human transformation is somewhat beyond my current capabilities. Albert finally expressed his thoughts. A couple of days ago, I stumbled upon information regarding human transformation in the library. I believed that becoming an Animagus was a sophisticated technique that allowed one to magically transform into an animal. However, it seems that my perception of Animagus is not entirely accurate. The type of transformation you described, even if successful in becoming an animal, cannot be considered an Animagus. For once transformed, you can no longer revert to your original form, Field explained. You will understand this once you encounter advanced transformation magic. It is fair to say that those high-year students invited by Professor McGonagall are quite adept in the field of human transformation. Field, curious, inquired of Albert. Have you ever considered becoming an Animagus? No, the aspiration to become an Animagus is far too daunting. Field shook her head. However, I believe that with your talent, you may have a chance to become one. Ahem. Professor McGonagall, having appeared beside them unnoticed, cleared her throat to gain their attention. I must remind you, becoming an Animagus is not as simple as you might think. You may take some time to learn about it. She paused, her gaze fixed sternly on Albert. but I must caution all of you to refrain from attempting it recklessly, especially in the absence of guidance. Such folly could plunge you into grave danger. Some wizards who endeavored to become animagi ended up failing and transforming into grotesque half-human, half-beast forms, ultimately succumbing to their own suffering. Perhaps this was merely Professor McGonagall attempting to scare them, or perhaps there was truth to her words. Yet, Albert felt no apprehension. He believed he could become an animagus if he so desired, for he had a panel to assist him. He could certainly cheat. Transformation failures? As long as he elevated his animagus skill level, that was not a concern. Professor McGonagall's explanation of today's transformation article was not the sole activity of the Transformation Club. The remaining time would be spent practicing or studying transformation magic together. To facilitate this, Professor McGonagall had prepared small mice for everyone to practice the vanishing spell. The incantation for the vanishing spell was Evanesco. This spell does not actually make an object disappear. Rather, it transfers the object away. In a sense, it indeed vanishes from the caster's sight. It bears some resemblance to the Scourgify spell, but Albert perceived Scourgify as a rudimentary version of the vanishing spell. A rather inferior one at that, which was why he could master it. Admittedly, Albert acknowledged that his ability to wield the Scourgify spell was related to the panel. Rather than providing Albert with a mouse, Professor McGonagall lent him an intermediate transformation book, which contained information about summoning spells. By the way, the book's owner was Minerva McGonagall herself. Upon opening the first page, Albert discovered her name inscribed there, realizing that Professor McGonagall had lent him her own book. Nonetheless, the writings of a highly skilled transformation professor held great value, much like the advanced potion book that Harry Potter had obtained from the Half-Blood Prince. The summoning spell proved to be even more challenging than Albert had anticipated. To effectively utilize a summoning spell, one needed sufficient magical power to support it, making it nearly impossible for a freshman to successfully wield. Nevertheless, Albert did not give up. During the following practice sessions, he diligently pondered over the summoning spell. Fortunately, he had elevated his transformation theory to level 2. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost in the content of the book. Indeed, Albert discreetly glanced at his skill panel. And to his delight, the summoning spell had appeared. Albert focused intently, raising his wand and softly uttering the incantation, Chrysanthemum Bloom. This time, the tip of the wand finally responded. He reached out to inspect what appeared to be a flower stem. A slight twitch crossed his face, yet he consoled himself inwardly. At least he had successfully summoned something related to chrysanthemums. What did you just say? Field's attention was drawn to the object in Albert's hand, causing her wand to inadvertently tap the leg of the table, which promptly made one of the round table supports vanish. Be careful, Miss Field, Professor McGonagall admonished her, reattaching the table leg with a hint of annoyance. If I were you, I would pay more attention. My apologies, Professor McGonagall, Field quickly replied, though her gaze remained fixated on the tender sprig in Albert's grasp. Once McGonagall had stepped away, she hurriedly examined it more closely. You truly astonish me. It may not be long before you can summon the flowers you desire. I will succeed, Albert nodded affirmatively. However, he was unable to conjure a bouquet of blooming chrysanthemums until the conclusion of the Transfiguration Club meeting. The gathering lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening, after which Albert, along with Field and Baker, returned to the Gryffindor common room. At this hour, the Weasley twins had yet to return, and Lee Jordan's whereabouts remained a mystery. The dormitory was enveloped in darkness, leaving Albert alone. Upon lighting the candlestick in the dormitory, Albert carried a teapot back to the common room, intending to brew himself a cup of milk tea. The Gryffindor common room always hosted 2 large teapots, and during winter, the house elves would provide warm water. If students desired to brew tea, they could simply place it in the fireplace to heat. Naturally, older students could effortlessly use magic with a flick of their wands to bring the water in the teapot to a boil. Albert returned to the dormitory, carrying a boiling kettle of tea. He retrieved an iron canister from his suitcase, filled with milk tea powder. The flavor of the milk tea brewed from this substance was rather ordinary, yet he remained unconcerned, intent on preparing himself a cup. But where is the cup? Albert surveyed his surroundings, reaching for the teacup perched upon the cabinet. He poured some milk tea powder into the cup, added a sugar cube, and leisurely stirred in boiling water. Just as he was about to lift the cup to his lips, he hesitated, casting a scrutinizing glance at the teacup before him. After witnessing a mischievous teacup that bit noses at Zoko's joke shop, he felt it prudent to exercise caution while drinking. Especially considering the 3 pranksters residing in his dormitory, one could easily fall victim to their antics. Perhaps I should just create my own teacup, he muttered to himself. Setting the teacup down, he picked up his wand and tapped the chocolate candy on the table, transforming it into a teacup. Indeed, magic proved to be rather convenient. Albert prepared himself a cup of milk tea, bringing it to his lips for a sip, murmuring, it would be even better with a few biscuits. After finishing his drink, he rummaged through his drawer for magical potions, recalling that Snape was likely to cause him trouble during class. Before long, Fred and George, both drenched in cleaning supplies, trudged back to the dormitory, their demeanor a testament to recent tribulations. George slumped into a chair, rubbing his right arm as he lamented. Filch is deliberately making things difficult for us. He insists on polishing each trophy and badge 3 times to his satisfaction. Fred groaned, my arm muscles are completely stiff. You've worked hard, Albert chuckled. Would you like some milk tea? You drank milk tea without waiting for me. Look what I brought you, Lee Jordan exclaimed, distributing meat pies he had retrieved from the kitchen. How was the Transfiguration Club? Quite impressive. Everyone's skills are exceptional. Professor McGonagall was lecturing on human transfiguration, and I was utterly bewildered. Then she had me practice summoning spells. You learned summoning spells? The three gazed at him in astonishment. Chrysanthemums in bloom, Albert whispered. Yet instead of blossoms, a flurry of petals fell to the ground. For now, this will suffice. He pointed his wand at the petals, declaring, clear away. I dare say that must be rather challenging. Indeed, it's fifth-year material. Mastering it will take some time. Incredible. I'm utterly exhausted, Fred said, taking a bite of his pie. Filch is truly insufferable. Are there any other teacups in the dormitory? I'll handle it. Albert prepared to conjure a teacup, when suddenly George inquired, whose milk tea is this? If no one claims it, I'll drink it. Wait, that's the biting teacup. Before Lee Jordan could finish his sentence, George let out a shriek. As George attempted to sip from the cup, it unexpectedly clamped down on his nose, splattering milk tea all over him. What on earth is this? George yanked the cup from his nose, only to find it attempting to bite his fingers. Zabini's biting teacup. Fred pointed at George's nose, unable to contain his laughter. He forgot, however, that he had a mouthful of pie, nearly choking in the process. Shut up, Fred. George slammed the cup onto the table. His nose reddened from the encounter, his expression twisted with irritation. Cough. I almost choked. Fred gulped down the milk tea Albert had handed him, swallowing his pie. Don't think you can escape, Lee Jordan. That was definitely your doing. You fool, don't run away. I clearly told you not to use that cup. Lee Jordan laughed as he fled, unable to resist the humor of George's bright red, swollen nose. By the way, I went to the Quidditch pitch with that girl, Angelina. Angelina? Yes, Angelina. She flies quite well. Isn't that splendid? Albert replied without hesitation. Splendid, the three exclaimed in unison, eyes wide. What will you do? I heard a chaser is graduating next year, Lee Jordan frowned. You must understand, Albert calmly stated, if all the members of our dormitory join the Quidditch team, what will others think? But joining the Quidditch team isn't solely based on skill, George interjected. Even if you enter based on merit, others will still gossip, and worse. If the Quidditch team performs poorly, the blame will fall on Charlie. Albert looked at the three. That's how people are. If it were someone else in this situation, you'd certainly be displeased. He raised a hand to silence them and continued, moreover, I fear I won't have much time for Quidditch practice. Friday was a pivotal day for Albert. The castle's moving staircases and certain corridors would shift that day, to avoid losing their way to the dining hall. They decided to accompany older students. What classes do we have in the morning? Lee Jordan asked as he added 2 sugar cubes to his milk cereal, glancing at George. 2 potions classes in the morning, Albert replied after finishing his sausage. With the Slytherin students. I recall the potions professor is Snape, George suddenly remarked. Snape? Oh. The one Albert wanted to take a picture of last time? Lee Jordan recalled. By the way, are you all right regarding that incident? What incident? Albert asked, looking puzzled at Lee Jordan. Didn't Snape say he would call on you? Fred reminded him. Oh, that matter? I should be fine. Albert had reviewed the material last night. He could recall most of it, and as long as the questions weren't overly obscure, he had no reason to worry. I believe Snape is the head of Slytherin House. Yes. George leaned closer, whispering. Everyone says he only favors his own students and never awards points to those outside Slytherin. Be cautious. He's watching you. Albert whispered. This startled George, who quickly recoiled, scanning the surroundings for Snape, only to realize he had been tricked. He glared at Albert in discontent. How can you make such serious jokes? Angelina wearily approached and sat beside them, shaking her head at the playful group. Today has been utterly dreadful. I got lost and almost couldn't find the dining hall. Albert tilted his head and remarked to Angelina, I have heard that you have become a reserve player for Quidditch. Congratulations. Thank you, Angelina replied, casting a doubtful glance at Albert. She had learned from Lee Jordan about Albert's situation and was aware that Charlie had intentions of including Albert in the Quidditch team. However, it seemed that Albert was indifferent to his position, which could very well be usurped by her. Do not forget to bring the items needed for potions class later. And we should avoid being late to spare Snape the opportunity to give us any trouble. After finishing his breakfast, Albert retrieved another book, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, from his backpack and began to peruse it. The potions classroom was located in a certain basement beneath the castle. They entered through another door in the foyer and descended the stairs to the lower levels, where the atmosphere felt considerably more chilling than in the main castle above. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered that the Slytherin students had already arrived. The potions classroom was not particularly spacious, but it could accommodate over 20 students comfortably. The walls were lined with an array of glass jars containing various specimens steeped in preservation fluid. Those with a weak disposition might find it quite unsettling. Reminiscent of a biology class featuring corpses immersed in formaldehyde. Albert took a seat beside Lee Jordan, surveying the surrounding jars and could not help but comment on their eerie contents. As he scanned the classroom, he noticed a storage cabinet in the corner, likely housing an assortment of ingredients that students might require for potion making, or perhaps the advanced potion-making materials belonging to the Half-Blood Prince. At the front of the classroom, Snape loomed over the students entering, his presence formidable. Behind him, a blackboard was already filled with the ingredients and preparation methods for a potion designed to treat scabies. Albert lifted his gaze to meet Snape's, offering a polite smile before averting his eyes. The professor's cold, hollow black eyes evoked a sense of discomfort within him. Soon after, the bell for class rang. Snape picked up the attendance sheet and paused momentarily upon seeing Albert's name before resuming his task of calling the roll. The art of potion making is a meticulous and stringent process. Many would not believe it to be a form of magic. Snape's voice was frigid, akin to the biting winter wind, and his impassive countenance, combined with his emotionless tone, deterred the students from mischief during class. Every year, I encounter a few fools who manage to scorch their cauldrons, Snape remarked, surveying the classroom with an indifferent gaze. I do not expect any of you to truly grasp the exquisite nature of potion making. I merely hope that those imbeciles are not among you. After delivering his opening remarks, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Anderson, Snape suddenly exclaimed, what would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Albert exchanged a glance with Lee Jordan, shrugged, and rose to his feet. He sensed the entire class was observing him. Yet he felt no trepidation as he adeptly answered Snape's inquiry, a highly potent sleeping potion, known as the Draught of Living Death. If I were to ask you to procure a piece of beeswar, where would you seek it? Snape strode purposefully to Albert's side, exerting an invisible pressure upon him. A beeswar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing remarkable antidotal properties, Albert stated, his expression impassive. Now, elucidate the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane. Aconite and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, collectively known as aconitum, he replied, having regurgitated it verbatim from his textbook. Snape, with a sneer, remarked, though it is fundamentally accurate, it lacks originality. Albert settled back into his seat, evidently having navigated Snape's inquiries with ease. Beside him, Lee Jordan discreetly gave a thumbs up, while Fred and George behind him struggled to suppress their laughter. In truth, they all anticipated Snape's questions, which posed no challenge to Albert whatsoever. What are you all waiting for? Why not take note of everything? Snape announced as he returned to the lectern, turning to address the class. Instantly, the classroom was filled with the rustling of quills and parchment. Have you truly absorbed the entire book? Shauna whispered, her admiration for Albert evident as he managed to respond to Snape's queries. It was clear to discerning eyes that Snape was deliberately attempting to provoke Albert. Albert did not respond. Instead, he raised his index finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, and then pointed towards Snape. Snape, with a look of displeasure, directed his gaze at Shauna and coldly remarked, no talking in class, -1 point for Gryffindor. In truth, Shauna was not the only one speaking. The students of Gryffindor had become acutely aware that the potions professor was targeting their house. The recent incident served as a prime example. Albert's response had been impeccable. Yet in other classes, different professors would at least award Gryffindor 5 points for such performance, whereas Snape did not. It was often said that Snape favored his own students, and now it appeared that this assertion held merit. As for the loss of points, Albert was indifferent. He was covertly observing the potions professor before him, matching him to the severest Snape of his memories, gaunt, with a hooked nose, rather morose, and sporting greasy hair. Perhaps the hair had been recently washed. To summarize in Tom's words, Snape certainly did not seem like a benevolent figure. The potions class continued, with Snape instructing everyone on how to brew a potion to cure scabies. After detailing the preparation method for the scabies remedy, he divided the entire class into pairs, urging them to commence the brewing process. Albert and Jordan were grouped together, a consequence of their being deskmates. Let us review the procedure a few times before we commence the preparation of the medication for scabies, in order to avert any mistakes in the process. Albert remarked that as long as the steps are adhered to correctly, the final product would not deviate significantly from what is documented in the book. The greatest concern in concocting the potion is the indiscriminate addition of ingredients and haphazard stirring. Albert opened the tome on magical potions and remedies, memorizing the preparation for the potion to treat scabies, entirely oblivious to Snape, who glided past him in his billowing black cloak. It was only after Snape had departed that Albert retrieved the necessary ingredients from his potion box: several venomous snake fangs, a pungent onion, some neatly bound dry nettles, a jar of horned slugs, and a few quills from a porcupine. You are responsible for brewing the horned slugs. This process requires no less than 33 to 45 minutes. Albert instructed, extending his tweezers towards Lee Jordan. All right, leave it to me, Lee responded without hesitation, accepting the tweezers and extracting the repulsive horned slug from the jar. By the way, this stuff costs a galleon per jar at the apothecary. Be sure to clean it thoroughly first. You don't need to add much water to the cauldron. Be careful to prevent it from boiling over, Albert added. He then began to grind the snake fangs in a mortar, as the text required them to be pulverized into a fine powder, a laborious task indeed. In comparison to Albert's adeptness, the other students struggled somewhat. This might be attributable to Albert having elevated his potion-making skills to level 1. Snape continued to prowl the classroom, observing the students as they measured the dry nettles and ground the snake fangs. Nearly all of them had received reprimands, with only Albert and George escaping unscathed. After all, Snape found little to criticize, aside from their progress being slightly slower than the others. Next came the measurement of the dry nettles. As Albert watched Snape's retreating figure, he quietly reminded Lee, "Pay attention to the weight, don't mismeasure." "Okay," Lee replied cheerfully, relieved that Snape had not come to trouble them. Albert painstakingly sliced the pongo onions into delicate, translucent layers. Half an hour later, Lee Jordan spoke up, remarking that the horned slug had been thoroughly cooked. Albert immediately leaned in, prodding the horned slug with a glass rod to ensure it was thoroughly cooked. Once satisfied, he discarded the water from the crucible, leaving only the well-cooked slug behind. With the materials prepared, he was left with the task of concocting the remedy for scabies. He began by adding powdered snake fangs to the crucible, stirring gently to ensure a complete amalgamation with the water. Gradually, the potion within the crucible transformed into a deep azure hue. "Is it truly deep blue?" Lee Jordan inquired, leaning closer to inspect the color of the potion. "Indeed, it is deep blue." Albert deftly sliced the pango onion into thin slivers and added them to the crucible, continuing to heat the mixture for approximately 10 seconds. As recorded in the tome, the potion shifted from its deep blue state to a vibrant red. Once the color ceased to change, he proceeded to sprinkle in the dried nettle, stirring the elixir until it adopted a delicate pink shade. Next, he added a spoonful of flobberworm mucus. Continuing to stir as the potion turned a rich green, Albert murmured the steps to himself as he worked. Following this, he incorporated a generous tablespoon of the stewed horned slug, stirring until the potion transformed into a bluish-green hue. After completing this step, Albert removed the crucible from the heat. He recalled Snape's caution that failing to remove it before adding the porcupine quills would result in the potion's immediate failure. Albert accepted the 2 quills of porcupine spines that Lee Jordan handed him, gently placing them into the crucible. He then began to stir clockwise 3 times, transforming the originally teal potion into a deep blue hue. Finally, with a flourish of his wand above the crucible, he completed the potion. "Did it succeed?" Lee Jordan inquired anxiously. "What do you think?" Albert replied, scooping a spoonful of the potion and transferring it into a crystal vial, offering it to Lee Jordan for a closer inspection of its color. "It worked," Lee Jordan exclaimed with delight as he observed the potion for treating scabies, noting that its color matched the descriptions found in the magical texts. "Indeed, it is a success, truly not an easy feat," Albert remarked as he extinguished the flame. However, a lingering doubt about the potion's efficacy for treating scabies still gnawed at him. As he prepared to bottle the potion and inscribe his name, a foul odor suddenly assaulted his senses. Turning his head, he witnessed Fred and George's crucible bubbling ominously, the potion within taking on a repulsive brown shade. "Wait, you need to remove the crucible from the fire before adding the porcupine spines," Albert interrupted George, preventing what could have been a disastrous decision. Nonetheless, this could not salvage their potion for treating scabies. "Weasley, what is this?" Snape inquired, his expression as blank as ever, as he approached the twins. "It's a potion for treating scabies," George mumbled softly. Snape, with an icy demeanor, queried, "What color should the potion for treating scabies be upon completion, according to the book?" "Blue," George replied. "I dare say, if one were to consume your concoction, they would likely be poisoned before their scabies were cured," Snape retorted, waving his wand and vanishing the potion in their crucible. "Anderson, where is your potion?" "Right here, sir." Lee Jordan quickly presented the blue potion for treating scabies, discreetly gesturing triumphantly at the twins when Snape was not looking. "Barely passing," Snape remarked as he scrutinized the glass vial containing the potion. "What do you mean by barely passing?" After class, Lee Jordan vented his frustration to the twins. "Is it true that no one can successfully brew the potion for treating scabies? And why must we write a 2-foot-long essay after successfully concocting it?" "Keep your voice down if you wish to avoid trouble," Fred advised, pointing at Snape, who was approaching. "Ahem." Albert cleared his throat and said to Lee Jordan, "Perhaps Professor Snape believes we possess great potential in potion making and wishes to nurture our talents." Albert deliberately lowered his voice to a level that Snape could hear. "You see, others do not receive such special treatment, do they? I hope your essay on the potion for treating scabies does not disappoint me, Mr. Anderson." Snape turned his gaze towards Lee Jordan and remarked, "As for you, there is no need to write an essay." "What does he mean by that?" Lee Jordan murmured, watching Snape's retreating figure. "What does it mean?" "It simply indicates that you are not worthy of special attention." After Snape departed, Fred could no longer contain his laughter and playfully patted Albert on the shoulder, saying, "It seems that Professor Snape truly intends to give you special care. Perhaps he wishes to invite you to join the Potions Club, to which I can only decline, as I have already joined the Transfiguration Club," Albert replied with utmost seriousness. In the next moment, the trio erupted into even louder laughter. They could certainly surmise that Snape disapproved of Albert, but was at a loss on how to deal with him, thus resorting to this ploy of offering Albert what he termed special care. After all, students are seldom fond of completing homework, especially when it is additional assignments. "Albert, are you all right?" During lunchtime, Shauna sat down next to Albert, still mulling over the inexplicable point deduction from Snape earlier that morning. "I'm fine. What about you?" Albert skillfully slathered his sandwich with copious amounts of mayonnaise, added slices of tomato, 2 pieces of crispy bacon, and finally topped it with a cold sausage before placing the bread on top. "I must say, I can't believe you can still eat, Shauna whispered. Have you offended Professor Snape in some way? Not at all, Albert replied without a moment's hesitation. In truth, even if he had, he would never admit it. The answer would invariably be no. I know about that. George, with a pie in his mouth, chuckled as he took a bite. It all goes back to 2 days before the term began when we were wandering around the castle and happened to run into Snape. And Albert asked him if he could take a photo. At the mention of this, George couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I remember, it was indeed that incident. Fred chimed in. Later, Snape indicated he would question Albert during potions class. So that explains what happened this morning? Shauna exclaimed in surprise. Snape did not let Albert falter. So he resorted to this method instead. Lee Jordan continued. Thus our potions professor assigned Albert extra homework after class. Ahem, you've got that wrong. What do you mean by making me falter? Albert cleared his throat and responded earnestly. Professor Snape believes my potion-making talent is commendable and intends to offer me special attention to enhance my skills. Don't you agree? Yes, we just misspoke. The twins quickly corrected themselves, wearing expressions that conveyed their agreement. Shauna was also amused by their banter, but still inquired skeptically, your essay is not an issue, is it? Not at all. Writing 1 or 2 essays is the same, Albert replied casually. I plan to head to the library shortly to finish both essays promptly. By Merlin Esbeard, you intend to go to the library to write homework after finishing your meal? There is still plenty of time for us to complete our assignments. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan looked at Albert in disbelief, unable to fathom why he was so eager to do his homework. It won't take much time. Albert took a large bite of his sandwich, chewing slowly before swallowing, and besides, it is best not to cram all the assignments together, this way. One can have spare time for other pursuits. You don't mind if I join you to write together, do you? Shauna blinked. 2 heads are better than 1 when it comes to gathering information. Perhaps for Albert and Shauna, coming from Muggle families, finishing their homework promptly had become a habit. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan quickly distanced themselves from the two, fearful of catching the dreadful affliction of being compelled to complete homework immediately. All right, in truth, they were more afraid of being dragged into doing homework alongside Albert. There is still so much time. Why rush to finish it now? Ahem, Fred awkwardly shifted the topic. We plan to head outside the castle shortly. Would you like to join us? We can't go into the Forbidden Forest. Albert raised an eyebrow. Unwilling to take risks before mastering the art of self-preservation. We never said we would enter the forest, George grinned. That was your suggestion. You dare claim you didn't consider it? Albert scoffed, well aware that the twins would soon become frequent visitors to the Forbidden Forest. That may indeed be the case. Ahem, I meant to say, we could wander around the castle. There are still some areas we have not yet explored. Fred quickly corrected himself. We have no intention of entering the forest. We just want to look around that way. I recall there is a small cabin near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. George immediately added. Albert glanced up at the ceiling, noting the overcast sky. Well, perhaps a stroll outside would suffice. Very well, he acquiesced. Let us set forth. The twins each took hold of Albert's shoulders. Wait, the sandwich is about to fall. Do not fret. I shall hold it for you. Lee Jordan said with a cheerful grin as he accepted the sandwich. See you at 2 o'clock. Albert exchanged greetings with Shauna before being ushered out of the castle by the trio. Indeed, there was a quaint wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they approached the cabin, they noticed a gamekeeper outside, tending to a piece of mink fur. Beside him, a black hunting dog growled deep in its throat as they drew nearer. The gamekeeper lifted his gaze toward the 4 of them and warned, You lot. Do not loiter here. The Forbidden Forest is home to terrifying werewolves, few who venture in return unscathed. I have no desire to assist in collecting your remains. Albert raised his head to gaze at the barking black hound, withdrawing a bitten sausage from his sandwich and waving it before the dog. He is truly enormous, murmured Lee Jordan, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards Hagrid, despite having encountered him only once. After all, the imposing stature and attire of the man before them instilled a considerable sense of intimidation. Are there really werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Albert felt no fear as he approached the figure. Had he not learned from books that Hagrid possessed a rather amiable disposition, he would undoubtedly have hesitated to engage with him upon witnessing his formidable appearance. Fred tugged at Albert's sleeve from behind, subtly urging him to make a hasty retreat. Albert cast a silent glance at them, conceding that his courage was somewhat lacking in this situation. Indeed, the appearance of the gamekeeper was quite intimidating. He stood at least 15 feet tall, with a fierce, rugged visage adorned with a bushy beard. His attire consisted of a patchwork fur coat, reminiscent of the legendary barbarians. One could only imagine the fright he would instill in unsuspecting city dwellers during the late hours of the night. Hagrid, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Surprised by the unanticipated familiarity, Albert bit into his sandwich, crouching down to dangle the sausage before the black hound, whose previously low growls gradually faded away. The dog wagged its tail and slowly approached Albert, sniffing the sausage before gingerly picking it up in its mouth and devouring it. The 3 onlookers were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Was this truly the fierce hunting dog? Hagrid, too, was stunned, never expecting that a mere half-sausage could win over his dog. It seemed this little creature had quite the audacity. What is its name? Albert inquired, finishing his sandwich and gently rubbing the houndess head. Yah, Hagrid instinctively replied. Yaya? It seems that name diminishes the dog's imposing presence. How about Spike instead? Albert casually suggested a new name for Yaya. I believe Yaya is quite fitting, Hagrid replied, pausing his task of cleaning the mink fur and shaking his head to decline Albert's proposal. I am Albert Anderson. Are you also a professor at Hogwarts? Albert asked knowingly. No, I am the keeper of the hunting grounds. Hagrid continued to shake his head. Are the hunting grounds referring to the woods over there? Albert pointed toward the forbidden forest. Before Hagrid could respond, he added, I've heard there are werewolves in the woods. Is that true? Are you a student of Ravenclaw? Hagrid inquired, his uncertainty evident. Albert cast a sidelong glance at the trio behind him, who were stifling their laughter, and replied, No, we are all students of Gryffindor. Oh, Gryffindor students, Hagrid said suddenly, his demeanor turning serious. I won't allow you to venture into the forest. Ahem, Albert. How do you know this dog will let you pet it? I just sensed it was rather fierce. George quickly diverted Hagrid's attention. The three of them leaned closer and began to stroke the dog's head. Intuition, perhaps, Albert replied nonchalantly. I have a cat myself. I just didn't bring it to school. By the way, Mr. Keeper of the Hunt, would you mind if I took a photograph another day? You can call me Hagrid, he said, not declining the request, but suddenly lost in thought about some past memories. Very well, Hagrid, Albert quietly sought to bridge their rapport. What do you need a photograph for? Hagrid inquired. I wish to share my experiences at Hogwarts with my family. They are muggles and know nothing of the wizarding world, Albert explained. Best not to divulge too much about the magical realm to muggles. It could lead to trouble, Hagrid warned, furrowing his brow. Oh, I understand, Albert replied, contemplating Hagrid's words. Is it because of the statute of secrecy? Hagrid looked somewhat astonished that Albert was aware of the statute. As one would expect a newly arrived muggle-born wizard to possess only a limited understanding of the magical world. Albert briefly recounted Truman's misfortunes to Hagrid. The gamekeeper was left in stunned silence after listening, and he softly remarked, I'm not well versed in the secrecy laws either. I only know that underage wizards using magic in front of muggle family members receive a warning. If they knowingly use magic in muggle neighborhoods, it constitutes a criminal offense, leading to immediate expulsion. Has there ever been a case of expulsion from Hogwarts? Albert pondered, realizing he had indeed put Truman in a predicament. It was no wonder the correspondence had been a letter of expulsion rather than a warning. As far as I know, there has been, Hagrid replied, uncertain. Your situation was an exception. Fred cleared his throat and explained. One could say that poor Truman just happened to cross paths with you. Albert mused, understanding the underlying reasons. There must be some underage wizards who received warnings, yet most would be intimidated by the letter and refrain from risking expulsion by using magic again. By the way, Hagrid, what dangerous creatures inhabit the Forbidden Forest, and why does Dumbledore prohibit first years from entering? Albert redirected the conversation to a topic of current interest. There are many perilous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid nodded. Like werewolves? Albert raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Yes, werewolves. ISNT it said that if one is bitten by a werewolf, they become one? Albert expressed his skepticism. Dumbledore actually allows students to live near werewolves? Werewolves reside deep within the forest. They don't easily venture near the school, Hagrid replied, his gaze somewhat evasive, revealing a hint of discomfort. Hagrid, have you ever seen a unicorn? How many questions is this now? 3 others whispered nearby. 10 or 12? Nonetheless, they admired Albert's inquisitive nature, as he had managed to glean a considerable amount of information about the Forbidden Forest through his inquiries. They also noted Hagrid's particular fondness for dragons. He exhibited notable enthusiasm when Albert mentioned them. As for the woods outside the Forbidden Forest, they were relatively safe, and students sometimes attended classes there. But venturing deeper into the Forbidden Forest could lead to encounters with centaurs, werewolves, and various other magical creatures, including unicorns. Seeing Albert's fascination with unicorns, Hagrid gifted him a small bundle of unicorn tail hair, and, before their departure, cautioned the 4 not to attempt entering the Forbidden Forest. Albert paused and suddenly turned to ask, Hagrid, are there any protective trees in the forest? Protective trees? Are you referring to the mountain pear tree? Hagrid inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Albert nodded. Both herbology and defense against the dark arts classes have mentioned this tree. It truly possesses the power to ward off evil. I mean to repel dark magical creatures? It does have some effectiveness, Hagrid acknowledged with a nod. Could you assist me? I would like a small branch of the mountain pear tree. What do you need that for? Hagrid asked, his expression skeptical. I plan to make a gift for my sister. I've heard that protective trees have a safeguarding effect. I can pay you some galleons, Albert said, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need for that. I can check the forest for you when I have some free time, but do not set your expectations too high. The tree guardians generally do not allow anyone to touch the mountain pear tree. Hagrid understood Albert's intention. The mountain pear tree, safeguarding family? How lovely, Albert reflected. Thank you, Hagrid, he said gratefully, beginning to ponder what Christmas gift to offer in return. Don't mention it, Hagrid replied, scratching his head, looking somewhat bashful. Much like Yaya. Hagrid evidently lacked the ferocity his appearance suggested. You're impressive. On their way back to the castle, the trio simultaneously gave Albert a thumbs up in admiration. Do you want some? Albert asked, pulling a small bundle of unicorn tail hair from his pocket. Perhaps not. By the way, what are you planning to do with that? I'm giving it to my sister as a birthday gift. She has certainly never seen unicorn tail hair. Albert had already decided that if he could not acquire the mountain pear wood, he would weave a bracelet from the unicorn tail hair as a birthday present for Nia. A birthday gift? The others exchanged glances. Speaking of which, what did we get Ginny for her birthday this year? Fred suddenly asked his twin brother. A licorice wand. And Ron? Fred inquired again. Buttercream flies and cockroach clusters, George replied without hesitation. Albert suddenly felt a sense of empathy for Ron, realizing how challenging it must be to have such a brother. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Albert brewed himself a cup of milk tea and once again inquired whether his roommates wished to accompany him to the library to work on their charms homework. After receiving yet another refusal, he packed his bag and departed for the library amidst their farewell waves. During class hours, the library was relatively quiet. As Albert entered, his gaze immediately fell upon Shauna, who was engrossed in searching for materials. He approached her, gently pulled out a chair, and sat down, whispering, "I hope I'm not late?" Albert arrived promptly at 2 o'clock. The homework for the spellcasting class is rather challenging, and I have not encountered much useful information. Shauna has a few books beside her. She arrived half an hour early, yet she, too, has not discovered any particularly helpful resources. Albert flipped through several thick volumes on the table, shaking his head in dismay. He beckoned Shauna to follow him to Area C, where they began to search for the books they required on the 5th row of shelves. Speaking of which, the anthology of 19th century spells he had borrowed last time still remained unreturned. However, he was nearing the end of that tome, and it was indeed prudent to finish it swiftly and return it, as the borrowing period was drawing to a close. Albert retrieved the spell achievement he had found from the shelf and handed it to Shauna, the young witch, who gazed at the book in astonishment. Soon after, he extracted the sought-after anthology of spells from the 18th century and returned to the desk alongside Shauna. "How did you know this book contained what we were looking for?" Shauna exclaimed, her surprise evident as she realized that the 2 volumes Albert had chosen contained the information they needed. A wave of frustration washed over her, questioning the value of her previous efforts in searching for the materials. "The Spell Achievements book is indeed quite useful, especially for our written examinations," Albert elucidated. "The Lumos spell was invented in the 18th century, so pertinent information should be found within the anthology of spells from that era." With such a sharp mind, why didn't you join Ravenclaw? Shauna inquired, puzzled. "Who can say?" Albert shrugged lightly, responding with a whisper, "Perhaps the Sorting Hat deemed I would thrive better in Gryffindor." Once the information was located, the next step was relatively straightforward, to transcribe the relevant passages. For instance, it stated that the Lumos spell was invented in the 18th century, specifically in 1772, by a witch named Lavinia Monk Stanley, who was once a silent observer in the Department of Mysteries. The discovery of the wand-lighting spell occurred when Lavinia, while searching for a lost quill in a dusty corner, illuminated the tip of her wand, much to the astonishment of her colleagues, who recognized its utility and documented the incantation. A flurry of text followed, essentially a transcription. For some inexplicable reason, Albert suddenly found himself reminiscing about the copy and paste functions on a computer, pondering whether magic could replicate such capabilities. If it could, writing papers would indeed become significantly easier. Alas, Albert let out a soft sigh, realizing that in a moment of distraction, he had inadvertently misspelled a word, causing a slight turmoil within him. He crossed out the erroneous word, dipped his quill into the inkwell, and resumed his writing. The content of the paper was rather straightforward. It merely involved transcribing a selection of spells from the 18th century alongside his own experiences while practicing the Lumos spell, detailing the challenges he faced and the solutions he devised to overcome them. Albert discovered that he had already occupied a substantial portion of the parchment with his writings. Beside him, Shauna, who was engrossed in her book, gazed at him in sheer astonishment. "What is the matter?" Albert inquired, perplexed. Shauna pointed towards the parchment. "Would you like to see it?" Albert replied without hesitation, handing the parchment over to Shauna while he resumed his examination of the content pertaining to the extinguishing spell, which was not included in the 18th century spell collection. Nevertheless, Albert managed to locate relevant records within the spell accomplishments and subsequently retrieved pertinent books from the shelf to continue his transcription. Shauna glanced at her own meagerly crafted article, then at Albert's meticulously organized paper, and was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. So this is how one could write a thesis. Shauna recognized that much of the content in Albert's paper was derived from books, yet she pondered, what of it? Albert referred to this process as drawing inspiration and citation. Were he to rely solely on his own abilities, he likely would not have managed to produce a 3-inch paper in just an hour and a half. Albert completed his essay on the Lumos and Nox spells. Although half of the content was derived from existing sources, it also encompassed numerous challenges he encountered during his studies of spells, along with the solutions he devised. Ultimately, his conclusions reflected a profound exploration of the spells, such as the ability to detach the radiance from one end of the wand and store the light emitted by the Lumos charm, or his whimsical notion of employing the Nox spell to manipulate the surrounding illumination. He envisioned combining both spells to create a light-dimming device, or rather, a conceptualization of a magical lamp. If he could utilize the Nox and Lumos spells to replicate the effect of a Muggle light bulb, wizards would no longer require oil lamps. This lingering idea remained merely speculative, and Albert inscribed it in his paper, hoping to enlist Professor Flitwick's expertise to assist him in its realization. After all, Professor Flitwick was an authority on charms, and perhaps this innovative concept would pique his interest. The endeavor of the magical lamp was still incomplete. Upon the ink drying on the parchment, Albert employed a copying spell to produce a duplicate for Shauna, indicating certain sections and advising her to compose based on her own experiences. As for the widely accessible information, it could naturally be interwoven into the paper as a means of introduction and refinement, elevating its sophistication. I thought this would take much longer, Shauna remarked, gazing at her parchment with a sense of nostalgia. Now, she began to comprehend why Albert had mentioned that writing this paper was intended to deepen his understanding of the Lumos and Nox spells. Indeed, that was the case. From gathering information, transcribing sentences from books, to completing the essay, she had acquired knowledge about the invention of the spells, their creators, the impact they had post-invention, and who had made improvements and innovations. She also reflected on the challenges she faced while practicing the spells and how to resolve them, as well as her insights into the prospects and implications of the Lumos spell. Regardless, once all this information was compiled, it would undoubtedly exceed 3 inches, and she had no concern about falling short of that length. Moreover, it became apparent that without an understanding of the Lumos and Nox spells, one could not possibly articulate such a wealth of information. Ah, how surprising it was to encounter a familiar face here. As Albert turned his head to stealthily indulge in a chocolate hard candy, he noticed Miss Field, whom he had met at the Transformation Club, seated not far away. She, having sensed his gaze, looked in his direction and coincidentally caught sight of Albert unwrapping the candy. With a playful wink, she appeared on the verge of laughter. Yet the decorum of the library restrained them from uttering a word. Albert popped a hard candy into his mouth and strolled over, taking a seat beside Field. After offering a soft greeting, he was cautioned, "Be careful not to attract Mrs. Pins." Field formed the word silently. "As long as we remain unnoticed." Albert nonchalantly handed over a few pieces of candy, adding, "Besides, it's hard candy. If you keep it in your mouth, no one will notice." "Would you like to have one?" he inquired. "So what brings you here?" Field easily discerned Albert's intentions. If there weren't any pressing matters, he likely would not have sought him out. "It's like this." Albert pointed to the section on land reform on his parchment and then elaborated on the concept of copying and pasting text. After speaking, he noticed Field staring at him with a peculiar expression while unwrapping candy. She murmured softly, "To what extent must one be lazy to conceive such magic? Is it not true that laziness breeds creativity?" Albert winked at Field and continued, "Isn't the invention of spells precisely to save effort?" "You are quite clever." Field scrutinized Albert, intrigued by his audacity to defend himself with such remarks. "However, I cannot assist you with your idea." That said, she waved the candy wrapper. "I can share with you the method for altering text. It is actually quite simple. Transfiguration charm. Are you familiar with it?" Transfiguration charm? Albert reflected on his knowledge of the charm and suddenly realized that these individuals before him were perhaps more adept than he had anticipated. The transfiguration charm belonged to the advanced studies of transfiguration at the level of N.D.W.T. While it was not as challenging as human transfiguration, mastering the transfiguration charm was no trivial endeavor. Yet, in the mouth of this upperclassman, it seemed simplified? Nonsense. At least at Albert's current level. Without directly upgrading through the panel, he certainly would not master it. Though he retained experience, he intended to tackle this subject independently rather than relying solely on the panel. After all, what would happen when his experience pool ran dry if he became overly dependent on it? Despite being a somewhat lackadaisical student, he still harbored aspirations. However absurd they may seem. To live comfortably in the future, he needed to meticulously plan his life. Field used the tip of her wand to tap the erroneous sections on the parchment, transforming them into different words. A straightforward application of the transfiguration charm that Professor McGonagall had demonstrated last semester. "Once I master summoning charm, I will practice this. Professor McGonagall should teach it this semester, so you will have the opportunity to learn." Field briefly scanned Albert's spell paper and was surprised to discover that he was more capable than she had initially thought. Was this truly the level of a first-year student? Reflecting on her own first attempts at writing papers, she felt an urge to tear her parchment apart. Yet, what had she ultimately produced? "Surely, you do not wish to join the Charms Club?" Field inquired with a curious expression. "There is a Charms Club?" Albert responded, astonished. "Of course there is." For some reason, Field smiled mischievously. "But be cautious of overlapping with the Transfiguration Club." "What kind of expression is that?" "Nothing," Field remarked. "Professor Flitwick is bound to be disappointed. Why were you not sorted into Ravenclaw?" "Does it truly matter where one is sorted? We all learn the same." Albert replied without hesitation. "True enough." Field pointed at the parchment. "If you truly invent this thing, remember to gift me one. If it is too expensive, I cannot afford it. Rest assured, when I finally create it, I will present you with one." Albert muttered with a wry smile. "If only I could invent it in the first place. I suggest you delve into alchemical texts. Perhaps you might achieve success. Field pondered. A magical lamp sounds rather intriguing. Alchemy? Albert murmured, recalling Nicholas Flamel. Ancient alchemy likely referred to chemistry, but what could wizarding alchemy entail? Was it merely chemistry, or something entirely different? Perhaps akin to potions. A form of magic? After engaging in light conversation with Field, Albert packed his belongings and departed, intending to rest in his dormitory before organizing items for his family. As for alchemy, he would address it after completing his readings on 19th century spells. One must eat in small bites, lest one choke. Who was that just now? Shauna inquired curiously, following Albert and having overheard parts of their conversation. Field, she's in the same club as I am. She's quite skilled in transfiguration, Albert summarized. You mean the transfiguration charm? Shauna raised an eyebrow, but that is at the level of N-E-W-T. Do you know what N-E-W-T is? Shauna suddenly faltered, realizing she indeed had no knowledge of it. One must harbor dreams. If you do not envision them, you shall never achieve them. I merely wish to know what level N-E-W-T represents. Albert sighed softly, remarking on the ultimate wizarding examination for 7th grade. Shauna's expression appeared somewhat blank, and she sighed wistfully, saying, whether it be the ultimate wizarding exam or the transformation spell, both seem exceedingly distant from me. Indeed, they were quite far removed. At present, she had yet to master even a single transfiguration spell, and to harbor hopes of grasping the transformation incantation seemed rather unrealistic. It was time to awaken to the reality. Mastering transfiguration should be her foremost priority. Albert also recognized Shauna's dilemma and, feeling somewhat awkward, diverted the conversation by asking, I am about to head back to the common room. Would you like to join me? When do you have some time to teach me transfiguration? Shauna realized a crucial point. Although the courses at Hogwarts were relatively relaxed, completing homework and learning magic ultimately relied on one's own diligence. If one were to meander aimlessly until graduation, it was likely that no valuable skills would be acquired. Upon returning from the library to the Gryffindor common room, Albert discovered that his 3 roommates had mysteriously vanished. Pushing open the door to their dormitory, he found, as expected, that it was empty. This was a relief. It meant he could write his letter without any interruptions. Albert picked up his wand and tapped the cabinet, unlocking it to retrieve a box, and continued composing a letter to his family. Once the letter was completed, he employed a duplication charm to create a copy of the parchment, along with reproducing the photographs taken. One copy was intended for his parents, while the other was destined for his grandfather, Luke. Despite being distanced from the magical realm, Albert was aware that the elder would undoubtedly wish to see the legendary Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After all, it was a childhood dream, now tinged with regret. Naturally, the beginnings and endings of the 2 letters required separate compositions. After finishing, Albert placed the letters into a sturdy cardboard box conjured through transfiguration, simultaneously compartmentalizing the gifts purchased from Hogsmeade within. Among these treasures, the quintessential beverages of the magical world, pumpkin juice and butterbeer, were indispensable. Once he had secured the package, Albert realized it was rather hefty for his elf. He began to worry whether his small companion could manage the weight and deliver the parcel safely to its destination. It seemed he would have to enlist the aid of one of the school owls. Muttering to himself, Albert picked up a nearby quill and inscribed his name, the sender's name, and the address on the parcel. Then, he stacked the 2 packages together, cradling them in his arms as he exited the dormitory, ensuring the door was properly closed behind him. As he made his way through the common room, Albert caught the attention of several onlookers. Though he paid little heed to their curious glances, he ascended through the castle, ultimately arriving at the West Tower, where the Ollery resided at its pinnacle. Fortunately, having practiced karate and maintained a fitness regime, his stamina was far superior to that of his previous life. Otherwise, carrying the packages up and down would have been quite exhausting. While ascending the outer staircase, Albert heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind and instinctively stepped aside. He glimpsed a large individual hastily climbing the stairs, likely in a rush to send something, nearly colliding with him. Was there truly such urgency? Albert mused, gazing at the person's retreating figure. Before long, he spotted the same individual again, who appeared to have stumbled, their robes now adorned with bits of straw and owl droppings. As the individual passed by Albert with a scowling countenance, a foul stench of bird excrement wafted through the air. The Ollery was a circular stone chamber, its windows empty, and perched at a great height, allowing for a refreshing breeze. However, Albert had no intention of entering, as the floor was littered with straw, owl droppings, and the bones of mice. Slipping on bird excrement was hardly an amusing prospect. The unfortunate blunderer he had just encountered served as a poignant reminder of this truth. Albert stood at the entrance, gazing upward into the Ollery, where countless owls of every conceivable variety resided. He found himself unable to locate Shella amidst the throng. Shella, he called softly, his voice provoking a few owls' displeasure. Yet, this method proved effective. Shella noticed Albert's presence and glided towards him. This is a parcel for Grandpa Luke. If there's a reply, please remember to bring it back, Albert said, handing the package to Shella. She uttered a few gentle hoots, seemingly to reassure him. Then, with her talons gripping the strings of the parcel, she unfurled her wings and vanished into the sky, carrying the slightly smaller package. Once Shella had departed, Albert turned his gaze back to the Owlery. He required another 1 or 2 sturdier owls to dispatch an additional parcel. The owls at the school were available for student use. However, Albert could not discern which owl belonged to the institution. So he opted for a straightforward approach. I have another large package that needs sending. I wonder who would be willing to assist me. No sooner had he spoken than a robust great horned owl descended before him, clearly eager to undertake the task. Thank you. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will enjoy it, Albert said, retrieving some owl nuts from his pocket and extending his palm towards the great horned owl. The owl seemed quite pleased with his offering, devouring the nuts in an instant before seizing the larger package with its talons and soaring away. Truly, what marvelous sentient beings they are. Albert gazed at the owl that had vanished into the sky, unable to suppress a soft sigh. He turned away from the owl shed, for he had no intention of lingering in a place rife with straw and owl droppings. As Albert prepared to make his way to the castle hall, he inadvertently caught sight of Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who had been expelled from the forest by Hagrid. A flicker of amusement crossed his lips. These 3 mischief makers were truly relentless, having dared to sneak into the forbidden forest, only to be apprehended by Hagrid. Albert walked towards the trio and happened to overhear Hagrid admonishing them, declaring that if they attempted to sneak into the forbidden forest again, he would inform Professor McGonagall, resulting in their confinement. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Albert greeted with a smile before glancing at Fred and the others, casually inquiring about their predicament. It's you. These mischievous rascals have quite the audacity, daring to sneak into the woods so soon after enrollment, utterly unconcerned about the perilous creatures that might carry them off, Hagrid exclaimed, brandishing a dry branch and glaring at Fred and his companions. I know I can't control you. However, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, what is that creature on your head? Albert cleverly interrupted, pointing to a peculiar being resembling tree bark and small branches perched atop Hagrid's head and shoulders. What? Oh, you're referring to this? They are called bowtruckles. These 2 are injured, and I need to tend to their wounds. Hagrid was indeed successfully distracted. Hagrid, you care for these magical creatures? Albert asked with admiration. I have heard that the Care of Magical Creatures course is not available until 3rd year. His admiration was genuine, for it was remarkable that Hagrid, with such large fingers, could assist these delicate beings. I learned from Professor Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures professor. Though now quite aged, I occasionally assist him with those magical beasts. Hagrid said proudly. May I observe how you bandage the bowtruckles? Albert inquired, gesturing for the trio to apologize. Hagrid, we understand our mistake, Fred quickly replied. And we would also like to see how you tend to these little ones. George and Lee Jordan nodded in agreement, displaying expressions of remorse. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Follow me. Hagrid did not refuse and invited Albert and the others into his small hut. As they approached, Fong rushed over, circling around them. Albert crouched down, rubbing the dog's head and scratching his chin until Fong settled. Hagrid opened the wooden door, inviting everyone inside. The hut contained only 1 room, with hams and roasted game hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle resting on the extinguished fireplace. In the corner stood a large bed with a patchwork quilt made from scraps of fabric. Hagrid picked up a pink umbrella from the corner, reignited the fire, and hung the kettle above to boil water, seemingly preparing tea for them. While attending to these tasks, he turned back to the trio and warned, Next time I catch you sneaking into the forest, I will hand you over to Professor McGonagall. She will ensure you think twice before entering again. We were simply curious about what lies within the forest, George muttered quietly, but why does Dumbledore prohibit students from entering? There are beasts in the forest, along with magical creatures that are quite perilous for you, Hagrid explained impatiently. Dumbledore's prohibition is not without reason. It is far too dangerous for you at this stage. Hagrid, be careful not to let the bowtruckles fall into the fireplace. They seem quite fearful of fire. Albert diverted the topic. Oh. Hagrid pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the bowtruckles on the table. He retrieved some herbs from a nearby cabinet, chewed on them, and applied the mixture to the bowtruckles' wounds, securing them with small wooden slats tied with unicorn hair. Although this required delicate work, Hagrid approached it with utmost seriousness. However, the bandaged bowtruckle appeared quite displeased, irritated by the splints on its body. I'm not particularly skilled at such meticulous tasks, Hagrid remarked after tending to the bowtruckle. Their limbs are slender and easily injured. The kettle whistled, and Hagrid poured the boiling water into a large teapot, serving each of them a cup of amber tea, accompanied by a plate of rough, irregularly shaped biscuits. What is this plant you are chewing on, Hagrid? Albert asked, picking up a piece of the herb. Ah, that is murtlap essence, Hagrid replied. It is the most straightforward and effective remedy I could find. I specifically asked Professor Sprout for some. It is well suited for treating most animal injuries. Hagrid sipped his hot tea and munched on a few biscuits, eagerly beginning to discuss the care of bowtruckles. He produced a wooden box containing something resembling brown rice, explaining, Feed this to the bowtruckles. It will improve their mood. Hagrid, what is this? Albert inquired, taking a handful and offering it to the 2 bowtruckles, who immediately ceased their struggles and began to eat eagerly. Woodlice, Hagrid said, a favored delicacy of bowtruckles. Of course, fairy eggs are also among their preferred foods. Fred and Lee Jordan attempted to feed the bowtruckles, while George struggled with a biscuit. Albert witnessed George pick up a small biscuit and, upon biting into it a few times, discovered he could not chew it at all. He then took it out of his mouth and inspected it, seemingly questioning whether he had just bitten into a biscuit or a stone. Observing this scene, Albert felt an urge to laugh. He had no intention of touching the biscuit. While such a treat might be suitable for Hagrid's teeth, it was rather hard for Albert and his companions. Hagrid, what purpose do they serve? Fred inquired, pointing at the bowtruckle. What purpose? Hagrid pondered before responding. The bowtruckle is the finest guardian of the forest. Trees that thrive under their care grow particularly lush, and they're what is often ideal for wand-making. If one day you wish to collect leaves or wood from a tree watched over by a bowtruckle, it is wise to offer them some beetle or fairy eggs as a token of appeasement, lest you fall prey to their sharp claws. There have been instances of individuals losing their sight due to a bowtruckle's sting. Don't you want some? Hagrid noticed that the others had hardly touched the biscuits and asked in confusion. No, it's almost dinner time, Albert retorted cleverly, pulling out his pocket watch to check the time. I think we should head back to the castle to avoid missing dinner. Indeed. Hagrid suddenly recalled something and said to Albert, the dead tree trunk outside is a pear tree. Thank you, Hagrid. Albert immediately expressed his gratitude. I'll take a small piece back with me. Do you need my assistance? Hagrid, fond of the polite child before him, noted that many students were intimidated by his appearance and few were willing to engage him in conversation. No need. Albert drew his wand, pointing it at the dead tree while uttering incantations. Splinters. Is that sufficient? I can't take any more, Albert said, using the cutting charm to retrieve a small section of the trunk. I may need some later. I'll leave it behind the house. You can collect it yourself. Hagrid nodded in agreement. Goodbye, Hagrid. Albert picked up the small piece of trunk and beckoned his three companions to walk towards the castle together. What do you want that for? Lee Jordan asked in confusion. You'll find out soon enough, Albert replied with a smile, turning to the three and asking, how is the forest? It's quite similar to the woods near my home. Fred winked at Albert, saying, we entered the forest from the other side and didn't expect to encounter Hagrid dragging a dead tree trunk. He must have gone in to help you with the pear tree. So, you were caught by Hagrid? Albert chuckled, finding the trio's misfortune amusing. I dare say. They must be deceiving us. There are no dangerous creatures in the forest, George complained. Albert mused, if you were to encounter them, you would likely have been devoured, leaving no room for idle chatter here. Albert retorted, why do you suppose they deceive the students? Fred shrugged dismissively. Percy claims there are numerous perilous beasts lurking in the woods, yet few have truly encountered such creatures. Perhaps, Albert suggested, we ought to adopt a different perspective. Why does Dumbledore prohibit students from venturing into the forest? What secrets do you think are concealed within? At this, Lee Jordan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That is indeed a possibility, along with others. Albert continued to expound to the trio, the depths of the Forbidden Forest are likely inhabited by many magical creatures. Did Hagrid not mention unicorns residing therein? These magical beings pose a certain danger to us, and straying too far into the forest could result in students becoming lost. Grandpa, look, Grandma Sansa, we have come to see you. The moment the car door swung open, Nia darted out like a gust of wind, arms outstretched as she leapt into Luke's embrace. It's been so long, Nia. How has the start of school been for you? Not great, school is so dull. Nia pouted in complaint. I wish to attend Hogwarts. But you're still too young. You'll have to wait another 2 years, Luke consoled her, glancing up at the Herbert couple. Let us discuss this inside. Sansa looked at her granddaughter and inquired, Nia, have you missed me? Oh, Grandma Sansa, I've missed you so much. Nia exclaimed as she flung herself into the elder's arms, prompting a hearty laugh from Sansa. Albert sent some things back with the owl, Nia began, but was interrupted by Luke. I believe Herbert's remarks were cut short, he said, surveying the surroundings before turning back to the Herbert couple. If there is anything to discuss, let us do it inside. Albert also had the owl send us some items. We were just looking at them. Sansa smiled at the Herbert couple upon entering the house. I never expected wizarding beverages to taste so peculiar. Don't leave your cat in the car, Luke reminded Herbert as he turned his head. I have it with me, Daisy replied, carrying the cat cage into the house and closing the entrance door behind her. In the living room, Sheila was resting on the table, nibbling on the owl treats Albert had placed in a box. Tom had just been freed from his cage and leaped onto the table, glaring at the owl as both prepared for a showdown. No fighting, Tom, Daisy admonished gently, lifting him onto her lap. Are these also items sent back by Albert? Herbert inquired, placing a large box on the table while his gaze fell upon an adjacent open box. You still don't know your son. Daisy shot an exasperated look at Herbert. Even if you forget, he's certainly 1T. Albert has always been Daisy's pride. What? Other people's children are better? Nonsense. Who says that? Other people's children can never compare to one's own. However, where did Albert acquire these items? He does not attend that school. Hogwarts or whatever it is called. Sansa was puzzled. Surely the school does not sell such things. It must have been ordered through Post. Herb was well aware of Albert's capabilities. This was not the first time he had shopped via Owl from Diagon Alley in London. Can we open the package? Nia eagerly inquired. Of course, Herb replied with a smile. It just arrived this morning. However, after discussing with his family, Herb decided to share this joy with his parents. prompting the family to rush over. Inside the package was a rolled-up parchment tied with a red ribbon, alongside a paper bag labeled with photographs. Beneath it lay several bottles of drinks and some snacks. Nia picked up the paper bag, opened it, and discovered a collection of photographs taken by Albert, each marked with an order number. The first photograph depicted the red Hogwarts Express. "We have the parchment and the photographs here too," Sansa stated as she handed the stack of photos to Daisy. She then picked up the parchment and explained, "Albert mentioned this is the Hogwarts Express, used to transport children to Hogwarts. I can't believe wizards actually take steam locomotives to school," Daisy remarked, examining the photograph closely. "Such antiques must be rare to find anywhere in England." With that, Daisy handed the photograph to her husband and retrieved a bottle of pumpkin juice from the box. It appeared to be a beverage. She opened the pumpkin-shaped cap, poured some into a cup, and took a small sip. "How is it?" Herb asked. "The taste is a bit odd," Daisy replied, pouring the remaining pumpkin juice into other cups for the family in the living room. Nia took a cup, sipped it, and wrinkled her little face. The juice tasted strange, not nearly as delightful as the one sold outside. After finishing his drink, Herb remarked, "It's not unpleasant. But indeed the flavor is quite peculiar. I'd almost forgotten what it tasted like." Luke's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he quietly mused. After Nia finished her cup of pumpkin juice, she pointed at the butterbeer in the box and exclaimed, "I want to drink this. But this seems to be beer." Daisy observed the label on the butterbeer and felt a bit conflicted. She certainly did not want her daughter to be exposed to alcohol at such a young age. "It's all right. We just had some. It doesn't taste like beer and contains very little alcohol, more like a beverage. Otherwise, Albert wouldn't have sent it back," Luke gently reassured, adding, "It tastes a bit like less sweet butter toffee." Luke poured some butterbeer for Herb and Daisy to taste before deciding whether to let Nia try it. The aroma of rich butter filled the air. Daisy sniffed it and took a small sip, finding the texture smooth. "It says here that butterbeer is quite popular in the wizarding world, akin to soda in our realm. Although it is not exactly unpleasant, the taste is still a bit strange. Why do wizards enjoy such a drink?" Nia pouted and took another small sip. "Drink sparingly. It still contains trace amounts of alcohol," Daisy reminded. "At least let me finish what's in my cup," Nia insisted. After downing the remainder of her butterbeer, her interest in magical beverages noticeably waned. The drink contained only a slight chill of alcohol. As long as one does not overindulge, it poses no significant issue for minors, Herb reassured, though he fell silent after receiving a pointed look from his wife, aware of Daisy's concern for their children's upbringing. The remaining items from the box were laid out on the table, all snacks purchased for Nia. She opened a chocolate frog, took a bite, lost in her thoughts. Daisy untied the ribbon and handed the rolled parchment to Herb, encouraging him to read the contents of the letter. The letter provided a detailed introduction to the Hogwarts castle, from the first-year students crossing the lake to entering the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. It gradually unveiled the wonders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The magically enchanted ceiling, the kitchen entrance disguised as a fruit painting, the moving staircases, and the talking portraits in the corridors were all described. The castle also harbored various magical secret passages, mischievous staircases, resident ghosts, moving suits of armor, and classrooms, as well as the lengthy corridors and the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, the Fat Lady. Entering the Gryffindor common room, ascending the stairs to their dormitory, and meeting their 3 roommates were all elaborated in the 6-foot-long letter, which, combined with the accompanying map and photographs, made one feel as though they had personally visited Hogwarts Castle. Nia leaned against Daisy's shoulder and murmured, "I want to go too." "Nia, you are still too young," Herb gently consoled. "Before your 12th birthday, Hogwarts will send you an acceptance letter via owl, and then you can attend a magical school." "Do I look like a fool?" Nia pouted in discontent. "I know I lack magical talent. Albert has known that for a long time." "How could that be?" Herb whispered. "How could it not?" Nia recounted the incident from the summer. The Ministry of Magic had cited the reason for her expulsion in a letter addressed to Truman, using the levitation charm in front of a muggle. At that time, only the 3 of them were in the park. Truman was a wizard, Albert was also a wizard, and the muggle mentioned in the letter referred to her. Upon finishing her words, Nia began to cry sadly. Daisy sighed softly. She had been aware of this situation, as Albert had mentioned the possibility to her before heading to Hogwarts. However, she hadn't anticipated that Nia would discover it herself. Daisy embraced her daughter, gently stroking her back, and softly comforted, "It's all right, Nia, if you feel like crying, go ahead. Nia, you must understand that wizards have their joys, but muggles also have their own delights. For instance, the magical world lacks television, and there are none of your beloved anime or movies. Before going to school, you wouldn't even have many friends," Luke calmly stated. "Not being in the magical world can actually be quite nice, at least that's how Grandpa sees it." Yet Nia, her voice slightly choked, replied, "But I want to go to Hogwarts." Tom seemed to sense Nia's distress, leaping into her lap and nuzzling against her clothes. While there was some regret in not attending Hogwarts, Luke affirmed, "I do not regret being a muggle. The world of muggles is equally splendid." He patted Nia on the head and said, "Now, stop crying and have a piece of chocolate. You're about to turn into a crying mess." "Nia, don't you want to see what gifts Albert brought you?" Herb picked up the animal voice candy, shook it near his ear. "Can't you experience the joys of the magical world now?" Daisy encouraged. Shall we give it a try? Albert mentioned in the letter that consuming this candy would allow one to emit the sounds of different animals. If you don't want to eat it, I will. Herb declared, opening the box and tossing a piece into his mouth. After chewing, he opened his mouth and let out a lion's roar. Meow. Startled, Tom leaped from Nia's lap and dove beneath the sofa, refusing to emerge. After a moment of silence, everyone in the living room turned in unison to Herbert, who had just emitted a lion-like roar. Herbert quickly covered his mouth with his hand, awkwardly pointing at a box of animal voice-changing candies. I want some too. The girl immediately exclaimed, her attention diverted to Herbert, reaching out for the candies. Nia, Albert cautioned, these should not be revealed to outsiders. Daisy chimed in with a warning. The magical community seems to require strict secrecy, ensuring that ordinary people remain unaware of its existence. Understood. Nia replied, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tear-streaked cheeks. She popped an animal voice-changing candy into her mouth, her face instantly flushed, with steam rising from her ears. Did we not already know this? Herbert asked, puzzled. Daisy explained. Muggle-born wizards are permitted to have Muggle families who can know about the magical world, but they must keep it a closely guarded secret. How do you know this? Did Albert mention it in his letter? Nia inquired. Not that one, this one, Daisy said, handing her husband a folded letter addressed to them and Nia. Herbert looked up at Luke and said, Dad, you should check. Albert must have written to you as well. The letter is right here, Sansa said, retrieving a piece of parchment from the bottom of the box, opening it briefly before passing it to Luke. What did Albert's letter say? Nia asked. He asked you to take good care of Tom, ensuring his meals are balanced to prevent him from becoming overweight. He also advised you to make friends at school and not to let anyone bully you. Herbert, glancing at the letter, noticed Luke's unusual demeanor and quietly asked, Dad, what's the matter? Nothing. Luke responded with a gentle sigh. Sansa, having read the letter's contents, noticed it mentioned a man named Filch, the caretaker at Hogwarts, who was described as somewhat of a misfit. Luke discerned from the letter that Mr. Filch was not enjoying his life at Hogwarts. How could someone who relished opposing students, creating trouble for them, and frequently losing his temper amidst their mischief possibly find happiness? Living in a realm filled with rambunctious little wizards, accompanied only by his cat, and forced to clean up messes with a mop, while watching others wield magic that he could not, left Luke perplexed as to how Filch could ever be joyful. In a magical academy like Hogwarts, Filch seemed superfluous. Any wizard with magical abilities could undoubtedly perform his duties more effectively. Luke felt no sympathy for Filch, believing it was his choice to remain in such a position. Moreover, Filch was fortunate that the headmaster of Hogwarts had taken him in. Otherwise, a squib overlooked by the magical community would struggle to find any employment, as no wizard would hire someone deemed useless. To this day, Luke maintained that if one were a squib, one should graciously inhabit the Muggle world, learn some Muggle skills, and live as a respectable Muggle. There was no shame in that. Why linger in the magical realm as a universally disliked squib? Although he understood that others might have valid reasons for their actions, he had never forgiven them, severing ties completely. In contrast to Filch, Luke considered himself exceedingly fortunate. He had a loving family, a daughter-in-law, and 2 adorable grandsons, living a life filled with happiness. Gazing at a photograph featuring 6 individuals and a cat, a gentle smile graced Luke's face. Grandpa, what are you smiling about? Nia inquired with curiosity. Just feeling quite lucky. My dear, Luke replied as he folded the letter with a grin. Now, let me blow some bubbles for you. In the box, Albert had thoughtfully included a pack of super bubblegum. Albert didn't prepare any for me, Luke remarked. Actually, it's meant for Nia, he added with a radiant smile, fully aware of Albert's intention behind sending the super bubblegum to him. Luke handed the super bubblegum to Nia, casually unwrapping one for himself, savoring the flavor as he blew a series of bubbles resembling bluebells from his mouth. The bubbles floated in the hall, remaining intact even upon contact with objects. Nia mimicked blowing bubbles, her face brimming with joy, seemingly having forgotten her earlier sorrow about not being able to attend Hogwarts. On Sunday morning, the weather was splendidly clear. Albert sat in the auditorium, dining while humming an unfamiliar tune as he savored pieces of black pudding with his fork. Shelley fluttered her wings and landed between the salad and the sugar bowl, placing a thick letter within Albert's reach. You've worked hard. Albert cleared several plates aside, gently stroked Shelley's back, and retrieved an owl nut from his pocket to place before her. He then picked up the envelope and opened it, revealing letters from Luke, Herb, and Daisy, along with a note from Nia that included a photograph of her blowing bubbles with super bubblegum. What are you looking at? Elia approached and sat across from him, inquiring with curiosity. Letters from home, Albert replied, folding the letter and tucking it into his pocket. After finishing the owl nut, Shelley flew back to her Ollery for a rest. By the way, Albert, are you going to practice at the field this morning? Angelina also came over, sitting beside Elia, and continued. Charlie said there's Quidditch practice this morning. He asked me to tell you that even if you don't become a full player right away, the team still needs substitutes. Oh, it seems I have no reason to decline. Albert nodded, saying, once I finish eating, I'll go wake Fred and the others. Don't worry, we're already up, Fred said, covering a long yawn with his hand and greeting everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Albert. Charlie followed behind George and the others, smiling as he greeted him. You wouldn't believe it. Charlie is possessed by a demon, starting practice so early in the morning. George whispered cheekily to Albert. Charlie sat down beside him and asked, shall we go together? Sure. Charlie, it's only 7 o'clock. A sturdy young man couldn't help but complain. Are you sure we should start training now? The early bird catches the worm, Charlie replied. Isn't eating meat good enough? Lee Jordan, sitting on Albert's other side, helped himself to 2 slices of fried meat, biting into one and mumbling. What is so tasty about worms? Albert hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent the food from spilling out. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Lee Jordan inquired with a puzzled expression, blinking at Albert in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Ahem, this is Wood, our goalkeeper. Charlie introduced a young man beside him. Fred and George, my brothers. This is Albert. You didn't see him flying on a broom last time. He is simply a prodigy. You wouldn't believe it is Albert's first time on a broom, as he is remarkably light and agile. Albert turned his head away, although others were praising him. An inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over him, especially as the attention of those around him converged upon him. Angelina wore a broad smile, silently mouthing. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Clearing his throat, Albert interrupted Charlie's words and inquired, what shall we do if we have no brooms? Charlie reminded him. I have already informed Professor Hawk, and he will lend you a few old brooms from the school. However, do not expect them to be particularly effective. Upon finishing breakfast, everyone departed the castle in groups, traversing the dew-laden grass and ascending the slope toward the pitch. Along the way, Charlie introduced Albert and the other newcomers to the veteran players of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The team consisted of 6 males and 1 female, all of whom shared a pleasant rapport. It was rumored that 2 of the beaters were a couple. Charlie pointed to the sole female player among the official team members, saying, this is the fierce beater, Eileen. Eileen was a charming young woman, her demeanor not at all reflective of Charlie's description of her as fierce. She smiled at everyone. Introducing herself, Mark and I are the beaters on the team, and this is our final year at Hogwarts. And don't listen to Charlie's wild tales. I'm not fierce in the slightest. I haven't forgotten who wielded a bat and knocked that certain someone off their broom, resulting in Professor Hawk suspending you and causing us to lose last term's match. That was merely an accident. I just swung a bit too hard and accidentally hit his leg. You nearly broke his bones, Charlie retorted wearily. Otherwise, why would Professor Hawk have suspended you outright? There is a significant difference between breaking a bone and nearly breaking one, Eileen protested. Besides, he was the one who attempted to knock me off my broom first. Humph. Charlie scoffed, not forgetting the tension between them, and continued, the one beside Eileen is her boyfriend, the devious Mark. Hey, Charlie, when have I ever been devious? Mark interjected with a light cough, extending his hand to shake Albert's. Don't pay any heed to his nonsense. By the way, this rather stoic fellow is Wood, our goalkeeper. I'm not stoic, Wood protested. Last term's second match against Ravenclaw, you stood there dumbfounded, missing several bludgers, looking as stiff as a plank. And yet you claim you are not stoic. Mark cleverly redirected the attention towards Wood. Cough. I was merely observing you elbowing someone in the face, all right? Wood replied with a cough. Was I? Well, that was just an accident. Even Professor Hawk thought so. Accident? The others scoffed at this. Well, it was because that arrogant fellow, Kara, was acting all high and mighty, as if he had us at his mercy, Mark said, visibly annoyed. Moreover, at that height, he only sustained a minor injury. I recall the last time when a Slytherin beater went too far and sent a Hufflepuff seeker reeling with a nosebleed. That scoundrel only received a mild reprimand. Albert felt somewhat dazed. Was this truly the Quidditch he knew? It seemed more akin to violent Quidditch. Charlie, has anyone ever died playing Quidditch? Albert inquired cautiously. Hardly ever, at most serious injuries, but usually, prompt medical assistance is available, Charlie noted. Sensing the conversation was veering off course and swiftly redirected it. Now, allow me to introduce our 3 chasers, Mario, Danny, and Jack. The acrobatic trio, Aaron interjected. Please don't refer to us as the acrobatic trio, they all chimed in unison, adding, and don't presume we can't hear what you're saying. If you all could refrain from causing a ruckus, our chances of winning from last semester would increase by at least 20%, Charlie remarked, feeling a bit fatigued. Having just assumed the role of Quidditch captain, he earnestly desired to achieve some commendable results. The trio's greatest aspiration was to form their own circus and embark on a global tour. Mark chuckled as he introduced Mario, Danny, and Jack to Albert, elucidating the origin of their nickname, the acrobatic trio. That's quite an admirable dream, Albert mused, observing the 3 with curiosity before mimicking a throwing motion. This is simple. Watch. Mario, seemingly out of nowhere, produced several small balls adorned with fabric strips, tossing them in a manner that made them dance like fish, forming a circle. This spectacle was far more enchanting than the muggle version of ball tossing. Impressive. The onlookers paused to admire Mario's performance, unable to contain their applause. I say, you lot have had your fun, Charlie bellowed. Let us head to the pitch. With a sheepish grin, Mario tossed all the balls skyward, then opened his robe's pocket, allowing them to cascade into it. This act garnered yet another round of applause. Under Charlie's stern urging, the group hurried to the Quidditch pitch, first stopping by the dressing room to don the protective gear required for the match. which felt reminiscent of the pads used in rollerblading. Charlie had arranged for Albert to train in flying, acclimating him to riding a broomstick. After all, Albert had only recently begun his acquaintance with broomsticks and needed to become familiar with soaring through the skies. Most pureblood wizards are introduced to flying broomsticks in their youth. George and Fred are prime examples, as they have proven quite adept at flying. In truth, it was not only Albert who needed to learn the art of flight. All newcomers were required to master flying first, honing their reaction times while riding a broomstick. Albert gazed at the broom assigned to him, worn and tattered, with its bristles unevenly protruding, clearly neglected over time. He placed his foot upon the broom, awaiting Charlie's command. "Let us soar around the field." Charlie led the way, initiating their flight around the arena. After Albert took to the skies, he realized that his broom resembled an antiquated bicycle. It was not only slow but also quite difficult to control. However, Charlie maintained a steady pace, effortlessly keeping up with the group, leaving only Lee Jordan lagging behind. After all, Lee was a complete novice, having only recently begun to ride a broom. Though he had demonstrated commendable skill for a beginner, the comparison to Albert was inevitable. Without comparison, there can be no disappointment, and thus, Lee struggled to match the flight rhythm of the team. Having completed 5 laps around the pitch and concluded their warm-up, the others showered Albert with praise. It was noteworthy that he was merely a first-year student, yet he could keep pace with them, indicating that he possessed a solid foundation in flying. Moreover, everyone observed that Albert flew with remarkable stability and executed turns with agility, truly far from the clumsiness one might expect from someone with limited experience. Following this circular flight, the group could easily comprehend why Charlie held Albert in high regard. Once the circling flight concluded, the official players commenced their training, while the newcomers continued to hone their flying abilities. However, the difficulty was slightly escalated this time. As 2 bludgers were released from a box by Charlie, the Weasley twins were tasked with wielding bats, flying alongside Albert's team, and safeguarding them from the oncoming bludgers. This exercise served as a fundamental training for the batters, whose role was to protect their teammates with their bats. Naturally, with the bludgers unleashed, everyone had to heighten their vigilance to avoid being struck, which significantly increased the pressure. Yet, as a competent Quidditch player, adapting to such pressures was an essential rite of passage. Fortunately, the bludgers did not frequently target them, and George and Fred adeptly batted away the approaching threats. What's wrong? Suddenly, Lee Jordan descended mid-flight, catching Albert's attention as he led the group. Albert swiftly lowered his body and landed beside Lee. "Nothing. I just realized I was falling behind and thought about giving up," Lee admitted. He clearly recognized that Fred and George had extensive experience with brooms, flying better than most. Although he and Albert had started around the same time, it was evident why Charlie considered Albert a prodigy. He had become proficient in flying in just a few attempts. Angelina, while not quite as skilled as the 3, also flew admirably and was dedicated to improving. As for Lee, he did not believe his flying was particularly poor. Yet he acknowledged that he could not keep pace with these 4. "I'm thinking of quitting," Lee said. "Actually," Albert replied, placing a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder. "I never expected to become an official player. Do you know why I'm here?" "Why?" Lee asked, perplexed. "Because games are meant to be enjoyed together. That's what makes them fun." Albert smiled at the 3 who had just landed. "I'm just here to accompany them in practice. Besides, I genuinely enjoy the sensation of flying. It has nothing to do with participating in Quidditch matches." "You must enjoy that feeling too," Albert remarked with a smile at Lee. "All right, let us keep going." "The feeling of flying?" Lee murmured. He could not deny that Albert was right. He indeed relished the experience of soaring on a broom, which was one of the many charms of Quidditch. The flying practice continued, and Albert lost track of time. By the 15th lap, he began to let loose, attempting to make his broom fly faster and to execute more challenging maneuvers. Unfortunately, this old broom vibrated alarmingly when it reached higher speeds, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. "Is it broken?" Albert wondered, realizing that even when he slowed down, the worn broom continued to tremble. Had he damaged it? Without hesitation, he landed swiftly. If the broom were to break, falling from such a height would not be amusing, especially since he had yet to learn the cushioning charm. "What is the matter?" George inquired, puzzled. "My broom is shaking. It feels like it's about to break," Albert said, his expression one of resignation. "It's probably just too old. My broom also shudders when I fly too high," Fred responded, glancing with exasperation at George. "Mine tends to veer slightly to the left." George added, sharing his own broom's quirks. "I'll refrain from flying for now," Albert decided, gesturing toward a book on Quidditch history in the changing room, which Charlie had specially borrowed for them. As Charlie put it, no Quidditch enthusiast should be without knowledge of this book. "Well, take your time with that. We'll go fly for a bit longer," Fred said, glancing at Albert's broom left beside him before turning to join the others outside the changing room. Albert picked up the book and his flying broomstick, making his way to the audience seats. He found a spot in Open Quidditch Through the Ages. Immersing himself in its pages, the name Quidditch is derived from its place of origin, Quidditch Marsh. Albert's understanding of Quidditch is confined to the most rudimentary knowledge. As for the origin of its name, it is both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. In the 11th century, the diary of the witch Gertie Kettle, who resided near the Quidditch Marshes, contains relevant accounts. One day, a group of individuals rode on flying broomsticks, playing a game above the marshes. Only for the ball to fall into Gertie's vegetable patch, where it was confiscated. Undeterred, the players returned the next day, crafting a new ball and beginning to throw it into the woods at one end of the marsh to score. On the third day, the players acquired 2 stones, soaring through the air, attempting to knock each other off their broomsticks. Thus, the earliest form of the quaffle, the scoring hoops, and the bludgers came into existence. Albert gently turned to the next page. In the year 1269, during a Quidditch match, the head of the Wizarding Council, Barbarous Bragg, attended to observe. He informed the players on the field that whoever could capture the golden snitch would be rewarded with 150 galleons. At that time, the pursuit of the snitch was highly fashionable, and any wizard who succeeded in catching it would achieve great renown. Thus, the golden snitch became intrinsically linked to the game of Quidditch. Subsequently, the sport established specialized seekers whose sole responsibility was to capture the snitch. If a seeker managed to catch and eliminate the snitch, their team would earn 150 points, symbolizing Bragg's promised reward of 150 galleons. Was it truly 150 galleons from the era of 1269? That head of the Wizarding Council was indeed quite affluent, Albert muttered under his breath. It was no wonder that capturing the snitch later earned a team 150 points. However, Albert could easily surmise the fate of the golden snitch. Indeed, by the mid-14th century, its population had dwindled drastically due to Quidditch matches, prompting the Wizarding Council, led by Alida Crag, to consider it a protected species. Later, a metalworker from Godric's Valley, Bowman Wright, invented the golden snitch. Ultimately, the snitch became a substitute for the golden snitch, allowing the sport of Quidditch to persist. Albert had encountered the golden snitch, and it was truly difficult to fathom how, at the end of the 15th century, a wizard could craft such an exquisite object. Naturally, given that the cushioning charm was not invented until the 19th century, Albert could not help but maliciously speculate how Quidditch players prior to that era managed to overcome the sorrows of the bludgers while competing on their flying brooms. In the latter part of Quidditch's origins, there is an introduction to the rules of the game, with Albert particularly intrigued by the regulations concerning the golden snitch. Aside from the seekers, any athlete who touches or grabs the snitch commits a foul. This implies that there is no possibility for a player to seize the snitch and hand it over to their seeker in a clever maneuver. The match only concludes when the snitch is caught. Of course, there exists another scenario where the match can also end upon mutual agreement between the captains of both teams, which can simply be understood as one side conceding defeat. In any form of competition, conceding is always permissible. Albert continued to peruse, discovering several intriguing regulations. In the event of injuries during a Quidditch match, teams are not permitted to substitute other players. However, they are allowed to tend to the injured athletes. If a player must leave the field, the team will continue the match without the injured player. Thus, it appears there are no substitutes. Albert stumbled upon yet another conundrum. In the absence of player substitutions, why did Charlie seek out potential reserves? It dawned upon him that these were indeed genuine substitutes. A wry smile crept upon Albert's face as he surmised that several team members were set to graduate next year, compelling Charlie to diligently scout for players who could fill their positions. After all, nurturing exceptional talent this year would be far more expedient than waiting until next year's selection. By then, it would merely be a formality, sparing them from the whispers of discontent. As Albert delved deeper into the origins of Quidditch, he discovered that substitutions during the matches were indeed permissible. After several days of play, teams were allowed to field substitute players to allow the athletes some respite. This was the sole instance in which replacements were sanctioned. Nevertheless, it was absurd to expect the audience to remain vigilant for days on end without rest. In truth, Albert believed that any Quidditch match extending beyond a single day would lose its essence and purpose. Continuing his exploration, he encountered the latter sections of the rules, which detailed various fouls, igniting an opponent's broomstick tail, wielding a bat against an adversary's broom, and intentionally colliding with rivals while airborne or employing elbows to impede their progress. Albert was certain that both Eileen and Mark had indulged in such antics. Furthermore, players, save for the goalkeeper, had likely engaged in similar infractions. Grabbing an opponent's broom tail to hinder their speed or obstruct their advancement was a notorious tactic, as exemplified by Malfoy's maneuver against Potter. Naturally, violations of these rules typically resulted in penalties, with more severe transgressions leading to suspensions. Mark served as a prime illustration of this, having frequently committed fouls through deliberate collisions. Should he employ his elbow to unseat an opposing seeker, Albert mused that he, too, might resort to such tactics. After all, gaining a significant advantage in this manner would be undeniably tempting. Albert maliciously pondered, could that 3-month-long match have come about in such a manner? Both sides had managed to knock each other's seekers out of the game, yet no one captured the golden snitch, and neither side was willing to concede defeat. Thus, the match must inevitably continue. Upon noticing someone approaching, Albert turned his head to see Charlie and his group had finished their training. Charlie inquired, why didn't you practice flying? The broom seems to have some issues. It shakes quite severely. It's probably too old. These brooms have been used for quite some time at the school, and they all have their quirks. Charlie sighed lightly and beckoned to a few players still soaring in the sky. George, Fred, and the rest of you, come down for a tactical analysis. Is training over? Fred and the others descended, gathering around Charlie with curiosity. Not yet. I'll be discussing Quidditch tactics shortly. So you all should join. But we've already heard it. You talked about it all summer. The twins exchanged glances, each chiming in. Be quiet. Angelina was pleased that Charlie was including them in the discussion. After placing the bludgers and quaffles into the box, Charlie led them into the changing room. He stood before the blackboard, commencing his explanation of the Quidditch tactics he had devised over the summer. During his exposition, Charlie employed familiar terminology, formations like the eagle head attack and the Pakov lure. Albert listened with half comprehension, feeling as though he were in an English class in a past life. However, the tactic that piqued Albert's interest the most was the Transylvanian feint. He learned this term from Charlie, who had forbidden Mark from using it in matches. Inquiring from Wood beside him, Albert received clarification. According to Wood, the Transylvanian feint involved feigning an intention to harm an opponent, such as pretending to punch, elbowing the chest, or even poking the eyes. As long as contact was not made, all feints were deemed legitimate. Mark was particularly skilled at this tactic, often brandishing his bat in mock attacks or elbowing opponents, even intimidating them by colliding with them on his broom. No one could predict whether Mark's next Transylvanian feint would be genuine or a ruse. After all, no one wished to be struck directly. It was far more bothersome than being targeted by a bludger. When targeted by a bludger, one could rely on their beaters for assistance, but when under Mark's scrutiny, the only recourse was to hope for the best. This created considerable pressure for the opponents marked by Mark. As for actually striking someone, that would undoubtedly lead to a foul. Mark's excuses were always quite plausible. He would claim his Transylvanian feint had simply gone awry, and his contrition would be impeccable. Regardless, a foul would be called, but such instances were not severe, at worst. They would result in handing the bludger over to the opponent, leaving the player who endured an elbow or bat strike quite unfortunate. Truth or deception? Albert mused. Look. Charlie, Albert knows the secret of the Transylvanian feint. How can you not understand it? A feint must blend truth and falsehood. Otherwise, how can it intimidate the opponent? Mark exaggeratedly swung his bat. Now, everyone sees me lift this bat. They all have to scurry away. Don't quibble. You know very well what happened last semester. Charlie admonished sternly. In any case, you are not permitted to use the Transylvanian feint in matches again. Understood? All right. Mark winked. What happened last year? Albert inquired curiously, as the other newcomers perked up to listen. Last year, just before the match against Slytherin, there was a bit of a scuffle outside the pitch. As a result, Jack was rendered unable to compete, so Mark. Danny stifled a laugh, raising his hand to imitate a swinging bat, and whispered, Mark used the Transylvanian feint and knocked Slytherin's seeker out of the match, although he insisted it was merely a tactical mishap. Professor McGonagall was furious and banned him from matches for a term. Nevertheless, Slytherin lost the game because they lacked a seeker. Subsequently, Slytherin students branded Mark as devious. But Gryffindor was clearly unconcerned. They relished Slytherin's defeat, even if the means were somewhat unsporting, considering it was Slytherin who instigated the conflict. After half an hour of tactical discussion, the official players returned to the pitch to practice Charlie's strategies, while Albert and the other newcomers continued to fly in circles on their brooms. During the practice, a minor incident occurred. Fred, who had swapped brooms with Albert, was forced to dismount shortly after takeoff. This time, Fred had to concede that the broom was indeed problematic. Quidditch training persisted until 10:30. There was no choice. With only 3 training sessions each week, and if they did not seize the opportunity to train diligently, capturing the Quidditch championship would prove quite challenging. Of course, rigorous training was reserved for the official players. Charlie allowed the newcomers more leniency, primarily focusing on developing their flying skills and enthusiasm for Quidditch. Without that passion, enduring the rigors of Quidditch training would be exceedingly difficult. After all, whether it rained, snowed, or thundered, Quidditch training would carry on regardless. Following the conclusion of training, everyone gathered in the changing room, where Charlie reviewed the issues that arose during practice and recorded them, planning to address these shortcomings in the next Quidditch training session. Albert flew quite well, Wood remarked as he removed his protective gear, casting a glance at Charlie. He would make an excellent seeker. Is Charlie going to relinquish the seeker position next year? Jack exaggerated. He knew well that was impossible. After all, Charlie was the captain, and captains do not sit out. However, the others concurred with Wood's assertion of Albert's talent. Otherwise, Wood would not have made such a comment. Your brother is also quite good, Eileen suddenly said. If we can't find someone more suitable next year, they could replace us. Why not have Albert as a chaser? Danny proposed. I think he'd fit quite well. I believe Angelina would be a better fit. That girl is more suited to take your place, Mario added, if she can stand out during the selections next year. Assuming she trains with us, that should be no problem, Jack stated. Ahem. Charlie cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion. For certain reasons, Albert had not focused his attention on the Quidditch ball. He had joined Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. The Transfiguration Club? Wood inquired, puzzled. What is that? Are you watching Transfiguration today? Aileen asked. No, Wood replied honestly. Aileen was momentarily speechless, pondering before explaining. You can think of it as a club for a group of prodigies skilled at Transfiguration. Didn't he just enroll? Others were somewhat taken aback. Well, it was now evident to everyone that Charlie had noble intentions, preparing a substitute seeker for the team. Although Charlie himself was a seeker, he was nearing graduation. And once he left, if the team couldn't find a suitable replacement, wouldn't he be a ready-made option? Despite Albert being preoccupied with the Transfiguration Club. If we truly failed to secure an exceptional seeker, it was believed that Professor McGonagall would willingly assist in persuading Albert to join the Quidditch team. After all, they all knew that Professor McGonagall's passion for Quidditch was no less fervent than anyone else's. If Albert were aware of this, he would surely shake his head in disbelief, thinking, "Don't worry, when Charlie graduates, a certain Harry Potter will take his place as seeker." As for homework, before class ended, Professor McGonagall stood at the podium addressing the students, read Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, and compose a summary to be submitted by next Monday. In the classroom, whispers filled the air as students discussed the intricacies of transforming a matchstick into a needle, a feat only a few could achieve, while most could merely make their matchsticks undergo minor alterations. "You all need to hurry. Next Monday, we shall practice turning stones into teacups." Professor McGonagall's tone turned stern. "If anyone has not thoroughly mastered the transformation of a matchstick into a needle by then, they shall face detention. I hope you will take this seriously. The limited time we have in class is insufficient for mastering transfiguration, and I sincerely hope no one will need to visit me for detention." As soon as Professor McGonagall departed, a wave of despondency washed over the classroom. Transfiguration proved to be even more challenging than they had anticipated, demanding more effort than any other subject. In truth, they had all realized that while Hogwarts offered few classes, the homework was plentiful, and mastering magic required copious amounts of practice. Most students regretted not dedicating more time to this in the previous week. No one could truly claim to have an easygoing experience, except for one individual. Fred and his companions turned in unison to gaze at the figure gathering his books. Albert was undoubtedly having the most relaxed year of all. He had nearly completed all his homework, having already mastered transfiguration, and thus had no concerns about detention. He even had spare time to wander the castle and take photographs. "What shall we do?" Lee Jordan ran his hand through his short hair, appearing somewhat anxious. "What shall we do?" Albert shrugged his backpack over his shoulder and departed the transfiguration classroom alongside the others. Homework. Fred realized he was inundated with assignments that seemed insurmountable. "Then let's buckle down. Let me see what assignments you have." Albert deliberately pulled out a piece of parchment from his bag, preparing to read aloud in front of the trio. However, George swiftly snatched the parchment from Albert's hands, glancing at it before letting out a dramatic wail. The parchment was filled with several rows of their homework. The sheer volume made George feel as though he were sinking into a quagmire of assignments from which he could not escape. Fred and Lee Jordan leaned in to see, their expressions falling as they noted how meticulously Albert had recorded everything, even including the astronomy assignment. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Albert couldn't help but chuckle and suggested, "Shall we head to the library?" "That's rather awkward," Fred replied sheepishly, "but could we possibly borrow your homework for reference?" George covered Fred's mouth, while Lee Jordan chimed in to finish his thought. "For reference?" "Yes, for reference." In truth, the homework was quite simple. Once we reached the library, "I'll introduce you to some books," Albert said, tucking away the parchment. "You can borrow some ideas from them. The assignments will be easily resolved." "Really?" the trio asked with delight. "Of course not," Albert teased. "I plan to visit Hagrid for afternoon tea. Would you care to join?" "Don't change the subject," Fred exclaimed. Yeah. Otherwise, why not just let us reference your homework?" Fred pleaded, resting his hand on Albert's shoulder. "Besides, how can you be so inconsiderate as to leave us behind for tea with Hagrid? You're going to write assignments too, aren't you?" George also draped his arm around Albert's shoulder. "Come on, I'll help carry your bag." Lee Jordan cheerfully took the lead, and the trio escorted Albert to the library. As they embarked on their homework journey, they felt reassured with Albert's presence. Any questions could be resolved on-site, undoubtedly enhancing their efficiency. Upon entering the library, they discovered it was already bustling with students. They found an empty table and began their assignments. Today, the homework for Transfiguration was not particularly arduous, merely requiring a summary of Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. In essence, one needed to read through Gamp's laws, extract the key points, and slightly rephrase them in their own words to complete it with ease. "Is that it? You finished the Transfiguration assignment in less than half an hour?" The trio was astonished. "I've been watching you copy things. Is that allowed?" "What else would you expect?" Albert countered. "Professor McGonagall instructed us to summarize Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, which essentially means identifying the key points and refining the main content." The three fell silent, pondering how this reasoning held a semblance of truth. They quickly noted these insights in hopes of emulating Albert's approach to summarizing Gamp's laws. Fred and his companions then returned to drafting their charms essays. With Albert's assistance, they spent less time searching for materials and directly extracted relevant content from useful books like Charm Achievements and 18th Century Charms. A 3-foot essay proved less daunting than they had anticipated. As for the Lumos and Nox spells, they had already mastered them. Otherwise, they would have faced an additional assignment. Professor Flitwick also required students to grasp both spells before the following week. Once the ink dried, Albert stowed away the parchment, glanced at the trio's progress, and began to memorize a timeline for history of magic. He found the subject rather tedious. Recalling dates and significant figures was particularly dry. Fortunately, Albert had a good memory. A few readings and repetitions helped him retain the information. After mentally reviewing the dates, locations, figures, and events, he marked off the history of magic section with satisfaction. Fred and his companions were not lagging behind. They had already completed the majority of their 3-foot essay on the Lumos spell. Albert glanced at the proposal and suggested, "It would be prudent for you to compose something of your own." "Something of our own?" they inquired. "Yes, reflect on the challenges you encountered while learning spells, the issues that arose, and the methods employed to resolve them. These are experiences drawn from personal encounters, so there is no need to worry about a lack of material. It merely concerns the abundance of content." Before the trio could complete their essays on the Lumos charm, Albert had returned from Hagrid's and graciously offered his own paper for their reference. "Spare me, I have no desire to revise," Fred exclaimed, staring at Albert's parchment. Realizing his own work was in utter disarray, ultimately abandoning the idea of editing. Filling a 3-foot scroll with text was no simple feat. And since the first-year students were penning their essays for the first time, a bit of disorganization was to be expected. Surely Professor Flitwick would be lenient in this regard. As night deepened, the number of students in the Gryffindor common room dwindled, with most remaining occupants preoccupied with their homework. "At last, it's done," Lee Jordan announced, rising from the sofa and stretching lazily while stowing away his parchment detailing the essentials of the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Drawing from past experiences, the trio refrained from borrowing Albert's assignment for comparison, lest it cause them distress. "How is your transfiguration practice progressing?" Fred inquired. "Not well. I'm only capable of this much." He sighed, displaying his attempt, a rather coarse needle, merely a matchstick shaped into a semblance of a needle. "If you cannot transfigure a matchstick into a fine needle, you shall certainly not pass Professor McGonagall's assessment. Come now, it's a commendable effort. If transfiguration were easy to master, what would become of everyone else's diligence?" Albert retorted, engrossed in his reading, with only a few pages remaining in his 19th century spellbook. "At least let me see it before you critique," Fred insisted, waving his crude needle in front of Albert. "By the way, haven't you finished your book yet?" "Just a few pages left," Albert replied, glancing at Fred's practice results. Noting that his needle was indeed excessively thick. "How should we address this situation?" Fred asked, passing the needle to Albert. "Practice a few more days, and you shall surely succeed," Albert suggested without hesitation. "Isn't that obvious?" George interjected, rolling his eyes. His needle was slightly finer than Fred's. At least it could be considered a needle rather than a blunt iron stick. Fred's creation from a matchstick could hardly be deemed a proper needle. "I've encountered similar challenges," Albert remarked, conjuring a large safety pin with his wand. "First, you need to successfully transfigure a needle, and then contemplate how to introduce more intricate changes." "What purpose does this serve?" George queried, accepting the safety pin with a puzzled expression. "It serves as a reference. You need to transfigure a needle, but it need not be identical. Just an ordinary needle," Albert explained to the trio, encouraging them to give it another attempt. "A needle?" George muttered, raising his wand and pointing it at the matchstick. Upon completing the incantation, a rather ungraceful safety pin materialized before them. "Did you succeed?" Fred asked, inspecting the safety pin in disbelief. "Too many failures have left me lacking in confidence," Albert elaborated. "You must believe in yourself and have faith that you will succeed." "And what purpose does this safety pin serve for me?" George inquired further, perplexed. "It serves to distract you from dwelling on your failures and provides a point of comparison," Albert replied offhandedly. "By the way, how is your disillusionment charm coming along?" George suddenly asked. "I should be ready by next week," Albert said, popping a candy into his mouth. "Why do you ask? You don't intend to make a sneaky gesture with your fingers, do you?" "Indeed. Are you coming out tonight?" Fred chimed in, revealing, "I heard Filch has caught a cold. This presents a splendid opportunity. Just don't get caught," Albert warned, closing his book and glancing at the task list, noting that the reading enthusiast progress had reached 1100. "Are you not going?" George inquired. "I am not," Albert replied. "We were mistaken about you." Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances, turning to Lee Jordan, who, before they could speak, preemptively responded. "Don't look at me," Lee shrugged, clearly disinterested in joining. Well then, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, shoulders sagging in resignation. "It appears only the two of us shall venture out for a night stroll. If you're contemplating a nocturnal excursion, choose Friday. After all, there are no classes the following day," Albert kindly advised. "If you don't rest at night, how will you attend classes the next day? Dozing off in class signifies a lack of interest? There is some merit to that. Let's opt for Friday." Fred nodded in agreement. "What is this about choosing Friday?" A voice interjected coldly, and Fred felt a shadow loom before him. Upon looking up, he found Percy standing directly in front of him. "What do you plan to do on Friday?" Percy demanded sternly. "Practice transfiguration," George replied without hesitation. "Don't think I haven't heard that." Percy scowled at the twin brothers, admonishing, "You realize how many points you'll lose if you're caught sneaking out at night?" George feigned innocence, blinking at Percy. "I heard Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup in years. I've been keeping a close watch on you too. Don't stir up trouble," Percy warned, clearly agitated. having picked up on George's insinuation. Look, nobody seems to care about points, do they? Otherwise, why would they not strive to earn them and bring glory to Gryffindor by winning the House Cup? Do Gryffindor students not care about honor? No, of course they do. However, the reality is that no one seems to treat earning points seriously, thus making the House Cup an unattainable goal. After all, points do not simply materialize. Moreover, repeated losses in Quidditch only exacerbate the situation. Percy is so annoying. I agree. I must advise you, next time you discuss significant matters, choose a secluded location, Albert cautioned. Shaking his head. By speaking here, aren't you aware that everyone can hear your intentions to sneak out at night? Did I just hear someone planning to sneak out? Mark approached, resting a hand on Fred's shoulder, adding with a knowing tone, it's a fine habit. How can one call themselves a Gryffindor student without having ventured out at night? Listening to Mark recount his glorious escapades, Albert's lips twitched slightly as he interjected. Did you get caught by Filch? No. I hear Filch is aware of most secret passages, and he has a clever cat to assist him. Albert articulated a harsh truth. Unless one was more familiar with the castle's hidden routes than Filch, escape would be challenging. Or perhaps you hexed Filch. Well, a Confundus charm is quite effective, Mark replied casually. Don't heed Mark's nonsense, Eileen interjected, pulling Mark away, reminding them that there would be Quidditch practice on Wednesday afternoon. I wager Mark is out on a date tonight, only to get caught by Filch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lee Jordan broached the subject once more. Are you truly not coming with us? Fred inquired once more. Even if we were to explore the night, now is not the time. Lee Jordan retorted with irritation, expressing their limited familiarity with the castle since their arrival at Hogwarts. He truly could not comprehend Fred and George's reckless behavior. The Gryffindor students were known for their audacity, with many wandering the castle during the late hours each year. What about you? George asked. What do you think? Albert replied brusquely, tossing the towel he used to dry his hair at George. By the way, why do you need to take another shower at night? George caught the towel and tossed it back to Albert. A morning shower lifts the spirits, and a night shower ensures a good night's sleep. Albert asserted as if it were a self-evident truth. The three of them gazed at him in disbelief, choosing not to argue further. Fully aware that Albert could always concoct a plethora of convincing reasons when he set his mind to it. Can you really sleep well? Lee Jordan queried unexpectedly. Before he too headed off for a shower, Albert settled back onto the bed, listening to the twins converse about the castle's secret passages. He casually picked up the wand resting on his pillow and tapped the towel that lay beside him. The disillusionment charm took effect, and the towel seemed to vanish from the bed. Albert picked up the invisible towel and examined it closely before placing it over his hand. The covered portion vanished from sight, yet an inexplicable sense of incongruity lingered overall. Albert crumpled the towel into a ball, examining the effects of the disillusionment charm. At times, the sense of incongruity became even more pronounced. How did you manage that just now? Fred gazed in astonishment at Albert's left hand beneath the towel, his eyes wide with surprise. This? Albert handed the towel, upon which he had cast the charm, to Fred. I applied a disillusionment charm to the towel. Impressive. George chimed in, leaning closer to investigate. However, there are still some flaws. For now, this is the extent of its capability. Albert's disillusionment charm had reached level 1. Yet the invisibility it provided remained unsatisfactory. Any skilled wizard could easily discern the imperfections. Some wizards employed such magic to create subpar invisibility cloaks. Invisibility cloaks? Fred inquired, puzzled. I've heard of those, but why are they considered substandard? Albert elucidated that the invisibility effect of the cloak would gradually diminish over time. Look, my hand is broken, Fred remarked, concealing his hand with an invisible towel and winking at George. If you don't look closely, you truly can't tell. Wrap it around your head, Albert advised. Fred and George exchanged glances, a knowing smirk creeping onto their lips. The door was shut once more, plunging the room into darkness as the oil lamp suddenly extinguished. What on earth are you all doing? Why are the lights off in the dormitory? Is everyone asleep? Jordan Lee, freshly emerged from the shower, pushed open the wooden door of the dormitory only to find it shrouded in darkness, frowning slightly in discontent. Suddenly, a glimmer of light illuminated the space, and Jordan turned towards its source, spotting one of the twins standing by the table, turning to approach him. The pale light from his wand ascended along his body, ultimately resting on his shoulder. Jordan Lee's eyes widened in horror as he realized the individual had no head. His expression froze, leaving him rooted to the spot. Frankly, the scene was rather chilling, particularly in the obscurity of the night. Ahem, stop it. You frightened him stiff. Albert stifled his laughter, reaching to pull the invisible towel off Fred's head, exposing him. Is he all right? George inquired as he reignited the lamp, anxiously observing the dazed Jordan, casting a reproachful glance at his twin, as if to blame Fred for the entire ordeal. Who knows? He wouldn't be rendered senseless, would he? Fred reached out to touch Jordan, but Albert halted him. After an indeterminate period, Jordan had yet to recover from his stupor, an anxious atmosphere subtly permeating the room. Haha. Jordan Lee suddenly burst into laughter, startling the other three in the room. Are you all right? Fred asked tentatively. I'm fine, Jordan replied, casting a playful glare at the trio, clearly having feigned his earlier reaction. But you truly did give me quite a scare. George retorted. We were the ones who were startled. By the way, that scene was genuinely frightening, Jordan added, taking the invisible towel from Albert, examining it closely. Tell me, do you think if we use this to scare Filch, it might actually cause him to faint? That seems unlikely. After all, the castle has its ghosts. Albert dismissed the notion, explaining that those immersed in the magical realm possess a greater capacity to accept the unknown compared to ordinary individuals. If one were to make their head vanish and stroll through a lively street at midnight, they might indeed terrify a multitude, perhaps even making the headlines the following day. However, witnessing another's head suddenly disappear is still quite alarming, Fred remarked. Why doesn't Zoko's joke shop carry such items? Albert pondered. Zoko is no longer in his prime, having surpassed the age of vibrant creativity. Although he has the ability to transform ideas into humorous props, his inspiration has likely run dry, Albert casually explained. If he lacked such creativity, he certainly wouldn't be able to produce a headless hat. Headless hat? Fred's eyes lit up. That's a splendid name. Make a note of it. George hurriedly searched for a quill and parchment, exclaiming, one day, we might even create our own headless hat. Before that, you'll need to study your spells diligently, Albert reminded them. What is happening? Jordan Lee noticed the invisible towel was no longer invisible. The disillusionment charm is fading. Albert examined the towel, noting that such a thing could not maintain its invisibility permanently like Harry Potter's cloak. Speaking of which, this item resembles optical camouflage. Has it faded so soon? Fred murmured. Albert picked up the pocket watch from the pillow and glanced at the time, noting that it had lasted approximately half an hour. The duration was rather brief, which left George somewhat disappointed. How long did you expect it to last? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, explaining that the duration of a spell is contingent upon the skill of the caster. As for the disillusionment charm, Albert had merely grasped the basics, were it Professor Flitwick. He would certainly possess the ability to conjure a cloak of invisibility that endures for an extended period. Indeed, a truly adept master of spells would not even require such a cloak, as they could effortlessly invoke incantations to render themselves invisible, eluding detection by ordinary wizards entirely. It was a pity. If the charm lasted a while longer, applying it to a cloak would render it an invisibility cloak. Lee Jordan gazed at the now powerless towel, filled with regret. If only he could possess an invisibility cloak, the entirety of Hogwarts Castle would be open to him. Lee Jordan did not shy away from nighttime escapades. Rather, he considered the consequences of such actions, for Gryffindor's bravery was never synonymous with recklessness or thoughtlessness. Once I return the book, you may borrow it to study the disillusionment charm, Albert remarked, noting the expression on Lee's face. With a smile, he added, the charm can be directly applied to oneself. Would you care to give it a try? Have you never attempted it on yourself? Lee Jordan asked warily. No, Albert replied. Then perhaps not, Lee said tersely. What about you two? Would you like to give it a go? Albert inquired with a grin, directing his question toward the Weasley twins. They both shivered in unison and shook their heads. No. What a pity, Albert mused. There's nothing to lament, the three replied in unison. An invisibility cloak? In truth, crafting a subpar version is not overly difficult. Albert extracted a cloak from his suitcase and cast a spell upon it. The cloak immediately blended into the surrounding environment, seemingly vanishing from sight. Albert donned the invisibility cloak and inquired, how do I look? Wow, you've vanished. It truly is an invisibility cloak. The three of them momentarily set aside thoughts of the duration of the disillusionment charm, reveling in the exhilaration of witnessing the invisibility cloak for the very first time. Albert lowered his head, his body entirely obscured, leaving only his head suspended in midair. Let me give it a try, George urged. Albert removed his cloak and handed it to George, who eagerly draped it over himself, enveloping his form snugly. In the next moment, George vanished from the room. Albert's disillusionment charm indeed possesses flaws, yet they are not easily discerned at first glance. Very well, let me give it a try. Lee Jordan reached out, groping in the air as if searching for something with his eyes closed. Guess where I am? Ahem. Reveal yourself. Albert raised his wand and cast the reveal charm in the direction of the voice. George, who had been cloaked in invisibility, instantly appeared before the three. They all watched silently as George carefully moved, trying not to make a sound, until Fred could no longer contain his laughter. How did the invisibility effect vanish? Upon hearing Fred's laughter, George was momentarily taken aback, recalling Albert's incantation, and peeked out from under the cloak, quickly realizing the invisibility cloak had ceased to function. It was the reveal charm. An invisibility cloak created through a spell is easily countered by another incantation. Albert placed a reassuring hand on George's shoulder, explaining that the more precious invisibility cloaks are woven from the hair of invisibility creatures, yet even such cloaks eventually lose their effect over time. In Albert's memory, the only true invisibility cloak was Harry Potter's. As for those cloaks conjured by the disillusionment charm, they are scarcely worthy of being termed alchemical items. What should true alchemical artifacts resemble? In Albert's recollection, items such as the Deluminator, the Mirror of Ariste, the Pensieve, the Golden Snitch, and the Goblet of Fire are the true alchemical artifacts. Like potions, alchemy should also be regarded as a form of magic. Speaking of which, it is astonishing that Hogwarts does not teach alchemy. The task of the inventor of that magical lamp still remains unresolved. Albert, lost in thought. Albert heard someone calling his name and snapped back to reality. What is it? Why did you suddenly zone out? The three looked at him with exasperation, having been engaged in lively conversation only moments before. It's nothing. I was just pondering something. Since the disillusionment charm can be applied to objects, what about other spells? Albert picked up his wand and attempted to illuminate a crumpled daily prophet, but nothing happened. What are you doing? George asked, bewildered. I'm trying to make the paper glow. And the result? You saw it for yourself, didn't you? Clearly it didn't work, or perhaps my spellcasting skills are inadequate. What are you even trying this for? Fred questioned. Perplexed. Haven't you noticed that the joke items bought from Zonkos employ magic? That makes some sense. The trio immediately recalled the earlier invisibility cloak. Protective armor. Albert began to attempt to cast a shield charm on the paper, hoping to endow it with the effects of the ironclad charm. Yet again, there was no reaction. What are you doing now? Lee Jordan inquired. Applying the ironclad charm to the paper. Applying the ironclad charm to a scrap of paper? The three remained utterly confused, unable to grasp Albert's intentions. Did it succeed? I don't know. You hold it, and I'll try. Albert handed the paper to Fred, instructing him to hold it toward himself. Wait, you're not planning to cast a spell on me, are you? Fred exclaimed in haste. No. I intend to use this as a test. Albert seized a pillow and tossed it at Fred's face. It seems your ironclad charm is ineffective. Fred glared at Albert with an expression of mock discontent. As expected, Albert was not surprised. His current magical prowess was insufficient, and whether he could enchant objects still required further exploration. So, you were definitely doing that on purpose. Fred retaliated by throwing a pillow at Albert's face, laughing triumphantly, only to be met with a pillow from Lee Jordan, while George joined the fray with his own pillow. The four engaged in playful banter until they finally settled down. All right, I'm a bit tired now. I'll rest for a while. Albert stifled a yawn and lay down, preparing for sleep. Good night. Good night. A thought suddenly struck Albert's mind. If he could create some protective artifacts, they might sell quite well, especially in the current climate of fear under Voldemort's reign. However, he realized that exchanging Muggle currency for galleons was impractical. Gringotts goblins had already stated that, theoretically, they would not allow one to exchange a large amount of pounds for galleons. This was not difficult to understand. Wizards seldom needed to use pounds, and interactions between the two worlds were minimal, except for those wizards who frequently engaged with Muggles. Ah. Right, it seems the Ministry of Magic has a similar department. Albert raised his hand to lightly tap his forehead, inadvertently contemplating the issue of finances once more. He considered himself not a greedy individual, yet it was undeniable that at times, the absence of money rendered progress nearly impossible. This was equally true in the realm of magic. Just as Albert was about to drift into slumber, he heard some commotion in the room. The twins were stealthily preparing to sneak out. Were they planning to embark on a nocturnal adventure tonight? Be cautious. Don't let the fat lady lock you out of the common room, Albert advised, not intending to intervene, as they possessed the Marauder's map. Unless they were foolish enough to get caught, they had little to fear from Filch. At midnight, the dormitory was silent, everyone tucked away in their beds. Fred quietly pulled back his sheets, climbed out of bed, and approached George's side, nudging him gently while making a shushing gesture. George sluggishly rose, donned his robe, retrieved his wand, and tiptoed out of the room, with Fred softly closing the door behind him. The two ascended the spiral staircase, entering the Gryffindor common room. It was deserted, the fire in the hearth long extinguished. Rather than leaving immediately, they sought out an armchair to sit in. Fred took an old piece of parchment from his robe pocket and tapped it lightly with his wand, declaring, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. So am I, George murmured, promptly bringing his lit wand closer to illuminate the Marauder's map. As the castle map materialized, Fred spread it out on the table, and they began to search for Filch's name. The irksome caretaker was resting in a bedroom adjacent to his office on the first floor, while his cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolled the fifth floor. The mischievous Peeves was located in the History of Magic classroom on the second floor, and Dumbledore was pacing in the headmaster's office. What about Percy? George whispered. Fred pointed towards Percy's dormitory, stating, he's asleep. All right, let the night adventure commence. Fred and George exchanged high fives, folding the Marauder's map in preparation for their escapade. However, just as they passed through the portrait hole, the fat lady caught sight of them. At this hour, where do you think you're going? Out for a night adventure, ma'am, Fred grinned. The fat lady was taken aback, never having expected someone to be so brazen. Hurry along, George urged, pushing Fred forward. And they quickly vanished around the corner of the corridor. In the dark, silent hallway, the Weasley twins felt a rush of exhilaration with the Marauder's map in hand. Hogwarts was entirely at their disposal. As for Filch, he would never catch them. Albert will surely regret not joining us for this nocturnal escapade, Fred gleefully remarked after confirming Filch's location. I suspect Albert may not be willing to join us until he learns the disillusionment charm, George replied, his tone brimming with barely concealed excitement. Nonetheless, this marks our first solo venture with the Marauder's map, and that is splendid in itself. In truth, the twins were somewhat reluctant to share the secret of the map with too many others. Once we uncover all the hidden passages within the castle, we shall certainly startle those two. During daylight, certain passages were impractical to explore openly, but at night, the castle was devoid of witnesses. allowing for a more carefree exploration, an excellent opportunity. Fred led the way with the Marauder's map, the corridor shrouded in darkness and eeriness, with each turn setting his heart racing. This was an exhilarating sensation. Stop. Fred quickly extinguished his wand and made a shushing gesture towards George. What is it? Nearly headless Nick, he whispered. After waiting for about 30 seconds, Fred reignited his wand under George's cover to check Nick's location. He's moved on, Fred declared. They crept down the staircase, halting before a suit of armor on the 7th floor. On the Marauder's map, a dot marked Fred's location, tapping the helmet of the knight with his wand. A spell appeared beside it, turn mouth into door. The two exchanged glances. Turn mouth? Let me try, turn mouth into door. After dimming the light, George tapped the knight's helmet with his wand. Suddenly, the knight bent down, and the visor of the helmet opened wide, expanding as if a person were bending over to open their mouth, creating an entrance large enough for a slender individual to pass through. Fred checked the Marauder's map, ensured no one was around, and swiftly entered, followed closely by George. They found themselves in a narrow passageway, the ground littered with dust and cobwebs. I wager this path hasn't been traversed in ages, Fred remarked, using his wand to clear away the webs as they pressed forward. The passage descended, and at the exit, they encountered a stone door. Upon passing through, they discovered they were blocked by a wooden door. Where are we? George inquired. The 4th floor. I recognize this place. Fred replied. Some doors, once opened, revealed another stone door behind them. I suspect this is a one-way passage, George suggested, pushing against the stone door. Some doors in Hogwarts are not true doors but rather solid walls that merely resemble doors. It appeared these two were doors. Yet they could only be accessed from the opposite side, not directly from here. George cautiously left the wooden door ajar, but just as he raised his wand, a sleepy portrait nearby grumbled, Mind your manners, lad, we're trying to sleep. Oh, my apologies. George quickly whispered to Fred, we should leave here. This way. I know of another passage. Fred hurried ahead, leading them to a vase at the corner of the 3rd floor. George approached, using his wand to tap the vase twice, turning it left and right. The vase emitted a faint grinding noise, and a black dot suddenly appeared in a landscape painting on the adjacent wall, gradually enlarging until a door was visible. George stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and gently pushed. The original frame swung open, revealing a hidden entrance behind it. Upon entering, they realized it was a passage leading outside the castle, with the exit positioned along the path to the boathouse. The entrance was concealed by overgrown weeds, and more importantly, it was nearly impossible for anyone to discern that a passage existed here. As the twins stepped out, the entrance's stone wall gradually returned to its original state. Who would ever guess there was an entrance here? Fred mused, tapping the rocky wall, which felt solid and unyielding, completely inconceivable as a door. How do we get back in? Don't tell me we'll be stuck here all night, George said, crossing his arms and shivering in the night breeze. Let me see. Fred glanced at the Marauder's map, which indeed provided instructions on how to open the entrance. Tap the protruding stone 3 times? He murmured, searching for the stone described on the map, eager to uncover the passage. Suddenly, the stone wall on the cliff shifted, revealing a hidden barrier before the two. The wall gradually opened, and they hurriedly slipped inside. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, and George nearly caught a cold, sneezing several times on their way back. Are you all right? Fred inquired. I think I might be coming down with something, George replied, rubbing his nose. Let's call it a night. We have classes tomorrow. Fred stifled a yawn. George nodded in agreement. As they retraced their steps back to the castle, upon reaching the 3rd floor, they prepared to take a shortcut to the Gryffindor common room. Before emerging from the secret passage, they had already mapped out their route and confirmed that their primary adversary for the night was still resting in his chamber. As George felt the urge to sneeze, Fred quickly covered his mouth to muffle the sound. It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose, George said, rubbing it again and suppressing another yawn. He began to long for the comfort of his soft bed. You might be catching a chill, Fred observed sympathetically. Let's head back. The two descended the staircase to the 5th floor, intending to traverse a secret passage directly to the 8th floor. Meow. A strange cat's meow echoed. Fred froze, raising his wand to peer ahead, and from around the corner emerged the shadowy figure of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Upon spotting them, the cat swiftly turned and bolted. Exchanging glances, Fred and George burst into laughter, both aware of the cat's purpose. Filch would soon be scouring the castle for their whereabouts. However, they were unconcerned, for by then, they would have already returned to the common room. The thought of the ailing Filch wandering about in the dead of night brought them great amusement. I want to head back and get some sleep, George yawned repeatedly. They navigated through the secret passage on the 5th floor and arrived at the 8th, crossing the dark and silent Gryffindor corridor to stand before the portrait of the fat lady. To their dismay, the painting was empty, plunging their previously high spirits into despair. The fat lady had gone out for the night. In that moment, both Fred and George realized they were locked out of the Gryffindor common room. What do we do now? Fred's expression darkened. They had no idea when the fat lady would return, and Filch was already awake, making his way to the 5th floor with his cat. That man had taken the shortcut through the secret passage, moving faster than they had anticipated. Albert really has a knack for bad luck, George sighed. I absolutely do not want to spend the night here. I would definitely catch a cold. How about we find somewhere to rest? Finding a place to rest seemed far more prudent than risking a run-in with Filch while continuing their nocturnal escapade. But where would be suitable? The answer was the secret passage. There were several passages on the 8th floor, yet Fred was uncertain if Filch was aware of them. Through the Marauder's map, they saw Filch had already reached the 5th floor and was beginning to search for the Night Wanderers. Let Filch search. George scoffed. Still, we should exercise caution to avoid getting caught, Fred advised. He had no desire to be apprehended by Filch. The consequences would be far from pleasant. They would not only have to face Filch's infuriating demeanor, but also Professor McGonagall and Percy, and after losing a substantial number of points, the Gryffindor students would not be inclined to look kindly upon them. Now, they could only hope for Filch to abandon his search soon and for the fat lady to return. On the 5th floor, in the portrait corridor, Filch patrolled with an oil lamp in hand, his mood quite dismal due to a cold that had come upon him unexpectedly, leaving him with a foggy head. No. Still nothing, he muttered as he swept through the abandoned classrooms, straining to discern any sounds around him. His beloved Mrs. Norris was assisting in the search. Yet they had not captured any of the nocturnal students, nor had they heard any other disturbances. Have they escaped? Filch murmured. No, that cannot be. From the moment Mrs. Norris raised the alarm to my arrival here, mere minutes have passed. Those wretched brats cannot have fled so swiftly. They cannot have gone far. I will catch them. Filch prided himself on being the master of Hogwarts' secret passages, convinced that no one could elude his grasp. Unbeknownst to Filch, his every move was under the watchful gaze of the twins. They monitored the dot representing him on the Marauder's map as it traversed the castle's levels. Noting the separation between Mrs. Norris and Filch as they searched for the two, Filch certainly knows the castle as passages well. Any student out after hours would be hard-pressed to escape him, George remarked. Now is not the time to reflect on that. We cannot remain here much longer. Filch may discover this passage. We need to find a place he doesn't know to hide. Fred quickly recognized the precariousness of their situation. Why not check if the fat lady has returned? George suggested. If we can get into the common room, we won't have to worry about Filch. Let us go see, Fred agreed. They left the passage once more, approaching the fat lady's portrait at the end of the Gryffindor corridor, only to be met with disappointment. She had still not returned. We must leave. If Filch searches the 8th floor, we won't be able to escape. Let us head to the Knight's armor on the 7th floor. I doubt Filch knows that passage. If we hide there, he surely won't find us. However, the 7th floor was patrolled by Mrs. Norris, and they risked being caught if they weren't careful. Planning to use the secret passage from the Gryffindor eagle statue to another floor, they were alarmed to see Filch approaching along that very passage toward the 8th floor. Run! Fred hissed, quickening his pace. By the time they reached the 7th floor, Filch had emerged from the statue, immediately hearing their footsteps. Found you. Don't think you can escape. Filch grumbled as he pursued them, oil lamp in hand, with Mrs. Norris racing ahead to lead him to the intruders wandering the castle at night. No, Filch is coming this way. Fred refrained from attempting to open the knight armor statue. As Filch was moving swiftly, if the secret passage was not sealed in time, they would surely be discovered. This was not the scenario the twins wished to encounter. And with the Marauder's map in hand, they could easily elude Filch in the castle. Caught? With the map revealing Filch's movements, it was simply not possible. At that moment, George let out a sudden sneeze, the sound echoing down the corridor and instantly drawing Filch's attention. Quick, Filch is coming this way. Fred looked at George incredulously, urging him to hurry. What do we do now? George asked, quickening his pace to keep up. What else can we do? Fred shrugged helplessly and said, he chases, we run. Thus commenced a game of cat and mouse. This way, over here. As Fred sprinted, he felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood surge. This escapade was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Fulci had just traversed a secret passage to intercept them ahead. Yet Fred remained undeterred. Before Fulci could reach them, the pair had already veered away in the opposite direction. Fulci would never manage to block their path, especially considering his stamina paled in comparison to theirs. The only concern was Madame Loris, a cat far more troublesome than Fulci. She was swift and cunning, making it difficult to shake her off. Fulci's cat could alert its master and was constantly watching them. Fred longed to kick it, but they knew time was of the essence, and injuring Madame Loris would only provoke Fulci further. I hear footsteps again. How can he be faster than us? George complained breathlessly. Don't worry, he won't catch up. This way. Fred, less familiar with the castle than Fulci, relied on the Marauder's map to keep them a step ahead. Out of the secret passage, Fred suddenly chuckled. Right turn ahead, down the stairs. We're heading to the 4th floor. I dare say he must be furious, George said cheerfully. Indeed, Fulci was well versed in the castle's hidden passages. More so than the Weasley twins, but it mattered little. With the Marauder's map in hand, even if Fulci anticipated their route, his detour would only lead him astray. Fred slowed his pace, catching his breath, and joyfully remarked, Fulci has stopped. I suspect he has utterly perplexed. In truth, it was quite amusing to lead Fulci in circles. The chase had invigorated George, dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. This incident would provide fodder for their tales for months. TSK, annoying first years, roaming about at this hour. Peeves suddenly bounced out from the trophy room, blocking their path and gleefully shrieking. Good evening, George greeted him, Fulci's cat is chasing us. Care to cause it some trouble? I'd rather see you two caught by Fulci. Peeves' eyes sparkled with mischief. We want to get caught. Fulci is still hunting us. Fred shrugged, brandishing his wand to unlock the wooden door leading to another corridor. Oh, perhaps I should inform Fulci, Peeves said with mock seriousness. It's for your own good. Then do tell him, George replied dismissively as he closed the door, but I hear your relationship with him isn't the best. Would you truly want to see him in good spirits? Fred waved a hand at Peeves. I remained skeptical of that. Students should be asleep. Peeves suddenly yelled, wandering about outside the trophy room. Peeves is truly insufferable, George muttered, his eyelids fluttering. If he weren't shouting, he wouldn't be Peeves, Fred quipped. Casting a glance at the Marauder's map, noting Fulci was approaching at an alarming speed. Be quiet, Peeves. Fred and George retraced their steps, finding Peeves still lingering in the corridor. No, you should let Peeves shout even louder, Fred grumbled. Do as you wish. Upon seeing them return, Peeves suddenly appeared right in front of Fred, exclaiming, Here, those pesky first-year rascals are right here. Before departing, Fred gestured rudely at Peeves and vanished around the corner with George. Peeves? Moments later, Fulci arrived, panting. Quick, tell me which way they went. You should say please, Peeves retorted. Fulci had no time for pleasantries and intended to follow his cat ahead. He was livid. How dare those students engage him in a game of hide-and-seek? Never had Fulci endured such humiliation. He was determined to catch those students and punish them severely. What is happening? Snape appeared in the corridor, still clad in his night attire. Professor, someone's roaming about at night. I'm trying to catch them. Fulci gritted his teeth. Peeves knows who it is. But he won't say? Snape turned to Peeves and asked, Peeves, who is it? Those two detestable Gryffindor first years, Peeves replied, eyeing Fulci with a smirk. Those little rascals said you couldn't catch them. Peeves observed Fulci's face twist with rage and gleefully flew away, omitting Fred and George's names. Professor. Those two Gryffindor students will surely return to their common room, now that Peeves has alerted them. We must intercept them on the 8th floor. I know a shortcut, Fulci, experienced and quick-witted, said to Snape. Snape concurred, showing no objection to apprehending the Gryffindors and deducting points. Meanwhile, Fred and George, now aware of Snape's involvement in their pursuit, furrowed their brows. We must hasten back to the common room, they murmured. If it were merely Fulci, they would have felt secure, but with Snape in the mix, the situation grew perilous. No one wished to fall into the hands of the potion's master. It was common knowledge that he loathed Gryffindor students. After circling the exterior, Fred and George returned to the 8th floor, only to find the fat lady had not yet arrived. Disappointment washed over them. It meant they would have to continue wandering the castle, evading both Snape and Fulci. Oh no, Fulci is using the secret passage to the 8th floor. We must find a place to hide quickly, Fred exclaimed, glancing at the Marauder's map and realizing the urgency. Be careful not to run into Snape, George cautioned. Understood. Fred felt a pang of anxiety and quickly retreated along the corridor. Heading to the 7th floor could lead to an encounter with the cat and Snape, a combination far more dangerous than Fulci alone. There's a room nearby. Perhaps we can hide in there, George suggested, pointing to an abandoned room on the right side of the 8th floor. No, we would surely be discovered. Fulci's cat is more perceptive than we anticipate. We need to be patient and lead Fulci in circles, exiting through the secret passage behind the Griffin statue. Fred paused to catch his breath, realizing the gravity of their situation, and his mood soured considerably. With a lantern in hand, Fulci hurriedly approached the fat lady's portrait, suddenly smiling. The guardian of the Gryffindor common room was nowhere to be found. Without access to the common room, the students wandering the night would have no choice but to remain outside. No one could escape his grasp. No one. Oh, chew. George sneezed once more. Fred, who was ahead, halted in his tracks, gazing at George with an expression of disbelief. Which way shall we go? George inquired, rubbing his nose as he approached. Fred directed his wand towards the Marauder's map, scrutinizing the positions of Snape and Filch. Without conscious thought, he quickened his pace, intending to circle the 8th floor to evade Filch's pursuit while dodging Snape and Filch's watchful eyes. However, Filch did not pursue the sound. Instead, he retreated to a corridor corner, anticipating Snape's arrival, intending to intercept them before they could escape through a nearby secret passage. When did that fellow become so clever? Fred abruptly stopped and began to retrace his steps. Upon witnessing Filch's intention to block the corridor, a chill of despair washed over him. Snape was nearing the 8th floor, and once he arrived, they would be trapped. Professor, this should still be on the 8th floor. I just heard a noise, Filch exclaimed, his voice laced with barely concealed excitement. You go this way, and I'll circle around from the other side. They won't escape. It's over. We're cornered. Fred's face fell in desperation. There was no longer enough room for the two of them to evade Filch's search. Yet, as Fred and George hurried past the tapestry depicting the giant troll bludgeoning the hapless Baruffio for the 3rd time, they inadvertently discovered a door that had appeared on the wall opposite the tapestry. How did that get there? George asked in astonishment, staring at the door. They were unaware of this door's existence, nor was it marked on the Marauder's map. No matter, let's hide inside, Fred urged through gritted teeth. They opened the door and stepped inside, only to find it led to a dust-laden broom cupboard, housing a few ancient brooms. as Filch and Snape converged from both sides. The entrance to the room of requirement had vanished. The two were left completely empty-handed. Where are they? Filch's face registered a fleeting moment of confusion. He had just heard sounds from this direction, yet there were no signs of life. Had they hidden? Or had they fled? No, they couldn't have gone far. I just heard someone sneeze. Filch's cheeks contorted in fury. He had initially believed he could corner those mischievous Gryffindor students and teach them a harsh lesson. Yet they had slipped through his fingers once more. The stark disparity between expectation and reality left him feeling utterly frustrated. Inside the broom cupboard, Fred and George clamped their hands over each other's mouths, terrified of making even the slightest sound that might alert their pursuers outside. There was no choice. Filch and Snape stood mere moments away from their hiding place. Should they open the door, a horrific outcome was inevitable, as if fate were smiling upon them. Snape and Filch eventually departed, continuing their search for the twins elsewhere on the 8th floor. Naturally, the outcome was still fruitless. If anyone is caught wandering about tonight, report to me immediately, Snape instructed Filch before they left. Upon hearing their footsteps fade into the distance, Fred and George exhaled in relief. Yet neither felt inclined to emerge just yet. They remained hidden in the broom cupboard for an indeterminate time until they saw on the Marauder's map that Snape and Filch had given up their search. Cautiously, they pushed the door open, careful not to create any noise that might attract Filch's attention. That was close. We almost got caught by Filch, Fred remarked. But what was up with that broom cupboard? George raised his wand, preparing to inspect the cupboard where they had just concealed themselves, only to discover that the door on the wall had vanished. What on earth is happening? Fred echoed his confusion, tapping on the wall twice and glancing at the Marauder's map, which revealed no clues. Hogwarts Castle harbors many secrets. Even the likes of Moony, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs do not know them all. George mused, turning to his twin brother. By the way, how did that door even appear? Beats me, Fred replied, giving up after a fruitless examination. Let's just head back. Hopefully, the fat lady has returned. Upon reaching the fat lady's portrait, Fred and George sighed in relief. The fat lady, clad in her nightgown, scrutinized them. Where have you two been? She inquired. Out for a stroll, George promptly responded with the password. Well sung, she remarked. Swinging the portrait open, they hurried into the common room and collapsed into armchairs, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. That was quite the adventure tonight, George exclaimed, still riding the wave of exhilaration. I bet Filch is furious, Fred chuckled. Honestly, I can't stand that caretaker. As they returned to their dormitory, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Though they felt exhausted, sleep eluded them, and they were only roused from their slumber in the morning. Ah, Fred yawned widely, barely opening his eyes. When did you get back? Albert, now dressed for running, opened the window to let in the crisp morning air. Around 5 o'clock, Fred mumbled through another yawn, bleary-eyed. What time is it now? 7:30, Albert replied, shaking his head at the drowsy twins. I told you not to wander around at this hour. You've got 2 herbology classes this morning in the greenhouse. Don't be late. I'll tell you, George said, seizing his pillow and hurling it at Fred, who fell back onto his bed, looking remarkably weary. So, the fat lady wasn't around last night, and you nearly got caught by Filch, only to hide in a broom cupboard on the 8th floor to escape? Lee Jordan, listening to George's tale, found it hard to believe and was curious about how Fred and George had managed to elude Snape and Filch. Or was George spinning a tall tale? And then, when you went back, that broom cupboard vanished. Albert listened attentively as George recounted the location of the cabinet, and immediately recognized the place they were discussing, the room of requirement. It was in this refuge that the two fellows had managed to narrowly escape a predicament. After Fred and George vacated the broom cupboard, they discovered it had mysteriously vanished without a trace. That day, Fred and George had shirked their morning herbology class, only awakening naturally in the afternoon. The repercussions of the Weasley brothers' nocturnal escapade began to manifest. Filch appeared to have set his sights on the Gryffindor students who had ventured out that night. Every time a Gryffindor student passed by him, Filch would glare with wide eyes, as if attempting to identify the miscreants who had toyed with him that evening. This peculiar behavior left the Gryffindor students utterly perplexed. In contrast to Filch's bewilderment, Snape had evidently pinpointed the culprits behind the late-night escapade. During Friday's potions class, Albert could confidently assert that he heard Snape mention the words detention and the Weasley brothers in relation to their nocturnal activities. It was clear that Snape had identified the very twins who had played tricks on both him and Filch that night. To this end, Snape casually concocted an excuse to deduct 5 points from Fred and George and decreed that their potions grade for the day would be rendered null. The two brothers found themselves unable to withstand Snape's penetrating gaze from behind, resulting in a disastrous concoction intended to treat scabies. A single sip would likely poison a person to near death. Before the class concluded, in addition to the usual homework, Snape assigned the twins an extra task, to write a potion preparation report on the scabies remedy, no less than 5 inches in length, citing their woeful concoction as justification. The other students in the classroom cast sympathetic glances towards the Weasley twins, knowing that they were not the only ones whose potion-making skills had faltered. George was utterly baffled by how Snape had come to this conclusion. They were certain that Snape had indeed ascertained their identities as the students who had roamed the castle that night. It seemed likely that, Lacking evidence and unable to catch them in the act, Snape had resorted to this deliberately unpleasant method to punish the Weasley brothers for their escapade. Perhaps he possessed the ability to read minds. Without hesitation, Albert mused, there must be magic capable of discerning the thoughts of others. Snape might very well wield such power. Did it not seem as though he could see through the lies of those around him? Albert was certainly aware of how Snape could penetrate their thoughts. Yet he refrained from disclosing this to Fred and George, as it would render any explanation impossible. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? Lee Jordan expressed his skepticism. I am uncertain, but I believe it might be plausible, Albert suggested. In recent days, you ought to exercise caution. I have heard that Filch patrols the castle relentlessly at night, seemingly eager to catch any wandering students and suspend them from the ceiling like dried fish. You would be the one turned into dried fish, Fred retorted with an eye roll, yet he acknowledged Albert's well-meaning advice. Deciding to refrain from nocturnal escapades for the time being, engaging in such reckless ventures would clearly be an act of folly, especially when directly provoking Filch was far from prudent. Nonetheless, they remained confident that during their next foray into the night, Filch would not be able to corner them as he had previously. By the way, when did you discover this secret passage? Lee Jordan inquired, following the Weasley twins through the hidden route, astonished. Of course, it was discovered that night. Fred attributed their finding of the passage to their last nocturnal adventure. Albert naturally understood the reason, yet he chose to remain silent, silently committing the location of the secret passage to memory. On their way back to the common room, Fred suddenly recalled something and, with a grave expression, remarked to Albert, could you lend us your last paper on the potion for treating scabies? I remember Snape awarded you an E. Lee Jordan had not forgotten how Snape confiscated the paper on scabies treatment before class, only to return it after grading it before the lesson concluded, bestowing upon Albert a mere E, with nothing further inscribed on the parchment. However, when Snape returned the paper to Albert, he did not fail to issue a warning, cautioning him against attempting any experiments in potions class, lest he face detention or similar threats. Of course, Albert completely disregarded Snape's menacing words, verbally assuring him that he would not engage in any such endeavors. It was said that Snape never awarded outstanding grades to Gryffindor students. This was hardly surprising. Snape, being a master of potions, surely found their concoctions lacking in quality. Unperturbed, Albert handed the parchment to George, reminding him, do not simply copy it, or I shall be in trouble too. Fred accepted the parchment from Albert with a smile, assuring him, we will be careful. By the way, what are the grading categories? Lee Jordan inquired suddenly. If the work is deemed satisfactory, it usually falls into categories of O, E, and A, which correspond to outstanding, exceeds expectations, and acceptable, respectively. Albert pondered for a moment before briefly explaining to Lee Jordan that unsatisfactory work would be graded P, D, or T. If you receive a T on your homework, you should be wary of expulsion from the school, Fred interjected mysteriously. Why? Lee Jordan asked, increasingly perplexed. T stands for troll, Albert clarified. It implies that your intellect is akin to that of a troll. George, with utmost seriousness, added, you know, Hogwarts does not admit troll students. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, by the way, remember to invite me when you go for a night adventure this weekend. Are you planning to go as well? Lee Jordan seemed astonished. Yes, I intend to explore a bit. You know, students are prohibited from entering the forbidden section. Albert said mysteriously, if one wishes to borrow a book from the forbidden section, special means are required. What book do you wish to borrow? Fred inquired curiously. The Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk. Why does that title sound so familiar? Fred muttered. Fool. The book we use in our charms class is precisely the standard spells written by Miranda Goshawk. Level 1, Lee Jordan retorted impatiently. Fred indeed was a fool, as George's expression confirmed. Then you must be a fool too, since we're twin brothers. Two fools, Lee Jordan mumbled. Isn't that book our textbook? How could it be in the forbidden section? The standard spell series we currently use is actually a censored version. There are 7 volumes in total, one for each semester. The original title of the book is Book of Spells, Albert explained. The texts we use have had certain spells excised. I once wrote to the owner of Leaky Cauldron, but he informed me that the book is no longer available for purchase, having ceased sales decades ago. The only edition currently available is the revised version we are using. All 3 had heard of Miranda Goshawk. It is said that any child from a wizarding family would likely know of this renowned witch. Her Book of Spells has been translated into 72 languages. However, some of the darker curses contained within the Book of Spells sparked controversy, leading to intervention by the Ministry of Magic. As a result, Miranda Goshawk revised the book, giving rise to the standard spell series used by Hogwarts students in charms class. It is said that Miranda Goshawk was not pleased about this, not due to the editing of the standard spell series but rather because of the complete denial of the darker curses in her original work. Miranda Goshawk once pointed out that including moderately aggressive spells in textbooks helps prevent students from resorting to more dangerous spells to settle disputes. Albert, in fact, supported this viewpoint. As they walked and chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the tapestry depicting the ogre beating the foolish Barnaby on the 8th floor. Are you still searching for that missing broom cupboard? Albert noticed the tapestry beside him and immediately understood why the twins had come here. We've been here several times. George said as he looked around to ensure no one was nearby. He whispered to Albert, I feel like you could help us find that broom cupboard. You seem quite concerned about that broom cupboard, Albert said, wearing an odd expression. Well, George conceded, I guess you know how to enter the room of requirement. Yet, Albert had no intention of revealing the secret of the room of requirement to them at that moment. Yes, a little concerned, Fred nodded. Albert approached the wall and pretended to knock on the wall opposite the tapestry. He then turned to the two and inquired, at that time, it was here that you discovered the door to the broom cupboard, correct? Indeed, it was here, Fred nodded repeatedly. At that moment, there was nothing here, and then, during one of your passes, the door simply appeared? Albert continued to probe. Are you certain it was a door and not merely the entrance to the broom cupboard? Yes. That door was certainly not the broom cupboard's entrance. It appeared without any forewarning, George interjected. We were almost caught by Filch and had to hide inside. At that time. You sought to evade Filch? Albert asked again. Yes, we truly wanted to find a place to conceal ourselves. Then, now face this wall and attempt to find a spot to hide. Albert began to guide their thoughts. Fred and George exchanged glances and, following Albert's suggestion, made an attempt. Naturally, it was unsuccessful. It seems it won't work? Albert murmured. Perhaps it is merely a broom cupboard that can move within the castle. Or it only manifests when truly needed. Albert's words, shrouded in ambiguity, are perfectly suited for deceiving others. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fred's eyes. They had attempted several times yet still failed to locate the elusive broom cupboard. Bringing Albert along was undoubtedly an attempt to enlist his help in uncovering its whereabouts, as they were well aware of his keen intellect. In truth, Albert's analysis held a semblance of validity. A broom cupboard that could move freely within the castle? One that only materializes when genuinely needed? A cupboard that appears consistently during certain time frames? Regardless of the nature, Fred and George were indifferent, after all. It was merely a broom cupboard. Their sole desire was to unravel the mystery surrounding it, simply to satiate their curiosity. However, it seemed that deciphering this enigma was no simple task. Actually, do not confine your thinking to just the broom cupboard, Albert suddenly interjected. A moving broom cupboard? I sense that the school's secrets are of a more profound nature. What does that imply? The trio redirected their focus to Albert. You have mentioned it yourselves. Albert reminded them. The door is not merely a door to the broom cupboard, it simply leads to it. Indeed. And then, since it is a door, what lies beyond it could be a room, a mysterious room, Albert mused, his hand gliding over the wall as he spoke softly. At that moment, when you needed a place to hide, the room provided you with sanctuary. The eyes of the three brightened as they inquired. Are you suggesting that the room adapts according to the user's needs? Albert nodded, offering a suggestion laced with mischief. Perhaps one day, when your bladder is particularly full, you might come here to see if a restroom has materialized? Lee Jordan clutched his stomach, chuckling. I find Albert's proposal rather amusing. This noble task shall be entrusted to you, Fred said solemnly to George. Why not you? George couldn't help but roll his eyes in response. What are you all doing here? Percy suddenly appeared, his gaze fixed intently on Fred and George. I heard that a few Gryffindor students were wandering the castle in the dead of night a few days ago, and nearly got caught by Filch. Oh, those fellows are quite something, Fred praised. Was it you? Percy inquired abruptly. Upon hearing that the students roaming the castle at such an hour were from Gryffindor, Percy's spirits plummeted, as he immediately thought of Fred and George. Percy, if you're going to accuse others, you'd better have some evidence. I'll be careful to sue you for defamation, George replied swiftly, having learned this principle from Albert. Evidence. I heard you missed 2 herbology classes on Tuesday, Percy retorted, his eyes narrowing with sharpness as he issued a stern warning. I don't care whether it was you or not. Don't attempt any foolishness again. Ahem. Albert cleared his throat, drawing their attention before continuing. I've heard that Filch knows most of the secret passages in the castle. No student attempting a midnight escapade could possibly escape his notice. While Fred and George had expressed a desire to venture out at night, they were acutely aware of the improbability of evading Filch. Albert cruelly pointed out the flaw in their plan, remarking that they had only recently arrived at Hogwarts and managing not to get lost in the castle was quite an accomplishment. Indeed, that does sound quite reasonable. Even Percy had to concede. First years stood little chance of evading Filch scrutiny. Only those upperclassmen who had spent several years at Hogwarts might manage such a feat. Albert shifted the suspicion onto the older students. After hearing Albert's analysis, Fred and George nodded vigorously and addressed Percy. Don't be so quick to suspect your own brothers. Lee Jordan, standing nearby, slightly parted his lips in astonishment at Albert before awkwardly averting his gaze. For he was well aware that Albert knew about George and Fred's nocturnal escapades. Yet, how could this fellow speak such fabrications with a straight face? Moreover, the argument he presented was so compelling that even Lee found it hard to dismiss. If it were indeed Fred and George who had been responsible, that would be truly remarkable. Yet, such oddities seemed to have occurred. Recently, the nighttime wanderings within Hogwarts had temporarily ceased, thanks to the relentless efforts of caretaker Filch. Fred and George were not inclined to test Filch's patience. Of course, the primary reason was that they were far too busy, unable to muster sufficient energy for midnight excursions. With nearly a month of school behind them, the first-year curriculum was gradually falling into place. Although the number of classes was not overwhelming, the cumulative homework was quite substantial. and both needed to carve out time for Gryffindor's Quidditch practice. Alas, Fred and George's pace in completing assignments was far slower than Albert's efficiency, and aside from the homework, they also had to occasionally memorize important theoretical knowledge and practice spells. Transfiguration, in particular, was a notably challenging subject. Albert's 3 roommates took an entire week to master the art of transforming a matchstick into a needle, successfully passing Professor McGonagall's small test. In stark contrast to the busy and fulfilling lives of the Weasley twins, Albert's existence was undeniably quite delightful. He consistently completed his weekly assignments on time, and memorization posed no challenge for him. As for practicing magic, he encountered no difficulties whatsoever. Even Transfiguration, which was notoriously challenging for first years, did not trouble Albert. Since joining the Transfiguration Club, his proficiency in the subject had only grown. Just recently, after Professor McGonagall had taught the method of transforming a stone into a teacup, Albert had grasped the technique after only a few attempts. Naturally, he always claimed to have practiced for several days before mastering it. Albert also participated in Quidditch training. Although he attended only once a week, not for rigorous practice, but rather to enjoy a game with fellow enthusiasts from his house, relishing the experience of flight while enhancing his understanding of the Quidditch rules. As time slipped quietly through his fingers, Albert gradually grew fond of life at Hogwarts. It reminded him of his university days in a past life, engaging in activities he adored while leisurely planning for his future. Aside from the absence of electricity, internet, mobile phones, music, films, and computer games, the experience was quite enjoyable. Particularly after acquiring foundational knowledge related to magic, his application of spells became increasingly adept. Incidentally, just moments ago, Albert had successfully grasped the fundamentals of summoning magic. Although he could only summon a single blooming chrysanthemum, he had managed to make it blossom atop his wand. Finally succeeded? Fred reached out to take the flower, holding it to his nose and inquiring, "Can you conjure other types of flowers?" "Of course, orchids as well." Albert quickly placed several orchids on the table, murmuring to himself that with more practice, he should be able to create a magnificent bouquet. Impressive, Lee Jordan genuinely admired, knowing that summoning magic was exceptionally difficult. "Look, your package," George suddenly remarked. Albert lifted his gaze and spotted an owl gracefully soaring towards him. Fred and Lee Jordan promptly assisted in clearing the food from the table, creating a welcoming space for the owl to land. "Well done," Albert murmured, gently stroking Shira's back. As he unwrapped the package, he discovered 2 substantial tomes nestled within. Another gift was securely affixed to the parcel with tape. Both volumes pertained to the field of economics. Grandfather Luke, having learned from Herbert of his grandson's burgeoning interest in finance, had thoughtfully chosen a book titled Principles of Economics as a birthday present. The second book, of course, was purchased by Herbert, entitled The Nature of Finance. Albert paid no mind to the books and shifted his gaze to another square package. Upon tearing it open, he discovered a beautifully packaged box containing a small cake. "Wow, who sent you a cake? It's so miniature," Angelina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the box in Albert's hands. "It's from home," Albert replied, lifting the card with a joyful smile. Even without specifically reading the birthday wishes inscribed on the card, he could easily infer its contents. The birthday card was written by Nia, who, in addition to the customary blessings, notably emphasized her contribution to the cake's creation. "Happy birthday." Shauna quickly grasped the situation and offered her congratulations. "Thank you," Albert said, as he picked up a new knife and fork, slicing the chocolate cake into 6 pieces to share with the familiar faces around him. The cheerful chorus of birthday wishes resonated in the air. Celebrating alone is far less joyous than sharing the delight with others. After all, he had class to attend shortly, and carrying this cake would undoubtedly be inconvenient. If he were to stow it in his backpack, it might get squished, thereby wasting the loving intention from home. Moreover, it was important to note that Albert had just eaten his fill. "Wow, you've aged another year. How wonderful," George teased as he savored the chocolate cake. "If you had been born 20 days earlier, you could have started school a year ahead." "Indeed," Albert replied, unfazed, "but entering a year later isn't so bad after all." No one present discerned the deeper meaning behind his words. "By the way, could those 2 books be your birthday presents?" Angelina inquired, peering into the open packaging to find 2 hefty tomes, the top one inscribed with Principles of Economics. "Is there something wrong with that?" Albert asked, puzzled as he looked at Angelina. She felt her lips twitch, her gaze on him slightly askew, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why on earth would your family send you this?" "Just out of interest," Albert replied, not intending to delve further into the topic, instead steering the conversation in another direction. "Don't be too anxious. Flying broomsticks are quite easy to master." "Am I the only one who can't ride a broomstick?" Shauna murmured. "Is the cake not to your liking?" Albert responded, somewhat off topic. "No, that's not it. I quite enjoy chocolate cake," Shauna replied, closing the book titled The History of Quidditch and finishing her portion of cake. In truth, Shauna couldn't help but feel nervous. She sensed that among the new Gryffindors, she might be the only one unable to ride a broomstick, and that thought was disheartening. Just days prior, an announcement had been posted in the Gryffindor common room regarding the flying lessons scheduled for Thursday. Flying had undoubtedly become a popular topic among the new students, as daily conversations were filled with terms like flying and broomsticks. However, This matter did not stir much excitement among the Gryffindor newcomers. After all, everyone was aware that Fred, George, and Angelina, as substitutes for the team, were training alongside the official players, preparing diligently for the selection of next year's team members. Albert and Lee Jordan occasionally participated in training, both demonstrating commendable flying skills. As for Elia, the witch hailing from a family of wizards, she had been acquainted with flying broomsticks since childhood, displaying a lack of enthusiasm for flight that set her apart from others. Consequently, when the announcement for the flying class was posted, there was little reaction from her peers, and discussions about flying were notably sparse compared to other houses. One notable exception was Shauna, who came from a Muggle background and had never encountered a broomstick before. She was undoubtedly the most anxious among the first-year Gryffindors. To prepare herself, she borrowed a book on the history of Quidditch from the library, hoping to self-learn some flying techniques. Unfortunately, Shauna lacked the necessary interface to directly enhance her skills, and the book could not impart the ability to ride a broomstick directly. However, there was no need for concern, as riding a broomstick is not as daunting as one might believe. Have you ever ridden a bicycle? Albert understood Shauna's apprehension. It was akin to the nervousness felt by first-time flyers. The initial experience of mounting a broomstick naturally provoked anxiety, particularly due to her lack of self-confidence. Truthfully, confidence is an essential element. Albert's confidence stemmed from his own panel. He was certain he would never fail and was bold enough to try, knowing he could always enhance his skills through the panel. After all, his reservoir of accumulated experience provided ample reassurance. Riding a broomstick is akin to riding a bicycle, he comforted. At first, there will be someone to guide you, and with a few attempts, you will surely master it. Really? Shauna asked skeptically. Indeed. Albert affirmed with a nod. You should have a bit of faith in yourself. Beside them, Lee Jordan wore an expression of disbelief. Although he had never ridden what one might call a bicycle, he was confident that Albert was merely spinning tales to persuade someone else. You may be impressive, but Shauna is not you. Moments before the flying class commenced that afternoon, Albert and the Gryffindor students hurried towards their class venue, where they would attend flying lessons alongside the Slytherin students. Fred expressed his confusion as to why the flying lessons were not held in the Quidditch pitch. Instead, they were conducted on a flat lawn outside the castle. Who knows? Lee Jordan replied dismissively, asserting that it mattered little where the class took place. Hurry up, or you'll be late, Angelina urged, seemingly eager to commence their first flying lesson. Don't worry, we have 5 minutes to spare. Ample time to reach there, Albert reassured. Gazing ahead at the lawn, the Slytherin students were already present, assisting Madame Hooch in setting up the broomsticks. Madame Hooch, a short-haired woman with a hooked nose and hawk-like sharp eyes, gave the impression of an eagle poised to swoop down upon its prey when mounted on a broomstick. The flying lessons' content closely mirrored what Charlie had taught them. The first exercise involved getting the broomstick to leap into their hands. Most of the Gryffindor students succeeded after a few attempts, with only Shauna being the exception. Her broom remained stubbornly still. Ultimately, she bent down and picked up the broom, eliciting a wave of laughter from her peers. Witnessing this, Madame Hooch subtly shook her head. Don't fret. Only a few can accomplish this effortlessly. Angelina indicated to the flushed Shauna, directing her gaze towards the Slytherin students across from them, whose predicament was not much better. Those who had just mocked her were now struggling with their own broomsticks. Next came the instruction on how to properly mount the broom and grip it with both hands. Madame Hooch walked among the students, correcting their grips, and was astonished by the proficiency displayed by the Gryffindors, rewarding them with 5 points, much to the discontent of the Slytherin students who were being reprimanded. Following this, they practiced taking off and landing. Shauna found herself in a particularly precarious position. As her broom trembled slightly, it was uncertain whether it was the broom quaking or her own nerves. After concluding the brief tutorial, Madame Hooch permitted the more adept students to practice freely. With her keen eye, she recognized that Albert and his friends had already mastered the art of flying on broomsticks. Fred joyfully observed the Slytherin students still receiving guidance as he and George took to the skies, playfully soaring above. Albert shook his head repeatedly, fully aware that Fred's antics were merely intended to provoke the Slytherin students across from them. After all, the new first years from Slytherin demonstrated far less talent in flying compared to their Gryffindor counterparts. The reality was that, aside from the less skilled Shauna, who remained with Madame Hooch, most of Gryffindor had already taken to the skies. In fact, the few of us hardly needed to attend flying lessons, George remarked to Fred as they executed an intricate cross-spiral flight, drawing enthusiastic applause. That was splendid, Lee Jordan noted, acknowledging that he had not practiced on the Quidditch pitch nearly as much as the Weasley twins, even when he joined Albert. It was merely to relish the joy of soaring on a broom or playing with others. However, the Slytherin students were not so fortunate. As Lee landed, he made a pointed comment in front of the Slytherins, instantly generating a wave of resentment and drawing the ire of several young snakes. Am I mistaken? He quipped. We are undoubtedly superior in this regard, Albert added with a nonchalant jab at the Slytherin students. Warrington, keep up, surpass the Weasleys. In the skies above, a capable Slytherin student trailed behind George and Fred, spurred on by his peers' shouts, transforming it into a competitive race. The contest became a measure of who could fly faster and steadier. Ultimately, Warrington fell short against the frequently trained twins, suffering a disheartening defeat. Later, all three received a reprimand from Madame Hooch, yet it was evident that Fred and George were unfazed. They were far more concerned about triumphing over Warrington from Slytherin. "We won," Fred joyfully declared. "Isn't that quite normal?" Albert gazed at the two in disbelief. From the very beginning, defeat had never been an option for them. Yet, for the Slytherin students, such proclamations felt particularly jarring. Did it mean that losing was a common occurrence for Slytherin? Frustration brewed within him. A desire to confront Fred surged. The weekend arrived, basking in sunny splendor. A gentle breeze ushered in the coolness of autumn, and from the window of Gryffindor Tower, one could observe students frolicking on the lawn. As the door to the common room swung open, Lee Jordan emerged from the corridor and promptly scanned the room, his gaze landing on Albert by the fireplace. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Albert, I heard you took down a Slytherin student." The moment the words escaped his lips, a wave of heads turned in the common room, clearly intrigued by the topic. "Oh?" Albert paused, lifting his head to regard Lee with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by took down a Slytherin student?" "In the literal sense," Lee replied. Just then, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room swung open once more, and Fred and George hurriedly entered. "We heard you took down a Slytherin," they exclaimed, scrutinizing Albert before finally saying, "Well done. Next time, be sure to include us." "What is going on?" Albert inquired. "You don't know?" George looked at the others in confusion. "I have no idea." Albert shook his head. "I was merely practicing the severing charm, but everyone is talking about it," Fred observed, noticing the bewilderment on his friend's face, realizing something was amiss. "Stop. I don't recall physically confronting anyone," Albert interjected, "and besides, look at my slender arms and legs. Do I seem like someone who excels at fighting?" He then patted his wrist, portraying an expression of disbelief. On the surface, Albert did appear rather unassuming, at most only slightly built. "It's fortunate they didn't come after me," he remarked, observing the stunned expressions of his friends. "Did you cast a spell on them?" George speculated, doubting the credibility of the rumors. If it were said that Albert had magically incapacitated a Slytherin student, that would be far more believable, considering his magical prowess far surpassed that of other first years. "Careful, or I might accuse you of slander," Albert shot back at George, gesturing for them to take a seat in the nearby armchair. "So what truly transpired? Why are so many claiming you?" "Silence. Do you really believe in such gossip?" Albert retorted impatiently. "Do you want me to spread a rumor that you enjoy humming and dancing in the shower? Is that true?" Lee's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Careful, or I might just punch you," Fred chimed in, since Albert already dismissed it as mere rumor. "Now, let us hear it." "There must be a reason behind this gossip," George urged, gesturing for the others to quiet down and allow Albert to explain. "As you know, after breakfast on weekends, I often wander around with my camera, snapping a few photos." Albert began to recount the recent incident while walking down the second-floor corridor. "I encountered a few Slytherin students who were walking side by side. I even stepped aside to let them pass, but one of them bumped into me. I don't know what happened, but the one who collided with me ended up tumbling to the ground, clutching his shoulder in apparent agony. With an innocent expression," Albert continued, "I reached down to help him up, and then he inexplicably let out a scream, this time clutching his hand. I was utterly bewildered by the entire situation." "Is that it?" His friends listened, perplexed. "Why do people say you sent that Slytherin student to the hospital wing?" George queried, a bemused expression on his face. "How could I possibly know?" Albert pondered seriously. "Perhaps it was me suggesting that those Slytherin students take him to the hospital wing for a checkup." Especially after hearing Albert's account, he appeared to be the most innocent victim in this bizarre episode, as if he had suffered an unprovoked calamity. The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Frankly, if one was unfamiliar with Albert, they might have easily believed the tale. However, when he spun a yarn, his words had a peculiar way of convincing others, leading them to consider the possibility that events unfolded as he described. Albert had just finished his breakfast and, camera in hand, was preparing to take a leisurely stroll while capturing photographs. Along the way, he encountered several fellow Slytherin students from his year, who were approaching him side by side. At that moment, Albert instinctively stepped aside to grant them passage, only to realize that the group was deliberately seeking trouble, intending to jostle him with their shoulders. Albert had never anticipated encountering such a predicament, yet he was not one to be trifled with. When trouble sought him, he stood unafraid, whether confronting it directly or wielding his wand. In the eyes of others, the Slytherin student clutching his shoulder on the ground and the astonished expression on Albert's face spoke volumes. It was evident who bore the fault. Following this, Albert gallantly extended his hand to assist the other, inquiring whether he was injured. The individual likely intended to use this opportunity to topple Albert, but upon grasping his hand, he was met with a firm squeeze that brought tears to his eyes. To onlookers, Albert appeared both helpless and innocent. However, through a distorted lens, the narrative shifted to portray Albert as the aggressor against the Slytherin student. The unfortunate soul was escorted to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey reportedly aided his recovery. In truth, Albert mused, my own shoulder bore injury as well. The three companions exchanged eye rolls in unison. Ultimately, I too am a victim in this saga. Who could have known he was as fragile as porcelain? Upon hearing Albert liken the Slytherin student to delicate china, Those eavesdropping could not suppress their laughter. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin students had always been palpable. "What are you doing?" Lee Jordan inquired, not dwelling on the recent incident, but instead observing Albert as he meticulously carved a piece of wood. "Didn't I mention earlier that I was practicing the cutting charm?" Albert replied, lifting a wooden cross adorned with several circular forms beside it. "This appears to be wood from a protective tree," George suddenly exclaimed. "Indeed. I procured it from Hagrid not long ago, and it's perfect for practicing the cutting charm," Albert acknowledged with a nod. Fred reached for the cross and remarked, however, "The craftsmanship is rather crude. Are you intending to gift it as a talisman?" "If I were to create a talisman for someone, I would certainly ensure it was more refined," Albert retorted, slightly exasperated. "Are you certain that items crafted from protective tree wood can shield one from dark creatures?" "Who can say?" Albert admitted, uncertain of the efficacy of the object in his possession, although discerning the truth seemed a simple matter of inquiry. "All right. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not forget to complete your homework," Professor Broad announced as students began to gather their belongings and exit the classroom. "Professor Broad?" Albert lingered behind intentionally. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Anderson?" Professor Broad inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Albert's. "Indeed, I have a question," Albert promptly responded. "At the end of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, I encountered information regarding Grindylows, which reminded me of the protective tree you mentioned in our first class." Professor Broad regarded the gifted student with interest, smiling as he posed a counter-question. "Are you curious whether the protective tree can safeguard against Grindylow attacks?" "Yes," Albert nodded affirmatively. "Theoretically, it should be able to." Professor Broad gestured towards the outside, indicating that someone awaited Albert. "Theoretically?" Albert turned in confusion, waving to Fred and the others, who signaled for him not to wait. "Yes, theoretically. I am pleased you recognize this," Professor Broad said cheerfully. "The protective tree is a magical mountain ash that shields those who come into contact with its trunk from dark creatures. Of course, this is documented information. The mere fact that it is recorded in the compendium of magical herbs and fungi suggests its effectiveness, but such matters remain theoretical." Albert fell silent, quietly listening as the other continued to speak. Professor Broad gazed out the window, lost in his own memories. "When I was quite young, a friend gifted me a talisman, claiming that as long as I wore it, I would be protected from werewolves, soul-sucking creatures, and ghouls." "Is it truly effective?" Albert inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, it is effective." Professor Broad nodded in affirmation. "Of course, its efficacy is not as exaggerated as he described, but the talisman does possess the ability to deter certain dark entities. It can indeed shield you from unnecessary disturbances during your travels." "Is the talisman made from the wood of the yew tree?" Albert had already discerned the implication of Professor Broad's words. "Yes, but over time, the talisman's potency has gradually diminished," Professor Broad acknowledged. Albert fell silent, pondering the veracity of Professor Broad's words. Could it be that the amulet crafted from yew wood was truly so effective? After the amulet had ceased to function, I sought another from him, but he refused, asserting that soaking the amulet in crushed garlic would suffice to deter vampires. Observing the flabbergasted Albert, Professor Broad shook his head and stated that he had followed this suggestion, leaving the amulet submerged in the garlic for an entire day. Subsequently, the charm reeked of garlic. "Do vampires genuinely fear garlic and crosses?" Albert couldn't help but inquire. "Fear might not be the appropriate term. They detest the aroma of garlic," Professor Broad continued. "For vampires, it serves as an irritant, akin to someone brandishing that which you loathe directly behind you." "And the cross?" Albert pressed further. "In the past, Muggles crafted crosses from yew branches, which indeed had some effect, albeit minimal," Professor Broad replied, shaking his head. "Ultimately, the significance of the cross lies more in the courage it instills through faith." "So, vampires are not afraid of crosses?" "Indeed, they are not," Professor Broad redirected the conversation. "Later, I encountered amulets for sale in the marketplace and, having spent 2 galleons on one made from yew, I found it equally ineffective." "Not effective?" Albert surmised. "Not to say it was entirely useless," Professor Broad grinned, "but rather, it was fundamentally ineffective." "Why is that?" Albert inquired. "An excellent question. Why do you suppose?" Professor Broad countered. "I do not know," Albert admitted, shaking his head. "Are amulets crafted from yew wood? Are you familiar with alchemy?" Professor Broad abruptly shifted the topic. "Yes," Albert replied without hesitation. "An archaic precursor to chemistry?" "Chemistry? Forgive me, my boy, but I do not comprehend what you are saying," Professor Broad responded, momentarily taken aback. "The notion of chemistry was foreign in the wizarding worldview. I am referring to the Muggle perspective. As you know, I hail from a Muggle family. According to Muggle texts, so-called alchemy is merely an ancient form of chemistry," Albert casually elaborated. "Oh, I see. However, alchemy in the magical realm is indeed a form of magic," Professor Broad continued. "It is a profound discipline encompassing many elements, regrettably not widely practiced in Britain. Only in Africa and Egypt are there a few courses available." "You believe amulets are alchemical items?" Albert immediately connected the dots. "Precisely," Professor Broad replied, pleased that Albert grasped this concept. "Only those amulets crafted by an alchemist can truly be deemed authentic, preserving the properties of yew to their fullest extent. At the very least, wearing an amulet while traversing marshes or lakes would shield you from Grindylows. Nonetheless, I must caution you against purchasing any amulets available on the market. They are mere trinkets fabricated by charlatans. While you wood is not exceedingly rare, I doubt an amulet made from it would fetch even 2 galleons. Is it due to the lack of alchemical processing? Albert retorted. Exactly, Professor Broad affirmed, gazing at Albert. I presume you wish to craft an amulet from wood? Yes. I intend to create one for my sister. As her birthday is approaching, Albert confessed, avoiding Professor Broad's gaze. He sensed that the elderly man might possess an uncanny ability to read minds, and although he did not feel particularly exposed, he felt it prudent to remain vigilant. With that, Albert retrieved a simple cross he had fashioned recently from his pocket. It was an uncomplicated design, merely would intertwine to form a cross. A product of his practice with a cutting charm. This indeed is an amulet crafted from wood. Professor Broad examined the cross, scrutinizing it closely before jesting, however. It is of exceedingly poor quality. I dare say it would struggle to sell for 2 galleons. Albert understood that Professor Broad was merely jesting and paid it no mind. If you wish to create a talisman, I recommend exploring literature pertaining to alchemy, Professor Broad suddenly suggested. Were it anyone else, I might hesitate to endorse such a pursuit, as it is at least a 3rd-year elective level of difficulty. However, I trust this will pose no challenge for you. Do you have any recommendations? Albert inquired. A simple guide to alchemy is an introductory text. I prefer to refer to it as Alchemy for Dummies, Professor Broad replied, glancing at his pocket watch. Very well, I have another class soon. If you wish to discuss the topic of defense against the dark arts further, I suggest you visit me in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office this weekend. Does Mars have no moons? Fred was diligently working on his homework. Not long ago, he realized he had forgotten about his astronomy assignment and now had to hastily complete it. Mars has 2 moons, albeit they are rather small. Albert responded while flipping through his book to address Fred's query. The closer a planet is to the sun, the less likely it is to possess moons. Mercury and Venus, for instance, have no moons. Which of Mercury and Venus is nearer to the sun? Fred continued to inquire. Mercury is closer to the sun. Finally catching up, Fred yawned and passed the parchment across the table to Albert. The astronomy assignment required him to create a diagram of the solar system, detailing the major planets and labeling both their names and the number of their moons. Albert glanced at the celestial chart on the parchment and immediately identified the flaw in Fred's assignment, remarking that the positions of Saturn and Jupiter were mistakenly reversed. Fred took the parchment and promptly corrected the positions of the 2 planets. After completing his homework, Fred stretched lazily and turned to George, inquiring, Have you finished yet? George replied nonchalantly, I completed it ages ago. Fred feigned indignation, retorting, Traitor, you secretly did your homework without me. He continued, I invited you to work together, but you chose to do it alone. Who can you blame? In response, George rolled his eyes at Fred, recalling how he had once said, Once you're done, let me copy. Lee Jordan chimed in with a chuckle. Yes, that's exactly what you said. And yet, you refused to let me copy. You never mentioned wanting to copy. The twins resumed their usual banter, a testament to their boredom. If they were preoccupied, they would hardly engage in such trivial exchanges. What book are you reading now? Lee Jordan asked curiously, as he diligently worked on today's homework. They had a routine of studying together with Albert, as it provided the advantage of immediate assistance with any queries, making the process considerably swifter than tackling assignments in solitude. It's a foolproof guide to alchemy. Albert turned the book around to reveal its cover, which was indeed the simple alchemy book introduced by Professor Broad. It seems there is no alchemy course at school. Angelina approached, carrying a telescope for their astronomy class, and stood behind Albert, asking, By the way, when are you all heading to the observatory? Class is about to start. Just wait another 10 minutes, Albert replied, pulling out his pocket watch. I certainly don't want to be stuck in the tower with the wind blowing. He set the watch aside and resumed his perusal of the book. Unfortunately, the book was somewhat thin, and even if he finished it, it wouldn't count towards his goal of reading 100 books. The author of the simple alchemy book was Zoko. Yes, the same Zoko who owned the joke shop in Hogsmeade. Albert was genuinely surprised when he first saw the author's name. Naturally, it was easy to speculate about the content of a book penned by the proprietor of a joke shop. This book essentially elucidated the relationship between spells and alchemy. The once grand notion of an invisibility cloak was transformed in this text into a cloak enchanted with a disillusionment charm. Indeed, this object became what one might call an alchemical tool. The disillusionment charm could disguise an object, causing one to perceive it merely as an inconspicuous stone by the roadside or something similarly mundane. However, for some wizards, using a disillusionment charm on a cloak seemed unnecessary. They could easily cast it upon themselves. Albert flipped through the pages and indeed discovered the method for crafting a talisman. However, the book did not recommend the use of protective trees for this purpose. Instead, it suggested employing an expulsion spell. Talismans crafted with such spells could repel certain dark creatures. Yet they also posed complications for the wearer. When one carries such a talisman, receiving owl post becomes exceedingly difficult, as the expulsion spell would likewise drive away the owls. Typically, wizards who resort to this method for crafting talismans possess only a rudimentary grasp of spellcasting, lacking the finesse to further refine the expulsion spell. The rudiments of alchemy also detailed methods for creating various prank devices, which were generally looked down upon by the majority of alchemists. Upon finishing the book, Albert was left with a singular thought, speechless. The most disgraceful aspect was that the book concluded with a recipe for an alchemical item, a garlic cross, claimed to ward off vampires. The mere mention of this struck Albert as preposterous, as it relied on the principle that vampires detest garlic, resulting in a cross that emanates the pungent aroma of garlic. The straightforward method for creating a garlic cross is as follows. Fashion a wooden cross, extract garlic using alcohol, and then heat the extract in a water bath with beeswax or essential oils, thoroughly coating the cross in the mixture to imbue it with the scent of garlic. Carrying around a cross that exudes the odor of garlic seems to evoke an inexplicable sense of humor. Truly, this book brings shame to the noble art of alchemy. Is alchemy interesting? Fred inquired with curiosity. Interesting? No, alchemy itself is not particularly captivating, but this book is quite entertaining, Albert replied, closing the tome and handing it to Fred. After reading this, my perception of alchemy has significantly altered. Fred flipped through a few pages and lamented. This book is far too advanced for us. We can hardly comprehend it. If there were a course on alchemy, it would probably be an elective for third years. But alas, Hogwarts lacks such offerings. Let me see, George interjected, seizing the book. Suddenly, he exclaimed with a loud gasp, startling those nearby. What has got you so worked up? Lee Jordan asked, casting an annoyed glance at George. Look, you surely haven't noticed who the author of this book is. Author? Zoko. George was now thoroughly captivated by the methods for crafting prank devices presented within. The same Zoko from the joke shop? The others queried in intrigue. Yes, indeed. Albert replied, disregarding George's resentful gaze as he tucked the book back into his bag. Come on, it's about time to go. If you're interested, you can always return to it later. The book will still be there. By the way, what piqued your interest in this? George asked curiously as they ascended the spiral staircase. I happened to discuss the topic of dark arts defense with Professor Broad, who recommended I peruse this book. So I borrowed it, Albert said with a hint of exasperation. I simply did not anticipate the content to be quite so unexpected. After perusing the rudiments of alchemy, Albert found his understanding of the subject skewed. Were those peculiar items indeed representative of alchemy? He withheld judgment on this matter. In the dormitory, a group of students who had just concluded their astronomy class now crowded around George's bed, perusing the rudiments of alchemy and engaging in lively discussion about the book's contents. Albert never anticipated that the simplistic art of alchemy would hold such an allure for Fred and his companions. Perhaps this fascination is intertwined with the fact that the book's author is Zoko, a purveyor of humor. Although the title suggests a straightforward approach to alchemy, the content proves to be quite intricate for first-year students. Lacking an adequate foundation of knowledge, grasping and comprehending the material within poses a considerable challenge. In Albert's eyes, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan's extraordinary enthusiasm for this seemingly simple alchemy stems from their association of the subject with Zoko's whimsical props. One wonders how a true alchemist would feel upon learning of this connection. Albert harbored doubts regarding the simplicity of alchemy, primarily because, after perusing the tome, no skills related to alchemy manifested on his panel. According to convention, engaging in listening, reading, or actively acquiring pertinent knowledge would typically result in the emergence of associated skills on the panel. The absence of such skills suggested that the book did not pertain to alchemy, or that the knowledge contained within was insufficient to foster the development of skills. Albert pondered as he stirred his milk tea, raising his gaze to the trio engaged in hushed whispers. He took a small sip from his cup. This seemed like a decent beginning, perhaps. Had he merely nudged them gently? What might unfold in the future? Curiosity piqued within him. Are you going to eat? Albert inquired, shaking the biscuit he had bitten into. By the way, do you comprehend that book? Only just barely. I never anticipated that Zoko would actually be an expert in alchemy. Lee Jordan remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. To publish a book indicates a commendable level of understanding in that field. Expert is a stretch. But I do possess some knowledge of alchemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to create those whimsical props, Albert stated, finishing the biscuit in his hand and downing the remaining tea in his cup. He then stood, stretching lazily, preparing to take a break. Have you finished that book? Cough. Cough. Fred exclaimed, taking a biscuit from the plate, offering it to Lee Jordan before biting into it, only to choke on his words. I have finished it. I'll return it to the library tomorrow, Albert replied, pouring a glass of water for Fred, who expressed his intention to accompany him to borrow more books. After gulping down some water, Fred finally regained his composure. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow, George chimed in, casually taking a biscuit from the plate offered by Lee Jordan and pondering aloud. Have you considered? I don't want to hear it, Albert interrupted. George looked at his roommate. Exasperated, I hadn't even finished my thought. Your little schemes are hardly a mystery, Albert remarked, a knowing expression on his face. Let me remind you that alchemy is at least a third-year subject, far too advanced for you at this stage. I dare say you might not even grasp that book. I find it hard to believe you couldn't understand it, Fred retorted, pursing his lips. If you genuinely struggled, Albert clearly wouldn't have finished the entire book. As wrestling with a book you cannot comprehend is undoubtedly a torturous endeavor. This fellow clearly lacks such a penchant. Understanding and application are two different matters, Albert cautioned. Alchemy is not as simplistic as you presume. That book is merely a jest. We never claimed we wanted to master alchemy. Fred replied with a cunning glint in his eyes. We simply wished, all right, the alchemy you desire, Albert mused, retrieving a rough-hewn cross from the pocket of his robe and tossing it to George. This amulet I crafted will protect you from dark creatures. If you wish to learn, first master the cutting spell, and I shall teach you. You're just trying to scare us, Fred exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. And don't you think this cross is rather unappealing? Albert solemnly stated, this item is worth 2 galleons. 2 galleons. Fred and George's voices involuntarily rose a pitch as they scrutinized the rough cross, seemingly attempting to comprehend why this trinket warranted such a price. You can sell it, can't you? Nearby, Lee Jordan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Albert. After a month of acquaintance, he had come to understand his roommate's character. When it came to deceiving others, he was 6 parts truth and 4 parts fabrication, capable of leaving the uninformed utterly bewildered. Precisely, Albert replied. The effect of this object is akin to that of the talisman described in that book, and it is crafted from the wood of a protective tree. Most talismans available on the market are made from the protective tree as well. They merely differ in style and are more finely crafted, but essentially, they're all the same. Is this thing effective? Fred queried skeptically. On the contrary, its efficacy is quite poor. Albert paused and continued, according to the book. If you soak the cross in garlic for a few days, then dry it out and marinate it several times, you will end up with a cross that is replete with the aroma of garlic. That's not a bad idea. The cross can be a gift to me. Since you can always make another one, Fred remarked. But where are we to find garlic? He seemed genuinely intrigued. A garlic-flavored cross? I hear it even has the power to repel dark creatures. You could jot it down on parchment and try it out after the Christmas holidays. Albert's lips twitched. He had merely been jesting, yet these fellows took him seriously. He had no desire for their antics to fill the entire dormitory with the scent of garlic. As for how the twins might manage to get themselves into trouble during the Christmas break, that was no concern of his. There should be garlic in the school kitchen. George suddenly interjected, perhaps we could ask the house elves to procure some. If you desire garlic, the house elves would surely be willing to provide some. But if they were to catch sight of that mischievous grin on Albert's face, even if they agreed to give you garlic, would you dare waste it so? All right. Fred recoiled slightly. If Professor McGonagall discovered they were wastefully depleting the school's garlic supply, their homes would likely receive a furious letter. George, with a spark of ingenuity, suggested, we could gather garlic from the kitchen and then plant it in Hagrid's garden, thus eliminating any concerns regarding a garlic shortage. That's a splendid idea. The others nodded in unison, praising the notion. What a peculiar scheme this is. Albert listened in astonishment as the 3 individuals prepared to plant garlic, his mouth agape in disbelief. For the first time, he felt a disconnection in thought with his roommates. Are you truly planning to grow garlic yourselves? He inquired. Of course. The twins replied in unison. Do you know how to cultivate garlic? Albert asked cautiously. Not at all, but Hagrid will surely know, they responded. Albert's facial muscles twitched momentarily, refraining from further inquiries, as he presumed that Hagrid would likely disapprove of their meddling in his garden. Ever since Albert had exhibited a flair for potions, Snape had ceased to trouble him, essentially opting to disregard him entirely. After the potions class concluded in the morning, Albert and George seized the opportunity before lunch to visit the library, returning a basic alchemy book and subsequently borrowing another tome on the subject of alchemy, titled Extraction, Separation, and Potions. Albert initially believed the book pertained to potion making, but upon perusing its contents, he was astonished to discover that it was a treatise on alchemy, elucidating the intricate relationship between alchemy and potion making. While potion making is not synonymous with alchemy, the two fields share a profound connection, with certain overlaps. Some potion ingredients necessitate processing through alchemical methods, and there are instances where potions are directly derived from alchemical practices. The most emblematic example is the essence of white fresh. This essence is obtained through the extraction of a herb known as white fresh and serves as an effective remedy for wounds. Utilizing the essence of white fresh for wound treatment proves far more efficacious than applying the herb directly or using it to concoct potions. The book on extraction and potion making meticulously details the methods for extracting the essence of white fresh, reminding him of the rudimentary alchemical process of creating garlic crosses. Albert swiftly dismissed the peculiar thought from his mind and refocused on the book's description of extracting the essence. Fred and Lee Jordan returned empty-handed from the kitchen, slumping into chairs beside Albert with expressions of despondency, gesturing helplessly towards George. As anticipated by Albert, the duo had found nothing. The house elf had prohibited them from taking garlic from the kitchen. This indicated that the twins' plan had collapsed before it even commenced. I warned you, Albert remarked, observing the disheartened trio. Perhaps you could write home and request them to send you some garlic. Are you out of your mind? Fred exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising. If we dared to do that, we'd certainly be met with a fierce reprimand upon returning home for the Christmas holidays. No. I believe Mother might insist you forego school entirely to remain at home and cultivate garlic, George interjected with a smirk. The prospect of obtaining garlic from home was utterly impractical, even if it were for the study of dark magic defense. Do you have any good ideas? The three of them turned their hopeful gazes towards Albert, as if he were their only beacon of hope. Give it up. Albert shrugged. Of course. If you truly refuse to surrender, I suggest you consider ordering some garlic from Diagon Alley. At this, the trio immediately deflated. If they had galleons, would they even be fretting about this matter? So, let us abandon the idea, Albert remarked nonchalantly, flipping through the pages of his book. Both potions and alchemy are merely extravagant pursuits. What is wrong with the three of you? Shauna inquired, glancing at the listless trio. Nothing, just a bit disheartened. It's best to leave them be for now, Albert replied. Leave us be, unless you can help us procure some garlic. George waved at Shauna dismissively. Shauna, baffled, chose to disregard the twins and instead engaged Albert in a discussion about their potion class assignment, inquiring when he might be available to collaborate in the library on their paper concerning aconite. The primary difficulty of most papers lies in sourcing materials. Having more people to search expedites the process, while the ability to weave the gathered information into a coherent essay depends on each individual's writing prowess. Albert extracted the assignment sheet from his backpack and, after coordinating a time with Shauna, redirected his gaze back to the book. To be candid, Albert hoped to uncover the method for crafting the revealing potion and magical photographs from the texts on extraction, separation, and potion making. In his estimation, magical photographs were undoubtedly linked to alchemy, and he was delighted to find relevant content listed in the table of contents. Just as Albert was searching for the recipe and correct usage of the revealing potion, he suddenly noticed a new panel task had been activated. Moving magical photographs. You have discovered the secret of moving magical photographs and are attempting to learn how to create them. Why not give it a try? Create 3 magical photographs. Reward: 500 experience points in the alchemy skill. Until lunch concluded, Albert pondered whether to take the time to brew the revealing potion for experimentation. The experience offered by the task was modest, yet acquiring the alchemy skill directly would be advantageous, especially since the task involving the magical lamp required proficiency in alchemy. As he passed through the hallway, Albert suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned to see 3 individuals and inquired, "What is it? I didn't quite catch that." "We're considering heading to the neighboring village for a bit of luck," one of them replied. It appeared they had come to a consensus to venture to Hogsmeade in hopes of procuring some garlic to cultivate for themselves. "Ah, well, I wish you the best of luck," Albert said, patting Fred on the shoulder. "In truth, Hagrid likely has some if you're interested." "What?" came an unexpected voice. "Nothing," Fred replied, slightly embarrassed. They were not well acquainted with Hagrid and had no intention of bothering him regarding such matters. Even their earlier jest about borrowing Hagrid's garden to plant garlic was merely a joke. With Hogwarts being so vast, finding a secluded spot to discreetly turn some soil and plant garlic was hardly a challenge. "Garlic? We're interested in researching whether garlic can repel dark creatures." Albert diverted the topic and asked, "Is there something you need?" "It's rare to see you entering the castle. I have a matter to discuss with Dumbledore," Hagrid said, scrutinizing the group as he made his way toward the headmaster's office. Before departing, he turned back and added, "If you do need garlic, I can certainly provide some." The 3 exchanged glances as they watched Hagrid's retreating figure, astonished that they were racking their brains over how to obtain garlic. Albert casually remarked, effortlessly resolving their dilemma. "Is this not rather inappropriate?" George inquired. "Hagrid often cooks for himself and has a vegetable garden, so he certainly has no shortage of garlic." Albert cast a glance at the 3, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, and said, "This Christmas, just help me think of a suitable gift for him." The others nodded eagerly, assuring him they would brainstorm ideas for the holiday. "However, I must remind you, that little bit of garlic will not suffice," Albert added. "Spend some time planting it yourselves. After all, cultivating garlic is quite simple." This had indeed been their plan, and as for where to plant it, the 3 had already decided it would not be in Hagrid's garden, but rather in a secluded area near the Forbidden Forest, a fair distance from Hagrid's cottage. Upon hearing their scheme, Albert fell silent. In truth, planting a bit of garlic could be as simple as using a vase. As for fertilizer, the ashes from the fireplace would serve as the finest nutrient. Nevertheless, Albert had no intention of reminding the trio. He would let them figure it out on their own. For students residing in Hogwarts, weekends are undoubtedly a delightful reprieve. During the weekend, there is no worry of tardiness for classes, and they can sleep in until they naturally awaken. Upon rising, they need not ponder the challenges awaiting them in class, allowing them to indulge in leisure and relieve the accumulated stresses of the week, offering a brief respite from their demanding academic lives. Early in the morning, the Weasley twins' beds were already vacant, as they had risen early to plant garlic in a sunlit clearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This spot had taken considerable effort to locate. It was remote and free from prying eyes. Frankly, Albert found it incomprehensible what Fred and George were thinking, expending time and energy to cultivate garlic solely for the sake of creating a rather ludicrous charm. Perhaps, after all, their minds were uniquely imaginative, and their actions were often unpredictable. Before Albert had finished his breakfast, Fred and George had returned, their robes and hands caked in dirt. After hastily washing up, they eagerly engaged him in conversation about their garlic planting endeavor. Listening to their incessant chatter, Albert couldn't help but internally critique their apparent lack of understanding regarding the concept of planting garlic in pots, politely declining Lee Jordan's invitation to practice at the Quidditch pitch. Albert, as the hour hand of his watch struck 10, promptly knocked on the wooden door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the second floor of the castle. It was worth noting that the last time he had entered Professor McGonagall's office, he had actually dismantled her wooden door. Remarkably, they had not faced any repercussions from her, which now seemed quite unbelievable. The door opened from within, and Professor Baddock welcomed Albert with a smile, inviting him into his office. "You arrived precisely on time," he remarked. "I hope I haven't interrupted you." Stepping into Professor Baddock's office, Albert surveyed the exceptionally cozy room, furnished with several plush sofas and adorned with a bronze-hued carpet. Neatly lined against the walls were multiple bookshelves, overflowing with an extensive collection of books, surely numbering in the hundreds. Blue silk curtains hung by the window, through which one could gaze down upon the castle courtyard, where students were leisurely strolling, chatting, and basking in the sun. "Would you like to drink?" Baddock inquired. "Milk tea," Albert replied with curiosity. "Professor, may I ask, did you graduate from Ravenclaw?" "Indeed, it's not difficult to deduce, is it?" Baddock winked at Albert, raised his wand, and with a gentle tap on the empty teacups before them, rich aromas of milk tea filled the air. Albert added a few sugar cubes to his milk tea, gently stirring with a spoon. After a moment, he raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. "It is said that the eagle-shaped bronze knocker of Ravenclaw is quite fascinating." "Indeed," Professor Broad nodded in agreement, stating that as long as you can answer a question regarding the eagle-shaped bronze knocker, the common room of Ravenclaw will be accessible to you. Albert smiled silently, imperceptibly shaking his head. Although Professor Broad had remarked thus, he doubted that the students of Ravenclaw would readily welcome a stranger into their common room. People are often exclusive. If students from other houses were to intrude upon the Gryffindor common room, the outcome would be all too predictable. Professor Broad gestured towards the desserts on the table, saying, "Freshly baked pumpkin pie. Perhaps you would enjoy it. I, too, relish pumpkin pie. It is delightful when served warm." After taking a slice of the still steaming pie, Albert began to discuss a book he had recently read. "By the way, Professor, I just finished Simple Alchemy, and it left a remarkable impression on me." He hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words before continuing. "It is hard to fathom that the concepts described in that book pertain to what is termed alchemy. Are you familiar with this subject?" "I do not wish to feign expertise in alchemy," Professor Broad replied, shaking his head. "On the contrary, my understanding of alchemy is confined solely to what I have gleaned from literature." "I suspect you did not come here today merely to discuss alchemy with me, did you?" Albert, realizing it was time to conclude the discussion on alchemy, deftly steered the conversation towards Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, expressing his perplexities regarding the text and its incantations. "I am delighted you broached this topic," Professor Broad stated cheerfully. "Indeed. As you have noted, Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense contains scant information on useful defensive spells. However, do you understand why this book is deemed a requisite for the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum?" "Certainly," Albert nodded. "This book aids in recognizing the dark creatures that inhabit our world and instructs us on how to confront them." "Precisely," replied Professor Broad, setting down his teacup. "In truth, for a gifted student like yourself, this book may prove insufficient. The Ministry of Magic tends to frown upon exposing students to moderately aggressive spells." "Indeed, it is evident," Albert remarked, taking a bite of pumpkin pie. "If I wish to delve deeper into the knowledge of dark arts defense, I wonder if you might have any recommendations." "I suggest you consider practical defensive magic and its counteraction to dark arts," Professor Broad said, retrieving a book from the shelf and handing it to Albert. "However, this set of books is somewhat pricey, and the school's library does not yet possess it. If you wish to peruse it, I can lend you my copy." "Oh, how fortuitous. I happen to have purchased this set myself. I find the shield charm and disarming charm quite effective," Albert replied, hastily wiping his greasy hands with a handkerchief before accepting the book. "Of course, the stunning spell and the barrier charm are commendable as well. Regrettably, I am not well versed in counterspells." "Not at all, Mr. Anderson. The fact that you can master such a plethora of spells in such a short time is truly remarkable," Professor Broad said, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he smiled. "I have heard Professor McGonagall holds you in high regard for your prowess in transfiguration. I believe my magical aptitude is quite commendable. Coupled with diligent practice, my progress is naturally swift," Albert mused. "Acquiring more knowledge is never a detriment. It may prove useful in the future. The pursuit of knowledge is not a vice." Professor Broad suddenly adopted an exaggerated expression. "By Merlin's beard, you are more Ravenclaw than Ravenlaw itself. The Sorting Hat must have had quite the deliberation." "Indeed, it seemed the Sorting Hat considered me suitable for all houses save Slytherin," Albert replied, blinking. "In truth, I harbor no particular bias against the other houses, but I chose Gryffindor because of the friends I made on the train." Yes. A lack of prejudice is commendable. Many find it challenging to embrace such an outlook," Professor Broad remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "One day, once you have mastered practical defensive magic and its counteraction to dark arts, your prowess in defense against the dark arts will surely rival that of L." Professor Broad expressed regret, saying, It is unfortunate that this course has been cursed by a certain wizard, rendering the essential defense against the dark arts class somewhat superfluous, leading to the students' lack of proficiency in this area. Professor, is the wizard who cursed the defense against the dark arts class still alive? Albert inquired. Alas, I fear so. Professor Broad nodded. Otherwise, Dumbledore would have surely sought a means to lift the curse, after all. Finding a new defense against the dark arts instructor each year is quite arduous. I heard from my roommate that the Ministry of Magic has a profession known as an Auror, all experts in the defense against dark magic. Why does Headmaster Dumbledore not invite an Auror to teach the students? Albert asked curiously. To be candid, this was also a question that plagued Albert in his previous life. Retired Aurors would undoubtedly make excellent defense against the dark arts professors, possessing vast experience that could greatly benefit the students with just a modicum of knowledge shared. Many are fearful, Professor Broad replied, blinking. Albert felt a flash of disdain in Professor Broad's gaze as he spoke. Fearful? They consider the profession inauspicious, apprehensive of curses. And few professors depart this position unscathed. Professor Broad displayed no concern for his safety in this role, noting that the Ministry of Magic is also reluctant to witness such outcomes. Professor, I have another question, Albert continued. What is it? Has Headmaster Dumbledore ever contemplated abolishing the defense against the dark arts course, selecting a new subject instead, or merely renaming it? Albert articulated his past thoughts. Since Voldemort cursed the defense against the dark arts class, perhaps if the course were to vanish, the curse would dissipate as well. As for the name of the class, it could easily be rebranded as Defense Class or Self-Defense Class. It is merely a title. Professor Broad chuckled, genuinely amused, as if he had heard something particularly entertaining. You make a valid point. After all, defense against the dark arts is merely a name, and relinquishing it when necessary is not out of the question. Professor Broad concurred with Albert's perspective, stating, I imagine Dumbledore has contemplated this matter. But the wizard who placed the curse on the defense against the dark arts class remains alive. Perhaps if we discard this title, he might bestow a curse upon the new class. While this explanation seemed reasonable, Albert sensed it was merely an excuse. Nonetheless, he refrained from pressing further, allowing the topic to come to a close. If you master the spell's impractical defensive magic and its counteraction to dark arts, you may borrow defensive and deterrent charms from the library. This book contains a plethora of powerful defensive spells that should satisfy your needs, Professor Broad continued. However, there are some things you must understand. What you perceive is merely the surface of magic. The true marvel of magic lies in its capacity to undergo subtle transformations driven by your imagination. Powerful spells do not encompass everything, sometimes. A simple incantation can effortlessly resolve an issue. As Albert pondered the meaning of these words, Professor Broad interjected, Well, lunch hour approaches. You would do well not to miss it. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Most students hold their professors in such reverence that it is rare for them to engage in a candid discussion as we have. I too have gained much from this exchange and look forward to our next conversation. Albert nodded respectfully to Professor Broad before turning to leave the defense against the dark arts office. As October unfolded, Hogwarts Castle found itself engulfed in a tempest of wind and rain. Days of relentless downpour had precipitated a sharp drop in temperature, with the chill permeating the castle under the shroud of rain. Upon realizing he had caught a cold, Albert promptly made his way to the school infirmary. There, he received a revitalizing tonic from Nurse Pomfrey, and the effects of the concoction were immediate. However, a rather unfortunate side effect was that those who consumed the potion would experience a sensation akin to smoke emanating from their ears for several hours. As a result, the Weasley twins found great amusement in this predicament. Yet, before long, they too began to experience the same phenomenon. For the Weasley twins, this seemed to be a source of entertainment, as they deliberately emitted sounds reminiscent of a train whistle, prompting laughter from their peers. Outside, the rain continued to pour. The Gryffindor common room was ablaze with light, with a roaring fire in the hearth, providing warmth and comfort. At this moment, Albert sat by a window alongside his roommates, diligently working on their homework. Do you think the garlic sprouts might rot from all this rain? It has been pouring for several days now, he pondered. George lifted his gaze toward the dreary curtain of rain outside, appearing quite despondent. Be careful. If I were you, I would focus on your homework, Albert advised. Don't ruin your nearly completed paper. Suddenly, George noticed a drop of ink had marred his parchment and let out a distressed cry. Oh no. My homework. Stop wailing. Whose fault is it for being distracted while doing your work? Angelina snapped, her temper frayed from a recent Quidditch practice that had left her under the weather. Even after consuming Nurse Pomfrey's tonic, she still felt a bit foggy and struggled to concentrate on her assignments. Shouldn't we check on the garlic? I'm a bit worried it might get waterlogged, Fred suggested anxiously. However, given the dismal weather, they were unable to venture out to inspect the sprouting garlic. Upon hearing this, Albert could not help but shake his head, silently reflecting on the distinction between planting outdoors and in pots. If you are concerned about the garlic, go and check it yourself, but do not involve me, Lee Jordan retorted, his ears still smoldering from the invigorating potion he had just consumed from Madame Pomfrey. The new student seemed almost entirely vanquished by the rampant flu. Venturing out to inspect would prove futile, as there was little that could be done. George felt disheartened. After a long wait for the garlic to sprout, A relentless downpour had submerged the newly emerged shoots. Was it truly so difficult to cultivate a mere garlic? For reasons unknown, the common room suddenly buzzed with excitement as people animatedly discussed some matter. What has transpired? Angelina inquired of Albert. How would I know? Albert replied, somewhat glumly, as he fixed his gaze on the chrysanthemums he had conjured, placing them in a nearby vase, a testament to his practice in summoning charms. Announcement for the trip to Hogsmeade. Lee Jordan pointed to a notice on the old bulletin board at the end of October, just before Halloween. Indeed. But that is an event for third-year students, Angelina corrected him, appearing somewhat agitated as the buzzing chatter in the common room hindered her concentration. Truthfully, I am rather looking forward to this year's Halloween Eve. Albert had already visited Hogsmeade and felt little interest in the only wizarding village in all of Britain. He had heard from older students that Hogwarts' Halloween celebration was quite splendid, with bats fluttering throughout the castle, jack-o'-lanterns, and delectable pumpkin dishes, culminating in a grand feast for the occasion. Since Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, each Halloween had been marked by peculiar occurrences during his first year. A troll invaded the castle. In the second year, Filch's cat was petrified. The third year saw the notorious fugitive Black attempting to breach the Gryffindor common room. And in the fourth year, the school hosted competitors from the Triwizard Tournament. Elia raised an eyebrow and inquired, I don't find Halloween particularly enjoyable. Don't you think it would be more entertaining to celebrate it together? Albert elucidated, games are only enjoyable when played as a group, and festivals are more vibrant when shared. That makes sense, Jordan concurred. The last time I visited Hagrid, I noticed that every pumpkin in his backyard garden was nearly the height of a person. Albert continued. Those pumpkins must be intended for Halloween. Undoubtedly, Hagrid has employed the enlargement charm on them. In fact, Albert mused that the twins could use the charm on the garlic they grow themselves, considering they don't consume it anyway. Well, if Fred and George were to utilize the enlargement charm, he added. Unfortunately, it seemed that, in comparison to Halloween, everyone was more fascinated by Hogsmeade. They even overheard second-year students lamenting why only third years were allowed to visit. However, Albert and his roommates did not share the same enthusiasm for Hogsmeade as the others. After all, they had recently visited the village, which held little mystery for them, and having empty pockets rendered the visit futile. As the rain began to lessen, the twins promptly grabbed an umbrella and ventured out to assess the condition of the garlic, insisting that Albert, who was practicing summoning charms, accompany them. The situation was rather grim. All the garlic sprouts had been submerged in water for too long and had rotted. The expressions on their faces mirrored the dark clouds overhead. There was little to be done. After much effort to cultivate the garlic and waiting patiently for it to sprout, a torrential downpour had ruined everything. The twins were immediately plunged into despair. What on earth are you doing? Hagrid's frustrated voice echoed through the rain. As the trio turned towards the source of the sound, they beheld Hagrid rushing towards them, umbrella-less, drenched by the rain. He had assumed they intended to venture into the forest and had hurried over. His nose almost crinkled in annoyance. Albert briefly explained the situation, leaving Hagrid utterly astonished as he incredulously pointed at the twins, exclaiming, You are planting garlic here? Upon seeing the overturned soil bags and the decaying garlic, he was convinced. Ahem, actually, they simply wish to craft a talisman using garlic, which requires quite a lot. Albert quickly clarified. This is undoubtedly the most foolish thing I have ever heard, Hagrid remarked, looking at the trio with exasperation. He patted Fred and George on the shoulder and said, It's just garlic. Don't be disheartened. I can give you a few more, this time. Plant them beside my vegetable garden? No, Hagrid, Albert interrupted. This time we intend to transplant the garlic into pots and bring them back to the dormitory to avoid worrying about heavy rain. The only hassle is that we will need to take them out occasionally for sunlight. After several days of persistent rain, the skies finally cleared, and the temperature around the castle began to plummet, heralding the abrupt arrival of winter in Scotland. In the dormitory, Fred stood by the window, humming a tune while watering the sprouting garlic shoots in their pot. Under the careful nurturing of everyone, the garlic had successfully sprouted in the pot, now reaching a height comparable to a thumb. I truly don't understand, George muttered in frustration while pulling a hand-knitted sweater over his head. Why didn't we think of planting garlic in pots from the start? Stop overwatering the pot. You might end up killing the garlic shoots, Albert advised as he fastened the buttons of his robe. Today is a rare nice day. Don't forget to take the pot outside for some sunlight. Plants cannot thrive without it. As the weather grew colder, October had been marked by intermittent rain, making the few sunny days even more precious. The pot of garlic had hardly seen the sun. Since its sprouting, it had been taken out for sunlight only a handful of times. What on earth are you all doing? The group was halted by Filch as they passed through the common area. Hogwarts doesn't prohibit keeping potted plants, does it? Fred pointed to the pot in his hands, asserting, I believe this doesn't violate any school rules, right? This is a weed. Do you take me for a fool? Filch retorted, pointing at the garlic seedlings. Ahem, before garlic was discovered to be edible, it was merely considered a weed. Albert raised an eyebrow, reminding him. Besides, it is not a dangerous plant. Humph, I better not catch you up to any mischief. Filch glared at the quartet before turning away, cradling his cat. That guy is insufferable, George remarked, making a rude gesture at Filch's retreating figure. You can offer him some garlic once it's ready. Cats notoriously dislike the pungent smell of garlic, Albert said, a mischievous expression crossing his face as if a clever idea had struck him. During mealtime, the older students were engrossed in discussions about Hogsmeade. Charlie had even paused his grueling weekend training to give the Quidditch team a break. Percy sat nearby, incessantly chattering with others about amusing anecdotes from Hogsmeade. Little did they know, Albert and his friends had already sneaked into Hogsmeade through the secret passage. By 9 in the morning, students intending to visit Hogsmeade began gathering in the entrance hall. Philip stood at the door, clutching a long list, meticulously checking off the names of those heading to Hogsmeade. His wrinkled, aged face leaned closely over the list, and after reading each name, he would scrutinize the students' faces, wary of younger students attempting to sneak out. When the four returned to the common room, it was already sparsely populated, with only a handful of first and second-year students happily enjoying the absence of competition for comfortable spots. A few older students, clearly familiar with Hogsmeade from numerous visits, appeared indifferent to its novelty. "Shall we continue with our homework?" George inquired. "I still have an inch left on my transfiguration essay." "I've finished," Albert replied, patting George on the shoulder. "You all carry on. I intend to take a stroll and snap a few photos." He raised his camera, asking, "Is anyone interested in joining me?" "I think I'll pass," Fred replied, somewhat disheartened. He could hardly fathom how Albert managed to complete the seemingly endless assignments given by the professors. The others shook their heads as well. They had yet to finish their transfiguration essays due the following Monday, and failing to submit on time could result in detention from Professor McGonagall. Furthermore, they had yet to master the levitation charm and needed time to practice the spell. "Then I'll go alone." Albert had anticipated his roommate's responses. "Could we borrow your homework for reference?" Lee Jordan called out just before Albert turned to leave. "Not a chance. Do you think Professor McGonagall wouldn't notice? Be careful, or she might give you detention." Albert waved goodbye and vanished through the entrance of the common room. Today, Hogwarts Castle was nearly deserted, as most upperclassmen had ventured to Hogsmeade, leaving the first years to relish the luxury of an unshared common room. For Albert, this presented a splendid opportunity. He made his way to the tapestry of the troll being smacked by a giant on the 8th floor, raised his camera to capture an image of the tapestry, and after ensuring no one was around, he closed his eyes and began pacing back and forth in front of the empty wall. "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." After passing the empty wall for the third time, the outlines of a door began to materialize, and the entrance to the room of requirement opened once more for Albert, confirming that no one was around. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. On the other side of the door was a space as spacious as a grand hall, sunlight streaming through the windows above, illuminating the piles of discarded furniture that had been accumulated into small hills. It was evident that these heaps were formed from items used by generations of Hogwarts students and professors. He had succeeded. Albert raised his hand in a gesture of affirmation. Even though he was aware of his ability to locate this place, the moment he stepped into the room of requirement, where items were stored, he felt a twinge of excitement within him. After all, it was here that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was concealed. The quest to find Ravenclaw's diadem was the very reason for Albert's entry into this chamber. Every protagonist in the realm of Harry Potter fanfiction endeavors to seek out the Horcruxes within the room of requirement, regarding the monumental task of vanquishing the Dark Lord as their solemn duty. Well, Albert's previous incarnation as a fanfiction protagonist was no exception to this tradition. However, he had no intention of endowing himself with such noble sentiments. Engaging in a futile struggle against the Dark Wizard, who was notoriously lacking in intellect, was clearly not the act of a rational individual. Moreover, defeating the Dark Lord was the duty of the savior, Potter. It would be rather ungracious to overshadow the main character. Besides, with Potter's innate protagonist aura, he was destined to confront perilous situations head-on. And even when faced with life-threatening crises, he could withstand them thanks to his narrative shield. The boy who lived was not called that for nothing. Nevertheless, Voldemort was ultimately a nuisance that needed addressing. In Albert's eyes, this final boss was merely a hindrance, and he would not mind contributing from the sidelines to hasten the demise of the figure mockingly dubbed the Dark Lord. The condition, however, was that Voldemort's death would yield sufficient benefits for him. In fact, Albert had never doubted this premise. After all, he was a formidable foe, and there was no doubt that one could extract ample rewards from him through the appropriate means. It is well known that defeating a boss equates to gaining experience and loot. Of course, this was contingent upon not being slain by the boss in the process, thereby forfeiting one's own life. The art of converting the Dark Lord into experience points was undoubtedly a skillful endeavor. The unfortunate Quirinus quarrel served as a cautionary tale. This intellectually gifted young wizard was far too naive and arrogant, imagining he could glean additional magical techniques from Voldemort, only to pay with his own life in the attempt. In contrast to the elusive remnants of Voldemort's soul hiding in some obscure corner, targeting his Horcruxes was undoubtedly a straightforward and effective method for harvesting experience. And the most accessible Horcrux was none other than Ravenclaw's diadem, left behind in the room of requirement. Albert firmly believed that if he could locate Ravenclaw's diadem, it would undoubtedly unlock one or two, if not more, panel tasks, thereby yielding experience and skill points. After reaping the rewards of his endeavors, he could, in turn, do Dumbledore a favor, potentially garnering some benefits from the venerable elder who had lived for a century. As for how to present this to Dumbledore, it was quite simple. He could claim it was a serendipitous discovery. Indeed, a fortuitous occurrence. He would recount how, during one of Fred and George's nocturnal escapades while evading Filch, he inadvertently stumbled into the Room of Requirement, which then led him to further explore the means of accessing this enigmatic space. Upon finding the Room of Requirement and perceiving its wondrous nature, his Gryffindor spirit would naturally compel him to embark on adventures and experiments. While conducting various tests within this magical chamber, he would fortuitously overhear whispers and murmurs, tracing the sounds to uncover a suspected dark magical artifact. The remainder would be even simpler. He would merely need to mention this incident to Dumbledore, expressing that he had discovered an object resembling Ravenclaw's diadem. With a subtle gesture towards the artifact, everything would fall into place seamlessly. Albert truly could not fathom how Dumbledore would doubt his sincerity, for every word he uttered was steeped in truth. And a tapestry woven from genuine statements could only be authentic. It was presumed that Dumbledore was aware of the existence of the Room of Requirement, perhaps even cognizant of how to access it. He simply had not contemplated that Voldemort's Horcrux might be concealed within its confines. The only complication in this matter lay in the selection of an opportune moment to disclose this information to Dumbledore, as timing was of the essence. Of course, all of this hinged upon the successful retrieval of Ravenclaw's diadem and the allure of sufficient rewards to entice Albert into taking the risk. As for the notion of no rewards, that was preposterous. Albert inhaled deeply, utterly captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. He raised his camera and captured a photograph with a satisfying click. My photographic skills have certainly improved, he mused. Glancing at the image, he tucked it into the pocket of his robe and cautiously approached a precarious pile of dilapidated furniture. As he passed by a dust-laden table, he picked up a wolf-tooth throwing star, an object that had languished here for far too long, completely devoid of its former enchantment. Returning the throwing star to the table, Albert lifted his gaze to a nearby stack of books. He hurried a few steps to the collection and extracted a tome from within. The cover revealed that it was a treatise on magical potions, once owned by none other than Severus Snape, as evidenced by the bad illustration on the first page, where the initials SS were inscribed. The book was replete with illustrations, though several pages bore unsightly stains, and remnants of torn edges suggested that its previous owner had not treated it with due care. To the right of the book pile stood several rusted suits of armor, accompanied by a weapons rack that displayed a few corroded swords and a bloodstained battle axe. Albert's eyelid twitched as the visor of the armor before him suddenly stirred. A diminutive, iron-hued creature, reminiscent of a mischievous imp, emerged from within the armor, its gaze fixed intently upon Albert. Just as it was poised to unfurl the wings that adorned its back, a flash of crimson light darted past, causing the unfortunate little being to tumble back into the armor with a crisp clatter. Albert retracted his wand and scrutinized the bloodstained axe, pondering what it might have once severed. However, he quickly diverted his gaze and meandered through the narrow passage between heaps of refuse. Observing the towering piles of debris surrounding him, some dilapidated furniture, battered boxes, a chair missing a leg, an antiquated broom, a damaged baseball bat, discarded old newspapers, a tattered school robe, and an array of other unidentifiable detritus. Perhaps, among these items, lay evidence of a student's failed incantation, or perhaps, the legless table had been unceremoniously discarded by the house elves tasked with maintaining the castle's decorum. Albert even beheld certain charred crucibles, forsaken herbs, and a collection of antiquated, shattered vials, within which the potions had long since solidified. However, a few wax-sealed bottles still glimmered with a malevolent green light. The refused passage had reached its terminus. With a path to the left and another to the right, Albert came to a halt, his gaze fixed upon a colossal troll specimen before him. This creature was impressively large, seemingly preserved without any foul odor. Perhaps some professor had once employed this specimen for instructional purposes. To be honest, upon closer inspection, the troll exuded an inexplicable sense of intimidation, particularly due to the formidable wooden club it wielded, which appeared capable of inflicting significant harm. A single blow could indeed prove fatal. However, Albert, confident in his mastery of magic and understanding of trolls, believed he could easily subdue such a creature, provided he exercised sufficient caution. Nevertheless, the task of transforming such a massive troll into a specimen was no trivial endeavor, especially the processes of deodorizing, disinfecting, and preserving it. One must ponder how much free time and inclination one would require to undertake such an arduous task. Albert had scarcely diverted his gaze from the colossal troll when a new quest appeared on his panel, the Fearless Challenger. He discovered a specimen of a mountain troll and felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from its massive form. As a courageous Gryffindor student, he was urged to attempt the defeat of a troll, thereby demonstrating his valiant and indomitable spirit. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Albert was momentarily rendered speechless. Where was he to find a giant? Moreover, why must proving Gryffindor's bravery necessitate a confrontation with a colossal beast? Could it be that his understanding of Gryffindor's valor was misguided? Or has the essence of Gryffindor's courage always been synonymous with recklessness? Albert stifled the urge to scoff, finding solace in the thought that 1,000 readers would yield 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Each individual possesses a unique understanding of courage. Nevertheless, the activation of the panel task was a commendable achievement. After all, experience points from tasks are always welcome. As for the question of where to find a troll, he mused that once Harry Potter commenced his studies, which would coincide with Albert's third year, he could simply borrow a troll for his purposes. In a secluded corner of the room of requirement, Albert stood in silence, lost in thought. Those familiar with him recognized this contemplative demeanor, a fact he himself acknowledged. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Albert was engrossed in the intricacies of his own panel. Once he regained his focus, he swiftly diverted his gaze from the troll specimen. Having made the effort to be present in this intriguing space, he had no intention of relinquishing his exploration. He remained resolute in his quest for other captivating artifacts. And he had not forgotten his primary purpose, to locate Ravenclaw's diadem. However, his memories were but a hazy recollection, faintly reminding him that the Horcrux was meant to rest atop the head of a certain half-bust statue. Alas, that was the extent of his leads. The search for Ravenclaw's diadem would, at times, hinge on sheer luck. Just as he began to move, Albert's attention was once again captured by an object before him. On his right stood a grand mirror framed in gold, supported by two claw-like stands beneath it. Albert strode briskly towards the grand mirror, raising his wand to utter a cleansing charm that cleared away much of the dust from its surface. The mirror of Ariste. He gazed at the letters inscribed on the frame, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it must be that enchanted mirror, renowned for revealing the deepest and most fervent desires of those who stand before it. What do I yearn for the most?" Albert curiously scrutinized his reflection, only to find himself adorned with a diadem shaped like an eagle. It was the diadem of Ravenclaw. While it was true that he sought the diadem, surely this was not his most fervent desire, was it? Albert stifled the urge to scoff. Initially, he had anticipated seeing himself surrounded by several beautiful women, or standing atop a mountain of gleaming gold coins. At the very least, he imagined a scene of himself triumphantly standing over Voldemort, wand in hand. But to hold Ravenclaw's diadem, what did that signify? A thirst for knowledge? A desire to become more astute? Is this truly my deepest longing? Or perhaps it reflects what I wish for at this very moment. Albert, filled with disappointment, averted his gaze and directed his attention to the frame atop the enchanted mirror, upon which was inscribed a series of letters, Eris Stra Eru Oidube Kafra Oidon Wosi. The name of the mirror, Erist, is derived from the first word of this inscription. Any reader well-versed in the tales of Harry Potter would recognize that the letters etched upon the frame of the mirror must be read in reverse. Albert shifted his gaze from the letters and softly recited, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." In essence, what I reveal is not your visage, but your yearning. Yearning? Could it be that I possess no desires at all? No, I am not a saint. How could I possibly be devoid of cravings? Suddenly, a smile broke across Albert's face. Indeed, the enchanted mirror could not reflect a mere array of ethereal experience points and skill levels. Is it not true that my deepest longing is indeed for those very experience points and skill levels? The perilous quest for Voldemort's Horcruxes was undertaken solely for these intangible rewards, was it not? Contemplating this, Albert felt a chuckle bubbling within him. In a certain light, the Ravenclaw diadem reflected in the mirror was not entirely erroneous. After all, discovering a Horcrux meant a plethora of quests, experiences, and skill points. That was the essence of his true desire. As he wandered along the refuse-laden path, Albert sensed that he was on the brink of losing his way amidst the mounds of debris when a slingshot with wings whizzed past him, capturing his attention. After being struck by a freezing charm, it plummeted from the air. What an extraordinary object! Albert approached, bent down to retrieve the slingshot, examined it, tugged at it, and ultimately transfigured a nearby trinket into a projectile to test its might. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that the slingshot's projectiles appeared to be imbued with tracking magic, enabling them to deftly maneuver around obstacles and precisely strike their intended targets. A slingshot enhanced with magical properties. How intriguing. It could very well be a whimsical toy from Zoko's joke shop, perfect for pranks. Albert mused aloud, soon envisioning the possibility of applying such technology to archery, transforming an archer into a sharpshooter in mere moments. If this were to be applied to firearms, could one not take a life from a kilometer away? Indeed, this slingshot holds considerable merit for further study. Albert utilized a cleansing charm to rid the surface of his slingshot of dust, and then produced a handkerchief to wipe it clean before stowing it away in the pocket of his robe. After meandering through a heap of refuse, he stumbled upon a dilapidated Quidditch chest tucked away in a corner. Upon opening it, he discovered that the Quidditch equipment within was in a state of disrepair. One of the bats was reduced to merely the handle. Heaven knows what had transpired to lead to such a condition. Both of the bludgers were also damaged, while the lone quaffle remained relatively intact, albeit appearing somewhat worn. Albert's gaze was captivated by the gilded fly, and as he picked up the rusted artifact, he discovered it was missing one wing. While the remaining wing was still functional, the absence of the other rendered it incapable of flight. A damaged gilded fly held a peculiar allure for Albert. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, rumored to possess a physical memory that determined who first captured it. If one were to harness this ability within a treasure vault, it could effortlessly create a personal secret repository. Indeed, Dumbledore had done just that. Reflecting on his surroundings, Albert pondered how he felt somewhat akin to a discarded relic in a refuse heap. The imagery seemed incongruous. To label this place a rubbish dump appeared inappropriate. Regardless, Voldemort's Horcrux was concealed here, and it was evident that the Dark Lord would not secrete his soul fragment within a mere pile of refuse. Thus, this place should be aptly termed a treasure vault. Yes, indeed, a treasure vault. It housed items from over 1,000 years of Hogwarts history, and he was merely an adventurer seeking hidden treasures. No one could predict what treasures might be unearthed in this vault. Perhaps worthless debris, perhaps an invaluable relic of Ravenclaw, or maybe a deadly Horcrux. Regardless of what he might encounter, Albert's quest for adventure and treasure would persist. With light, buoyant steps, he ventured deeper into the labyrinth, in search of a half-figure adorned with a crown. Perhaps those who embrace joy are seldom met with misfortune. Perhaps Merlin's beard was bestowing its favor upon him. Or it could be that Voldemort's fragmented soul was growing restless. Albert suddenly halted his steps, holding his breath and straining to listen intently. In the distant expanse, a faint whisper echoed. In that moment, Albert felt as though his very soul quivered. The murmurs faded, replaced by the sound of his own heavy breathing. It was drawing nearer, unmistakably close. The Horcrux was nearby, luring him in. Indeed, Voldemort's Horcrux was enticing him with its whispers. At that instant, a laugh almost escaped Albert's lips. He recognized that he was being lured by the very object of his quest, but was it not a fortuitous offering? It spared him the arduous task of searching for the Horcrux. Yet, it was Voldemort's Horcrux, and Albert dared not underestimate the peril it posed. The cautionary tale of Quino's misstep lingered in his mind, urging him to elevate his vigilance to the utmost. With resolve, he withdrew his wand from the pocket of his robe and began to survey his surroundings, meticulously seeking the source of the whispers. Albert moved slowly and cautiously through the area, yet the whispers in his ears grew ever closer. There it was, just ahead, atop the old cabinet, which was bubbling at the surface, an effigy of a pockmarked wizard. The statue wore a dusty, tattered wig and an ancient, faded crown. It was the diadem of Ravenclaw, a Horcrux of Voldemort, and he had indeed found it. Albert could no longer conceal the excitement etched upon his face. At this moment, he was certain that the whispers in his ear emanated from the diadem, enticing him to don it upon his head. As soon as he adorned himself with the Ravenclaw diadem, he would be endowed with even greater wisdom. Albert instinctively reached out to touch the crown. Yet he halted his advance, allowing his raised arm to fall. He listened intently to the whispers dancing in his ear, and suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. How amusing, Albert murmured after his laughter subsided. If it were an ordinary student, they would likely be unable to resist the temptation of donning the crown. After all, who would willingly forego the opportunity to experience the enhancement of intellect bestowed by Ravenclaw's diadem, or even claim it for themselves under the allure of the Horcrux? Allow me to capture a photograph, he said, stepping back as he raised the camera hanging from his neck, snapping a picture of the wizard's bust adorned with the ancient, weathered crown. He then retreated a further 10 paces, seeking more prominent angles, and continued to take several more photographs until he reached the entrance. It was there that he turned his attention to a newly appeared quest on the panel, Whispers of Malevolence. You have heard whispers enticing you towards corruption. The source of these whispers is likely an item of dark magic, although its identity eludes you. You have come to realize its potential peril and are prepared to uncover its nature. Reward: 10,000 experience points, and the chance to acquire an unlearned spell. Marvelous, Albert whispered, fixated on the quest panel. That is a Horcrux, Voldemort's Horcrux. As he uttered this revelation, the quest was automatically marked as complete. Albert did not choose to complete the task, but instead continued to examine the remaining assignments. The return of a relic. By chance, he discovered the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, a treasured artifact from a millennium ago. As a student of Hogwarts, it is incumbent upon him to restore this diadem to the school. Rewards: 30,000 experience points, 3 skill points, a 10 affection rating from Dumbledore, and a 30 affection rating from the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw. The secret of the Dark Lord. He stumbled upon the secret of Voldemort's immortality, and now he faces a choice: to remain silent or to share this secret with others. Rewards: 1,000 experience points, and a 20 or -20 affection rating from the target. The Grey Lady's regret. Albert has once again found the long-lost diadem of Ravenclaw, yet this artifact, a remnant of the 4 founders, has been tainted by powerful dark magic. He must purify the dark enchantments that afflict the diadem. Rewards: 10,000 experience points, 2 skill points, and a 30 affection rating from the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw. What purpose does winning the ghost's affection serve? Albert mused, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Is it possible that once I have filled the affection meter, the Grey Lady might grant me a wish? Destroying Horcruxes. It is everyone's duty to vanquish the Dark Lord. Since he has inadvertently discovered Voldemort's weakness, he should engage in the noble cause of combating dark wizards by destroying or assisting others in destroying Horcruxes. Rewards: 30,000 experience points, 3 skill points, and a 10 affection rating from the assisted party. The downfall of the Dark Lord. Albert has uncovered Voldemort's vulnerability. But should the Dark Lord become aware of this, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Faced with the prospect of becoming an eternal enemy, why not take the initiative to eliminate this century's most nefarious dark wizard? He can choose to act alone or rally more allies to assist in vanquishing this dark sorcerer. Current contribution, 0. Rewards, 10,000,000 experience points, 110 skill points, 100 reputation in the wizarding world, and a bounty of 100,000 galleons. Must personally defeat Voldemort. Marvelous. Truly befitting of a final boss, such bountiful rewards, Albert thought, gazing at the array of task notifications before him, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. His earlier efforts had indeed borne fruit. As for how to accomplish these tasks, was there not a certain savior named Potter, known for his tenacity? Engaging directly to draw fire and confront Voldemort had always been Harry's forte. Moreover, the tasks did not stipulate that Albert must act personally. Allowing others to shoulder the burden could also prove advantageous. With a light pat to his cheek to compose his expression, Albert pushed open the door to the room of requirement. After ensuring no one was around, he strolled cheerfully through the castle, even greeting Peeves the poltergeist with a smile, leaving the mischievous spirit utterly bewildered. After capturing a few snapshots around the castle, Albert happily returned to the common room, where Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were still engrossed in their homework. Albert's spirits seemed particularly high. George, observing Albert's retreating figure at the entrance of the dormitory, turned to his companions. He must have encountered some good fortune. Fred, not lifting his gaze, replied, honestly, this is the first time I've seen him like this. Curiosity bubbling within him. George rose to tidy his things, setting off after Albert's retreating silhouette. You should take a look. Perhaps something truly good has occurred. Lee Jordan followed suit, gathering his belongings and trailing behind George back to the dormitory. Noticing both of his roommates had dashed away, Fred hastily packed up his homework as well. Eager to keep pace with them, the trio soon learned that Albert had indeed experienced a stroke of good fortune, though he did not disclose the specifics of this fortunate event. At the pinnacle of the castle, a splat echoed as a mud ball, hurled from an artful angle, struck the marble slab in front of Filch, the caretaker. Filch glared at the muddy impact, his expression darkening, radiating an unmistakable aura of keep your distance. Albert and Lee Jordan also noticed the changes in the corridor, pausing to gaze with their fellow students towards the source of the ominous atmosphere. They beheld Filch rigidly turning his head in the direction of a flying mud ball, only to discover another, the size of a thumb, hurtling towards him. Filch quickly sidestepped, his gaze lingering momentarily on the spot where he had just stood, before abruptly parting the crowd in the corridor and pursuing the trajectory of the mud ball. His unwavering determination to capture the culprit drew astonished glances from the surrounding students, several of whom prepared to follow suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Others speculated as to who had hurled the mud ball at Filch. At the opposite end of Filch's pursuit, the twins appeared around the corner, waving at Albert and Lee with cheerful smiles adorning their faces. How's it going? Fred and George had just emerged from a nearby secret passage, while Albert raised a finger to signify silence. Indeed, it was none other than the Weasley brothers who had launched the mud ball at Filch, utilizing the winged slingshot that Albert had discovered in the room of requirement. The mud ball itself was a concoction of earth laced with the droppings of a mooncalf, acquired from their herbology class. Of course, the twins had not aimed for Filch himself, but rather for the marble slab beneath his feet. Nevertheless, it was apparent to all that the mud ball was aimed at Filch. Now, in a state of exasperation, Filch pursued the unseen assailant, ultimately finding nothing, leaving him to wonder whether someone might unwittingly suffer from this chaos. Upon returning to the common room, the group promptly took hot showers, and as they descended, they overheard others discussing Filch's plight, the irate caretaker desperately seeking the culprit. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Fred's smile widened, as nothing seemed to delight him more than witnessing Filch's humiliation. He quietly, Albert remarked, casting a glance at them before nodding towards Filch, who was in the corner of the hall. Albert did not consume much during lunch, as a grand Halloween feast awaited him in the evening. However, the affair involving Furchie allowed several individuals to spend the entire afternoon in delightful spirits. Professor Brolid, the instructor for defense against the dark arts, recognized that the students were not particularly inclined to pay attention to the lesson, so he spent the afternoon regaling them with fascinating tales. For instance, in the mid-15th century, a certain nobleman prepared to duel a boy suspected of witchcraft. Mounted on his warhorse and wielding a lance, he aimed to impale the lad, only to crash into a protective ironclad barrier conjured by a witch, resulting in multiple fractures and severe head trauma, ultimately rendering him a dim-witted nobleman. This story immediately piqued the students' interest in the ironclad spell, but the professor indicated that such magic would not be encountered until their later years, leaving most of them rather disappointed. Was it truly that difficult? Lee Jordan murmured in confusion, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it caught the attention of many. Casting a slew of suspicious glances towards Albert, Albert merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying, leaving everyone to speculate on their own. The Halloween banquet that evening swiftly dispelled any lingering disappointment among the guests. As they entered the hall, their attention was immediately captivated by the festive decorations. 12 enormous pumpkins from Hagrid's garden had been carved into lanterns large enough to seat 2 or 3 students. A multitude of bats flitted across the magically enchanted ceiling, occasionally circling above the dining tables, causing the candle flames nestled within the small pumpkins to flicker wildly. Before the festivities commenced, Dumbledore invited the renowned witch singer, Sedina Wobeck, to perform a song for everyone, accompanied by playful spirits. Sitting at the table, Albert felt utterly bewildered. He possessed little appreciation for the music of this era. Although he sensed a unique charm in the witch's voice, he found himself unable to connect with the others. While everyone else reveled in the performance, he sat alone, feeling increasingly awkward. Across from him, Shauna shared a similar fate, her expression equally perplexed. Fortunately, the performance did not last long, and eventually, amidst the enthusiastic applause, the witch singer and her assistants took their leave. "Why aren't you reacting? Don't you enjoy Sedina Wobeck's music? It's quite infectious," someone remarked. Albert carefully organized his limited vocabulary. He wanted to express his disbelief at the apparent madness of the revelers, but swallowed the words to avoid being overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the adoring fans. "Isn't that right, Shauna?" He glanced toward the witch opposite him. "It's rather peculiar music," Shauna replied, also unable to appreciate the style, offering only a faint smile at Albert's inquiry. "You seem not to favor Sedina Wobeck's songs," Angelina observed, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Oh, that is not the case. I merely don't listen to music often," Albert replied indistinctly after swallowing a piece of beef. "I thought you might be enchanted by this delightful melody." Cough, cough. Angelina cleared her throat and quickly returned to her meal, while Elia subtly shook her head beside her. "My entire family are fans of Wobeck. We enjoy playing her songs during the holidays," Fred said, his words muffled as he stuffed his mouth with chicken. "Indeed," George chimed in. "I heard that there's a ghostly woman in Sedina Wobeck's entourage, and they often perform together. I wonder if we might see her here." "A ghost?" This topic swiftly piqued everyone's interest. "Are you certain it's a ghost?" Albert raised an eyebrow, questioning. "Ghosts are dark beings. It is said that hearing their cries can be fatal." "Sedina Wobeck is the most popular singer in all of Britain, reputedly a Hogwarts graduate," Lee Jordan remarked. "However, the rumors about the ghost are true. My mother adores the duet she performs with the ghost." "How do you know?" Shauna inquired curiously. "Moreover, why hasn't her ghostly companion appeared today?" Principal Dumbledore would certainly not permit a ghost to wander Hogwarts. It would frighten many timid students. Albert recalled the description of ghosts from the Guide to Dark Forces, Self-Defense. According to it, ghosts are said to have long, flowing black hair, skeletal faces, and eyes that shimmer with a green glow. "Is that what they look like?" Suddenly, someone offhandedly inquired. "What do they look like?" Albert turned his head to gaze at the stage, his expression instantly freezing. The fried potato he had yet to taste slipped from his grasp, falling with a clatter along with the fork into the plate. Indeed, the figure on stage resembled closely what Albert had just described. With hair as dark as night dragging along the ground, a skull-like visage, and eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, it was unmistakably a female ghost. She opened her mouth wide, and a bizarre, piercing scream echoed throughout the auditorium. At that very moment, the music began to swell, intertwining seamlessly with the ghost's wail. As the somewhat aged witch singer, Sedina Wobeck, clutched a long golden microphone and launched into a fervent performance. In Albert's words, she was singing as if her very life depended on it. However, the ghost's scream was not as shrill and jarring as folklore suggested. Instead, it melded into the accompaniment, becoming an integral part of the song. Yet, the most admirable was the dancer who twirled alongside the ghost. Albert wondered how they managed to overcome the psychological pressure brought on by the spectral presence. As the song concluded, even Albert found himself clapping along with the audience, not because he understood the lyrics, but out of respect for those on stage who skillfully masked the ghost's shriek with the music, crafting an extraordinary melody. Sedina Wobeck's third piece commenced at the end of the Halloween soiree. Upon learning the song was titled "You Stole My Pot, But You Cannot Have My Heart," the audience responded with an uproarious applause, nearly lifting the roof off the venue. "Is this song really that famous?" Albert inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, it is quite renowned. My mother has longed to attend one of her live concerts, yet the tickets are often snatched up immediately," Fred explained. "Her concert tickets frequently skyrocket on the black market. It is said that when Sedina Wobeck first released You Stole My Pot, But You Cannot Have My Heart, fans rushed to the venue, causing a chaotic incident involving 3 colliding broomsticks." "Oh," Albert replied nonchalantly. Since he was not one to follow celebrities, he remained indifferent to such matters. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued. He leaned in closer to listen intently. "You think you're quite the wizard, enchanting me with your spells, but guess what, wizard, you don't truly know me. You believe yourself clever, yet you are but a charlatan. You stole my pot and the toad in the pond, releasing memories in crystal jars. You stole my pot, but you cannot have my heart." As the final notes faded, Albert remained bewildered. To be frank, the song was rather unremarkable. Or perhaps it merely reflected the peculiar tastes of the magical world, an appreciation he found difficult to grasp. Moreover, without the ghostly accompaniment, this piece paled in comparison to the previous one. In that moment, Albert felt he could no longer regard the magical community's aesthetic sensibilities with any seriousness. Observing those around him fervently applauding, he feigned enthusiasm, as chants of encore resonated throughout the hall. Yet, this brief turmoil was swiftly quelled by Dumbledore. Sedna Wobeck departed, along with her troop and the ghost, leaving Hogwarts amidst a chorus of disappointment. Albert followed the throng back to the Gryffindor common room. Along the way, he overheard Minnie discussing the ghostly encounter. "Do you think Minnie will have nightmares tonight?" Mark asked, draping an arm around Albert's shoulder with a smirk. "Not sure, but it certainly was a curious and bold spectacle, wasn't it?" Albert replied, unperturbed by Mark's just as he waved to Mario and the others. "I think when they form a circus, they should invite Peeves to join." "Now that's a brilliant idea," Mark chuckled, blinking playfully. "By the way, you haven't been to practice in quite some time." "Busy with other matters," Albert said, bemused by Mark's abrupt change of topic. "The homework is never-ending. And I must attend Transfiguration Club every week. Charlie wants you to take his seeker position." Mark stated bluntly, "Honestly, there is no one in Gryffindor suitable for that role." "Well, perhaps next year, or the year after, a more formidable candidate will emerge," Albert replied, noticing Mark's skeptical expression, and added resignedly, "All right, if no one suitable appears. We shall see then. You'd make an excellent seeker." Charlie emerged from nowhere, patting Albert on the shoulder with a smile. The others had faith in Albert, especially after he had once snatched the golden snitch right before Charlie during a friendly Quidditch match, leading Charlie to consider him a worthy successor. After all, in Quidditch, the seeker's role is pivotal, often determining the outcome of the match. "You know, I play Quidditch purely for the fun of it," Albert said, feeling caught between the two. "Playing Quidditch won't hinder you from becoming an exceptional wizard." Professor McGonagall was also an outstanding seeker in her youth. "Look at her mastery of transfiguration, surpassing everyone. You're her prized pupil. How could you not play Quidditch?" Indeed, Albert was considered Professor McGonagall's prized pupil, at least in the eyes of some. Although he felt elated by Charlie's praise, he understood the underlying reason for their insistence on Quidditch. Gryffindor had not claimed the Quidditch championship in several years. Albert was rather indifferent to the matter at hand, for after Charlie's graduation, there was still Harry Potter to fill in the gap, effortlessly securing the position of seeker. Indeed, one might refer to him as Harry Savior of the Wizarding World Potter. Although to Albert, he merely represented a convenient scapegoat. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Albert stifled a yawn and seized the pillow beside him, directing it at the Weasley twins, who were energetically tapping their feet and belting out off-key melodies in their dormitory. By Merlin S. Beard. Could this be the fabled aftermath of attending a concert? Yet, one could hardly blame the two for their exuberance. It was, after all, a rare delight to witness a live performance by Celestina Warbeck. "Shall we go for a midnight stroll?" George proposed. "Maybe another time. Just toss that pillow over here." Albert replied, catching the pillow Fred threw his way. He stifled another yawn and nestled back under the covers, feeling drowsy after a hearty meal. As November arrived, the sky turned gray, and snowflakes began to fall, heralding the onset of an exceptionally cold winter. Upon awakening from his dreams, Albert discovered that the surrounding forest was blanketed in pristine white snow, while the Black Lake was encased in a formidable layer of ice. It was widely remarked that winter had arrived unusually early this year. However, Albert was unconcerned by the climatic changes. Having already wrapped himself snugly in woolen garments and a scarf before the temperature plummeted, he had even sought out Professor Flitwick to master the drying charm, ensuring he was well prepared for the winter ahead. More pressing than the cold, however, was the commencement of the Quidditch season at Hogwarts. Each morning, Albert observed Hagrid braving the wind and snow, wielding his broom to clear a path to the Quidditch pitch, preventing the accumulating snow from completely obstructing it. Charlie, the captain of the Gryffindor team, was also in a state of heightened excitement, seizing every training session as an opportunity to elucidate tactical plays to his teammates. George and Fred, fortunate enough to escape the rigors of formal player status, shared with Albert that Charlie's intensity during practice was akin to that of a possessed demon. Fortunately, in recent training sessions, the informal players were exempt from participation. The first match, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin, was announced by Charlie at the dining table, revealing that the game would take place this weekend. All Gryffindor students yearned for a decisive victory over Slytherin. Professor McGonagall even relieved everyone of their homework in anticipation of the match, a clear indication of her fervent desire for triumph and her passion for Quidditch. Indeed, the craving for victory stemmed from a significant reason. Gryffindor was languishing at the bottom of the House Cup standings and desperately needed a Quidditch win to accrue points and alleviate their embarrassing position. Should the Gryffindor team emerge victorious, they would surpass Hufflepuff in points, climbing to third place and closing in on second-placed Ravenclaw. Strangely enough, even Hufflepuff students were rooting for Gryffindor to triumph over Slytherin, with Ravenclaw students similarly supporting Gryffindor, underscoring Slytherin's unpopularity within Hogwarts. The weekend arrived, bringing with it an unusual chill and a mix of rain and snow falling from the sky. Albert lay nestled in his cozy bed, reluctant to rise. Ultimately, he was roused from his warm cocoon by the exuberant faces of Fred and George, who eagerly pulled back the covers. "It's so cold. I don't want to venture out in this weather to watch the match, Albert exclaimed, hastily wrapping himself in thick garments. With a quick flick of his wand, he cast a drying charm upon his clothes, transforming the once frigid fabric into a warm, dry embrace, as if freshly pulled from a roaring hearth. Don't be foolish. This is a rare opportunity. Let us go cheer for Gryffindor. Fred bounced on the spot, attempting to warm himself. Stop jumping around. You're making me dizzy. Albert raised his wand and poked Fred, casting the drying charm on him. Hey, what did you just do? I'm suddenly not cold anymore. Fred marveled at Albert. Young man. Magic is power. Learning more spells can only be beneficial, Albert advised, patting Fred's shoulder with a serious tone. Fred was momentarily taken aback, struggling to adjust to Albert's newfound demeanor. Me too, shouted Lee Jordan, who had just donned his winter cloak, eager for Albert to dispel his chill as well. And me. It was particularly frigid today. The temperature in the room had plummeted to 8 degrees, and that was with the presence of a fireplace. If the thermometer atop the cabinet were taken outside, it would likely drop below freezing. Fred and the others had found it particularly amusing the first time they encountered a thermometer, their astonished expressions a sight to behold. Albert pondered over the Christmas gifts for his 3 companions, deciding to present each with an indoor thermometer. He donned a folding umbrella, tucked a pair of binoculars into his pocket, and wrapped a thick scarf, hand-knitted by Daisy, around his neck. He filled a small, flattened silver-plated flask with hot water, placing it in the pocket of his robe as a makeshift thermos before heading to the hall with his roommates. Upon entering the dining area, he was immediately greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafting through the air. The diners were animatedly discussing the upcoming match, each eagerly anticipating a thrilling Quidditch game. However, a palpable tension lingered between Slytherin and Gryffindor, as their tables were positioned adjacent to one another, making verbal skirmishes unavoidable. The absence of physical altercation signified that everyone was exercising restraint, intending to reserve their true confrontations for the Quidditch pitch. Go, Charlie. Albert joined his companions, offering well wishes to their familiar friends. By the way, Charlie, have you secured a substitute? Mark suddenly inquired. A substitute? Albert asked in confusion. Does this match promise to be prolonged? There are always exceptions, Jack replied, casting a glance at the Slytherin table as he elucidated to Albert. We have a long-standing rivalry with the Slytherin team. Even though some players graduated last year, the animosity remains quite intense, making conflicts on the field virtually inevitable. Hence, we require some substitute players. Naturally, the opposing team will need them as well. Albert sensed that something was amiss. He recalled that during a Quidditch match, player substitutions were strictly prohibited. Charlie patted Mark on the shoulder, offering reassurance to everyone, saying not to worry, as Madame Pomfrey would also be attending the match, and any injuries would surely be swiftly attended to. Upon hearing this, Albert couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The words seemed to evoke an impression akin to preparing for battle. Could it be that the 2 teams would engage in a fierce brawl on the pitch? As the clock struck 11, the entire faculty and student body of the school, umbrellas in hand, braved the diminishing sleet and made their way to the stands of the Quidditch field. The audience was not solely comprised of Hogwarts' own members. Even some wizards enamored with Quidditch ventured through the inclement weather to witness this match. Indeed, Hogwarts had opened its gates to sell tickets for the Quidditch game. When Albert arrived at the Quidditch pitch, he noticed several wizards from outside the school, draped in heavy cloaks. One hand clutching an umbrella and the other wielding a pair of binoculars, seated in their respective house sections, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. It is undeniable that the magical realm offers limited entertainment options, yet the enthusiasm for Quidditch remains fervent among many. It is said that tickets for each match sell remarkably well. Naturally, these external attendees are confined to the vicinity of the Quidditch pitch, with the distance to Hogsmeade not being excessively far. Fred and George chose seats in close proximity to the Gryffindor changing room, which left Albert somewhat perplexed. If one wished to observe the match clearly, the uppermost tier undoubtedly afforded the best view. However, the Weasley twins merely responded, "Perhaps we could be of service." Albert interpreted the statement as a possibility that a substitute batsman might need to take the field during the match. However, he deemed this likelihood to be rather low. Despite the somewhat inclement weather, the collective experience of watching the game together created a vibrant atmosphere, distinctly different from the solitary enjoyment of viewing a film or match on a computer screen, or the experience of attending a cinema or stadium in person. As the Gryffindor team entered the arena clad in their crimson Quidditch uniforms, a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. In stark contrast, the Slytherin team, adorned in their emerald attire, was met with a chorus of boos intermingled with scattered applause. It appeared that our Slytherin team was not particularly favored by the audience. The Ravenclaw commentator, microphone in hand, began to jest loudly. In response, a wave of jeers cascaded down from the Slytherin stands. Albert never doubted that if the school had not separated the seating of the 4 houses, the competition might have erupted into a chaotic brawl. Madame Hooch, the instructor for the flying class, stood at the center of the field, clutching her broomstick, awaiting the arrival of the competing teams. "Listen, I expect everyone to participate in this match with fairness and honesty," she proclaimed loudly as the players from both teams gathered around her. Her words magically amplified. ensuring that all spectators in the vicinity could hear. In truth, Madame Hooch's statement was directed at certain individuals from both teams. Albert sensed that the captains were attempting to crush each other's hands during the handshake. Adjusting his monocle, he focused on Charlie, who was engaged in the handshake. Suppressing a laugh, the handshake was a vigorous test of strength, a playful tactic beloved by many. Earlier, Charlie had even sought his advice on how to apply force during a handshake. A familiar voice echoed beside him as Hagrid, wielding an umbrella and a pair of binoculars, settled down near the group. Even before the match commenced, Albert could feel the tension in the air. It seemed the competition would not unfold as simply as he had envisioned. 15 broomsticks soared into the sky upon the sounding of the whistle. The match had officially begun. Moments later, Albert, astonished, could confidently declare that this was undoubtedly the dirtiest game he had ever witnessed, without exception. The bludger was first seized by Jack, the acrobat of a chaser, who, under the cover of his teammates, adroitly employed a reverse pass tactic to secure 10 points for Gryffindor. However, in an effort to thwart Gryffindor's scoring chaser, a Slytherin beater opted to collide with Jack, causing their broomsticks to veer off course by several meters. Foul. Foul. An uproar erupted from the stands, drowning out the sleet above. Slytherin's intentional foul. The commentator bellowed, but alas, their scheme failed, and Gryffindor was awarded the points. The game continued. Is the situation normal? Albert inquired loudly, disregarding the shouting of his housemates beside him, turning to Hagrid for clarification. Not normal, Hagrid replied, glancing at Albert. But in recent years, matches between Gryffindor and Slytherin have been rife with tension. Following the commentator's declaration of Gryffindor's score, Hagrid clapped vigorously. Tension? Albert redirected his gaze to the field, sensing it was not merely tension but an explosive atmosphere, ready to ignite at any moment. Gryffindor scored again, taking a 20-point lead. The commentator, though evidently lacking in skill, seemed to favor Gryffindor, which Albert appreciated. Gryffindor's swift 20-point lead infuriated Slytherin, prompting them to resort to desperate measures to reclaim the ball. As Mario prepared to pass, his broom was suddenly kicked by an opponent, causing it to lurch violently. He had to grip the broom tightly to avoid falling, inadvertently allowing the bludger to be snatched by Slytherin's chaser. In retaliation against Slytherin, Mark, while passing by Slytherin's seeker Marcus Flint, executed a feigned move that went awry, landing a punch squarely on Flint's nose, causing the unfortunate seeker's head to snap back and blood to stream from his nostrils. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin were awarded penalties by Madame Hooch. The match continued amid this chaos, with Madame Hooch blowing her whistle almost every few minutes to announce yet another foul, nearly driving the referee to madness. Albert retrieved his water bottle and took a sip, joining the chorus of indignation against the Slytherin students. It was outrageous that Locke from Slytherin had struck Eileen on the back of her head with a bat, brazenly claiming he mistook her head for a quaffle. Madame Hooch once again blew her whistle, the quaffle returning to Jack's possession. The adept chaser skillfully evaded interception, swiftly darting towards Locke. The quaffle collided with the bewildered beater's face at a breakneck speed, rebounding to be caught by a teammate soaring beneath. Ah, my apologies, poor visibility. I mistook you for someone else, Jack Foe apologized to Locke, not waiting for a response before soaring away on his broomstick. Despite the uproar from the Slytherin students below, Madame Hooch deemed the incident a legitimate pass, ignoring their cries of foul play. It seemed the Gryffindor chaser had willingly relinquished their advantage, which hardly constituted a foul. As for the impact of the quaffle against Locke's face, that was merely his failure to dodge. At this point in the match, even Professor McGonagall was too preoccupied to intervene against the commentator's biased remarks, the head of Gryffindor shaking her fists toward the sky in frustration. Just moments ago, when Charlie was on the verge of seizing the golden snitch, Slytherin's chaser Montague had rammed into him, nearly dislodging him from his broom and causing him to miss the opportunity, though Gryffindor earned 10 points as a result. The outcome did little to quell the fury of their supporters, who began hurling objects onto the field in protest. Gryffindor retaliated in kind, as Montague brought the quaffle into their scoring zone, Wood delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving him dazed and nearly tumbling from his broom. Penalty. Madame Hooch cried furiously, directing her ire at Wood. I do not recall any rule permitting the assault of a chaser. My apologies. I was too caught up in the moment and made an error, Wood replied, wearing an expression of feigned regret, as though the incident had been a mere accident. In the stands, Albert sensed something amiss with the match. It was undoubtedly the most brutal game he had ever witnessed. Was this what was referred to as the legendary fervor of Quidditch? The snow had ceased, yet the rain fell ever harder. A biting chill permeated the air, failing to extinguish the spectators' fervor for Quidditch as they cheered for their beloved teams. In a nondescript corner of the stands, Albert and a few roommates huddled together to watch the match, their side occupied by a drenched Hagrid. The surrounding crowd completely ignored the relentless rain, exulting in Gryffindor's scoring triumphs. Albert lowered his monocular and drew forth his wand, casting a water-repelling charm upon the lens to prevent raindrops from obscuring his vision. The Quidditch pitch was alive with fierce competition. Slytherin, never one to be outdone, swiftly seized the opportunity to counterattack. Chaser Montague, shielded by his teammates, carried the quaffle into the scoring zone, while nearby, Bludgerer Locke adeptly seized the moment to send the approaching bludger hurtling towards Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Wood. fixated on Montague in an attempt to thwart the opposing team's score, failed to notice the bludger hurtling towards him. By the time he heard the ominous whistling of the bludger, he hastily dodged, narrowly escaping its perilous approach. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure from the shock, Montague had already exploited the opening, crashing through Danny's defense and launching the quaffle squarely at Wood's face. A chorus of fouls erupted from every corner of the pitch, save for Slytherin's section, as the torrential rain seemed to momentarily subside amidst the uproar. In the stands, Albert observed the scene, wincing as he imagined the discomfort of being struck directly in the face by the quaffle. Quidditch truly was a perilous profession. What? Were you saying something? I didn't quite catch that. Hagrid, beside him with his binoculars, asked, his gaze fixed intently skyward. Nothing, Albert replied, but before he could further lament, Fred suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Wood's about to fall." At that moment, a majority of the audience rose in horror, their eyes fixated on Wood spiraling downward. Some screamed in terror, while others shut their eyes, dreading the sight of Wood's impending fate. Dazed from the impact of the quaffle, Wood instinctively clutched his broom, sliding down the scoring hoop's railing before landing on the Quidditch pitch's grass, sustaining only minor injuries. Madame Hooch promptly blew her whistle, calling for a halt to the match, and rushed to Wood's side to assess his condition. With an expression of anger, Madame Pomfrey strode onto the field, using a spell to heal Wood's cheek and administering a potion to rejuvenate the Gryffindor keeper so he could resume play. However, the violence of this Quidditch match had irked Madame Pomfrey, who sternly warned that any further injuries would necessitate a few days' rest in the hospital wing. The Slytherin seeker Montague's attack on the Gryffindor keeper was an unprecedented act of foul play, and as Slytherin scored again, the current score stood at 80-50, with Gryffindor still leading by 30 points. Yet, the referee declared a foul against Slytherin, nullifying the recent score. The score adjusted to 80-40. The commentator's voice rose in excitement. Gryffindor has now extended their lead to 40 points. Both seekers are currently in pursuit of the Golden Snitch. Who will capture it first? Which team will emerge victorious? We shall see. Unfortunately, the inclement weather rendered visibility poor, complicating the search for the elusive snitch as the match continued. Wood, having recovered, inspired great encouragement among the Gryffindor supporters, and cheers of Go Gryffindor echoed through the stands. Madame Hooch blew her whistle again, and the match resumed. How would Gryffindor retaliate? The Ravenclaw commentator, consumed by fervor, momentarily forgot he was narrating a Quidditch match, passionately shouting, "Take down Slytherin! Take down Montague!" This unprecedented uproar from the Gryffindor stands gave Albert a peculiar sensation, as though he were witnessing a duel rather than a Quidditch match. Moments later, Gryffindor's players, indeed, did not disappoint, launching a new wave of retaliation aimed squarely at Montague, the chaser who had previously assaulted Wood with the quaffle. Mark and Eileen, a couple with remarkable synergy, exchanged a knowing glance mid-air, prompting Mark to accelerate towards Bludgerlock, with her boyfriend's assistance. The fierce bludgerer Eileen sent the bludger soaring towards Montague, who was cornered by the three acrobatic brothers. Montague, believing the three chasers were poised to strike, remained oblivious to the true threat approaching from behind. "Oh dear, it hit," exclaimed the commentator, as Eileen's bludger successfully collided with Montague, undoubtedly causing him significant pain. "I hope he breaks a few ribs, I hope he is all right." The commentator quickly corrected himself as the referee remained silent, recognizing no foul in this retaliation. Although Slytherin managed to score 10 points during the chaos, their chaser was injured and fell to the ground, a clear case of losing more than they gained. "Where's Madame Pomfrey?" The commentator pondered, perhaps with a hint of glee in his tone. Was it possible that our matron did not favor Slytherin's players? Montague was forced to leave the match, as the exasperated Madame Pomfrey had returned to the hospital wing, and without treatment, he was evidently unable to continue. Through his monocular, Albert observed the pallid visage of Snape as he conjured a stretcher with his wand, instructing several students to transport Monty to the infirmary on the second floor of the castle. It was said that Madame Pomfrey, in mere seconds, managed to reattach Monty's fractured rib, yet this unfortunate soul was evidently unable to resume play, according to the formal regulations set forth by the Department of Magical Sports. In cases of injury, no substitutes may take the field, resulting in Slytherin being down a seeker. Nonetheless, the majority of the Gryffindor spectators lamented why it was not Slytherin's seeker, Marcus Flint, who was sidelined instead. This sordid Quidditch match had only just begun. With one less player, Slytherin found themselves at a disadvantage, prompting them to brazenly assault the Gryffindor players. The unfolding chaos left Albert astounded. Through the lens of his monocular, he witnessed four beaters, soaring on their brooms amidst the rain, engaging in a fierce melee akin to skilled swordsmen clashing with their bats. Nearby, Fred and George were muttering violent phrases, such as "hit him," "yes," "aim for his head," "jab his eyes." Slytherin players conspired to corner Charlie, intent on eliminating him first. Should Gryffindor lose their seeker, victory would be virtually assured for Slytherin. In the sky, a fracas erupted, with the most devastating skirmishes occurring between the two teams' beaters, who relentlessly targeted each other's players. Aileen knocked Locke's bat from his grasp, and the unfortunate lad found himself struck on the elbow, only to be further assaulted by Jack, who nearly sent him tumbling from his broom. However, Gryffindor also suffered their share of minor injuries. Furious, Madame Hooch decreed the expulsion of 4 beaters from the field, despite it not being within the rules, simply because they had been the most aggressive. In her words, remaining on the field would bring disgrace to Hogwarts. The once 15-player contest was now reduced by 5, rendering the expansive pitch feel significantly emptier, even without their beaters. Gryffindor's Seekers devised a strategy, seamlessly transitioning from the departing beaters to continue their pursuit. Danny exemplified this, acting as both a Seeker and a makeshift beater. Their target was Slytherin's Seeker, Marcus Flint. Charlie, Jack, and Mario compressed Marcus's aerial space from 3 directions, forcing him towards the edge of the pitch. They unleashed a series of feigned moves, striking at each other with unceremonious blows. As for hitting the target, alas, that was a tactical blunder. The penalty was of little consequence. As long as they could incapacitate the opposing Seeker, victory would naturally belong to Gryffindor. Charlie, did you not say to refrain from using feigned moves? Jack teased his captain while elbowing Marcus, inadvertently striking him in the kidneys, only to receive a punch to the nose in return. Meanwhile, Danny, clutching the quaffle in one hand and wielding a bat in the other, caught up with them. Pursued by 2 Slytherin Seekers, he tossed the obstructive quaffle to Jack while aiming a strike at Marcus's back, determined to force him off the field. Little did Danny know, Jack, now burdened with the quaffle, faced his own misfortune. One Slytherin Seeker barreled towards him while the other landed a kick, sending him tumbling from his broom. Fortunately, he managed to grasp his broom with one hand, crashing into the stands with considerable impact. Fortunately, it was not the Slytherin section, or he would have faced a riot as fans joined in attacking him. Danny, you betrayed me, Jack exclaimed, clutching his injured side, unable to contain his rage. Meanwhile, Marcus, trapped by 3 attackers, endured a relentless assault. A shrill whistle pierced the rain as an exasperated Madame Hooch summoned both teams for a stern reprimand. Have you forgotten what I initially stated? Madame Hooch admonished, her words spraying across the gathered players. Since you cannot conduct yourselves in a fair and honest manner, you shall remain on the sidelines. I will grant you an hour to select new players to replace you in this match. What is happening? Albert furrowed his brow as he witnessed both teams being chastised by Madame Hooch, for the match had come to a halt. Both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms, leaving the announcer equally baffled. However, news soon emerged. We have just received an urgent update. Due to the egregious behavior displayed by both teams during the match, all players have been disqualified. The announcer relayed, astonished, honestly, I've never encountered a situation where all players were expelled from the game. Each team will have an hour to select a new roster to continue this match. Let us head to the locker room, Fred exclaimed, drenched and brimming with excitement as he ushered George and Albert towards their changing area. It's our turn to play. Before departing, Albert cast a fleeting glance at the Slytherin Seeker, that unfortunate soul being assisted into the changing room, while Snape, trailing behind them, wore an exceptionally dark expression. What on earth are you all up to? As Albert and his companion stepped into the changing room, they were met with Professor McGonagall's booming voice. As the irate headmistress cast a scornful glance over the gathered players, I beg your pardon, Professor, but as you can see, it was the Slytherin team that initiated the altercation. They appeared disinclined to engage in a fair and honest contest. Charlie, the captain of the Quidditch team, promptly stepped forward to bear the brunt of McGonagall's ire, resolutely meeting her furious gaze. Thus, I had to resort to alternative measures to ensure the safety of our players. Fear not, I have arranged everything. Victory in this match is certainly destined for us. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, but then Charlie added, Look, our substitute players have arrived. It seemed he intended to field a few of them. Fred winked at Charlie and remarked, that last it was truly magnificent. I saw Marcus being escorted off. McGonagall immediately fixed her gaze upon Fred, who promptly fell silent. Kyle, you will temporarily take on the role of keeper, substituting for Wood. You are the only one here with experience in that position, Charlie instructed the freckled youth, who was a reserve chaser for the team. Though the current situation left little room for alternatives, you two will replace the beaters. Albert, you will serve as the seeker. And where is Angelina? Has she not arrived? Noticing Angelina's absence, Charlie turned to Danny. Go fetch that girl. Gryffindor can still swiftly assemble a complete substitute team. While they may not match the skill of our regular players, everyone possesses experience playing together, and I trust they will not fall short compared to Slytherin's hastily assembled team. Come on, Albert, you are our secret weapon. Do not let me down, Charlie said, placing a reassuring hand on Albert's shoulder. Whether we emerge victorious in this match depends entirely on you. You must seize the golden snitch. Albert's lips twitched slightly. He recognized that Charlie's assertion of being a secret ace was merely an encouraging remark and did not take it to heart. However, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly as she observed the few new players taking the place of the departing ones, puzzled by Charlie's decisions. They were substitute players, originally slated to participate in the official team selection next year, stepping in for the departing regulars. There was no need for concern. They had all undergone rigorous training. Charlie seemed to sense McGonagall's unvoiced thoughts and hastily clarified the situation. Very well, since you have made your decision. McGonagall addressed the few present, saying, I do not expect you to perform exceptionally, but at the very least, do not cause me any trouble. I detest this kind of weather. Albert removed his winter cloak and accepted the Quidditch uniform from Charlie, donning it promptly. Fred and George were already prepared, interlocking their arms and twirling around each other to showcase their attire. "This outfit suits you well," Eileen remarked with a smile directed at Albert. "You are using Mark's Nimbus 2000, which is the fastest broomstick among us. I shall temporarily entrust my broom to you. You must ride it and capture the golden snitch." Mark grinned as he patted Albert on the shoulder, handing over his Nimbus 2000. "Rest assured, I shall certainly catch the snitch," Albert responded, casting a sidelong glance at the task panel unnoticed by the others, where a new task indeed appeared, a delayed victory. This Quidditch match had persisted for quite some time. Capture the golden snitch to secure victory for Gryffindor. Reward, 500 experience points. As Charlie began to instruct everyone, he emphasized that once the match resumed, Albert should ascend high to seek the snitch, disregarding the others, and to be wary of potential attacks. "Fred, George, you must assist in guarding him, enabling Albert to swiftly locate the snitch and conclude this match. I certainly do not wish for it to extend until dusk." "Do you really have so much faith in me?" Albert suddenly felt the weight of expectation pressing upon him, a sensation that felt rather burdensome. "Of course. Aside from having confidence in you, what else could we possibly do?" Charlie replied matter-of-factly, adding, "Moreover, everyone believes you will undoubtedly seize the snitch." That sounded quite reasonable. Albert picked up his wand resting atop the cloak and cast the water-repelling charm on his goggles before putting them on and following the others outside. Without an umbrella, the frigid raindrops cascaded upon Albert, quickly soaking his attire. It was truly unbelievable that among the substitute players of Gryffindor, half were first-year students. Had they truly given up on the match? Or was this, in fact, Gryffindor's secret weapon? The commentator could not help but exclaim in astonishment as Gryffindor took the field. Not only the commentator, but the other supporters of Gryffindor also appeared baffled, as upperclassmen generally fared better in flight than newly admitted students. Could it truly be some kind of secret weapon? In the eyes of the Slytherin spectators, it was evident that Gryffindor had found no other substitutes and could only rely on a group of novices to fill in. Albert stood on the field, absorbing the cheers that resonated around him. Unlike the initial anxiety of being in the spotlight, he felt his blood surging with exhilaration. This sensation was profoundly distinct from the experience of being a mere spectator in the stands. Albert did not pay heed to what Mrs. Hooch was saying. As soon as the whistle blew, he mounted his broom and soared into the sky. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, Albert found his vision exceedingly blurred, making it quite challenging to discern the positions of his teammates, let alone locate the golden snitch amidst the curtain of rain. The seekers from Slytherin hovered nearby, yet they did not charge at him, exhibiting no intention of confrontation. Their gazes met briefly, accompanied by a subtle nod, devoid of any further reaction. It appeared that not all members of the Slytherin team were merely a band of ruffians. Both sides patiently awaited their moment, simultaneously searching for the snitch while remaining vigilant of each other. Albert gazed downwards, his eyes flitting over a multitude of blurred red and green figures, while the spectators were ensconced within a veritable ocean of umbrellas. "Caution, do not lose focus." George swung his bat, sending a rogue ball hurtling away from Albert, and raised his bat in a gesture of defiance towards the nearby Slytherin seeker, yet ultimately refrained from launching an attack. At least this time, the Slytherin seeker could be considered somewhat normal, and George lacked experience in striking opponents during matches. As time elapsed, Albert found himself nearly frozen beneath the rain. Yet as a seeker, he understood the necessity of patience, even if it meant searching high above for an extended period without a glimpse of the golden snitch. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold flashed near the Slytherin scoring hoops. Albert instinctively leaned forward on his broom, accelerating into a dive. Could it be the golden snitch? Albert was uncertain whether he had indeed spotted the golden snitch, yet he felt compelled to take the gamble. Should he succeed, Gryffindor would triumph. Should he fail, the loss would be negligible. With nothing to lose, it was only natural to take the risk. At that moment, Albert positioned himself low on his broom, extracting every ounce of speed from his six-star sweep, while behind him, the Slytherin seeker swiftly adjusted his broom to pursue him closely. Below, the commentator erupted in excitement as Albert accelerated. The young Gryffindor seeker is gaining speed. Could he have spotted the golden snitch? Currently, the Slytherin seeker is lagging far behind. Could Gryffindor secure victory in just 10 minutes? Look, the Slytherin keeper is attempting to intercept the seeker, and two more chasers are closing in. The Gryffindor seeker is in peril, as Slytherin's players resort to underhanded tactics to thwart Gryffindor's success. However, Albert's situation was far more precarious than the commentator suggested. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, Albert's body leaned sharply to one side, narrowly evading the punch thrown by the Slytherin keeper. At precisely the right moment, he elevated his elbow and collided with the keeper's chin, dislodging several of the opponent's teeth with the force of the impact. The two players brushed past each other in a heart-stopping encounter, while Albert continued to soar ahead, having now spotted the elusive golden snitch darting around the Slytherin scoring hoops towards the outer wall. It was indeed the golden snitch, by Merlin's beard. The young seeker effortlessly evaded the keeper's attack. It was truly Gryffindor's secret weapon. Just as Albert was about to seize the snitch, a bat suddenly flew in from the side, hurtling towards him. Hearing the rush of air behind him, Albert instinctively executed a tactical maneuver, rolling sideways to evade the incoming bat. The bat missed Albert entirely, instead hurtling downward towards the spectators, potentially striking an unfortunate fan. It was close, so very close. Albert extended his arm, and at the moment his palm grasped the golden snitch, he abruptly pulled up on his broom, executing a sharp 90-degree ascent to avoid crashing into the stands. Victory was his. Albert gazed intently at the golden snitch in his grasp. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, he had succeeded. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below. The Slytherin player, who had been trailing behind in an attempt to intercept Albert, failed to halt in time and crashed headlong into the stands, seemingly colliding with an onlooker. As Albert descended, he noticed the somber visage of Snape gazing in his direction. With a beaming smile, he raised the golden snitch and waved it, not merely at Snape but rather towards the audience. He had captured it. The youngest Seeker of Gryffindor had effortlessly seized the snitch in a mere 12 minutes. "Let us congratulate Gryffindor on their triumphant victory," the commentator exclaimed. Following this, he jested. "Who would have thought that Slytherin would ultimately fall to a mere freshman? I sincerely hope their two players are unscathed." It appeared they collided rather painfully. Nonetheless, no one paid heed to the commentator's banter, as the crowd erupted in cheers for Gryffindor's success. As Albert landed, he felt a collision against him. It was the Weasley brothers along with other teammates, all embracing one another in celebration. Charlie and a few others sprinted from the locker room, exuberantly waving in their direction. Before Albert could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself hoisted into the air by a throng of jubilant individuals. To be candid, the sensation of floating was rather disconcerting. Yet for Albert, it was an exhilarating experience. Upon returning to the locker room, Albert promptly retrieved his wand and employed the drying charm to rid himself of the rainwater that clung to him. He placed his protective gear and Quidditch robes into a basket. Charlie pointed towards a large basket in the corner and reminded, "By the way, let's all head to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey for some preventative potion against colds. We wouldn't want anyone to catch a chill from the rain." In truth, he was rather keen on witnessing the misfortune of the Slytherins, perhaps to revel in their discomfort. Eileen quickly surmised Charlie's mischievous intentions. Jack also ought to have Madame Pomfrey check on him. He took quite a tumble as well, Danny interjected, clearing his throat. "Isn't it all your fault?" Jack retorted loudly. "How did you manage to dry your clothes so quickly?" Wood inquired, astonished as he observed Albert preparing to don his winter cloak. "Of course, I used the drying charm," Albert replied, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. "You all didn't know?" The group exchanged glances, and indeed, none of them were aware of the drying charm. Albert was momentarily at a loss for words. The practical household magic contained records of drying spells. He glanced around the suddenly quiet changing room and mentioned the book that Professor Flitwick had once recommended to him. Of course, he had never actually read it himself. "You actually read such books?" Aileen remarked, her expression one of surprise as she scrutinized Albert. "Isn't magic meant to simplify things?" Albert rubbed his nose and replied, "I feel as though I am coming down with a cold." "Ah, achoo." Mario sneezed and complained, "Let's head back to the castle. I would like to take a hot bath first." "Thank you," Aileen said with a smile. After Albert used the drying spell to assist others in drying their clothes, they returned to the castle together. Upon arriving at the corridor of the infirmary on the second floor, they discovered a large crowd gathered there, spectators who had braved the rain to watch the Quidditch match, most of whom were now drenched and seeking Madame Pomfrey for some preventive potion against colds. The arrival of the Gryffindor team drew the attention of the masses, parting the throng to create a pathway for them. Charlie greeted acquaintances with a smile as he led the team into the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was busy distributing potions, and Charlie exchanged pleasantries with her, playfully placing Jack onto a hospital bed while casting a mischievous grin towards Montague, a Slytherin in the adjacent bed. Albert deciphered their silent exchange. "We won. Madame Pomfrey, we too require some potions to prevent everyone from catching colds after being soaked in the rain." Aileen addressed the approaching nurse. "On the table, 1 small cup per person. Help yourselves." Madame Pomfrey approached to assess Jack's injuries, grumbling about the chaos of the match and how they deserved to be injured. In under a minute, she had healed Jack's wounds. As they sipped the preventive potion, members of the Slytherin team arrived, instantly altering the atmosphere in the ward to one of tension. "All right, no crowding here." Madame Pomfrey ushered Charlie and his group out of the infirmary. Albert's gaze fell upon the substitute keeper Vicky, whose teeth he had knocked out, alongside 2 other unfortunate souls who had attempted to intercept him but crashed into the audience instead, now being supported by their teammates, evidently injured. "By the way, the one who threw the bat at you has been confined by Professor McGonagall." Mark suddenly turned and remarked, his voice loud enough for everyone in the infirmary to hear. Nearby students, collecting their potions, couldn't suppress their laughter. The Slytherin team collectively turned with glares, and had it not been for the infirmary setting, a scuffle might have ensued. "What happened to your teeth? How did you lose a few? Are you all right?" Danny inquired, his gaze fixed on substitute keeper Vicky, struggling to contain his laughter. "Ahem. Let's go," Charlie urged, pushing everyone to leave the infirmary. "I hope Madame Pomfrey doesn't fix his teeth." He'd speak with a lisp. Fred couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Who did that?" It was quite impressive. "It seems to have been Albert," Jack interjected, chuckling as he recalled trying to block Albert. "Don't look at me." He knocked them out himself by running into my elbow, Albert said innocently. I was focused on the golden snitch and had no intention of hitting him. For some reason, he just had to crash into my elbow, and it still aches a bit. Perhaps he suffers from a peculiar affliction that requires a slap to the face to feel comfortable. I hope Madame Pomfrey can cure him, George quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. Come, let us return to celebrate our victory. We shall venture into the kitchen for some food, George and Fred decided. No need. Professor McGonagall has already prepared something for you. Lee Jordan unexpectedly appeared from around the corner, giving Albert a hearty pat on the shoulder. I saw everything. You knocked the Slytherin keeper's teeth out. He did it himself, Albert corrected. Did you all notice how Professor Snape's face darkened when you caught the snitch? It looked as if someone had smeared something unpleasant on it. Lee's voice trailed off as he caught sight of Albert signaling him to be quiet. He quickly looked around, confirming Snape was not in proximity, and gently punched Albert's shoulder in jest. The others erupted into laughter. The only one seemingly displeased in the corridor was Filch, the caretaker, standing by the infirmary door with a mop and bucket, casting a watchful eye towards them. Filch maintained order while awaiting the dispersal of students to clean the muddy footprints from the hallway. As they returned to the common room, a cacophony of cheers erupted, with everyone calling out Albert's name, several eager hands reaching out to pull him inside. On the common room table lay an array of cakes, pies, candies, and a large jug of pumpkin juice. Many clustered around Albert, urging him to recount the thrilling moment before he caught the golden snitch, while others spoke of how he knocked the Slytherin keeper's teeth out. Yet, Albert insisted that it was the substitute keeper who collided with his elbow. He is a good person. How could he do such a thing? Finally managing to escape the crowd's clutches, Albert settled into an armchair in the corner with a small plate of cake. Not bad. I didn't expect your Quidditch skills to be quite so impressive, Field teased, propping his chin on his hand. If you were a bit older, I might just have to pursue you. Albert was momentarily taken aback. Were foreign girls truly so audacious? Nevertheless, he understood that Field was merely jesting, so he retorted softly, in truth, I prefer not to pursue older women. Older? Field couldn't help but roll his eyes at Albert, swiftly changing the subject. How goes your practice with summoning spells? Quite well. I'm currently attempting to summon other objects. Albert reflected on his progress in summoning magic, nodding in satisfaction. In due time, I shall successfully summon an umbrella. What do you need an umbrella for? Field inquired, puzzled. Naturally, so that I need not carry one when it rains, Albert stated earnestly. England is a notoriously rainy country. There are times when one ventures out without an umbrella and returns drenched. Field remarked, that does seem quite reasonable. The disheartening defeat of the Slytherin team became a favored topic of conversation among the students of Hogwarts during their leisure. The unfortunate substitute goalkeeper, Vicky Avery, turned into a subject of many light-hearted anecdotes, even though Madame Pomfrey had long since repaired his chipped teeth. Yet, students from other houses would invariably recall the saying that circulated in Gryffindor, he knocked his own teeth out by colliding with my elbow. The veracity of Albert's words is of little concern to anyone. They merely ridicule young Avery for bringing misfortune upon himself and losing his teeth. This derision is rooted solely in disdain. At least, this is Albert's perspective. Otherwise, he would be unable to discern the humor in that statement. Even he himself cannot uncover its comedic value. This episode has certainly solidified his reservoir of animosity, to the point where even the panel tasks have emerged. Albert remained largely indifferent, for the atmosphere between Gryffindor and Slytherin had become increasingly charged following their match. The tension between the two houses was palpable, teetering on the brink of eruption. In the corridors, minor skirmishes frequently erupted, inciting a grimace from Filch, whose patience waned as the number of infractions surged, depleting his small roll of parchment. Ultimately, this escalated into a particularly egregious incident. A group of Slytherin students cornered Mark, ready to strike, when a few Gryffindor students fortuitously passed by, embroiling themselves in the chaos. The altercation culminated with one Gryffindor student sprouting peculiar scales on his face and a Slytherin student having his nose spewing chives. Professor McGonagall was incensed upon learning of the affair, deducting a significant number of points from both houses. Consequently, one house sank to the bottom of the rankings while the other languished just above. Of course, the number of Slytherin students seeking to vex Albert was not insignificant. Being bested by a Muggle-born first year was a source of deep humiliation for them. However, their opportunities to retaliate were scarce. There have been instances where an attempt was made to trip Albert in the corridors. But those who dared were met with swift retribution. One was stomped and sent directly to the hospital wing, while another received a kick to the calf, resulting in tears streaming down his face. What further infuriated them was how this first year would gaze at them with an air of feigned innocence, calmly inquiring, "Are you all right? Why did you stick your leg out?" The implication was clear. He appeared blameless and harmless, placing the onus squarely upon them. This left them with no grounds for rebuttal, as it was indeed their own misjudgment that led to their injuries. As for the cornering, Albert was seldom seen alone. He was always accompanied by 3 friends. And even when he found himself by himself, he often retreated to the library. This fellow possessed considerable patience, waiting outside the library for an extended period, only to find no one emerging. Yet, this was not the most unfortunate event. Not long ago, a third-year Slytherin student, believing he had found an opportunity. Followed Albert into the boys' restroom, only to be discovered as he slipped on a puddle and fell unconscious. Naturally, the audacity of such individuals was not limited to one. George strolled down the deserted second-floor corridor, not far from an abandoned girls' restroom. He hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to the fact that someone was trailing him. The fifth-year Slytherin upperclassman stealthily withdrew his wand from beneath his robe, intent on casting a curse to teach George a harsh lesson. However, as he raised his wand, he noticed the freshman ahead had turned around and was smiling at him. Before the unfortunate soul could comprehend the situation, a faint noise echoed behind him. Faint were the last words he heard before collapsing, struck by the stunning spell. Another troublemaker. George approached and gave the fallen student a light kick, grinning as he exclaimed, "Well, didn't he see that coming, did you? I have some backup." Without further ado, he decided to drag the student into the girls' restroom to surprise everyone. A few minutes later, several younger Hufflepuff girls passed by the restroom and spotted a figure half concealed by a robe, with the other half sprawled on the floor, hands mimicking a climbing motion as if trying to escape the restroom. Hearing the commotion, Filch hurried over, his face twitching at the sight of a large puddle in the corridor. What had transpired? What could have compelled a boy to enter the girls' restroom? The girl's imagination ran wild. Before Filch could enlist the help of two passing students to lift the soaked miscreant and take him to the hospital wing, the girls had already concocted a myriad of theories. Coincidentally, the Albert Quartet witnessed the scene, stifling laughter to the point of pain in their ribs. Why did the Slytherin student make such a hasty exit from the girls' restroom? The girls who first discovered the scene exercised their imaginations, guessing the reasons behind the boy's intrusion and his subsequent retreat. Next time someone dares to trouble us, Fred could always give them a dunk in the toilet, one quipped. Some jokes, however, should not be taken too far. Albert stifled his laughter but reminded them, next time, let us stun them and shove them into the stalls. I'm sure the girls will have a field day with that. That's a splendid idea, George replied, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. They will definitely be on guard. Indeed, Albert mused, but they would never suspect you possess knowledge of the disillusionment charm. Lee Jordan pointed out their greatest advantage. The Slytherin students had grossly underestimated Albert's abilities. Due to the disillusionment charm, it never crossed their minds that someone might be lurking behind them, waiting to exact revenge, especially since Albert could easily deploy the stunning spell. Though some speculated that Albert might be the mastermind, they quickly dismissed the idea. After all, a Muggle-born wizard, no matter how gifted, could not master an extensive array of spells within a short time. As for Albert's companions, it was evident that even among Slytherins, there were few first years capable of casting the stunning spell. Thus, the blame ultimately fell upon the upperclassmen of Gryffindor. After all, there had been precedents involving Mark and his friends. Albert was seated in a corner of the library, one hand propping up his chin while the other idly perused the catalog orders from the elegant sorcerer's attire boutique, contemplating an appropriate Christmas gift. Initially, he had intended to craft a protective amulet for Nia with his own hands. However, after perusing several tomes on alchemy, he temporarily abandoned this notion. Albert realized that his initial concept was quite impractical. Although wizards possess the ability to enchant objects, imbuing them with certain magical properties, the enchantments typically do not endure for long, fading away with the passage of time. In Albert's view, crafting a talisman that would soon lose its efficacy as a birthday gift was far less meaningful than purchasing a scarf for Nia. The endeavor to create a powerful and enduring magical item is no simple task. Firstly, it necessitates the use of materials that inherently carry magical energy. Throughout the creation process, spells must be cast upon these materials. Upon completion, the finished product requires an additional enchanting procedure, where the strength of the enchanter and their proficiency in the art of magic dictate the potency and longevity of the magical item. In ancient times, wizards would often inscribe runes, such as the In rune, upon magical objects to further enhance their effects. However, in contemporary times, wizards capable of such feats are exceedingly rare, and many of the ancient techniques have largely been lost to the ages. Utilizing this intricate and laborious process, one typically produces a powerful and enduring magical artifact. Indeed, some refer to these as alchemical items. Frankly, the magical community in England pays little heed to alchemy. The concept of alchemy originally emerged from the regions of ancient Greece and Egypt, making its way to Western Europe in the 12th century. Early wizards held a rather nebulous understanding of alchemy, often unaware of what it truly entailed. Albert perused the illustrious Book of Jade, a relic of ancient Egypt, within the confines of the library, yet found himself utterly perplexed by its profound meanings. The opening line, translated, conveys, as above, so below. Thus is the miraculous unity of the Great One fulfilled. The subsequent line states, all things originate from the Great One, created through differentiation from the Great One. After forcing himself to read to the end and committing it to memory, Albert closed the tome and returned it to the shelf. Such ancient texts are often replete with intricate and esoteric concepts, rendering them exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Albert's sole interpretation of the two sentences from the Jade record was whether it alluded to the cosmos. He was not inclined to ponder the meaning of that book. Perhaps one day, upon mastering alchemy, he would experience a sudden epiphany. After all, early alchemy encompassed multiple domains, exploring the mysteries of magic, the forms of matter, and even early cosmology, intertwining a multitude of concepts within alchemical theory. Subsequent alchemy became fixated on the transmutation of metals, which accounts for why certain metalworkers in later eras were dubbed alchemists, despite their preference to identify as metal artisans. After centuries of evolution, alchemy, through the explorations of luminaries such as Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Roger Bacon, and Arnold of Villanova, established the concept of material transformation. Raymond Lull even proposed the hypothesis of the philosopher's stone, a theoretical construct founded on understanding, decomposition, and reconstruction. This hypothesis was further refined by Nicholas Flamel, who, through the philosopher's stone, or the magical stone, actualized the early notion of transformation by incorporating seeds into the process, thereby successfully creating the elixir of immortality and transmuting any metal into pure gold. Nicholas Flamel, as the creator of the magical stone, is revered as the progenitor of European alchemy, standing at its pinnacle and surveying all practitioners beneath him. However, through successive generations, the concept of material transformation gradually gravitated towards potion making. Although metalworkers were also bestowed with the title of alchemist, they evidently lacked that self-awareness, and the branch of alchemy shifted towards mysticism. Crafting magical items was a common endeavor for these metal artisans. They excelled at using magic to manipulate metals, producing enchanted artifacts imbued with wondrous powers. Fairies were particularly adept in this regard, specializing in the creation of pure silver products through fairy magic, which in this realm resembled the secret silver of the magical world. Yet, over time, the knowledge of pure silver forging among fairies faded, with only a handful of fairy craftsmen still capable of producing fairy ironware. As the profession of metalworking gradually waned, alchemy entirely aligned itself with mysticism. Nonetheless, most alchemists did not consider items created through simple incantations to qualify as true alchemical creations. Nevertheless, some individuals claimed to represent contemporary alchemy, such as the rudimentary alchemical text that Albert had perused. After delving deeper into alchemy, Albert conceived a renewed approach to crafting talismans. He needed to gather a plethora of magical materials imbued with protective significance and amalgamate them to create a talisman. Such talismans would significantly enhance the protective magic he ultimately bestowed upon them. For instance, the protective trees imbued with magic, or the purple shirt tree. Alongside the stones known as the life stone and protective stone, such as garnets, utilize the Iwaz rune, which symbolizes protection and defense, in conjunction with other runes to augment the safeguarding power of the talisman. Alas, while the concept was promising, reality proved harsh. Albert required more knowledge to assist him in constructing this framework, and he himself possessed scant understanding of the ancient runes, or the archaic magical script. Records regarding ancient runes primarily consisted of interpretations and insights rather than deeper explorations. Perhaps Dumbledore had studied these matters. Yet the number of contemporary wizards proficient in their application had dwindled to a mere few. Albert cast aside the notion of crafting a talisman as a gift. In fact, he had already conceived a more fitting alternative, which was nearing completion. He envisioned a majestic griffin, an emblem of Gryffindor. This inspiration struck him while he was practicing fundamental charms, utilizing wood, gears, and magic to create a moving griffin. The catalyst for this endeavor was a scaled model of a fire dragon from the Triwizard Tournament, a meticulously crafted representation in proportion. Indeed, ever since he acquired several skills pertinent to economics, a plethora of ingenious ideas began to materialize in Albert's mind, such as the possibility of marketing various models of magical creatures, potentially yielding substantial profits. After all, he could collaborate with others to establish a company, while he himself would invest and provide the necessary expertise. In order to sculpt the griffin, Albert took the initiative to visit the spiral staircase of the principal's office on the 3rd floor. He devoted considerable time to observing a griffin statue, capturing several photographs from various angles. Along the way, he also advanced his sculpting skills and utilized the wood from the protective tree provided by Hagrid to piece together a griffin, capable of basic movement magic that even allowed it to flap its wings. As for the possibility of flight, that remains unattainable for the moment. However, Albert is confident in his future capabilities and is determined to perfect his creation. After all, he possesses a panel. How could he lack confidence? Regarding potential collaborators, Albert has already identified a candidate, specifically a certain unfortunate soul who has been overwhelmed by circumstances. Albert discovered a charming item in the catalog order, a delicate silver phoenix badge, albeit priced at a steep 1 galleon. Nevertheless, he resolved to have the owl place the order as a Christmas gift for Nia. After closing the catalog and returning it to his satchel, he shut the hefty tome on the table, intending to return it to its rightful place. As Albert passed by the bookshelf, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. Recently, he had encountered quite a few troublesome matters. Truman, upon spotting Albert, expressed a hint of surprise, lowering his voice to say, "Well done." "Thank you," Albert replied, returning the book to the shelf before curiously inquiring, "What are you searching for?" "A curse, a useful curse." Truman muttered softly, "I am preparing to duel with the Ravenclaw prefect, Nochi." Albert was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. What on earth was this bizarre maneuver? "You are to duel with the head of Ravenclaw?" Albert inquired in a hushed tone. Truman nodded in affirmation. What is the situation? Are you preparing for a friendly spar? Or is this a duel to resolve a conflict? Albert had already surmised the likely scenario, if it were merely a friendly match. Truman would not have come here seeking useful dark curses. However, the school administration would likely disapprove, as they would be reluctant to witness students resorting to dueling as a means of conflict resolution. Albert believed that Truman had little chance of winning, after all. His opponent was the head of Ravenclaw, which indicated commendable academic prowess. The disparity in their mastery and application of magic would surely be considerable. Knox insisted that Bridget Winlock hailed from Ravenclaw. Truman's tone bore a hint of irritation. Bridget Winlock? Albert queried, perplexed by the unfamiliar name. Bridget Winlock was a renowned arithmancer of the 13th century, the first to discover the magical properties of the number 7, Truman elucidated. During my studies in arithmancy, I discussed this matter with others. Later, when he passed by, he mentioned that Winlock was from Ravenclaw. I argued against this assertion, and thus, our discussion escalated to this point. Therefore, Bridget Winlock is from Hufflepuff. Naturally, the chocolate frog card features an introduction to Bridget Winlock. Truman produced a chocolate frog card and handed it to Albert. After reading it, Albert inquired, why didn't you show this to him at the time? Truman explained, I later obtained it from a friend. Furthermore, I believe that even if I had presented it to him, he would not have acknowledged it. That individual must have been aware of his mistake long before, yet he refuses to admit it. Albert has come to comprehend the reason behind their duel, a typical argument escalating into a heated exchange, ultimately culminating in physical confrontation. In his previous life, Albert had witnessed such occurrences far too often. A multitude of individuals online exhibited similar behaviors. However, due to the barrier of the internet, they could not physically confront one another, confining their disputes to the realm of online forums. This situation, however, was different. Both parties were consumed by wrath and humiliation. Perhaps, at the outset, the Ravenclaw prefect had misremembered the events, and when the exchange grew fervent, even upon realizing the error, pride prevented any acknowledgement of fault, leading to the duel. Clearly, the Ravenclaw prefect was incensed, or at least Truman perceived it that way. Not everyone possesses the courage to admit their mistakes, even among Gryffindors. Such bravery is rare. As Dumbledore famously remarked, people find it easier to forgive others' mistakes than to forgive their correctness. Truman was merely defending the honor of Hufflepuff. From their perspective, it was a shame that they had finally produced a noteworthy individual, only for him to shamelessly claim allegiance to Ravenclaw. May I offer you a small piece of advice? Albert whispered. Certainly. Truman replied, harboring a hint of anticipation for Albert's suggestion. It's not a duel. That would only invite trouble, Albert cautioned, urging him not to concede that it was a duel. Truman felt a tinge of disappointment. You surely wouldn't want to be confined. Would you? Albert inquired. Not at all. Truman nodded vigorously. Can you perform the disarming charm? No, Truman said, feeling dejected. Follow me. Albert beckoned Truman to step outside. The library was hardly an appropriate venue for their conversation. He had noticed Madame Pants casting her gaze in their direction. And if they wished to avoid being expelled by her feather duster, they ought to leave voluntarily. The two of them exited the library, proceeding down the corridor. Albert gazed at the passing Slytherin students, squinting as he spoke to Truman. The incantation for the disarming charm is Expelliarmus. Its essence lies in disarming the opponent. Truman replied with a hint of excitement. You mean to disarm Knock? Indeed, Albert affirmed. However, you must act swiftly. Suddenly, Albert interjected, during your duel, you'll surely count to 3. At the count of 1, you should strike first, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Truman appeared to want to say something, but Albert interrupted him. This is not merely a duel, is it? Albert remarked nonchalantly. Once you have disarmed Knock and he is momentarily distracted, employ the bodybind curse. You are familiar with it, I trust? I am, Truman nodded. Then, proceed to strike him until he acknowledges his folly. Albert gestured with a fist. With your fists? Truman struggled to comprehend Albert's line of reasoning. There is a saying, truth resides in the fists, Albert stated, observing Truman's bewilderment. Moreover, he is indeed mistaken, stubbornly refusing to admit it, and seeks to teach you a lesson through this duel. Do not forget, he is 2 years your senior and possesses a greater understanding of magic than you do. Albert suddenly paused, his gaze fixating on a red-haired girl from Ravenclaw. You know Isabel, don't you? We've crossed paths a few times in the same club. Ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, Albert continued. There is a saying, you can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. The most effective way to rouse them is to give them a good beating. Truman felt a sudden resonance with this notion. What harm was there in a surprise attack? What he desired was to impart a thorough lesson to his adversary. Albert nodded and said, remember, do not resort to dark curses. Employing such malevolence is far worse than using your fists, when you inevitably find yourself in trouble. Explaining to Professor Sprout why you were fighting, note that it is indeed fighting and not a duel, will not provoke any punishment from your headmaster. As you were defending the honor of the academy, Truman stood there, dumbfounded, a conviction settling within him. Indeed, he was fighting for honor. Just as excitement surged through him, an unsettling realization struck. He did not know the disarming spell. Follow me. I know precisely what self-defense spells you require. Albert led Truman inside. You will need someone to practice with. Don't look at me, as I am quite pressed for time. Perhaps seek out a friend from Hufflepuff. All right, thank you. Remember to come watch the duel this weekend, Truman beamed. It will be on the lawn near the Black Lake. I will, Albert replied, watching Truman's retreating figure before his gaze shifted to his task panel. Enthusiastic assistance. Your friend, Gabriel Truman, seems to be in a bit of trouble. As the first wizard friend you have made, it is your duty to assist him in resolving his predicament. Reward, 100 experience points, 10 favor with Gabriel Truman. Distant victory. Your friend does not possess any advantage in the forthcoming duel. As a true friend, you should devise a means to help him turn the tide in his favor. Reward, 1,000 experience points, a random skill from the task target, 10 favor with Gabriel Truman. Albert was somewhat intrigued by the prospect of randomly acquiring a skill from the task objectives. Upon returning to his seat, Shauna, who had just completed her homework, curiously inquired, "What did you just do?" "Oh, nothing much, just ran into a friend and exchanged a few words," Albert replied. He noticed Mrs. Pants casting a glance in his direction and promptly shut his mouth, checking over his freshly completed homework before stowing it away. "There's a duel happening," a voice shouted from near the entrance hall, prompting the students who were dining to surge toward the doorway, eager to discover what was transpiring. "What is going on?" Albert asked, clutching his homemade sandwich as he followed the Weasley twins into the throng moving toward the entrance. On the lawn near the Black Lake, students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were engaged in a duel. In an instant, Albert grasped the situation. Had Truman's duel with Ravenclaw's prefect, Nochi, been moved up? By the time the crowd arrived at the lawn, the duel had already concluded. Nochi lay on the ground, evidence of a recent altercation visible on his face, while Truman, the victor, stood over him reciting something. The last image that Albert and his companions witnessed was Truman crouching down to stuff a chocolate frog card into Nochi's mouth, before departing with an air of triumph, surrounded by several Hufflepuff students. What happened? What on earth transpired? Fred inquired, seeking information from those around him. Quickly piecing together the events. During the duel, Truman had struck first, casting the full bodybind curse on Ravenclaw as prefect, then putting away his wand and resorting to fists to deliver a thorough beating to Nochi, leaving his opponent's face swollen. Before departing, Truman had recited a passage about the illustrious Bridget Winlock, a renowned arithmancer from the 13th century, declaring her to be from Hufflepuff. Soon, the reason for the duel became clear. Both parties had been debating whether Bridget Winlock graduated from Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, and the discussion had escalated into a duel to settle the matter. How gratifying. Not all esteemed experts hail from Ravenclaw, exclaimed an upper-year Hufflepuff girl, fiercely shaking her fist. Nochi surely knew that Bridget Winlock was a Hufflepuff, and his refusal to admit his error had resulted in a well-deserved beating. Of course, there were murmurs about Truman's sneak attack. Is it even appropriate for a prefect to duel a third-year student? Many paid little heed to Truman's ambush. After all, the duel itself was inherently unequal. One could hardly expect to stand idle while being struck. Especially after learning the context, more observers cheered Truman for bruising Nochi's face. That scoundrel, despicable fiend. Nochi, now freed from the full bodybind curse, scrambled to his feet, trembling with rage as he tore the chocolate frog card into pieces. It was apparent that Nochi was not particularly concerned about whether Bridget Winlock graduated from Hufflepuff. His duel with Truman stemmed solely from the provocations he had faced. However, he had been ambushed and beaten, leaving his cheeks swollen and painful. Students gathered around were well aware of why Nochi had been struck, and their mocking glances only fueled his anger further. Refusing to acknowledge his mistake while attempting to leverage his seniority to bully others, Nochi was seen by many as deserving of his punishment. Before he could further vent his fury, Professor Flitwick arrived and escorted him away. How cool. This incident will be a source of discussion for years to come, Fred exclaimed, visibly excited, his expression seemingly lamenting why he hadn't been the one to duel. However, Albert found himself more curious about why their duel had been advanced. As he finished his sandwich, he muttered, "Truman told me his duel with the Ravenclaw prefect was scheduled for the weekend." "How do you know?" the trio asked in astonishment. "I ran into him at the library last time, and he invited me to watch the duel," Albert explained. "You didn't tell us?" George complained, clearly displeased. There are still a few days left. Upon returning to the dining hall, the topic of discussion was overwhelmingly focused on the duel, particularly on Truman's final actions. As for whether the two would face severe punishment for resolving their issues through a duel, no one seemed particularly concerned. As long as the repercussions didn't fall on them, that was sufficient. On Friday evening, Albert encountered Truman in the library. Perhaps the latter had been waiting for him. "Nochi is confined by Professor Flitwick for a week," Truman joyfully announced. "I was supposed to be confined for a week too. But Professor Sprout merely gave me a light warning and presented me with a box of coconut ice cream." As he spoke, Truman produced 2 wrapped coconut ice cream bars from his robe pocket, evidently intending to share this treat bestowed upon him by Professor Sprout with Albert. Truman appeared quite thrilled as he recounted the events, which ultimately led to him being chased out of the library by Mrs. Pants with a feather duster. Observing Truman's retreating figure, Albert felt a sudden urge to laugh. Under Mrs. Pants's watchful gaze, he hastily stuffed the 2 coconut ice cream bars into his pocket, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and resumed his homework. However, Mrs. Pants seemed unwilling to let Albert off the hook. Ultimately, under the librarian's scrutiny, He resignedly gathered his belongings and exited the library. At least he hadn't been forcibly ejected by the feather duster. Honestly, Albert muttered as he stood in the corridor outside the library, pulling out a coconut ice cream bar, unwrapping it, and taking a small bite. It was delightfully cold, with a rich coconut flavor, reminiscent of the ice mice sold by Honeydukes, though not as frigid and quite enjoyable. Did you give him that idea? A voice suddenly inquired from beside him. Albert turned to see a red-haired girl standing next to him. Good evening, Isabel, he greeted her. As they were somewhat acquainted through their shared club, Gabriel Truman claims he was merely theorizing with Nochi. Isabel raised an eyebrow. But it seems you were the one who inspired him. Indeed, the flavor of this treat is delightful, he replied. Are you attempting to bribe me? Isabel remarked, her expression turning peculiar as she had the coconut ice cream offered to her. If you insist on interpreting it that way, Albert said with a smile. Not wishing to delve deeper into the topic, I merely advised Truman never to attempt waking someone who feigns sleep, unless with a fist. With that, Albert turned and walked away. Unless with a fist, indeed? Isabel gazed intently at the coconut ice cream before her, gradually unwrapping its packaging and savoring the treat, only to rise and head towards the library once she had finished. The Quidditch match at the end of November had seen the Hufflepuff team suffer a dismal defeat amidst the snow and wind, leaving Gryffindor and Ravenclaw as the fierce competitors for the House Cup. In pursuit of victory, Captain Charlie had been intensifying the Quidditch training regimen, much to the dismay of the regular team members, while the substitutes, Fred and his companions, always found excellent excuses to skip the arduous practices in the biting cold. Charlie must be out of his mind, Fred muttered, gazing out at the swirling snow. He simply longs for the Quidditch trophy too much. Albert, however, understood Charlie's efforts. After all, it was the responsibility of a Quidditch captain, and if the captain were to relax, Gryffindor would likely never have a chance to lift the trophy. Are you all going home for the Christmas holidays? Lee Jordan asked, having just finished reading a letter from his family. Yes, we are, Fred and George replied in unison, exchanging glances. I shall also return home for the festivities, Albert remarked, turning his gaze to the potted plant by the window and inquiring. What shall we do with the items in the pot once we all return home? Just leave them here. A month without watering shouldn't do much harm, right? George said, eyeing the flourishing garlic plant with a hint of uncertainty. Actually, you could prepare them while you're back. I mean during the Christmas holidays, Albert suggested tentatively. He was well aware that their enthusiasm for crafting garlic crosses had waned significantly. Alas, the patience of children is often quite limited. And Albert even suspected they had completely forgotten about the endeavor. Oh, that matter. Fred and George exchanged looks, their initial fervor for creating such charms seemingly diminished. They felt somewhat lost, pondering why they had ever felt such excitement about making these items. Well, we could give it a try. However, we are not quite sure how to create garlic crosses. Do we really need to soak the crosses in crushed garlic? Fred asked hesitantly, uncertain if his mother might chastise him for wasting garlic. You can crush the garlic, soak it in alcohol, and then dip the crosses in it, Albert replied, though he had never attempted it himself and could only offer limited suggestions. That is indeed a good idea, Fred began, but then faltered, seemingly forgetting what he intended to say. However, we are uncertain if we can procure any alcohol, George continued. It's already challenging to come across ordinary beer, let alone alcohol. Acquiring it would be quite difficult. What are you planning to do with that pot of white ash? Lee Jordan quickly diverted the topic, as his situation was not much better than that of the twins. It'll stay here. If it dies, then it can't be helped. The other pot by the window contained white ash branches that Albert had obtained from Hagrid. This herbaceous plant could be replanted and nurtured to grow anew if its stems were buried in soil and cared for properly. However, white ash was highly susceptible to weather conditions, and without transplanting it into a greenhouse or finding a warmer location during winter, it could easily wither. In truth, Albert had little confidence in his ability to keep the white ash alive through the winter. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Although the Gryffindor common room blazed with a roaring fire, the corridors, buffeted by cold winds, felt even more chilling due to the snowstorm. The glass of the windows rattled in the biting gusts, compelling everyone to bundle themselves more tightly in their clothing. With Christmas approaching, everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday. However, the professors instinctively assigned students an abundance of homework. This is hardly conducive to enjoying the Christmas holiday, Lee Jordan exclaimed, tossing his quill onto the table as he gazed at the growing pile of assignments written on parchment. Resign yourself. You have to do it either way. Or return after the holidays to face detention with the professors, Albert replied, putting away the parchment and conceding that the amount of homework for the Christmas break was indeed considerable. Even he could not complete it all in a short span. Don't mention it. You're simply a devil, Lee grumbled as he leaned back in his armchair. Today, all students in third year and above had gone to Hogsmeade. Otherwise, there would be no chance for them to enjoy the common room in such comfort. Albert, George exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, pointing at the front page of the Daily Prophet. Look at this. You must see this. What is it? Fred asked wearily. What's the big news in the Daily Prophet? Millicent Bagnold has decided to retire in February, and her successor has been confirmed as Cornelius Fudge, George said, his breath quickening. Cornelius Fudge? Fred echoed, pausing for a moment before his voice suddenly rose in pitch. You mean Cornelius Fudge? What's wrong with Cornelius Fudge? Lee Jordan looked at the twins in confusion, suddenly recalling, wait, isn't Cornelius Fudge. The three turned their heads in unison, casting peculiar glances at Albert. Upon seeing the report, they suddenly remembered an incident involving Albert on the Hogwarts Express. I remember, George stammered. You seem to have wagered 25 galleons on, Fred hastily completed his brother's thought, on Cornelius Fudge becoming the next Minister for Magic. Lee Jordan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the three of them gaped at Albert in shock. I do recall that, Albert nodded, at the time. I even asked if you wanted to join me in the betting pool. My heart aches, Fred lamented, clutching his chest as his breath quickened. The sensation of watching galleons slip through his fingers was simply unbearable. What were the odds on Cornelius Fudge? Lee Jordan suddenly inquired. I believe it was 4-1. Albert replied. 25 galleons amounts to 100 galleons. Lee Jordan gasped, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, akin to a wheezing old cow. 100 galleons, the twins murmured. Their eyes glazed in disbelief. That sum was beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. I've said it before, my luck is seldom poor. Albert winked at the three of them. However, did the Daily Prophet mention when the payout would occur? That should not take too long. I believe the betting pool will conclude when Cornelius Fudge officially assumes the role of minister, and they should quickly tally the results and reward the winners. Albert nodded, expressing that he no longer needed to worry about financial constraints. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of asking his family for money to purchase items. The sensation of soliciting funds from others was rather unpleasant. Following the announcement in the Daily Prophet that Cornelius Fudge would assume the role of the next Minister of Magic. Approximately 2 weeks later, the rewards from the Daily Prophet's competition were delivered by Owl Post. Outside, snow continued to fall, and the owl couriers flocked into the hall as usual. Among them, one owl dropped a frost-covered envelope right in front of Albert. Moments later, another owl placed a seemingly heavy leather pouch on the table before Albert, the dull metallic sound instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Albert reached for the leather pouch, weighing it in his hand before discerning its contents from the crisp sounds emanating within. Rather than opening it immediately, he placed it into his backpack. He then drew forth his wand and employed the drying charm to remove the frost from the envelope before carefully opening it to reveal its contents. The letter read, Congratulations, Mr. Albert Anderson. You have won a reward of 100 galleons in the upcoming contest for the next Minister of Magic. Please sign to acknowledge receipt. Signed, Barnabas Cuff. Note, please refrain from opening the leather pouch before signing, as it has been enchanted to ensure that only Albert himself may claim this galleon. Within the envelope, there was another piece of parchment, a magical contract to guarantee that the funds would be received solely by Albert. Should anyone else attempt to retrieve money from the pouch that does not rightfully belong to them, they would encounter serious consequences. The letter did not specify what those consequences might entail, but Albert surmised they could involve some form of curse or tracking magic that would enable them to locate the thief who dared to steal the funds. Albert sought to maintain a low profile and guard his secret, yet secrets often have a way of escaping. Before long, the entire school community was aware of his participation in the Daily Prophet's contest, where he had won a substantial sum of galleons. As for the exact amount, no one could ascertain the precise figure. Some claimed it to be 50 galleons, others 100, and some even speculated 200. Ultimately, it was George who could not contain himself and revealed the truth, inciting a wave of envy among many. Whenever the topic arose, the tone was laced with jealousy, as if it could erode the very ground beneath them. Now, everyone referred to him as Lucky Albert. Shauna, seated in front of Albert, turned to inquire about his feelings. It's quite pleasant. I relish this title and hope to continue my streak of fortune. Who knows, perhaps I might win another grand prize, Albert replied with a beaming smile. You could lay your head on the desk for a while. Perhaps you'll dream of winning the jackpot, Shauna remarked, unable to suppress an eye roll. My luck has always been favorable, Albert declared, producing his wand and waving it before his peers, continuing his jest. Mr. Ollivander informed me that wands made of sequoia would bring good fortune to their wielders, and mine is crafted from sequoia. Sequoia wood brings luck? Angelina questioned skeptically, clearly unconvinced. There is indeed such a belief. It is said that wands made from this wood are favored by wizards for their purported luck. Katrina examined Albert with an odd gaze. Though some consider this mere nonsense, it is absolutely true. I relied on my wand's aid to make my predictions, Albert asserted, wearing an expression that suggested his wand indeed brought him good fortune. Nearby, Lee Jordan's expression twitched slightly. In their memories, this was indeed how it transpired. At that time, Albert had simply placed his wand vertically on the table, allowing it to lean to one side, and inexplicably decided to wager 25 galleons on Cornelius Fudge. When Fred recounted the situation to the group, everyone was left speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. What sort of audacious strategy was this? Could this truly be the secret to winning a grand prize? Nevertheless, this incident did not occupy their discussions for long, as the Christmas holidays were quietly approaching. After Albert had packed his belongings, he boarded the school's night bus, traversing the snow-laden roads until he arrived at the station in Hogsmeade. What are you doing? George inquired, puzzled, as he observed Albert reaching forward into the carriage. Aren't you curious about what is pulling the carriage? Albert pointed to the snow-covered ground. Do you not see the footprints in the snow? Is something indeed pulling the carriage? The three of them wore expressions of shock. Yet the footprints in the snow served as undeniable evidence, an invisible horse. The thestral, Albert whispered. It is said that only those who have witnessed death can see a thestral. I have heard of such creatures. They are considered ominous. Lee Jordan attempted to pull Albert away from the subject of the thestral, murmuring. It is said that these beings bring dreadful calamities to those who behold them. They are a bad omen. You are overthinking it. The thestral is a winged horse. Its notorious reputation is linked to death. Otherwise, do you think Hogwarts would employ them for carriages? Albert shot Lee a disdainful glance, dragging his luggage into the express train, intending to find an empty compartment to rest. As he gazed out at the fleeting scenery, Albert felt in high spirits. Along the way, they munched on snacks while engaging in light-hearted conversations about their plans for the Christmas holidays. In moments of boredom, they even played the Birdie Bots every flavor beans challenge proposed by Fred. The game consisted of blindly picking a bean and tasting it, with the unfortunate soul who encountered a bizarre flavor facing the consequences. Lee Jordan was the most unfortunate, tasting one that resembled dirt. He once again declared before everyone that he would no longer partake in the beans, eliciting laughter from the group. As the train began to pass through Muggle towns, Albert removed his wizarding cloak and donned a Muggle coat. Fortunately, Daisy had thoughtfully prepared the coat for him. Otherwise, he might have forgotten entirely. In the afternoon, the train finally came to a halt at King's Cross Station. As everyone prepared to depart from Platform 9, they were halted by a gaunt old guard at the ticket barrier, who forbade too many people from passing through at once. A multitude of individuals emerged simultaneously from the solid wall, drawing the attention of the Muggles. Nevertheless, it was the Hogwarts students who truly captured the Muggles' gaze. As Albert stepped out from behind the wall, he noticed a man dressed in an incongruous manner loitering nearby, accompanied by several individuals from the Ministry of Magic. Among them was someone who had cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, though the execution of the spell was rather lackluster, allowing Albert to vaguely discern his position. Prior to mastering the disillusionment charm, Albert may have overlooked the individual, but now, armed with some knowledge of the spell, he found it not overly difficult to identify the flaw. Farewell, Albert. Goodbye, Albert. Lee Jordan and Shauna waved their goodbyes to him. Goodbye, Albert replied, waving back at them. There he is, Mom. Albert is over there, Nia exclaimed, waving her arms as she ran towards him. With a beaming smile, Albert waved to his family before turning to Fred and George, saying, Goodbye. I must take my leave. Farewell, my family has also arrived. Fred pointed towards the distance, and Albert spotted the red-haired Weasley clan, along with Fred's brother Ron and sister Ginny. What are you looking at? Nia complained with a hint of annoyance. All right. I shall buy you some snacks. However, you must wait until we are on the bus to receive them, Albert said, reaching out to ruffle Nia's hair. But she turned her head to evade him. Do not ruffle a lady's hair. It is quite impolite, Nia stated earnestly. Herb couldn't help but chuckle, taking hold of Albert's luggage and inquiring, How is life at Hogwarts? Quite well. I have learned a great deal of useful knowledge, Albert answered without hesitation. Welcome home, Daisy said with a smile, handing Tom back to Albert. It has grown heavier, Albert remarked as he weighed Tom in his hands. Tom stayed at grandfather's house for a few days recently, Nia whispered. You know how Sansa's grandmother can be. Albert gazed at his plump cat and sighed softly. Once seated in the back of the car, he placed Tom on his lap, gently grooming him while murmuring, It's time for a diet. The Anderson family's original plans for a Christmas skiing holiday had been abandoned, as Luke and Sansa would be joining them for the festive season. No one in the household complained about this change. Their enthusiasm for skiing was rather tepid. On Christmas Eve, Albert noticed Herbert lingering outside Nia's door, seemingly contemplating whether to place the gifts on his daughter's nightstand. The tradition of Santa Claus had fallen out of favor. Albert gestured for Herbert to set the Christmas presents beside the tree downstairs. I've already mentioned this to him, he thought. Daisy, clad in her pajamas, looked at the two in the hallway with a resigned expression, shaking her head as she reminded, You should hurry back to bed. Don't stay up too late. We need to rise early to unwrap the Christmas gifts. The following morning, Albert was awakened bright and early by Nia. There was no escaping it. Tom's feline face was nudging against his own, banishing any remnants of sleep. I can't find the Christmas gift you sent, Nia said, extending her hand in request. It's right here. I haven't had a chance to place it by the tree yet, Albert replied, pushing Tom's face away as he sat up and retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from the drawer, handing it to Nia. What about mine? He inquired. The siblings had long established the tradition of exchanging Christmas gifts. Beside the Christmas tree downstairs, Nia unwrapped her present and picked up the badge, exclaiming, It's lovely. By the way, what kind of bird is this? A phoenix. You may also refer to it as the firebird or the immortal bird. It is said that Professor Dumbledore keeps one, Albert explained, although I've never seen a phoenix myself. He then retrieved a small packet of fish treats from the drawer, presenting it to Thomas. He said, And here is your Christmas gift. With that, he tore open the wrapping, brandishing a fish treat before Tom, who was instantly captivated. However, just as Albert was about to bring the fish treat to his own mouth, Tom's eager face was suddenly close, emitting a desperate meow. That rascal. Tom. We shall not play with him anymore, Nia said, pocketing the badge as she scooped up the cat and took the fish treats downstairs, leaving Albert alone. Clutching a solitary fish treat. What a white Christmas! Albert exclaimed as he rose from bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to behold the gently falling snowflakes. As he descended the stairs, his gaze was drawn to the pile of small packages beneath the Christmas tree. Nia was already seated at the dining table, unwrapping her gifts. So, are all the remaining gifts mine? He pondered. Albert approached the Christmas tree and began to unwrap the packages, several books, a few greeting cards, and a Quidditch poster, which he recognized as a gift from the Weasley twins. Although he was unfamiliar with the individuals depicted on the poster, he had already resolved to bring it back to school and adorn his dormitory with it. It likely showcased the team supported by the twins. There was a small bag of sweets, which he noted was from Shauna, expressing her gratitude for his assistance at the beginning of the term. Lee Jordan had gifted him a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Additionally, there was a copy of Transfiguration today, albeit a back issue, and to his surprise, it was sent by Professor McGonagall. Albert was quite curious if Professor Mag would also give himself a Christmas gift, perhaps a scarf? Nia anxiously inquired, "What do you think?" "I chose this color. It was indeed beautiful." Albert promptly wrapped the scarf around his neck. It was warm enough, a charming gray and white child-sized design. Well, he was only 12, still a child, so he had little to complain about. The remaining gifts consisted of either sweets or books. Albert was not at all surprised to receive books, as it had always been this way. Breakfast was unusually lavish, yet the Anderson family did not immediately partake. They waited for Luke and Shansha to arrive, around 10:30, when the six of them finally enjoyed breakfast amidst Christmas carols. After satisfying their appetites, they nestled on the sofa, watching television while engaging in light-hearted conversations. Nia had hoped that Albert would perform some magic, but after consideration, he declined. To be honest, he was still perplexed by the concept of the trace. Although he had inquired with others, none seemed to grasp its principles either. Typically, one would receive a notification about the prohibition of magic use outside of school prior to the summer vacation in first grade. However, Albert was hesitant to take any risks. It would be unwise to recklessly exploit legal loopholes without preparation. Though refraining from magic, there were still many enjoyable activities to partake in, such as playing wizard chess or discussing amusing topics. However, in terms of wizard chess, it was evident that no one could match Albert's prowess. After Herbert lost yet another game, he temporarily surrendered to continue playing chess with his son. Fortunately, at that moment, Daisy emerged from the kitchen with a large bowl of freshly fried fries, providing an excellent excuse to conclude the game. "Tom, don't tease Sheila. Be careful not to get pecked," Albert remarked as he washed his hands, simultaneously carrying the short-haired cat away from the owl, mumbling, "Did I perhaps choose the wrong name? It should be Jerry, a splendid combination of Tom and Jerry." "Sheila sounds nicer," Nia interjected. Upon Albert's return, a shriek echoed through the room. The mischievous Tom had finally been pecked fiercely by the owl. Sheila, evidently not finished with Tom, relentlessly pursued him, pecking vigorously. In his embarrassment, Tom ultimately sought refuge beneath the sofa, prompting laughter from everyone present. Shansha offered some owl food to Sheila, then bent down to retrieve Tom from beneath the couch, soothing his wounded spirit with fish treats. "Tom is getting quite plump," Nia said, presenting her birthday gift from Albert for others to admire. "A little extra weight isn't such a bad thing," Shansha chuckled, scratching Tom's chin. "When will he be able to fly?" Nia poked at the griffin toy and wondered, do such creatures truly exist in our world? Indeed. However, it is said they dwell in undiscovered places, Albert replied, popping a ketchup-coated fry into his mouth. "Why do those in the magical community choose to hide like mice?" Daisy, seated beside Herbert, leaned against him. "After all, the number of wizards is limited, and most ordinary people fear powers that surpass their understanding." It was Luke who spoke up, in truth. "Many people harbor a simultaneous fear and envy of magic, viewing those who possess it as monsters for various reasons, often finding excuses to persecute them. Humanity can be quite a peculiar species." Tom lay sprawled on the table, fixated on a toy with outstretched wings, poking at it with his paws. "Albert, have you read that book I picked for you?" Daisy suddenly asked. "I finished it. It was quite an excellent read," Albert nodded, though he lamented that the knowledge contained within the book remained just that, knowledge. Vacations always bring joy to the mind and spirit, particularly for students. Despite the burdensome holiday assignments, they could not dampen Albert's good cheer. In fact, he had completed all his unfinished homework at lightning speed the day before the Christmas holiday. A holiday devoid of assignments was undoubtedly delightful. During the Christmas break, he could sleep in late and lounge on the sofa after meals, watching television. When boredom struck, he could amuse himself with the cat, listen to music, chat with Nia, play chess, or sit by the fireplace with a book to savor. However, soon after Christmas, Albert found himself intrigued by a new pursuit. Once the town library reopened, he intended to seek records regarding the runes, stemming from his recent endeavor of tackling an introductory book on ancient magical scripts. After much effort, he had finally managed to digest the tome, only to find that no skills related to ancient scripts appeared on his skill panel. Albert pondered that this situation bore resemblance to alchemy. Thus, he resolved to deepen his understanding of the Enochian letters by immersing himself in a plethora of relevant literature. By doing so, he hoped to master them. As for waiting until the third year to elect the Ancient Runes course, Albert certainly lacked the patience to wait for 2.5 years. After all, he was a man of action. Once the relevant skills appeared on the panel, subsequent issues would become remarkably straightforward. The library held scant records regarding the runes. Yet Albert discovered pertinent references within Germanic mythology. The runes, also known as the Elder Futhark, are rooted in Germanic lore and are closely associated with the renowned father of the gods, Odin. Legend has it that Odin sacrificed one of his eyes in exchange for the wisdom of the runes. The term rune itself carries connotations of mystery. Odin is a figure of Germanic mythology, and the runes belong to the Germanic language family. When one speaks of the Germanic people, the first image that springs to Albert's mind is that of the Germans. Indeed, the rather traditional Germans, whose language evolved from Germanic roots. However, a question arises. Albert still faintly recalls that the author of Harry Potter employed a considerable amount of Latin when crafting spells. However, Latin and Germanic languages belong to two distinct linguistic families. Albert never considered himself an archaeologist, let alone a linguist. He had never contemplated solving the perplexing questions that clouded his mind. Instead, he chose to document his uncertainties, hoping that as he acquired more knowledge about the runic alphabet, his confusions would gradually unravel. Eventually, Albert indeed discovered a connection between the two in the library, after the disappearance of the runic alphabet. The Germanic languages adopted portions of the Latin script. This elucidated why both England and Germany utilized the Latin alphabet while being classified under the Germanic languages. After several days of diligent investigation, Albert began to understand the rationale behind Hogwarts offering a course in ancient runes. The origins of Germanic mythology trace back to the Scandinavian peninsula, which encompasses present-day Sweden. According to Albert's research on the Germanic languages, the tongues of Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, situated near Sweden, are all derivatives of the Germanic language, classified as North Germanic. Meanwhile, Old English emerged from the Anglo-Saxon Futhark, belonging to the West Germanic family, which is also associated with the runic script. Subsequently, it seems that religious influences led to the incorporation of a substantial number of Latin letters. The entirety of Europe was profoundly affected by Latin. Albert pondered that this might be one of the reasons for the decline of the runic alphabet. Nevertheless, one undeniable fact remains. The runic script possesses an inherent magic, as ancient magical artifacts are often inscribed with this archaic script to enhance their mystical powers. Albert believes this originates from the runestone, renowned in the magical realm during his previous life. Although much of his understanding stems from personal conjecture, Albert remains fervently engaged, delving into these ancient scripts, making contact, and striving to decipher and comprehend them. After extensive research, Albert discovered that records in the Muggle world are exceedingly limited. Consequently, he wrote to Truman for guidance, and upon the latter's suggestion, purchased a magical phonetic guide and a runic dictionary from the Lehan bookstore. Compared to the mundane world, the magical community possesses a far deeper understanding of runic inscriptions, as they inherently belong to the realm of the arcane. Throughout the subsequent holiday, Albert devoted considerable time to interpreting the runes. It proved to be a formidable challenge, yet his endeavors ultimately bore fruit. His interface finally revealed a skill named runic magic, which, although not quite as he had envisioned, he nonetheless upgraded to level 1 using his experience pool. Soon, he realized he could manage to decipher the runes. A sensation both extraordinary and profound, as he faintly sensed the enchanting allure of ancient magic inscribed within. Albert continued to immerse himself in the study of magical texts. Ascending to level 2, he discovered that he could now comprehend and interpret most of the runic script without relying on the phonetic chart or the magical lexicon. And he was even able to read them aloud. This was indeed a fascinating development. The knowledge he had acquired regarding the runic alphabet through his interface was undoubtedly accurate. And as he revisited the phonetic chart and magical lexicon with his newfound understanding, he began to identify some intriguing errors. Written language, at times, does not always lend itself to clear and precise translation into another script, and discrepancies are inevitable. This is particularly true for the religiously significant runic inscriptions, where many interpretations contain a degree of inaccuracy. The meaning of a single runic character can vary in its symbolic significance, magical application, functional script, and divinatory interpretation, leading to potential confusion. Once these elements are conflated, the resulting conclusions may be skewed. Having mastered the runic alphabet, Albert became passionate about uncovering mistranslations, diligently documenting his findings. Subsequently, he began to experiment with designing and researching the applications of magical texts, particularly focusing on the amulets he had previously set aside, which now became the latest subject of his inquiry. However, before he could perfect the magical inscriptions on the amulet, the Christmas holiday had already drawn to a close. On the eve of the new term, Albert boarded the express train back to Hogwarts. As he had anticipated, Fred and George had not concocted any garlic crosses, but they had stealthily procured a string of garlic from home, with Lee Jordan following suit. Gazing at the pile of garlic before him, Albert felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. He had thought that the three of them had forgotten about this matter. "Have you completed your holiday assignments?" Albert shifted the topic, eager to avoid further discussion on the garlic issue. Oh, and one more thing, Lee Jordan replied, munching on a pumpkin pasty. I'll gather materials from the library later. I can catch up quickly. We're all set over here, the twin brothers chimed in unison. Copying each other? Albert immediately saw through their ruse. No, we call it drawing inspiration, Lee Jordan scoffed, continuing to indulge in his food. Mr. Weasley, I must remind you of something. Professor McGonagall addressed Fred and George after class, returning their holiday assignments to them. Take them back and redo them. If such a situation arises again, you will face detention. Homework must be done independently. Do not rely on others. We did it ourselves. Our thoughts are in sync, merely a testament to our remarkable understanding. The twins defended themselves. Exchanging glances. Taken aback, Professor McGonagall had not anticipated such a high level of coordination between them. She scrutinized them for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall let this pass this time. But should it happen again, detention will follow. As Professor McGonagall departed, the twins joyfully high-fived each other, casting mischievous glances towards Lee Jordan and Albert. In truth, Professor McGonagall has already seen through your tricks. I doubt Snape will let you off so easily, Albert cautioned. His words soon proved prophetic. The twins' excuses were ineffective against Professor Snape, who merely regarded them coldly before stating, take them back and redo them. At least Snape has given you a chance, Lee Jordan remarked, smirking as he patted Fred on the shoulder. You must realize that this is Snape. Not being given detention is quite fortunate for you. I believe Snape can discern our thoughts, George suddenly declared. Do not meet Snape's gaze directly. It makes it easier for him to see through you, Albert advised, adding, that is undoubtedly a form of magic, though I have yet to identify what kind. Magic? The trio exchanged glances, yet they believed it to a fair degree. Recently, I plan to. Albert gestured as if to walk. I need to traverse the rope on the 5th floor of the castle. When do you intend to do that? Fred's eyes gleamed with excitement. Knowing that Albert had mastered the disillusionment charm, which would render him nearly impervious to being caught by Filch. Soon, Albert replied, halting to catch an object that came flying his way. It turned out to be a piece of chalk. Good afternoon, Peeves, Albert exclaimed, using his wand to deflect the barrage of chalk Peeves had sent his way. Peeves made a face at the group before preparing to launch more objects. I'll return this to you, Albert said, tossing the chalk back. It sailed past Peeves' head, striking the wall behind him. In response, he made a rude gesture before floating away. That place is quite intriguing, Fred murmured. I've always wanted to see it. They say the books stored there are rather perilous. What are you talking about? Lee Jordan, having not followed their train of thought, looked at them quizzically. The library, the rope, George reminded him. Oh, you mean? Lee Jordan's realization was cut short as the trio shot him a warning glare, prompting him to swallow his words. It's enough for you to know, Albert patted his shoulder. However, the contents there are likely too advanced for us, Lee Jordan acknowledged his limitations. Having no intention of attempting to delve into them as he understood, he could not grasp them. The magic of your poses dangers for modern practitioners, Albert remarked dismissively. In ancient times, wizards operated without constraints. The spells they created and utilized were products of unbridled intent, many of which appear chaotic by today's standards. Additionally, their records lacked consistency and clarity. Those ancient tomes are difficult to comprehend without thorough study. Some are even inscribed in archaic runes. Thus, Hogwarts has placed those books in the restricted section to prevent students from perusing them and inadvertently causing harm. Yet Albert was different. He possessed a panel. As long as he read a book, any spells that appeared on the panel could be mastered through his experience pool. Expanding the diversity of magic is indeed essential. Your words remind me of Open Sesame. Fred recalled Albert's earlier adventure of dismantling Professor McGonagall's office door. I later researched that spell. Prior to Alohomora, the unlocking charm used was Open the Door and then Open Sesame. As the trio listened with keen interest, Albert continued, this spell acts like a rude visitor, forcefully kicking down a door to achieve a certain implied opening. In contrast, Alohomora is indeed far more refined, which is one of the hallmarks of contemporary spells. Truly unbelievable, Lee Jordan remarked, utterly astonished. This spell is simply remarkable. The twins' eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. After lunch, the Weasley twins had to make a trip to the library. Their homework load exceeded that of their peers, and if they did not complete it promptly, they risked detention from Snape. For them, this was a veritable nightmare that must be averted at all costs. What peculiar things are you researching now? Lee Jordan inquired, glancing at Albert's parchment, which bore an array of strange symbols that he could not decipher. These are runic symbols. Albert pointed to one that resembled 3 intersecting lines, reminiscent of a letter's missing one horizontal line. This symbolizes wealth. It is said that crafting it into an amulet can enhance one's fortune. I believe your fortune is ample enough, Lee Jordan muttered under his breath. No one would mind having even greater fortune, Albert replied nonchalantly. Is this thing even useful? The twins leaned in closer, intrigued. We could use a bit of luck lately. Then you should try some Felix Felicis, Albert suggested. What is that? Liquid luck. It is said that consuming it grants one good fortune for a period of time. Such a thing exists? The twins were incredulous. Yes, but it is rumored that brewing this potion requires several months. Several months. George's voice rose in surprise. After receiving a few curious stares, he quickly shrank back, trying to blend into the background. The difficulty in brewing Felix Felicis is immense. Even a slight miscalculation could turn it into poison, Albert whispered. How do you know this? I stumbled upon it while researching for Snape's assignment. I became intrigued and looked it up, but unfortunately, I could not find the recipe for Felix Felicis. Albert casually explained, I am rather curious. Do these things you've created actually work? Field, who had been observing silently for a while, suddenly interjected. I dare say they are utterly ineffective. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. The rune you were just looking at is meant to enhance a boy's charm. Oh. Then where is the one for girls? Field inquired nonchalantly. In truth, Field had studied ancient runes as well, and although she had only received an E on her exam, she could sense that Albert possessed considerable expertise in this area. It was truly baffling. How had he acquired such knowledge? Those intricate runes were not easily drawn. And despite her prolonged scrutiny, she could barely decipher them with the help of annotations on the parchment. Oh, there isn't one. After all, I am a male. Albert replied matter-of-factly. If these runes were effective, I would certainly use them on myself first. Do you know that person you just mentioned? George murmured, glancing at Field's departing figure. A friend from the Transfiguration Club, Albert said without looking up. Field excels in transfiguration. It is said that she has published an article in today's Transfiguration. After graduation, she will likely pursue a career in that field. In reality, students selected by Professor McGonagall for the Transfiguration Club generally had articles published in today's Transfiguration. A few pages of that magazine were dedicated specifically to Hogwarts students exceptionally skilled at Transfiguration. Do you know where graduates usually end up working, Professor of Transfiguration? Lee Jordan suddenly chimed in. I do not know. In fact, young women often do not work for long after graduation, as they need to care for their families. Fred said quietly, that is the norm. Of course, there are exceptions. Is that so? Albert blinked, as he was not particularly well versed in matters regarding the wizarding world. However, one thing he was certain of was that in Britain, being a full-time mother was considered a profession, one that afforded a status far superior to that of previous generations. Indeed, George nodded in agreement. My family is in a similar situation. Mine is too, Sana added softly. What about your family? They are both lawyers, Albert replied. Who takes care of you? Sana asked curiously, having already completed her homework. Nowadays, whenever they encountered assignments requiring research, they would habitually go to the library together to gather information, sharing their findings. As for writing the essays, that was left to individual effort. Typically, they could swiftly complete their homework since they did not spend excessive time searching for materials. This tradition was initiated by Albert, who found it time-saving and enjoyable, and it created a conducive atmosphere for studying. I can take care of myself, Albert asserted confidently. The others exchanged incredulous glances, but considering Albert's demeanor, he seemed not to be the type who required much care. Sana hesitated, then changed the subject, pointing to the symbol of good luck on the parchment. Does this really work? You didn't just draw it haphazardly, did you? This is the ancient rune Jabwaja. It signifies good fortune, Albert explained in a hushed tone. Ancient wizards would fashion it into talismans or lucky stones to attract good luck. I believe your luck is already quite sufficient, Sana murmured. I think so too, Fred grumbled. Does such a thing truly work? Sana noticed that the senior student had shown great interest in these symbols, as if he recognized their significance. I'm not certain. But why not try it yourself? Albert suggested. How do I do that? Sana asked. Carve the symbol onto a stone or a tree. After you finish carving, you must drip your blood onto the engraving for it to be effective. Albert winked at her. If it works, remember to let me know. I could start selling various charms at Hogwarts and surely make a fortune. Don't forget to include me, George chimed in immediately. The others rolled their eyes at this. In truth, they all understood that Albert was mostly joking. As for the symbols on the parchment, whether they held any real efficacy remained uncertain. You haven't tried it yourself? Fred exclaimed, taken aback. Aren't you still researching it? In fact, Albert was indeed still in the research phase, though his words sounded somewhat evasive. Are you planning to engrave the symbols on a talismans? George recalled the cross Albert had made, which was originally intended as a charm. No, I will design a new one. Albert shook his head. He knew that George and the others were skeptical of these matters, yet he was indifferent to their doubts. If it weren't for a vague instinct, he might not have believed it himself. Although Albert was proficient in reading and writing ancient runes, understanding their application and unraveling the mysteries of the ancient scripts would require his own exploration. At present, all Albert could do was document this research process on parchment, which provided him with a sense of delving into the study of magic. If he were to succeed in the future, he could compile these parchments into a book. Behold, this is the handwritten manuscript of a wizard's research on ancient runes, rumored to be the notes of the legendary wizard XX. That notion seemed quite intriguing. One day, a student at Hogwarts might unravel the enigmas left by Albert and discover the treasures he concealed within the castle. That too would be quite the adventure. Perhaps he might even pen a book on ancient runes based on these manuscripts, which could serve as a textbook for Hogwarts' ancient runes class. That idea seems rather appealing. Just as this thought crossed Albert's mind, a task notification appeared. Rune expert, you have already surpassed the majority in the field of runes. To further establish your authority in this domain, Write a book related to ancient runes, making it a textbook for Hogwarts Ancient Runes course. Reward, 10,000 experience points. 1 skill point. Title, Rune Expert. Wizarding World Reputation 300. Upon reading the task notification, Albert was taken aback. Pondering whether simply harboring the desire to become an expert in a particular field triggered the corresponding task. After forming this hypothesis, Albert attempted to provoke more tasks. Yet nothing else materialized, leaving him slightly disappointed. Although it might not be achievable at present, the emergence of the task indicated a certain possibility. And even if it couldn't be completed now, there was always a chance in the future. Who knows? He might indeed write a book on runes. The future was unpredictable. What are you pondering? Come over here. Fred called out, halting in his tracks. Nothing much. I was just thinking I should get some rest early today, Albert suddenly remarked. After all, if I have to rise early tonight, he abruptly stopped. Noticing Fred's quiet demeanor, and that his gaze had shifted from the direction he was pointing when a strange voice interrupted, rise early tonight? What do you need to get up for? Furchie stood not far away, evidently having overheard Albert's remark, which he perceived as a provocation. He approached with a fierce gaze fixed on Albert, warning him not to let him catch wind of any late-night antics. Albert, feeling exasperated, cast a roll of his eyes at his companions, pondering the sheer coincidence of the moment. After Furchie departed, Albert muttered softly, he surely thinks you were toying with him. Fred stifled a laugh, acknowledging the serendipity of the situation. Just as they were about to turn the corner, Furchie had unexpectedly appeared. As you all know, it was merely a trivial accident, Albert insisted with an innocent expression, asserting that he had no intention of provoking Furchie. We are well aware, the trio replied in unison. In the early hours of the morning, Albert roused from a light slumber, enveloped in darkness. Unable to discern the time, he could nonetheless distinctly hear the gentle breaths of his fellow roommates surrounding him. Albert quietly slipped out of bed, preparing to change his clothes, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. We thought you would sleep until dawn. So, George, you lost, Fred said, seated at the edge of the bed, a smile adorning his face as he looked at his twin brother. I told you long ago that Albert would surely awaken. Well, you won, George replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone as he nodded. Good evening. Albert donned his sweater and, glancing at his two roommates, inquired, shall we go together? Of course. It's a pity that Lee Jordan is still fast asleep. Should we wake him? The two illuminated their wands, directing them toward the other bed, observing their peacefully breathing roommate, and simultaneously shook their heads. Let it be. He won't wake up. Then let us not disturb him. As Albert wrapped himself in thick clothing, fastening the towel gifted by Nia around his neck, he casually reminded, it's quite cold tonight. Dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. We are well prepared. The twins, seasoned night wanderers, had more experience than Albert. The three of them quietly descended the stairs. The Gryffindor common room was deserted, the fire long extinguished. Shall I cast the disillusionment charm for you? Albert adjusted his winter cloak and raised his wand toward the twins, advising, when we go out, stay close. Don't get lost. Where do you plan to go? Fred asked curiously. The restricted section? Yes, I intend to borrow a few books from there. Albert did not hide his curiosity about the restricted section, lowering his voice as he added, books on curses and powerful potions, or perhaps other potion-related texts. I am particularly intrigued by Felix Felicis. I am certain I can find relevant information there. Are you planning to brew some luck potion? The twins exchanged glances, speaking in unison. At present, it is somewhat challenging, but I am confident in my potion-making abilities, Albert replied, aware of his skill panel, which bolstered his confidence. Felix Felicis was indeed a remarkable potion. He had no intention of giving up easily. So, do you plan to sell Felix Felicis for a fortune? The twins exchanged glances again. I dare say it would be quite a bestseller. Remember to take us along when you strike it rich. That's a splendid idea. A small vial could fetch 20 galleons, or even more, Albert mused. Your potion-making skills are dismal. Whatever you brew would likely turn out to be poison. A small vial. 20 galleons. The twins' voices rose in disbelief, completely ignoring the latter part of Albert's statement. The value of Felix Felicis was indeed extraordinary, yet its brewing was notoriously difficult, requiring a complex process. It was said that only highly skilled potion masters could successfully concoct it, making it priceless. After all, everyone experiences moments when they desire a stroke of good fortune. However, Albert cautioned, the brewing process is incredibly complex. A single mistake could yield disastrous consequences. Even masters cannot guarantee success. Failure would mean that 3 months of effort went to waste. In truth, Albert knew that Felix Felicis did not bestow genuine luck, but he sought the potion's effects, as consuming it would grant him a powerful buff. Having everything go smoothly could, in a sense, be regarded as a form of good fortune. Most importantly, he had a skill panel and an experience pool. Once he mastered the skills, he could transform into an expert in brewing Felix Felicis when necessary. The idea of Felix Felicis undoubtedly piqued the twins' interest. A potion that could bring good fortune and yield a handsome profit. Mastering it would mean wealth. Though they did not specifically pursue riches, they were well aware of the bitterness of poverty. If one could have wealth, who would willingly choose to be poor? All right. I am going to cast the disillusionment charm now, Albert said, looking at the two. No, You don't need to. We have a better method. A better method? Albert was well aware of what they meant, but he feigned ignorance. Use this. The twins, with a flourish, produced an old piece of parchment from their pockets, presenting it to Albert like a treasure. What is this? Albert whispered, deliberately infusing his tone with curiosity to avoid revealing any hints of knowledge about the Marauder's map. In truth, the surroundings were dim, and Fred and George would not notice the expression on Albert's face. The map. Do you remember the fine item we obtained from Filch's confiscated goods, the highly dangerous drawer? Fred reminded him. Oh, so this is what you got from Filch. An old piece of parchment? Albert raised his wand toward the aged parchment, which appeared blank. Invisibility charm or invisible ink. This is a map, the Hogwarts map. It requires a special password to use. However, you are right. It conceals the information within. George tapped the map with his wand and mumbled. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Up to no good? Albert felt a chuckle rising but nodded seriously. Indeed, not up to any good. The map swiftly transformed, revealing countless ink lines that intricately sketched a layout of the castle. This is truly a marvelous map. And one can easily discern the creator's thoughtful intentions, Albert remarked softly, noting the advanced tracking magic embedded within. What magic? George asked, perplexed. Tracking magic, Albert explained. The creator employed tracking magic on the map, and it is no small feat. Yes, it will mark the location of everyone within the castle. Fred winked at Albert. Just past midnight, Filch really does patrol the grounds, hoping to catch you. Unfortunately, you were still asleep at the time, so he wasted his efforts. So you learned about the locations of those secret passages from this map? Albert squinted, inquiring. Yes, we indeed discovered them from the Marauder's map, the twins whispered, for now. Let us not inform Lee Jordan about this. I understand, Albert replied. However, I believe there are some secrets within the school that you are likely unaware of. What secrets? The twins asked in unison. The broom cupboard you were previously seeking, Albert said mysteriously. You found that broom cupboard? It is not merely a broom cupboard. Follow me. Albert smiled enigmatically. You will surely be astonished. At the peak, the three pushed through the portrait of the fat lady and crawled out through the opening. Who goes out at this hour? The fat lady blinked her drowsy eyes, casting a discontented glance at the three departing shadows. Albert, along with the twins, remained silent as they swiftly traversed the corridor towards the tapestry depicting the giant bludgeoning the hapless Barnaby. Is this the place you mentioned? George inquired softly, his gaze fixed on the wall opposite the tapestry. Indeed, it is here. You must concentrate on the desired location and pass by that wall 3 times. And a door will materialize, Albert instructed, gesturing for the twins to step aside before focusing his mind to unveil the entrance to the room of requirement. However, as he passed the wall thrice, he was met with disappointment. No door appeared. No door? Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions mirroring their confusion as they turned to Albert. Albert gazed at the wall opposite the tapestry, enveloped in a brief silence. Before the twins could utter another word, he gestured for them to hasten their departure from the location. What's the matter? After they had walked a short distance, Fred paused, perplexed, and inquired whether there was someone inside, someone who could grant wishes. Albert asserted confidently that the door could not be opened from the outside if someone were indeed present within, unless one could discern the precise location of that individual. Are you certain it is not your method of opening the door that is flawed? George asked skeptically. Impossible. I have entered several times before, Albert replied, shaking his head. And I have no reason to deceive you. Such an act would be utterly futile. The twins exchanged glances, sharing the belief that Albert had no motive for jest at that moment, nor did he appear to be jesting. Who do you think is inside? George asked, curiosity piqued. I cannot say for certain. It is quite possible it is a couple. After all, it is an ideal spot for romantic rendezvous, free from interruptions, Albert remarked casually, though he mused that only a select few were aware of this place. Why is that? Fred queried, confused. Would you wish to share your secrets with too many people? George could not help but roll his eyes. Precisely, Albert nodded. The room of requirement is a wondrous place. It provides whatever space you desire. Is it truly that extraordinary? They both asked in unison. If not, then what? Albert whispered, suggesting they could attempt it another time. Of course, if you do not believe me, consider it a fabrication. Why would we disbelieve? Fred replied. That place will be our secret hideout henceforth. Have you contemplated how you intend to utilize it? Albert countered. Not yet, George pondered, adding. At the very least, we need not worry about being left outside the common room overnight during our nocturnal escapades. Look at your aspirations, Fred scoffed. And what about you? Albert retorted. I have yet to decide, Fred muttered. You dare criticize me? George derided. And what about you? The two turned their gazes toward Albert. Me? Albert paused. In the future, I could brew potions, practice spells, find a quiet place to complete assignments, or create various things. All could be accomplished here. And when nature calls, one could even find a chamber pot. It would be suitable for dates as well. Say, have you taken a liking to someone and are planning to abandon George? Albert asked earnestly. Why do you speak as if I have been forsaken? George retorted, exasperated. Enough of this, Fred interjected, rolling his eyes, changing the subject. Let us first take you to explore other areas. We are well acquainted with many hidden passages. We can visit the library later. All right, that is a splendid idea, Albert concurred, eager to enhance their exploration of Hogwarts. As for who might be utilizing the room of requirement, Albert did not truly believe it to be a couple, although he could not dismiss that possibility. Yet, other thoughts lingered in his mind. Who was the most suspicious figure at Hogwarts? The answer was undoubtedly the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, while Baddock had left a favorable impression on Albert. The history of Hogwarts' Defense Against the Dark Arts professors was marred with suspicion, from Voldemort's minions to a part-time writer and con artist, a werewolf, a faux Auror posing as an undercover agent, a troublesome Ministry of Magic toad, a double agent, and finally, a pair of Death Eater siblings. In truth, Albert's suspicions toward Professor Baddock stemmed from their previous encounter with him. Could it possibly be another of Voldemort's minions? Albert began to indulge in fanciful thoughts, but he quickly dismissed them. If it were Death Eaters, few would be inclined to engage in conversation with a Muggle wizard, for it is an undeniable fact that they harbor a deep-seated disdain for Muggles. As Fred led the way, the trio halted before the knight statue, where the two demonstrated to Albert how to activate the secret passage with a spell. The majority of their time was spent wandering the castle's various nooks and crannies. Satisfied with their explorations, Albert couldn't help but wonder if, in a few years' time, Sirius Black would use this very passage to infiltrate the castle after George revealed the way to the outside. Nearly Headless Nick is on the 3rd floor. Shall we summon Peeves to wake Filch? Fred suggested abruptly while checking the map, proposing that it would be amusing for Filch to search for them, as he likely had not been asleep for long. Both turned to Albert, awaiting his response. Very well, but where do you plan to hide? Don't tell me you intend to play hide and seek with Filch inside the castle. Albert acquiesced. We can certainly create a bit of mischief for Filch. And with your disillusionment charm, he won't be able to catch us. Fred winked at Albert as he produced a bag of dung bombs from his pocket, clearly prepared for the occasion. All right then, what is your plan? Albert inquired. You two go invisible first, and then watch me. With a flash, Fred vanished. Come on. Albert raised his wand and gently tapped George on the head, who shuddered in surprise as he found himself blending seamlessly with his surroundings. This is fantastic, George exclaimed, using the Lumos charm to inspect his body. I dare say that even standing right under Filch's nose, he wouldn't be able to see me. Best not to take unnecessary risks. My disillusionment charm isn't foolproof, Albert cautioned, reminding himself that Filch could still discern them if he scrutinized closely. Just then, they heard Peeves' raucous laughter echoing from down the corridor, lamenting the students who roamed about at such late hours. We encountered Peeves during our last midnight escapade. He was causing quite the ruckus then, George remarked, though he forgot that his own charm rendered his expression invisible to others. Before long, Fred hurried over, yanked by George into the secret passage behind the portrait. How splendid. I didn't even notice you too, Fred exclaimed, examining both of them with excitement. Albert quickly cast the disillusionment charm on me. The charm should last a few hours, perhaps less. It will gradually wear off, so keep an eye on any changes, Albert advised as he cast the charm on Fred. If the spell wears off, and you get caught, don't implicate me. I have faith in you. After all, you dared to cast it on yourself. Fred dismissed the concern, believing that if Albert could use it on himself, it must be effective. True enough. Filch was roused from his slumber and was now on the prowl. George, fixated on the Marauder's map, alerted the others as he saw Filch begin to move. Have you spotted any other professors? Albert inquired, knowing he had a task related to Filch. If it were just Filch, he wouldn't mind completing it on the side. None detected. Filch will likely search the 3rd floor first. Let's head to the 4th floor and create a commotion there. The three of them conspired and proceeded according to their plan. On the 3rd floor corridor, Filch, cloaked in his heavy coat, was in a foul mood, having realized he had once again come up empty-handed. The students who had been roaming the halls under the cover of night had vanished, and even Peeves was nowhere to be found. Yet, Filch soon regained his composure as he heard hurried footsteps approaching, the sound drawing nearer. That rascal is still nearby. He cannot escape, Filch muttered through gritted teeth as he chased after the sounds, catching a fleeting glimpse of a flickering light around the corner. You cannot evade me, Filch growled, clutching his lantern as he pursued. However, to his dismay, he found himself losing the trail. Indeed, he had lost them. Filch could confidently assert that there were no secret passages in the vicinity. Where could that insufferable student be hiding? What was this? As he took a few steps forward, he felt something underfoot. Lifting his foot and shining the lantern down, his face darkened at the sight of a dung bomb. Enraged, he glared around, searching for the prankster. Unbeknownst to him, the very person he sought was crouched in the corner, desperately holding back laughter. Without a doubt, Albert's disillusionment charm had successfully concealed Fred from Filch's sight. Filch did not linger long, for he soon heard the unmistakable clinking of armor from upstairs. Has he fled to the upper floors? Could there be a passage I'm unaware of? Impossible. Filch was confident that no one knew the secret passages of Hogwarts better than he did. He hurried toward the source of the sound, muttering to himself, You cannot escape. I shall have you strung up and whipped soundly. Once Filch's footsteps faded, Fred gasped for breath, feeling as though he might suffocate from holding it in. Filch rushed through the secret passage to the 4th floor armor corridor, discovering only a helmet that had fallen to the ground. The sound he heard earlier was indeed from that helmet. As he approached, he caught a whiff of a familiar foul odor. Ah yes, the unmistakable sin of dung bombs, he realized, noticing one had landed on his boot. Just as he connected the dots, he charged forward, fully aware he had been made a fool of. Are those detestable students behind this? Or Peeves? He fumed. Peeves. Come out. I know you're the one causing this mischief. Show yourself. Filch's face was a deep crimson, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, while Fred, hidden nearby, watched with delight as Filch stormed off, never once contemplating that he could pin the blame on Peeves. That is splendid. After all, neither side is innocent. If they can turn against each other, it could not be better. In another corridor, Albert snapped his pocket watch shut and, estimating the time, cast a spell to create a series of popping sounds. However, just as he prepared to leave the scene, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Oh no. Albert quickly held his breath and concealed himself in the corner. Moments later, a pale light emerged in his field of vision, revealing Professor Bad Broad draped in a purple cloak as he approached. He raised his wand, surveying the surroundings, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on the spot where Albert was hiding. It's over. Albert felt his heart race, uncertain whether his disillusionment charm could deceive Professor Broad. Filch was also hastening towards this direction. Professor, did you hear anything? Filch exclaimed with evident irritation. There are students wandering about at night. I suspect there is more than one. Albert detected an unpleasant odor and was resolute that it was indeed the mischief of the twin brothers. They had hurled dung bombs at Filch. Are there students out at night? Professor Broad arched an eyebrow and glanced towards Albert's position before inquiring, what happened to your boots? Dung bomb, most likely the work of Peeves. That rascal has gone invisible, Filch explained, exasperated. Peeves? Professor Broad echoed with a knowing tone, gently waving his wand to eradicate the stains on Filch's boots. Thank you, Filch responded gratefully. Not at all. You search over there while I look in this direction. If it was indeed students making the noise, they cannot have ventured far, Professor Broad suggested, pointing to another path. Very well, we must catch them tonight, Filch declared as he turned to pursue the corner, with Professor Broad also departing in another direction. Albert faintly heard Broad's voice. This shall not happen again. Albert did not perceive this as an illusion. Indeed, Professor Broad had discovered him. However, the fact that the professor chose to let him go left Albert quite astonished. After the two departed, Albert stealthily made his way to the designated location to meet his twin brothers. Speaking of which, why did Professor Broad suddenly appear? Could it be that he truly was the one who entered the House of Wishes? Albert did not dwell further on his thoughts and, after dismissing the distractions in his mind, cautiously made his way to the rendezvous point. Are you all right? George inquired with concern. I just discovered that Professor Broad has also appeared. Has he not seen through your disillusionment charm? No, he has indeed seen through it. However, he chose to spare me. Albert replied with resignation. Tell Fred to hurry back. We need to go to the 8th floor. What do we need to do on the 8th floor? George asked, perplexed. To the room of requirement. It should be accessible, and if it is, we can hide there for a while until Filch returns to rest. And then we can proceed to the library. Albert wished to ascertain whether the individual in the room of requirement was indeed Professor Broad. All right, George acknowledged, realizing that the night's escapade must come to an end, as it had become overly audacious. Where did you and Fred agree to meet? He is on his way, George replied. Albert, are you sure you're okay? Shortly thereafter, Fred hurriedly arrived, having diverted attention, and asked with concern. I'm fine. We must leave this place, Albert interrupted. Filch is still searching for us. Of course, there's also Professor Broad. The disillusionment charm 1T eluded his gaze. The three swiftly navigated through the secret passage, taking a moment to reach the 8th floor. After listening to Albert's account, Fred, slightly out of breath, found it hard to believe. So, Professor Broad did not assist Filch in capturing you. Albert is certainly regarded as an exemplary student by the professors, George jested, only to be left astounded as he gaped at the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the giant clubbing the hapless Barnabas, where a door had indeed appeared. Indeed. Albert whispered softly. Indeed. What? Fred asked with curiosity. Nothing, let us go in. Albert pushed open the door and stepped into the room of requirement first. To their astonishment, Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances before following Albert inside. Their mouths agape, they beheld a room unlike any they had ever encountered, exquisitely adorned, containing an array of lavishly crafted chamber pots. The excitement on their faces abruptly stiffened as they stared in disbelief at the assortment of opulent lavatories before them. Albert gazed at the astonished expressions on the faces of the Weasley twins and playfully winked. So, are you surprised? You didn't happen to stumble upon this place while desperately needing to relieve yourself, did you? Fred couldn't help but inquire. How could I be that foolish? Albert rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is this truly the broom cupboard we discovered earlier? George curiously scrutinized the opulent chamber pot and suddenly pondered. So, you really need to go? The trio erupted in laughter, each selecting a favorite style. However, it feels rather odd to hide in here, Fred remarked, scratching his head. After all, no one enjoys concealing themselves among a collection of chamber pots. It's nothing. We can simply step out and find another room, Albert replied casually. This place isn't on the Marauders map. Perhaps Peeves and the others have yet to uncover its secret, George observed, glancing at the map in his hands. Peeves, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot? Albert feigned confusion. The creators of the Marauders map, Fred clarified. Ah, them. Albert nodded. They probably Haven T discovered it, after all. The secret of the Room of Requirement is known to only a select few. No worries, Filch is still on the 5th floor, George stated after examining the map. Once the trio exited the Room of Requirement, Fred asked, where shall we go next? Somewhere we can relax, Albert suggested. This time, I'll lead, Fred announced. I want to as well. The twins placed their hands on each other's shoulders, and after another attempt, the door swung open, revealing a cozy room with a roaring fireplace. Fantastic, Fred exclaimed, patting the armchair. By the way, you Haven T told us how you discovered this place. I wish to know as well, George echoed. I deduced it from your previous visits. You passed by here multiple times while seeking a hiding spot, didn't you? Albert recounted his carefully prepared explanation, which was, in a sense, accurate. That is indeed the case. So, I took the time to experiment. Passing by here repeatedly until I sought a place to evade, Albert elaborated. And the result? George inquired. Naturally, it was a failure. It took me numerous attempts to finally unlock this door, and only after categorizing my observations did I ascertain the correct method to open it. Albert began to exaggerate the difficulty of his discovery. In reality, he had succeeded on his first attempt. Later, I tested transforming this space into other rooms. And after many trials, I discerned its proper use, Albert winked. Thus, I came to call it the Room of Requirement, as it morphs into whatever one desires, a fitting name. Wouldn't you agree? So, you found this place through those hints? Indeed, I discovered it thanks to the clues you provided. Am I not impressive? Albert nodded. Feel free to praise me. The twins, about to voice their thoughts, swallowed their words but were nonetheless impressed by Albert's ability to locate such a place with mere hints. We could conduct the garlic crossmaking here, George suddenly proposed. That way, we need not worry about filling the dormitory with the smell of garlic. Haven't you given up yet? Albert assumed they had forgotten about it, only to be surprised by the mention. Why should we give up? We have more than enough garlic, Fred affirmed. This is our first alchemical creation. Albert wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, uncertain whether to disclose to them that it was not truly an alchemical artifact. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance to shatter the boy's innocent dreams. After all, the two aspired to become the kings of comedy. The trio rested in the Room of Requirement for quite some time, awaiting the moment when Filch and Professor Binns would abandon their pursuit. In contrast to the relentless searchers, the twins, seated by the fireplace, engaged in a fierce match against Albert. Before them lay 2 sets of wizard's chess, and Albert expertly faced off against both. Fred, muster your strength. You still have a chance to turn the tide, George shouted encouragingly. What do you mean, muster? Fred retorted, glancing at his brother who was merely spectating. You fell before I did. He rolled his eyes, acutely aware of his impending defeat. Cough, cough. George cleared his throat, hastily shifting the topic. It appears Filch has returned to rest. Let us head to the library. That sounds like a splendid idea. Let's go, Fred exclaimed, eager to abandon the game. Well, fine. Albert conceded, not wishing to expose his friend's intentions, and simply moved his queen, checkmating Fred's king. You've lost as well. George gleefully patted Fred on the shoulder. You are far superior to our unfortunate brother. Brother? Albert inquired, puzzled. The one who burned his tongue on candy? Cough, cough. That was merely an accident, George hastily asserted as he stepped out of the Room of Requirement. The trio made their way toward the school library. To their astonishment, they discovered that the library's doors were not locked, even though it was already 8 in the evening. Albert opened the door and stepped inside first. The interior was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Albert raised his wand, utilizing its luminous glow to survey his surroundings, before making his way towards the restricted section of the library. Upon crossing the barrier of ropes that separated the forbidden area, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. Albert raised his wand, utilizing the pale glow to read the title of the book. Help me locate the Book of Spells. And refrain from carelessly flipping through those volumes or removing them from the shelves. No one knows whether these tomes are cursed, Albert cautioned. Remember, do not open the books, for it may invite a plethora of troubles. Understood. The twins exchanged glances but nodded in agreement. Searching for the desired volumes amidst the sea of books was undoubtedly a time-consuming endeavor. Albert spent considerable time without discovering what he sought. The tomes in the restricted section appeared quite worn, leading Albert to suspect that many rare editions might be stored here. Albert. Fred's voice was hushed. I heard some faint whispers emanating from a few books over there. Whispers? Albert furrowed his brow, listening to the twins. One might mistakenly think that the restricted section concealed Voldemort's Horcruxes. The 3 of them drew closer, directing their wands toward the faded, peeling gilded letterings, feeling the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end, as they could all hear the whispers resonating from the books. This is the restricted section. It is not surprising to find such volumes, but do not open them, Albert warned. It must be a book chronicling dark magic. Do you believe it contains formidable dark spells? The twins regarded the book with a mix of awe. Perhaps. I cannot say for certain, Albert cautioned. But I can assure you that if you were to open it now, you would undoubtedly be unfortunate. You are right. Fred relinquished the reckless notion, wary of what dark magic might lurk within the pages, for some books could yield unpleasant consequences. The tales of toadstools and the wizard's 14-line poem served as prime examples. The former could induce nausea, while the latter would render one destined to speak solely in limericks for life. Help me locate the Book of Spells. The incantations within are more suitable for our current studies, Albert reiterated. Fred and George nodded in agreement, eager to learn some malevolent curses. As the more potent spells within the Book of Spells were evidently well suited for their practice. Let us search separately, it will enhance our efficiency. As long as we do not indiscriminately touch the books, we should be fine, Albert advised before continuing his quest for the volumes he required. The restricted section housed a considerable number of tomes, and as Albert traversed a particular area, he vaguely overheard someone conversing in hushed tones. Albert immediately held his breath. Straining to listen. Faintly, he discerned that the source of the sound came from a nearby bookshelf, not from the tomes before him but from elsewhere. It seemed as if something was concealed by magic. How peculiar, Albert murmured, choosing not to uncover the secret and instead continuing his quest for the books he sought. Which was his true purpose for being there? After approximately an hour, or perhaps even longer, the trio had nearly traversed the restricted section before finally locating the desired volumes. I knew the books here would not be easily obtained, Fred remarked, pointing to the chains binding the tomes. What should we do? The Alchemist charm 1T work. These chains must be enchanted. You don't intend to forcibly break the chains, do you? George asked, wary of the potential repercussions of such an action. Of course. I would never commit such folly. The counter Alchemist charm was anticipated, Albert replied, retrieving a small knife from his pocket. This knife was a purchase from Christmas time. However, Albert was not interested in the knife itself, but rather in the versatile tools it contained, one of which was designed for lockpicking. He had practiced at home and found that opening such antiquated locks was not particularly challenging. What do you plan to do? The twins were puzzled by Albert's sudden production of a knife. Using a muggle trick, he stated. A muggle trick? The twins were intrigued by Albert's intentions. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely, Albert instructed as he began to manipulate the lock on the book. In no time, a soft click echoed as the lock sprang open. How on earth did you accomplish that? The twins gazed at Albert in astonishment. I told you. It's a muggle lock-picking trick, Albert replied, waving the knife in his hand. Most wizards tend to overlook the small tricks of muggles. Although it may not compare to the speed of an unlocking charm, they often disregard this, leaving me with an opportunity. Despite the enchantments placed on these locks by Hogwarts, and the possibility of triggering an alarm by forcibly breaking the chains, he was confident that using the key to unlock them would yield no adverse consequences, as it was the rightful way to do so. While Albert lacked an actual key, employing the muggle trick for unlocking clearly posed no issues. Next time there's an opportunity, you must teach us this technique, the twins urged, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of acquiring such a useful skill. Most wizards tended to underestimate muggles due to their lack of magical abilities, which provided Albert with an advantage even at Hogwarts, where this oversight was evident. This lockpicking trick is quite easy to learn. If the chance arises, I will teach you, Albert remarked casually. He was uncertain whether the twins would truly master it. By the time they exited the library, it was already 4 in the morning. The trio carried their spoils of the night, the original spellbook, a potion book, and a tome on potent drafts. After confirming that no one was around, they quietly left the scene of their escapade and made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, evading a ghostly wizard leaning on a cane along the way. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lee Jordan was awake, casting a disapproving glance at the trio returning from their nocturnal adventure. You should have woken me, he complained. Who told you to sleep like a log? Fred retorted, showcasing their bounty to Lee. We got these from the library. Let me see what books you have, Lee inquired. Curiosity piqued. Take a look for yourself, but don't damage them. We're off to catch a few more winks, Fred said, stifling a yawn as he began to shed his clothes in preparation for sleep. Unlike Albert, he had not had a nap earlier, and now, after the excitement of their midnight escapade, he was eager for rest. Good night. Good night. Truly a trio of miscreants, Lee muttered under his breath. Watching as the three sank back into their beds, his gaze shifting once more to the 3 hefty tomes they had brought back. Unbeknownst to Madame Pants, 3 volumes from the restricted section had been quietly borrowed by someone. Albert took this matter to heart. Each time he visited the library to complete his homework, he would pay special attention to any reports of lost books. In truth, Albert's concerns were unwarranted. The books in the restricted section were securely fastened to the shelves with iron chains, and the librarian was far too occupied to constantly check for missing volumes. After all, the chains employed in the restricted section were imbued with protective enchantments, rendering them impenetrable to ordinary students. Although it was conceivable that someone might sneak into the restricted area at midnight to peruse the tomes, the prospect of stealthily removing them was quite another matter altogether. In contrast to Albert's preoccupation, another amusing tale had begun to circulate throughout Hogwarts. It was said that a particular student, while wandering the halls late at night, had managed to outwit the patrolling Filch. The caretaker had been wearing an unusually sullen expression of late, though, to be fair, that was his default demeanor. The rumor began when a student happened to pass by Filch, overhearing him muttering threats about capturing a nocturnal wanderer. Given the previous incident, it was quickly deduced that Filch had again failed to apprehend a student out after hours. For those Hogwarts students in desperate need of entertaining gossip, This was undoubtedly a delightful story. Some students soon began embellishing the tale, turning it into a widespread topic of conversation. However, the rumors they spun were not entirely unfounded. After a barrage of speculation, Filch could be seen glaring menacingly at every student who passed by, searching for the culprit who had dared to roam the halls at such an hour. This fearsome visage of the caretaker, however, failed to capture the actual miscreant and instead frightened the younger students considerably. Unbeknownst to him, the true instigator of this chaos was currently outside the castle, engaged in a snowball fight. George stared in astonishment at a snowball suspended midair. "Have you mastered the stunning spell?" he exclaimed. "Oh, I learned it not long ago." Albert replied, "It's not particularly challenging." Fred scoffed at this assertion. Deeming it one of Albert's many fabrications, it's no small feat to accurately hit a moving target with magic. Lee Jordan reached out to poke the frozen snowball. Turning to Albert with curiosity, "How did you hone your aim?" "Be cautious," Albert warned. "Cautious of what?" Before Lee could react, a snowball splattered against his face. "I did warn you," Albert said, raising his hands in mock innocence. Although the stunning spell could indeed pause its target momentarily, the effect was fleeting. Of course, if a wizard harbored ill intentions, it could effectively repel an adversary, contingent upon the wizard's magical prowess. The three of them burst into laughter at the spectacle. Moments later, George was struck squarely in the face by a snowball, some of the snow tumbling into his mouth, wiping the snow from his face. George retaliated by hurling a snowball at Lee. "I wager there are few first-years adept at the stunning spell," Fred remarked as Lee launched a snowball at George while simultaneously sending one toward Albert. Fred's ambush failed, as Albert immobilized the snowball midair with a flash of blue-green sparks, creating an effect akin to a pause button being pressed. "Quite effective," Albert said, nudging the snowball aside, which then plummeted harmlessly into the snow below. "Snowball fights should be free of magic," Fred protested loudly. "This is hardly a fair competition." Fred envied Albert's rapid acquisition of magical skills. They were all studying the stunning spell, yet sadly, none had succeeded in mastering it thus far, except for Albert, with numerous subjects demanding their attention. Dedicating ample time to perfecting a single spell was a formidable challenge, especially in their first year when everyone's magical abilities were still in a phase of growth. Albert's ability to swiftly grasp magic seemed almost like cheating. "Very well, I shall refrain from using magic," Albert said, pocketing his wand. Bending down to scoop up a hefty snowball from the thick layer of snow, which he promptly threw at Fred's face just as he was about to speak. "Let me finish my sentence," Fred protested, only to be interrupted again, this time by a snowball thrown by Lee. "You wish to practice the stunning spell with snowballs?" Albert raised an eyebrow, eager to seize the opportunity. This time, Fred did not get a chance to voice his thoughts before George struck him with another snowball. "You three are impossible," Fred shouted in exasperation. "Who shall go first?" Albert inquired, ignoring Fred's complaints. "He shall," George and Lee chimed in, pointing at Fred. "Fred, brace yourself," Albert called as he crouched to form another snowball. "I'm about to throw. What should I brace for?" Fred was still in shock when another snowball hit him squarely in the face. "To practice the stunning spell, of course." Albert winked. "This is a rare opportunity." "Indeed. A rare opportunity," Lee and George nodded enthusiastically in agreement, "and we are graciously allowing you the first chance. I want no part of this opportunity." "You all can take a hit first," Fred glared at the three of them, but George and Lee pointed at Albert. "No, it's you," George insisted. "Absolutely not." "It's you, George," Fred retorted, displeased with his brother's betrayal. "All right, I will," George conceded, but he added, "However, let us agree on 10 attempts each, no dodging. Only using the stunning spell to block the snowballs." "I have no objections," Albert replied readily. Of course, you wouldn't. The outcome was predictable. None of them managed to successfully use the stunning spell to block the incoming snowballs, and they were pelted one after another, with a particular penchant for hitting faces. Lee Jordan brushed the snow from his face and pointed at Albert, complaining, "We should all attack together." "Well, that is because you all lack the stunning spell." Albert waved his wand, effortlessly freezing 3 incoming snowballs and stepping aside to let them fall harmlessly to the ground. "What on earth are you all up to?" A nearby student named Shauna was unfortunate enough to be hit by the 3 snowballs. "It's all Albert's fault. He dodged." Lee was quick to place the blame on Albert. Indeed, Fred and George chimed in agreement. "Shall I assist you in retaliating?" Albert eagerly offered his help. "Ahem, Shauna, would you like to join our snowball fight?" Fred finally managed to sneak a snowball at Albert's face while he was distracted. Albert is far too cunning, using magic to block the snowballs during a snowball fight, George remarked with a straight face. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at his twin brothers, muttering, "Actually, we are practicing magic." "What kind of magic?" Shauna inquired with curiosity. "The obstacle charm," Albert replied without hesitation. "You lot are attempting to ambush me. Isn't this merely providing you with an opportunity to practice the obstacle charm?" George retorted slyly. "Shall we practice together?" Fred invited with a grin. "This spell is quite amusing." "No, I intend to go ice skating by the lake." Shauna indicated her skates, which she had conveniently brought from home during the last Christmas holiday. "Ice skates?" Albert raised his wand, intercepting a snowball that George had aimed at him, and addressed Shauna. "Are you going alone? Angelina and the others cannot skate. You know that many wizards prefer Quidditch." Unfortunately, yes, Shauna replied. By the way, can you skate? I can, though my skills are quite mediocre, Albert casually remarked. But I thought you didn't like sports. That remark is rather rude, Shauna raised an eyebrow. I spent the entire Christmas holiday enjoying this. Would you all like to join me? Is it fun? Fred asked, intrigued. I personally find it quite enjoyable. There are many people skating by the Black Lake. Shauna nodded towards the lake. Let us go and have a look. George expressed a bit of interest in skating. But you don't have skates. Why join in the commotion? Albert rolled his eyes at the three. Skating is not easy to learn. Most beginners who attempt to teach themselves end up with bruised backsides. And the blades can be quite dangerous, not very forgiving to novices. What about you? Lee Jordan interjected, pulling Albert along in that case. You can use transfiguration to create a pair of skates. I believe you can manage that. Conjuring such skates through transfiguration is rather challenging. George dismissed Lee Jordan's suggestion. You should borrow some skates and then use the duplication charm to help us acquire them. Upon hearing this, Albert was left speechless, realizing that each individual around him was exceptionally talented. Indeed, as George had mentioned, acquiring a pair of ice skates was not a particularly challenging endeavor. Albert borrowed skates from Shauna and then cast a duplication spell, effortlessly creating a pair suitable for 4 individuals. Although Shauna's skates were of a universal type, Lee Jordan, with his larger feet, found himself unable to wear them, standing forlornly on the shore while his roommates donned their skates, preparing to embark on this new sport. Be cautious of the blades. Avoid slipping and injuring yourselves, Albert called out to Fred and George, who had successfully laced up their skates. It would be wise for you to practice in a less crowded area. Is there truly no way to adjust the size for me? Lee Jordan lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened by his exclusion. Borrow a pair from someone else, and I can duplicate them for you, Albert replied, slipping on his brown skates and beginning to acclimate to the sensation of gliding across the ice. After George donned his skates, he attempted to walk but nearly twisted his ankle in the process. Fred fared worse, falling flat on the ice and grimacing in pain. How frustrating. This fellow seems to excel at everything. Fred managed to rise slowly with Lee Jordan's assistance. Be careful not to step on my toes, Lee Jordan cautioned loudly. Are you both all right? Shauna inquired as she rounded a bend, halting in front of the two. I've already warned them, Albert remarked, pausing beside Shauna and observing the wobbling twins, subtly shaking his head. It's normal to fall a few times when starting out. You truly can skate, Shauna observed, impressed by Albert's smooth movements. You seem to be adept at everything. I've played before. My family taught me, Albert replied with a slight fib. In truth, he possessed little talent in this area, having become frustrated during past practice sessions and hastily elevated his skating skill to level 1 through sheer determination. Who will teach us how to use these things? George called out to the pair. I can't assist you with that, Albert sighed, shrugging his shoulders in response to the twins. My skating skills are rather poor. To emphasize his own statement, Albert nodded and reiterated, yes, quite poor. Are you all skating as well? Mario asked, turning to face Albert. The acrobatic trio had gathered to skate, displaying their impressive skills while executing a variety of peculiar maneuvers on the ice. Albert felt that the three of them could form a team to participate in the international skating competition. Mario, could you teach us how to skate? George, spotting an acquaintance, hurriedly sought assistance. I have only just begun myself and am not in a position to teach others, Albert explained, noticing Jack's gaze. That is certainly not an issue. However, we cannot guarantee that you will master it, as skating does require a certain degree of talent. Danny and the others were more than willing to lend a helping hand, considering they were all part of Gryffindor and maintained a cordial relationship. Albert noticed someone teaching Wesley and his companions and turned to Shauna, inquiring whether she would like to accompany him on a stroll around the Black Lake. I shall pass, Shauna replied delicately as she surveyed the lake. See you later. Albert waved goodbye to the group and commenced his skating around the lake. The Black Lake of Hogwarts was indeed vast, with numerous students gliding on the ice along the shore nearest to the castle. The surface of the lake was remarkably smooth as Albert skated along the shoreline, taking in the picturesque scenery. To be honest, this experience was quite novel. He believed that many students had not truly appreciated the beauty surrounding the school from the various vantage points along the lake's edge. How he wished he had brought a camera along. Albert spent considerable time strolling around the lake, and upon his return, he encountered several acquaintances, including the red-haired McDougal sisters from Ravenclaw. Just as Katrina released her grip on her sister Isabel's hand, she lost her footing and fell abruptly to the ground. Albert quickly maneuvered around to avoid colliding with others. The newly admitted students posed a risk while practicing ice skating, as one could never anticipate when they might tumble and take you down with them. Are you all right? Noticing that Isabel had no intention of lending a hand, Albert reached down to pull Katrina up from the lake's surface. Thank you. Katrina felt a bit embarrassed at being seen in such a disheveled state by Albert, yet she graciously expressed her gratitude. Oh, it's nothing, Albert replied, contemplating whether to release her, as she appeared on the verge of falling again. Katrina, you might not possess much talent in this area, Isabel remarked with a resigned expression at her sister. Long time no see, Isabel, Albert said. I read your paper. It was splendid, a pity it's not recognized. Thank you, Isabel nodded. I never expected to be awarded the most promising newcomer in Transfiguration so soon. It feels premature for me. Do you two know each other? Katrina raised an eyebrow. Indeed, we both attend Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, Albert explained. Albert is a prodigy in transfiguration, Isabel suddenly interjected. Do you two enjoy praising each other so much? Katrina observed them with a bemused expression. This is not flattery. It is the truth, Isabel shook her head. By the way, I incorporated a small portion of your theory into my paper. I don't mind. Albert waved his hand dismissively. Professor McGonagall mentioned it to me, and I consented. After all, we all draw from the same sources. I'll see you at the next Transfiguration Club meeting. Albert relinquished Katrina's hand to Isabel and turned to leave. Suddenly, Isabel called out to him. I heard you were quite familiar with Professor Binns. Albert paused in confusion, puzzled as to why Isabel mentioned this, but he replied to her inquiry, not particularly. I visited Professor Binns' office a few times to discuss issues related to defense against the dark arts. It seems Professor Binns holds you in high regard, Isabel remarked meaningfully. Is there something amiss? Albert asked, gazing at Isabel with intrigue, sensing there was more to her words. Professor Binns is a renowned wizard. Befriending him could offer you substantial knowledge, Isabel nodded. If you wish to excel in a particular area, it is essential to engage with experts in that field. Oh. Thank you for the advice, Albert said, his face a mask of confusion, yet he expressed his gratitude before turning to depart. Is Professor Binns truly reliable? Just a rather famous wizard? Albert pondered, deciding to investigate Professor Binns further. He found Professor Binns somewhat peculiar. Upon completing a loop around the Black Lake, Albert found Lee Jordan still struggling with his skating boots, aided by Mario. As for Fred and George, those two had long vanished from sight. Where are the Weasley twins? Albert inquired curiously. They gave up, Danny shrugged. Only Lee Jordan persists, though he is falling quite often. What about Lee Jordan? At dinner. Fred and George finally arrived at the dining hall. The hospital wing, Albert swallowed his food and looked up at the twins with curiosity. You both fell quite a bit while practicing this afternoon, didn't you? In the woods, Fred winked at Albert. You actually ran off on your own. Lee Jordan's voice floated from behind, tinged with a hint of resentment. We told you when we left. You chose not to join us. George placed a hand on Lee Jordan's shoulder and asked, how is the practice going? Can you skate now? If I could skate, would I have fallen so badly? Lee Jordan retorted, exasperated. True enough. Luckily, we abandoned it long ago, George nodded solemnly. That sport is indeed not suited for wizards. Upon hearing this, Albert felt the urge to retort, if one is unwilling to invest effort in learning, they shall forever remain ignorant. Lee Jordan could not help but inquire. Was it the same when you were learning to skate? Indeed, falling is an inevitable part of the process, Albert replied earnestly. He is undoubtedly trying to console you. George chuckled. Given Albert's capacity for learning, it was certain that after a few initial tumbles, he would master the art of skating. Do you think skating is as simple as eating? Albert replied with exasperation. In truth, George's observation was quite accurate. Though Albert had acquired his skating skills through practice on the rink, I begin to understand why Albert has chosen not to teach you, Fred interjected suddenly. He is not teaching us, Lee Jordan retorted crossly. Do not exclude yourselves from this. Consider this. If you continue to fall so miserably while learning to skate and ultimately do not succeed, you will surely place the blame on him. George nodded sagely, thus. Albert refrains from instructing you to avoid your grievances. Albert initially held the golden egg aloft, his hand frozen midair, musing inwardly about the remarkable capacity for imagination possessed by the two individuals before him. He would stake his half of the golden egg that he had never entertained such thoughts. Jordan cast a skeptical glance at Albert, who promptly cleared his throat and diverted the conversation, inquiring about the intriguing discoveries in the forest that had delayed their return. Only some animals. The forest is not perilous. Fred interjected from his seat, savoring his dinner as he spoke. George and I were chasing a rabbit, but alas, we failed to catch it. Is there truly a rabbit in the Forbidden Forest? Albert inquired, his curiosity piqued. What was your purpose in pursuing it? Surely, you do not intend to roast it? That notion seems rather appealing. I have yet to taste roasted rabbit. At this, Shauna lifted her gaze and shot Albert a reproachful look. Roasting a rabbit? How could you be so cruel? I merely mentioned it in passing. Do not take it to heart, Albert replied with a smirk, countering, are you raising rabbits? Indeed. A very small one, Shauna admitted with a nod. Ahem, might we steer the conversation back on track? Jordan interjected, clearing his throat. What else did you find in the forest? Nothing particularly special, just a typical woodland, George reflected, then added, we did come across some deer tracks. I believe those are unicorn tracks, Fred proclaimed, producing a few strands of white hair from his robe pocket. This is unicorn tail hair. How is it that you were not caught by the gamekeeper? Angelina asked in astonishment, examining a strand of unicorn hair closely. I have heard that students who trespass into the forest are invariably apprehended by that gamekeeper. We have ways of evading Hagrid's gaze, George and Fred exchanged a knowing look, asserting, as long as we remain undetected, we have nothing to fear. Their brief conversation soon concluded as Albert resolved to visit the library in search of information pertaining to Professor Bode. If this defense against the dark arts professor were indeed renowned, finding relevant materials should pose no difficulty. Shall we go together another day? Fred suggested. Chasing rabbits? Albert raised an eyebrow. I would recommend you try fishing by the Black Lake. Dig a hole, Procure some raw meat. It is surely more reliable than chasing rabbits. That sounds like a splendid idea, Jordan concurred. Aren't you going ice skating? Fred queried, eyeing his black friend suspiciously. Look at me. I have fallen like this. How could I possibly skate? Jordan grimaced, then suddenly asked, by the way, who among you knows how to grill fish? I could give it a try. Provided you can catch some fish, Albert mused, then added, if that fails, we can seek out Hagrid. He would certainly grill fish. I had thought you were proficient in everything, Fred pretended to ponder seriously. It appears there are indeed things you do not know. The difficulty of grilling fish should be minimal. Just brush some seasoning on it, Albert asserted earnestly. Perhaps sprinkle some garlic from our dormitory garden on top. Do not even think about the garlic, George interjected, unable to contain his protest. Upon entering the library, the quartet ceased their chatter. If they wished to carve out time for fishing, they first needed to complete their homework. This task was not overly daunting. As Albert would collaborate with them on their assignments, once completed, they could turn to him for assistance with any lingering questions. What are you searching for? Jordan inquired. Stowing away his homework and picking up a book that Albert had set aside, glancing at its title, The Great Wizards of the 20th Century. Albert whispered. I have heard that Professor Broad is quite renowned. Professor Broad? George set down his quill, blowing gently on the ink to dry it, and inquired. What do you seek him for? Let me have a look at your parchment, Fred grumbled, feeling distressed at his own delay. As he still had a substantial question left unanswered. Do it yourself, George replied, pressing his hand firmly on the parchment to prevent Fred from seizing it. I found it, Albert declared, spreading open the contemporary compendium of illustrious wizards before him and reciting softly, Bard Broad, a pureblood wizard, a member of the Wisingamot, a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, and the former winner of the Barnabas Finkley Award for exceptional spellcasting. His interests include wizard chess and adventure. Bard Broad had once claimed the title of International Wizard Chess Champion and had triumphed in the European Wizard Duel Championship using the nonverbal, wandless full body bind curse. He had heroically rescued several Muggle climbers from a troll attack during an expedition, earning him the third-class Order of Merlin. He maintained friendly relations with numerous powerful wizards, counting contemporary magical masters Abby Wolflin and Mog McDougal among his close friends. Albert gazed at the records above, enveloped in a momentary silence. Mog McDougal? A mere coincidence? Clearly not. Isabel McDougal was evidently connected to this Mog McDougal, whether as a relative or a kin. Why did he assert that Professor Broad held such high regard for me? Am I overthinking this? Never mind. As long as Professor Broad harbors no ill intentions towards me, I shall let things unfold naturally. Albert was rather indifferent to the prospect of meeting more renowned wizards through Professor Broad. He had not anticipated that Professor Broad would be so illustrious. Fred, having borrowed a book from Albert, glanced at the introduction regarding Professor Bad Broad and was taken aback. The dueling champion? George exclaimed in astonishment. Which explains why he would become the defense against the dark arts professor. Albert believed that Professor Bode's competence as the defense against the dark arts instructor had little to do with his status as a dueling champion. Suddenly, Lee Jordan interjected, fixing his gaze on Albert. Regarding the Quidditch match this weekend, I've heard that some upperclassmen are planning to set up a betting pool. Who do you intend to back? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Who are you planning to support? Fred and George chimed in unison. The weekend arrived, graced by a clear sky, perfect for watching a Quidditch match. At 10:30 in the morning, Albert and his companions departed from the castle, traversing the snow-covered path to the stands, which were already brimming with students animatedly discussing the prospects of victory. Good morning, Hagrid, Albert greeted the half-giant, who was holding a pair of binoculars. Thank you for the hat, Hagrid replied, patting the woolen cap atop his head. I never anticipated receiving a Christmas gift. You can consider it a token of gratitude, Albert responded with a smile. A token of gratitude? Hagrid asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Defensive branches, unicorn tail hair. Albert raised his wrist, showcasing a delicate white bracelet. What is this? Hagrid inquired. A bracelet that brings good fortune. Crafted from the unicorn tail hair and defensive branches you gifted me, Albert explained with a grin. It is said to bestow luck upon its wearer. Bestow luck? Hagrid murmured softly. I've never heard that unicorn tail hair and defensive branches bring good fortune. Nearby, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan could not suppress their laughter. You enjoy pulling the wool over others' eyes, and now you've been caught. Hagrid coughed lightly. However, this cord is quite beautifully woven. I mean the symbols on it. Albert lifted two pendants, carved from defensive branches, to show them the intricate symbols that he had previously shared with them. You actually engraved those peculiar symbols on it. By the way, are you certain this thing truly works? George asked skeptically. Who knows? Albert shrugged. Perhaps it does bring good fortune. If so, we'd be in luck. Originally, Albert intended to create a protective bracelet. However, after several failed attempts that resulted in damaged beads, he opted for the simplest good luck symbol to engrave. As for whether this would actually bring him luck, Albert was uncertain. When he tried to activate the symbols with his own blood, he felt no particular sensation, which likely indicated failure. Nonetheless, he wore it, merely to test whether the symbols truly possessed any efficacy. Does anyone wish to place a bet on Gryffindor against Hufflepuff? At that moment, several upperclassmen approached with a wooden box for wagers, interrupting Albert's musings. The twins appeared ready to place a bet, and Lee Jordan had already produced a silver sickle. Who are you betting on? The three of them turned to Albert. I'm betting on Gryffindor to catch the golden snitch and secure victory, Albert declared as he retrieved a silver sickle for his wager. So are we. The trio replied in unison, handing over their coins. Many are placing bets on that. The odds are not high. If you bet on Hufflepuff to win, we will offer 3 times the odds, one of the students remarked. No, just Gryffindor, Albert replied. Albert cared not for the prospect of winning. He simply reveled in the atmosphere. What is your name? Inquired a senior student as he withdrew a notebook and quill, glancing towards the group. His name is Albert Anderson. George replied on behalf of Albert. The senior jotted down a few hasty words and handed the note to Albert, saying, after the competition concludes, we shall be at the exit. If fortune favors you, present this note to us. Albert gazed at his 3 roommates and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired whether they were not concerned about incurring losses. We have faith in your luck, the trio replied in unison. Given that Albert had decided to gamble, albeit with slim odds, they were nonetheless inclined to join him for the thrill of it. My luck? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, cautioning. Just don't blame me if I lose. We won tea, Fred interjected. We firmly believe that the Gryffindor team, having trained so diligently, will not falter. Gambling is not a commendable habit, Hagrid raised an eyebrow, offering a gentle reminder. This is merely for the atmosphere, and besides, I possess this. My luck is rather favorable. Albert declared with confidence. I thought you might wager 10 galleons, Fred remarked. Do you take me for a fool? Albert retorted, rolling his eyes once more. Such privately arranged bets are inherently unreliable. If I wager 10 galleons and win, can the opponent return what they owe? They probably wouldn't be able to, Fred contemplated. Well, it seems you were quite aware of what you were doing, Hagrid nodded. A little gambling now, and then is not inherently problematic. Lee Jordan interjected, last time. He wagered on who would be the Minister of Magic and won 100 galleons. This fellow's luck is astonishingly good. Hagrid's mouth fell agape in surprise, discarding his previous thoughts with disdain. Ahem, Hagrid, which team do you believe will triumph? Albert inquired. Without a doubt, Gryffindor, Hagrid replied curtly. It would be wise not to gamble. No one can win indefinitely. Ahem, I am fully aware of that. In truth, Albert emerged victorious, as the Gryffindor team ultimately triumphed over Hufflepuff. The exhilarating match lasted merely an hour, with Charlie successfully capturing the golden snitch. We won. We won. Ah. The parchment has flown away. In the end, it was Hagrid who reached out to retrieve the parchment, fortunate that the day was devoid of wind. Here is the parchment. You unreliable fellow. Lee Jordan snatched it from Fred and handed it to Albert. It was merely an accident, Fred chuckled awkwardly, admitting he had also felt a twinge of anxiety. Thank you, Hagrid. Albert expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Albert and his companions encountered 2 senior students at the entrance, from whom they procured 4 silver sickles as a reward. Look, my lucky bracelet has indeed brought me fortune, Albert remarked, winking. Those runes are quite effective. Your luck seems to be quite favorable, I suppose. Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes. Their successful wager had certainly uplifted the spirits of the group. By the way, did you enter the forest from this side last time? Albert inquired, glancing toward the nearby woods. Fred and George's expressions froze, for Hagrid was right beside them. Bloody hell. Don't mention that, Fred muttered. Entering the forest? Hagrid eyed the 4 of them warily. Hagrid, could you take us into the forest for a bit of exploration? Albert asked, directing his gaze toward the forbidden forest. That is absolutely out of the question, Hagrid replied firmly. Albert showed no hesitation in betraying Fred and George. The 2 of them stealthily ventured into the woods, claiming that the forest beside the school was quite ordinary. You truly are something else, the twins glared at Albert, incredulous that he had so readily sold them out. Ahem, I've heard from others that the forbidden forest conceals many secrets. Why not lead us in for a little exploration to sate our curiosity? Albert winked at Hagrid. After this, we shall no longer wonder what lies within that forest. Hagrid paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating something, before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. Are you unable to ensure our safety? Albert retorted. The school rules prohibit students from entering the forbidden forest, Hagrid stated. Albert countered. In truth, I believe Dumbledore's prohibition has only heightened students' curiosity regarding the forest. As far as I know, many have already ventured in quietly. Many? Hagrid glared at the Weasley twins. Well, they are just one example, Albert clarified. We merely wish to satisfy our curiosity, and besides, you frequently enter the forest yourself. Very well, just this once, and it shall not become a habit. Hagrid conceded after a moment's thought. Follow me, and do not wander off. See, the luck charm works wonders, doesn't he? Albert winked at the 3, who were utterly astonished that he had managed to persuade Hagrid to lead them into the forest. Hagrid brought them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his hand to point at a narrow, winding path hidden among the trees. Since you are so curious about what lies within the forest, then off you go. Albert and his companions gazed into the depths of the forest, where a profound silence enveloped the area. A chilling breeze swept through the trees, causing the 4 of them to shiver in unison. Hagrid, aren't you going to prepare yourself? Albert inquired, believing it unwise for Hagrid to venture into the forbidden forest unarmed. Prepare? Hagrid tilted his head, seemingly pondering the meaning of Albert's words. After a moment, with a confident pat on his broad chest, he declared, as long as you are with me, no creature in the forbidden forest shall harm you. Albert gave Hagrid a thumbs up, praising, it seems that not just anyone can be a keeper of the hunt. Indeed, Hagrid replied, leading the way while Albert and his companions hurried to keep pace. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence, the ground blanketed with a thick layer of snow, which greatly hindered the shorter members of their group, making each step particularly arduous. It's quite remarkable that you wish to catch rabbits in such conditions, Albert remarked, extracting his boot from the snow and feeling the cold powder seep inside. Catch rabbits? Hagrid halted, turning to gaze at Albert and his friends. What rabbits are you talking about? Nothing much, George mumbled. The last time we were here, we spotted a wild hare. We were planning to fish by the Black Lake soon. Hagrid, where do you intend to take us? Fred interjected, shooting George a disapproving look. I'll take you around to familiarize yourselves with the forbidden forest. Hagrid indicated the surrounding snowy landscape. It has always looked like this, as you know. I've heard there are trolls in the forbidden forest, Lee Jordan suddenly inquired. Is that true? Trolls? They dwell deep within the forest. It might take days to reach them. Hagrid confidently stated. Even if we encounter one, you need not worry. I could defeat them single-handedly. Are there really trolls here? Albert asked, astonished. In truth, Albert had no doubt about Hagrid's capability to vanquish a troll, given his giant lineage and stature in the forbidden forest. There have been, and quite a few at that. After Dumbledore assumed the headmastership, he decided to drive the trolls far from Hogwarts, as he disapproved of those dim-witted creatures. Hagrid elaborated. Trolls are quite foolish and pose a threat to most students. I believe the headmaster is aware that some students would be curious enough to venture into the forest. Hence he cleared the area of dangers to prevent any mishaps, Fred speculated. That makes sense, the others concurred. What intrigues me is how there is a path here. Albert pointed to a fork in the trail. This hardly resembles a beast trail. Most of these paths I have forged myself, Hagrid declared with pride. Of course, some were indeed beast paths. For a stretch of time thereafter, Hagrid led them through the forest, encountering neither peril nor wondrous creatures. The woods held no ferocious beasts, nor any curious spectacles, only the chilling stillness of winter pervaded. It reminded Albert of the thrilling adventures he had once read about, where behind every heart-pounding escapade lay the relentless monotony of travel. In the dense thicket, a rare clearing emerged, where sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a golden hue upon the ground. Albert's gaze fell upon a peculiar mound beneath an ancient oak, which appeared somewhat unnatural. He approached, brushed aside the layer of snow, and unearthed a mushroom. No, it was not quite a mushroom. This peculiar specimen should be classified as a fungus. Hagrid, do you think this is edible? Albert inquired, presenting the fungus to Hagrid. This? What do you intend to do with it? Hagrid scratched his head in confusion, yet he nodded and explained. Yes. It is edible and tastes decent, but I do not consume it. It typically only appears in winter and is rather scarce, making it quite laborious to extract. You don't eat this? Albert's lips twitched as he fixated on the object in his hand, feeling it bore a resemblance to something familiar. What are you digging for? George inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. I heard this thing is quite delectable when roasted, Albert replied, clearing his throat as he bent down to unearth a smaller specimen from the snow. With a flick of his wand, he transformed a nearby twig into a bag, depositing the excavated item within and stowing it back into the pocket of his robe. Roasted? Delicious? Hagrid raised an eyebrow, admitting, I have yet to try it. Clearing his throat again, Albert shifted the topic. Hagrid, are you leading us in circles around the forest's edge? The forbidden forest is vast. One could wander for days without exploring it all. The embarrassment on Hagrid's face was obscured by his bushy beard, rendering it imperceptible to the others. After continuing for a while, Albert heard the distant sound of trickling water. There was a stream nearby, and it remained unfrozen. Suddenly, Hagrid halted, raising his hand to signal the others to stop, his gaze fixed intently on a figure in the distance. Who goes there? Step forward. Hagrid, what brings you here? A witch spoke up, seemingly familiar with Hagrid. And you are? Hagrid's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly having forgotten the woman's name. Albert curiously scrutinized the newcomer. A witch with short, silvery gray hair and a prominent chin, Wilhelmina Grappland. The witch introduced herself, stating, We have met on several occasions. Oh, greetings, Grappland, Hagrid said awkwardly, scratching his head. He had encountered her a few times in the presence of Professor Kettleburn, as Grappland was also an expert in magical creatures, and they occasionally exchanged insights. Hagrid, what brings you here? Witch Grappland's gaze fell upon the 4 students behind Hagrid. They must be from Hogwarts. Hagrid felt quite embarrassed, uncertain of what to say, as leading Albert and the others into the forbidden forest clearly defied the rules. Ahem, madam, actually Hagrid brought us here to forage for matsutake mushrooms, Albert declared, retrieving the freshly dug fungi from his pocket to satisfy their curiosity. Matsutake? Grappland's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the mushroom in Albert's hand, casting a doubtful glance at Hagrid. The latter awkwardly nodded, pretending that was indeed the case. Grappland chose not to pursue the matter further. She was not a professor at Hogwarts and felt it inappropriate to comment much. After exchanging a few idle remarks with Hagrid, she bid farewell and prepared to visit Professor Kettleburn. What was that lady doing here? George inquired curiously. She came to pay a visit to Professor Kettleburn. They are both experts in magical creatures. I have seen her a few times at Kettleburn's, Hagrid responded, scratching his head. I heard that Kettleburn's bird snake egg has hatched, and she is here to collect a few. By the way, you certainly have a knack for spinning a tale, don't you? Fred remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Albert. It seems I can't trust your tall tales anymore. I call it wit. Do you understand? Albert insisted emphatically. Do you even know what wit is? Besides, we truly did find matsutake. They are reputed to have a delightful flavor when grilled. I wish we could find more. Albert had never tasted matsutake and felt a twinge of curiosity about whether grilled matsutake was indeed as delicious as the rumors suggested. Ahem, that is not the point. Why did that witch come to visit Professor Kettleburn? Fred asked with intrigue. Is the protector of magical biology residing in the forest? Professor Kettleburn indeed resides on the outskirts of the forest, Hagrid interjected, clearing his throat. However, I believe it is time for us to head back. It said that the Forbidden Forest is perilous? Lee Jordan countered. Professor Kettleburn lives on the forest periphery. The magical creatures he tends require ample space to roam. Hagrid clarified. All right, I think we should return now. Before leaving the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid took the time to help Albert dig for a few matsutake, though they were scarce. And ultimately, they found only a handful. As Hagrid opened the door to the hut, his black hound, Fong, burst out joyfully, bounding around the group and eagerly sniffing everything in sight. Albert crouched down, gently stroking Yaya's head to soothe it. Hagrid retrieved the matsutake mushrooms from his pocket. Placing them all on the table, he picked one up, examining it closely, and inquired, Are you certain this will taste delightful when grilled? Leave it to me. Albert replied confidently, exuding an air of composure both outwardly and within. If you wish to go fishing, I happen to have some fresh meat left, which you can use as bait. Hagrid gestured towards the large wooden barrel in the corner. What is this? Albert asked, raising an eyebrow as he caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood emanating from the barrel. Food prepared for the nightmares. In winter, it is quite challenging for them to find sustenance, so I occasionally venture into the woods to feed them, ensuring that the younger members of the herd can survive the cold months, Hagrid explained, rubbing Yaya's head affectionately. The remaining meat is meant for Yaya's dinner. Are you sure this is edible? Lee Jordan questioned, eyeing the matsutake. Absolutely, Hagrid affirmed, as he kindled the remaining embers in the fireplace, placing the copper kettle atop it to boil, before stepping outside to fetch a bucket of well water for Albert. Albert retrieved a sharp knife from the kitchen and meticulously scraped away the dirt from the base of the matsutake mushroom. After thoroughly washing it several times, he drew his wand and executed a complex flourish, pointing the tip at the freshly cleaned mushroom while uttering a drying spell. Instantly, steam began to evaporate from the matsutake. You certainly do not resemble a first-year student, Hagrid remarked softly, observing Albert as he cast the spell with remarkable finesse. Your mastery of magic far exceeds my expectations. It is hard to believe you hail from a muggle family. Indeed, George mused quietly. I would wager my 2 silver sickles that this fellow possesses more magical knowledge than even a second-year student. Albert paid no heed to the teasing remarks of a few individuals and inquired, Hagrid, do you have any olive oil here? There is still some left. If you need it, I shall fetch it for you. Thank you. Albert diligently sliced the matsutake mushrooms with a sharp knife. You are rather stingy, Lee Jordan scoffed, pinching a thin slice of the mushroom with his fingertips. What sensation can this flimsy piece provide? Thinly sliced, it will grill better later. Albert shot an irritated glance at Lee Jordan and brushed a delicate layer of olive oil over the mushrooms. He then fashioned a wooden plank into a makeshift grill, using fire tongs to retrieve some partially burnt charcoal from the hearth to place in the fire bowl. Setting the grill atop, he nodded with satisfaction, proclaiming, at last, it feels like a barbecue. I think you are overreacting, Fred remarked, rolling his eyes at the bustling Albert. Oh, the flavor is delightful, Hagrid commented, tossing one of his homemade sausages aside as he plucked a grilled matsutake from the grill and chewed thoughtfully, nodding in approval. However, the portions are a bit scant. Fred and the others exchanged glances and swiftly devoured the golden mushrooms that had just been grilled. I find the texture quite pleasant. Perhaps a sprinkle of salt would enhance the taste. I believe a sauce would complement it well. Damn it, you've eaten all of mine. Albert glared at Fred and the others as he noticed his freshly grilled matsutake had vanished. Yours was consumed by George. Fred and Lee Jordan both pointed at George in unison. Ahem, there is still plenty left in the bowl. George coughed lightly and picked up a sausage. How about we grill some sausages next? Let me finish grilling the matsutake first, Albert retorted with irritation, continuing his task. The barbecue did not last long, as the quantity of matsutake was indeed limited, with each person receiving only a few slices. Yet, they all had to concede that the mushrooms were exquisite, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Subsequently, they grilled Hagrid's homemade sausages and enjoyed a few cups of tea before returning to the Gryffindor common room, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. As for the biscuits Hagrid had made, they politely declined, their teeth not quite up to the challenge of such hard fare. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the celebration for Gryffindor's victory was still in full swing. However, Most of the cakes and pies had been devoured, leaving only some toffee and a few vegetable pasties. "Where have you all been?" Angelina inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on the four who had just entered. "We went into the forest with Hagrid," George replied, a proud expression on his face. "That the gamekeeper took you into the woods is astonishing," Angelina exclaimed, clearly surprised. "Albert managed to persuade him," Fred explained. "We also heard that Professor Kettleburn, who specializes in the protection of magical creatures, lives in the forest." "Are you joking?" Shauna interjected, joining their conversation. "No, it's true. We happened to meet a witch who was on her way to visit Professor Kettleburn, apparently regarding the matter of the bird snake," Lee Jordan clarified. "What is a bird snake?" Shauna asked curiously. Lee Jordan hesitated, casting a glance at Albert for assistance. "A bird snake is a winged bipedal creature from Asia, capable of stretching its body at will. Therefore, it can expand to fill any space or contract according to the available area," Albert explained. "I'm curious how you know so much about bird snakes," George teased. "You didn't memorize fantastic beasts and where to find them, did you?" "Bird snake eggs are also a component in the making of the polyjuice potion," Albert replied somewhat impatiently. "Thus, I took the liberty of researching it. By the way, the shells of bird snake eggs are made of pure silver, that is, sterling silver." Albert surveyed the astonished expressions on their faces, nodding in satisfaction as he continued. "It is said that the renowned writer Gilderoy Lockhart once used bird snake eggs to create a bird snake egg yolk shampoo, which indeed locked in shine. However, due to its cost and danger, this shampoo never reached the public market, only being sold on the black market, where it quickly disappeared." "Why is that?" Shauna inquired, puzzled. "Because it was far too expensive," Albert said matter-of-factly. "No wonder the polyjuice potion is so pricey," Fred remarked. "It's not just expensive, it's virtually unattainable," Albert retorted. "Later, I specifically researched the ingredients for the polyjuice potion and discovered why hardly anyone attempts to create it. The raw materials are exceedingly costly. If any potion maker experiences failure during the process, it becomes an unbearable disaster." Gryffindor remained enraptured by the joy of triumphing over Hufflepuff. As long as they could defeat Ravenclaw next, Gryffindor might secure the Quidditch Championship trophy. Currently, the odds were in Gryffindor's favor. If Slytherin defeated Ravenclaw, or if they themselves triumphed over Ravenclaw, the trophy would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor. At breakfast, Charlie sat across from Albert, studying his Quidditch strategies. Fortunately, Charlie had finished his meal and departed. Otherwise, Albert and the others would have been left to endure his incessant chatter much longer. After Albert devoured the sausages on his plate, he turned to Lee Jordan beside him and remarked, "Next time, during breakfast, keep your distance from Charlie. The Quidditch captains can be quite terrifying when they go mad." "What did you say?" Lee Jordan casually replied, just as a thick plume of black smoke began to emanate from the fruit before him. "Cough, cough, what on earth are you doing?" Albert spluttered, choking on the smoke. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand and gazed toward the source of the smoke, initially fearing a fire, only to discover that the noxious fumes were rising from the fruit on Lee Jordan's table. Lee Jordan coughed repeatedly, his already dark complexion becoming even more so from the smoke. The fruit continued to emit black smoke, prompting Lee to hastily place an empty bowl upside down on the table to contain it, yet the smoke still escaped from beneath the bowl. "Wow, what a thick cloud of smoke. What exactly did you do?" George exclaimed, lifting the inverted bowl, causing the smoke to billow out and attract the attention of several onlookers. "I merely wanted to see if I could restore the bitten fruit," Lee Jordan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head, "but I got distracted, and this happened." "Do you have any way to dispel the smoke?" Lee cast a pleading glance at Albert. "Disillusionment charm." Albert produced his wand and pointed its tip at the still smoking fruit, casting a universal counterspell. The smoke ceased, but the fruit had turned completely charred, resembling a piece of coal. "What spell did you just use?" Albert prodded the fruit with his fork, which quickly crumbled into a pile of blackened ashes. "I have no idea," Lee Jordan replied, looking completely bewildered. "By the way, what spell were you practicing?" George asked, pinching some ashes and rubbing them between his fingers. "The repairing charm," Lee Jordan confessed candidly. "You could practice by tearing up a piece of newspaper." Albert found it amusing to see someone using fruit to practice the repairing charm. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't checked the newspaper today and inquired, "Has anyone seen my Daily Prophet from today?" "I have it right here," Fred said, handing Albert the headline of the Daily Prophet, which he was currently perusing for the Quidditch column. "What is the headline news?" Albert asked as he opened the newspaper. "I just read the front page. Cornelius Fudge has become the Minister of Magic," Fred informed him. "It is said that this new minister sends a flock of owls to Dumbledore every morning to consult him about matters concerning the Ministry of Magic." Albert flipped through the Daily Prophet and glanced at the front page news, suddenly exclaiming, "He is quite an astute individual." George, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say that?" Albert replied without hesitation, "Initially, Fudge may have lacked confidence in his abilities. However, Dumbledore's reputation far surpassed that of others, and Fudge aimed to demonstrate that his decisions were aligned with Dumbledore's. This approach could mitigate the prejudices within the magical community, allowing him the time to gradually acclimate to the role of minister, while also showcasing his earnest effort to fulfill his duties. Indeed, Fudge's reputation during his early tenure was rather favorable. In a few years, Fudge would grow increasingly self-assured, it is a process. For no one can excel in the position of Minister for Magic from the outset. That makes some sense, Fred nodded in approval. Ultimately, Albert was well aware of what Connolly Fudge would become. Albert's assessment of Fudge is that he is blinded by power and wealth. The 4-year electoral system is, in fact, quite reasonable. If Fudge diligently completes his term as Minister of Magic, then steps down for a successor, Albert believes Fudge would undoubtedly receive high praise within the ministry. Even if he were not to continue as minister, he could still secure a respectable position. Unfortunately, the role of Minister of Magic is essentially a lifetime appointment, unless one voluntarily resigns or is ousted. Have you grasped the concept of a mouse turning into a snuffbox? Shauna interjected abruptly. I heard that this topic will be on the Transfiguration exam. With 4 months remaining until the final examination, Fred folded the newspaper and glanced at Shauna, saying, "There's no need to panic. We have ample time. I've heard that if you perform poorly, you might be held back a year," Shauna warned. "I've never heard of anyone being held back," Fred replied, shaking his head. "As long as you put in some effort before the exam, being held back is certainly avoidable." "Is it true that someone has actually been held back?" George inquired, intrigued by the topic. "Who was it?" Lee Jordan also expressed curiosity. "There should be no one." Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that a certain Slytherin student had been held back a year. Though he had no desire to delve into the truth of the matter, as long as he himself avoided such a fate, he was content. "I truly envy Albert. That fellow can effortlessly achieve high scores," Lee Jordan lamented, still struggling to master the enchantment to transfigure a mouse into a snuffbox. "Indeed, we envy Albert. He can easily secure excellent grades," the Weasley twins echoed in unison. "Silence. Be gone," Albert retorted sharply. Ahem, someone cleared their throat. Albert turned to the newcomer and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "The next event has been rescheduled to next Saturday at 3:30 in the afternoon. Do not forget the time," Isabel reminded him. "Why the sudden change?" Albert asked, perplexed. "The new issue of Transfiguration Today is being released this weekend, and Professor McGonagall intends to acquire it," she explained. "Just make sure you remember the time." "Oh, understood," Albert nodded. "How is Professor McGonagall's club?" Shauna asked curiously. "It's quite challenging," Albert pondered for a moment before responding. "It's all about supplementary knowledge. And Professor McGonagall encourages us to write to experts in the field to maintain friendly connections." "Did you write to anyone?" Lee Jordan asked. "Don't ask," George interjected suddenly. "Why not?" the others queried, puzzled. "I have no desire to." George was cut off by Albert. "Rest assured, you won't hear back. No one responds to me," Albert said calmly. "Really? Who do you expect will value a first-year student's letters? Aren't you upset? Don't you care?" "Not at all," Albert replied with composure. "One day, when I become the recipient of the most promising newcomer award from Transfiguration Today, they will respond to me." "You have quite the perspective. Aren't you leaving?" Albert turned his head and saw Isabel sitting behind him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "I've got 2 herbology classes in the morning. Don't be late," George reminded. Rising to his feet, the 4 of them walked towards the greenhouse, gazing at the heavy rain outside. "Did you bring umbrellas?" "No," they all looked towards Albert. "I have mastered summoning charms, so it matters not if I have an umbrella," Albert declared.